Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Summon Elf Mage Frieren. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. After those final exams, a whole month of mostly nothing, except for those taking remedial classes, passed by. Half of the students didn't return to their actual homes yet, as those were still busy being rebuilt from either being turned to ash by Dabi or to dust by Shigaraki. However, Class 1A and 1B did not keep themselves idle. Almost every day, they requested permission to practice their quirks in the various training grounds that dotted UA's monstrous campus. At first, it was mostly fine, until it wasn't. Cementos and Power Loader didn't seem to appreciate that the training grounds were constantly being annihilated in a daily basis, whether it was by Midoriya's beams of light that somehow reduced everything around a person to rubble while simply bringing them to the verge of getting knocked out, Manga's gigantic work blocks that smashed through walls and buildings, or Dark Shadow going ham with those claws of his while amplified by darkness. Somehow, Bakugo, the one person with an explosion quirk, did far less collateral damage than these three. Either way, they were getting paid by Nizu for every repair they did on the training grounds, so they didn't complain very much. But the fact of the matter is, what sense is there in being paid extra when they can't even enjoy their free time watching Netflix or getting drunk without getting called to fix a destroyed city block? So, when the day came for the students to go to Island, Cementos and Power Loader let out a collective sigh of relief. Finally, they won't have to fix the training grounds again and again and again. Is everyone ready? Aizawa stepped into the common area of Heights Alliance, where the students of Class 1A should be readying their baggage for their 3-day stay on Island. In the nearby dorm of Heights Federation, who made these names, anyway, Class 1B was preparing their own baggage too, as they were also awarded with tickets for the Expo. He took one long, tired look over the crazy kids that made up his class before letting out a sigh. Looks like you're done. Come on now. Izuku picked up his bag with barely contained excitement. Island. He was actually going to Island. He heard that someone from there designed All Might's costume. Maybe, one day, one of the scientists there could get him something awesome. So, listen, Izuku paused as Aizawa stepped in front of the bus that would bring Class 1A to the airport. I won't be going with you, it's just going to be you and All Might, and apparently a third year, too. That's me. Said third year suddenly appeared from the ground? And that's just his face? Heya, Class 1A. I'm Togata Mirio, and I'll be coming along with you to the Expo. Nice to meet you. Izuku blinked and instinctively turned on soul sight, and regretted it immediately. Mirio's soul was like a blinding, shining light. No, scratch that, 9 lights, 9 souls, writhing with unimaginable amounts of energy. It was a strange, and painful, sight. For a second there, Izuku stared right into a star, and yelped. Gah! Ow! My eyes. Aha, I tend to have that effect. Wait, I haven't gotten out of the ground yet. Mirio wondered what was it that made Izuku rub at his pained eyes. You okay, mean green bean? Sorry, a bit of dust got in my eye. Izuku shook his head as Dark Shadow looked at him with worry. I'm fine. I would have thought that you'd be blinded by my magnificence. Haha, right, Aizawa-sensei. Mirio chuckled. Don't make me look in your direction, Aizawa grumbled at Mirio. We don't want to see your entire being before us. Yeah, so that's it, first years. See you later. And with that, Mirio's face disappeared into the ground and he presumably scurried away. What's up with that guy? Kaminari asked. And coming along with All Might all alone instead of his whole class like us, why? It's obvious. Everyone looked at Todoroki's direction. Mirio-senpai is All Might's secret love child. Oh my god, Uraraka gasped. They do have some similarities. Blonde hair, blue eyes, they even have floating hair tufts. Todoroki, Aizawa sighed. This was going to be another of those days, isn't it? I have met Mirio's parents. I can assure you that he is not All Might's son. They're probably actors hired to ensure that it would not be obvious. Todoroki seemingly completely ignored Aizawa while his classmates looked on with curiosity and awe. It was like he was unlocking a puzzle right before their eyes, and that puzzle would lead right into a treasure trove filled with gold and precious jewels. And they were the ones just watching him piece it together. His quirk is different from All Might's, but that just might be his mother's side manifesting more. You know what, Aizawa facepalmed. If you want to think Mirio is All Might's son, fine, whatever. Further proof that I am getting closer to the truth. Ugh. Meanwhile, however, Izuku was still rubbing his eyes. Looking at 9 suns all at once, even for just a second, was apparently bad for his eyes. Are you alright, Izuku? Fumikage looked over to him with slight concern. He leaned closer to whispering. Was that soul sight? Yeah, Izuku nodded after seeing that the others had begun to walk on ahead. Mirio-senpai has 9 souls? I don't know how that happened. But, Fumikage remembered what Izuku told him about the Nomu. They had souls mixed together like fruit thrown into a blender. You're not saying he's... No, it's different. Izuku rubbed his eyes one last time and discovered that he could indeed still see. His souls are spaced away from each other. They were like stars with different colors. So, he has, what, 9 quirks? Fumikage shivered at the thought. So far, everything that had more than one soul in them, that being the Nomu, had multiple quirks. Probably, we could ask, but I don't know how it's possible, and I'm too afraid to ask. He could ask someone, though. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku called after the tired teacher. Can I swing by my mom's house for a bit? Just want to pick something up. Aizawa pulled out his phone and checked the time. There were still 10 minutes to spare before they did have to leave. Get back here in 5 minutes. Thank you, sensei. And with that, Izuku blasted off with flight magic, leaving Fumikage and Aizawa as the only people still outside the bus. Seriously, Aizawa sighed before looking over at Tokoyami. Are you sure he was quirkless for 14 years? Yes, sensei. Why? Aizawa shuddered. Sometimes, he scares me. You, sensei? Scared? Nothing, Aizawa shook his head. You never heard me nor did we ever talk. Get on the bus. Fumikage let out a little chuckle at that and stepped towards the bus. Oh, if only people knew exactly how terrifying the powers that Izuku and Frieren had. Frieren. Izuku blundered into the house, nearly tripping on the entrance as he rushed inside. Are you awake? That was when he saw her, getting dragged on a blue bedsheet by a robot. What? Izuku stared at the scene before him. Frieren was still sleeping, while the robot didn't seem to be aware that there was still a person on the bed sheet despite all the extra weight it was dragging. What is happening? Relance, Laundry Protocol 361 commencing, the robot responded to his query. Izuku sighed. Are you aware that there is someone on the bed sheet? Query, how to remove the person from the bed sheet? Just let me, ugh. Izuku cast levitation magic on Frieren and lifted the still sleeping elf off the bed sheet and onto the nearby couch, allowing it to carry on its task unimpeded. Hey, Frieren. Wake up. There's something I need to tell you. Somehow, his words had an effect where literally getting dragged around didn't. Huh? One of my upperclassmen has 9 souls in him. I'm guessing 9 quirks too, but whatever. Izuku poured the information onto the sleepy elf, who just nodded along. His name is, Togata Mirio. Blonde, blue eyes, and dash. Extremely well built? Frieren drowsily added in the end. I didn't see the dash. Izuku narrowed his eyes at her. How did you know? I saw him before, within the audience of the sports festival. I'm sorry, what? You saw him, months ago? And you knew that he had 9 souls in him? Yes. Why didn't you tell me? It never came up. Right, Izuku sighed. I need help. How did that happen? How does someone have 9 souls, and quirks, too, probably, without being a Nomu? You're asking me about quirks? Well, souls, then, Izuku shrugged. Know anyone with more than 1 soul? Frieren thought about it for a moment. Never have, actually. You sure you remember it all right? Elves have perfect memory, Izuku. Izuku nodded. I guess, if All Might likes him enough to bring him to iExpo of all places, then I guess he's okay. So, one last question, who beat you losers up and dragged your buttes to the police station? Rado was now interrogating Mr. Compress, or, rather, Atsuhiro Seiko. Strangely enough, out of all the non-Nomu League members, he was the least, say, problematic? Twice Jin Babaigawara has otherwise specified dissociative disorder because he watched his own clones kill each other. Himiko Toga had a bloodlust, literally, because her quirk made her longing to drink human blood. That was slightly understandable, but once the murders happened, there was no way for her to be returned to the good side of the law. Tamura Shigaraki was just hatred incarnate. He hated All Might. He hated society. He hated the peace that society has experienced under All Might. He hates that people don't live in fear. He hates, what else does he hate? Cats. He's just a bona fide hater, that's for sure. As for Dabi, he for some reason really hates Endeavor and wants nothing less than to kill him and make him suffer while he's at it. Magna just liked killing people who looked at her the wrong way, apparently. Kurojairi was honestly mostly pleasant to talk with, what with his polite demeanor, but he had nothing but undying loyalty for Shigaraki. But then? Rado could barely even think about interrogating him again after learning that Kawami's quirk was inside Kurojairi all this time. Is Kawami in there, screaming in torment? He had spent years grieving before Fumikage came to his life and became a light in the darkness, then the universe decides to pull this out of its butt. Discovering that someone used his first kid as part of a demented science experiment set him off to no end, and he wanted nothing less to kill the twat responsible, all for one, preferably by ripping out his throat with his teeth. But it was useless. None of them knew where he was, or where he operated. Not even Kurogyri. Looking for the BSTRD was a dead end and he hated that fact. But Mr. Compress? He's more of an artistic criminal who wants to pull off the biggest, most magical heist. Rado somewhat understood the appeal. I don't know who she is, Atsuhiro replied. I had a small glimpse as she blew away the door to the bar off its hinges. She had white hair and a pointy ear mutation. She was pretty short. That's all I could recall before the door hit me in the head and knocked me out. That tracks. Magna had previously told him, with shadow tendrils painfully pressed against her back, that she remembered carrying a white-haired lady from the Midoriya home. And then she got knocked out by a stone pillar. Ah, the dots were connecting now. Frieren had saved the parents, and destroyed the League of Villains within 2 minutes. He had his suspicions that she was far more than she seemed, but being placed in charge of interrogating the League of Villains with the use of his quirk had led to this conclusion. So, he never has to worry about Inko or Izuku ever again, because they have a goddess of destruction living with them. A benevolent goddess, he supposed. If she trained a hero student that's also such a wholesome person, then she's gotta be one too, right? Right. Nothing to worry about there. Plus, Fumikage tells him many things about her. The only negative feedback there is that she takes too long to wake up, is slightly lazy, and is not very good at taking care of herself. Well, it's not like every person with a strong quirk becomes a hero with a capital H. Heaven knows how many people in other countries train their quirks to the limit just for the purpose of home defense. So, again, nothing to worry about. Either way, their next conversation will be very interesting. Frieren decided to go out today. She has acquainted herself pretty well with this country's public transportation system, and could travel all by herself. With Izuku and Fumikage going to this island place and Inko at work, it was rather necessary. Now, she was just looking for that bookstore that sold what would probably be mostly fake grimoires. However, the slightest chance of them being real would make it all war. PL, please help me. Frieren looked down. There was a small girl with white hair and a single horn on her head, clinging to her leg. Almost immediately would a man with a plague doctor mask and a fur-trimmed coat emerge from the nearby alley. He smelled like antiseptic chemicals and ethanol. Eri, come back, now. Are you this child's father? Frieren asked. This is none of your business. Get lost, lady. But this child clearly does not want to return to you. Eri, the man growled. Come back here. Now. I'm sorry. Frieren narrowed her eyes on the man. With a telekinetic spell, she stopped Eri from returning to the man. I don't think so. You don't think so? Chisaki Kai's patience wore thin at this girl. Her white hair irritatingly reminded him of Eri, who was still clinging to her leg as if she were her own mother. She looked at him with a bored, lifeless expression, as if to say that if he weren't speaking to her right now, she wouldn't care about his presence at all. Chisaki's gaze then flew back toward Eri, who was now hiding behind the strange, pointy-eared woman. Ungrateful little brat. You are mine. 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 You belong to me. You will help me purify this world of its filth. You will help me bring the Yakuza back to the top. That is not your child. She is mine. Give her back. Now. The woman slowly blinked at him. She did not see him as a threat at all. Not even the DMN heroes were foolish to mess with Overhaul and the Shy Hasaikai. Who does she think she is? Or what? I will make you suffer if you don't give Eri back. To me. Now. Chisaki's former composure was completely lost now. This woman, this foolish woman was really testing his patience. If not the onlookers and the patrolling heroes that were doubtlessly nearby, he would turn this meddling woman into paste at this very moment. The worst part is that she barely even acknowledged him as she bent down to look at Eri eye to eye. Is this man scaring you? Eri nodded. Ungrateful. 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 How dare you? You belong to me. You are mine to use. Your curse is mine to use. That is the only reason for your existence. Does he cause you pain? Eri nodded. Again. Chisaki felt a blood vessel in his brain burst. Your pain is a necessary step towards making the Yakuza great again. Very well. I will bring you somewhere where he cannot scare or bring pain to you again. You are making a mistake, Chisaki hissed. That girl is cursed. She can rewind you from existence. She can make you become decades younger in seconds. You will die. She cannot be allowed to be free. Oh, is that so? I didn't ask, nor do I care, the woman lazily replied. She looked back down at Eri, who whimpered as Chisaki laid out the facts of her existence. I might hurt you. I am sure that nothing you do can hurt me, the woman answered reassuringly. Do you wish to be free of him? Yes. You cannot be free, Eri. You only bring pain and dash. The woman summoned a staff out of thin air and pointed it at Chisaki. It immediately began to glow with a strange blue light. Did I ask? Come, child. I will ensure this man can no longer harm you. You will not. Chisaki charged forward, a hand stretched out to touch this meddling woman and reduce her to her component parts. But before he could even take another step, he felt roaring, fiery pain shoot up through both of his arms, making the Yakuza leader hiss. He felt his arms bend at an unnatural angle as he turned his head, saw two floating hands made out of what appeared to be blue, spectral not matter push them away from Eri and the meddling woman. A third hand appeared out of a staff that the woman held now, but wasn't there previously. Chisaki roared in anger just for his rage to be muffled by the spectral hand that forcibly held his mouth shut. He would then be forced face first to the concrete by the floating hands, where he would remain in ineffectual rage for the next 30 minutes. In the meantime, Frieren had other plans, but they could wait. She could go to the bookstore in a month, anyway. The more important thing was that she now had a little girl by her side, tugging at the hem of her coat but refusing to take her hand. Her name was Eri, apparently, and her quirk seemed to be rewinding organic entities to an earlier state if what the man said earlier was correct. By now, they had been walking for about 15 minutes, and that man would still be pinned there by spectral hands for another 15 minutes. Not that he'd know where Frieren and Eri went. By the way, my name is Frieren, she said to the girl, who nodded apprehensively. Strangely, Eri had barely spoken a word ever since they left that man. Is there something you'd like? I'm hungry, but you don't have to feed me if you don't want to. Very well, I will feed you, Frieren said, her eyes then settling to a nearby ramen shop. Out of all the foods in this country, she had come to like ramen the most. Do you like ramen? I can have anything that you'd like to give me, if you want to give me food. Frieren didn't think much about that, so she brought Eri with her to the ramen shop. Ah, a mother and a daughter, I rarely get customers like these, the owner greeted as she saw Frieren and Eri sit inside. She was a friendly-looking grandmother with white hair neatly tied into a bun. That's what you are, right? Frieren could care less what people thought they were. I suppose we are. Huh. And what would you like, young lady? The shop owner tapped the best sellers on a menu. Frieren did not know this yet, but Eri did not know how to read, or to write. She is very shy, Frieren said as Eri took a full 5 seconds to decide. We will have the beef ramen noodle soup, with eggs. All right, coming right up. As they sat there, Frieren started thinking about what to do next. She had not planned ahead. Perhaps she could bring her to the house in UA, but the teachers would certainly have questions. Maybe the treehouse, then? No one even knew that it even existed. She could just tell people later. But for now, she could tell someone. Frieren pulled out the phone she bought using money acquired through selling fake gold, and began to dial Izuku, who would be in the middle of the Pacific right now. Good evening, Frieren. We've just arrived in the hotel dash. Izuku, Frieren cut him off. I have liberated a girl named Eri. Izuku blinked at what Frieren had just told him. The hotel room was filled with half of the guys in Class 1A, which just happened to include Fumikage, Ida, Kaminari, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima, along with Izuku himself. Fumikage and Kaminari were discussing the complexities of geopolitical rivalries in the pre-Quirk world, a truly strange thing to see and hear from the two of them. Ida was standing in front of the mirror that was part of the closet, meticulously combing his hair so that it would not have a single misaligned follicle. Todoroki was busy texting his sister and brother, constantly. Bakugo and Kirishima, meanwhile, were playing Mortal Kombat against each other. They appeared to be evenly matched. Izuku, for his part, had been giddy thinking about all the things he would see in the Expo tomorrow when Frieren decided to pick this time to call. Izuku spoke slowly, but quietly, because Ida might hear him. Frieren, come again? Did you just say that you liberated a girl? Jiro might hear, but she hears so many things she probably doesn't care about any private things anyone in this class said behind closed doors. That, and she's all the way in the other hotel. Yes. You kidnapped a child? What part of liberate did you not understand? It is what Himmel would have done had he been in this exact same situation. Izuku sighed. And here he thought Frieren didn't like getting attention. Liberated from what? A man with a plague doctor mask has clearly been abusing her. He scares her and brings her pain. I took steps to put a stop to this. I guess that's valid. You haven't told anyone yet, right? No. Just you. Well, I don't know what to say anymore. You'll be using the treehouse you made, right? Yes, for now. Yeah, that works. Look, I have to go to sleep soon. Just don't do anything crazy while I'm still gone, okay? I'll tell Aizawa-sensei when we get back. I guess you can tell Mom too, have her come along. I will try my best. Okay, bye, see you soon. Izuku put the phone down and let out a tired sigh. So, he said to no one in particular, do any of you know about people that like using plague doctor masks? Fumikage turned his head toward him. My father mentioned such a group when he spoke of the many villainous organizations that I might face when I become a hero. Why? Nothing. Fumikage looked at Izuku with skepticism painted in his eyes. It didn't take them very long for their brain cells to connect and for Fumikage to realize what had really happened. Frieren did something. Do tell. Well, he said that they're Yakuza, an organized crime syndicate, Fumikage continued. Bakugo screamed something about Raiden is just overpowered in the background, which he dully ignored. Yakuza like them are lying low ever since All Might single-handedly destroyed most cartels and syndicates, and they're apparently not doing anything illegal. Emphasis on apparently. Some in the HPSC think they're distributing Trigger. Ah, the Quirk drag that makes you go nuts? Kaminari butted in. Yeah, that one, Izuku nodded. Didn't Tsuyu help stop a whole shipment of those during her internship with Selkie? She did. Todoroki looked up from his phone, where he was waiting for Fuyumi to finish texting. It is commendable. Why are you suddenly interested in a Yakuza group, Midoriya? Ida, who was finally done with combing his hair back to perfection after sleeping for 3 hours in the flight. Don't tell me. Oh please, Ida, I'm not going to suddenly join the Yakuza. Izuku shook his head. Frieren just beat up a Yakuza member. It's just interesting, I guess. Interesting? Just something that popped up suddenly. Ida raised an eyebrow. Suddenly? I have intrusive thoughts sometimes. Izuku grumbled as he stood up and sat behind Kaminari, leaning his back on his back. His hair began to stand up from the static electricity that jumped from Kaminari to him. Kaminari's IQ then dropped by 0.5% right then and there. Neuron activation, Fumikage muttered as he turned around and pulled out a box of cards out of nowhere. Let's just play a card game. Is that? Cards Against Humanity? Ida gasped in horror. That game is vulgar and deeply offensive. Did someone say Cards Against Humanity? Bakugo pushed Ida aside and sat on one of the chairs around the common table that Kaminari and Fumikage had been previously using for their deep discussions. I like this game. I will not partake in this madness. Ida turned away, huffing and puffing as he proceeded to instead open up a streaming service on the hotel room's television. He had been following a Korean drama series for some time. Hey, Todoroki. Kaminari waved at Todoroki's direction. Come join us in our madness. Todoroki spared him a glance. Do I really have to? Yeah, it's fun. Now it was Kirishima pulling him along. Todoroki did not resist, at all. Todoroki quickly found himself on a chair with a bunch of cards in his hand. I suppose I could try it. Ms. Frieren, what is that? Frieren questioningly looked at Eri as they arrived in the forest clearing. She wanted to swing by here first to get some things she left in her tree house. It still bore signs of Izuku's and Frieren's incessant use of magic, though the grass was beginning to reclaim the areas where Zoltraaks had blasted their way into the soil. Frieren tracked where the girl was pointing with her finger. A dandelion, growingly defiantly in the battered soil. That is a flower, Eri. Well, I don't think I've ever seen a flower before. They almost never let me outside. What's that big circle up there? Frieren looked up. Eri was pointing at the full moon. That's the moon, Eri. I don't know what that is. Frieren raised an eyebrow at that. What kind of girl has never seen a flower in her entire life? Or the moon? Granted, she's just maybe 5 or 6, but the implications were quite disturbing. What did that man do to her? What kind of pain did he cause her? It's a shame Frieren didn't stick around to ask him, but again, while it wasn't a busy street, people were still on the street. If she stuck around too much, they'll start seeing her restraining a man and then assume that she's a criminal or a vigilante. Or, worse, they'll start asking questions. What was it like, the place you ran away from? Frieren asked. Terrible, Eri replied. They all wear masks. They never talk with me. No one plays with me. Not since I made my papa disappear. My mama never came to see me again after that. The bad man said that I'm cursed. Rewind. What the foolish man said earlier made sense. This girl could reverse a person's existence until they stopped existing at all, from adult, to teenager, to child, to infant, to egg cell, and then, nothing. In the hands of evil, such power was terrifying. Luckily, she had a spell that could reverse any reversal that Eri did. Granted, it was a spell made by demons to kill humans by accelerating their timeline to the point that they became immediately decrepit. Frieren, being more than 1,000 years old, simply took that spell to the face and killed the demon that used it. What was that demon's name again, anyway? Ah well, it's not like it mattered. Either way, she can adjust and modify that spell to ensure that any other person that Eri made younger could be restored to their proper age. I do not believe that you are cursed, Frieren replied. You simply need to learn how to control your quirk. How? I made my papa disappear. I won't disappear, that I can promise. I am immune to quirks. Yes, that works. They simply do not work on me. Is that true? My curse won't hurt you. Yes. I won't disappear. So I'll dash. Frieren's phone began to ring. It was Rado? Since when did he have her number? Oh, of course, Inko gave it to him. One moment, yes? Hello, Frieren, Rado's gravely voice spoke from the other side. Do you think we can speak again? Why? It has been a short time since the last. A short, what? Ah, never mind. You're living in UA right now, yes? Yes. Great. I'll be there in 3 days. What do you want to talk about, anyway? That's the surprise, isn't it? And with that, the Tokoyami patriarch put the line down. Frieren looked over to Eri, who was still looking up at her. She doesn't know how to do this, at all. She needs Inko. After a lengthy, scandalous, and very funny game of cards against humanity, Izuku and his roommates in the hotel would go to sleep. He would wake up the next morning practically vibrating with excitement, though his vibration would be curtailed by the fact that he had just woken in a tangle of limbs. The beds were placed pretty close to each other, or were outright beside each other. Whoever made the hotel was cutting on costs, obviously, since real estate on Island must be very, very, very expensive. So, those who moved a lot while sleeping, went places. First off, Kaminari's leg was placed across Izuku's upper body, while the blonde's other limbs were just spread out in a star, his other leg was on Ida's face, and his hands dangled off his bed's edge. Second, dark shadow was wrapped around Izuku's legs like a fetter, so he couldn't even get off if he wanted to, though dark shadow was purring like a cat. Does he even sleep to begin with? Fumikage, meanwhile, looked like he had been primed to be buried in an Egyptian tomb, as his blankets were perfectly wrapped around his body. Izuku was pretty sure that if someone tried to grab a part of it to use for themselves, it just wouldn't come off. Ida, he was just lying down like a stiff board, as if he didn't have a foot on his face. Just Ida being Ida, he supposed. Todoroki too was like a stiff board. What's up with the two of them? Then there was Bakugo and Kirishima. What Kirishima told Izuku during their first week in the dorms was true indeed. While he was still his "I must always win" self, Bakugo now wanted to be held and kept safe whenever he couldn't be on guard, such as when he was asleep. So they were cuddling, and Bakugo was the small spoon. It sort of made sense when you consider that Kirishima's quirk basically turned him to a walking shield. So, Bakugo was very protected. Izuku decided to be the first to get up, because the early bird, take that, Fumi, always gets the worm. So, to do that, he first carefully shifted Kaminari's leg away from him. Then, he reached out and nudged Dark Shadow, who opened one of his yellow eyes at him. "Good morning, Dark Shadow. Can you unwrap yourself from my legs?" "Yeah, sure, whatever." Dark Shadow unwrapped himself and headed back into his host. Izuku floated himself off the bed, successfully preventing himself from waking any of them up. He will be the first there, that's for sure. In the end, he wasn't the first there. Mirio and All Might had arrived very first, though they were talking to this blonde girl that was probably American given the accent of English she was speaking in. "Hi, Mirio-senpai, All Might." Izuku greeted them as he floated toward them. "Good morning, mean green bean." Mirio greeted with a wave. "Wow, you're early, huh? Can't miss the opening for the world." "Ha ha ha." All Might laughed. "You're about 30 minutes early, young Midoriya, but since we're here, oh, and by the way," the enormous man motioned at the blonde, bespectacled girl, "this is Melissa Shield, the daughter of a good friend of mine. She is one brilliant inventor, like her father." "I suppose you can say that," Melissa nodded. "Oh, you're the wizard kid, Midoriya Izuku, right?" Izuku coughed. The what?" "I watched the sports festival on TV. You were so good there." "Hee. I mean, I was lucky, and got a good teacher." "Well, good teachers shape the next generation," Melissa replied. "Oh, is that Dash? Are you All Might's daughter?" Todoroki had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, a realization that made Izuku jump as he glanced at his back to see who just spoke. "Ah, when did you come here?" Todoroki sipped on an icy drink that he bought from one of the nearby stalls. Notably, it was a very expensive one, a deliberate choice he took as he was using a credit card under his father's name. What do you mean? We all arrived last night. I mean right now. Just now. Melissa, Mirio, and All Might, meanwhile, had been laughing. Ahaha, no, I'm not All Might's daughter. I'm the daughter of his friend. I see. Well, we can look at some of the exhibits before everyone else does, Melissa said as she opened a side door into the exhibition hall and motioned for the others to follow her. While the wonders of magic had been, well, wondrous, Izuku still marveled at the works of technology all around him. Household robots, each successive one more advanced than the one that came before, with features like dispensable beverages, inbuilt heaters for massages, and facial recognition. Amplifiers that could make present mic 10 times louder and gyro deaf. A sword that a flame quirk user can light on fire as if they're a hero of ancient myth. A spider tank. And this is the loyal wingman drone squadron, but modified for hero use. Melissa proudly motioned at the 6 or so drones that looked like miniature fighters. They had red, white, and blue paint jobs, but other than that, there wasn't much to see. I made these and I'm quite proud of them myself. They're not armed, but you can stand on them and get to places very fast. You won't fall over? They have the same inertial dampening fields that X-66 fighters have, so a person can stand on top of them just fine, Melissa replied. That's actually what they're for. You see, not every hero is an actual member of the Air Force, much less have an actual squadron of pilots that will let you stand on top of their planes, so I made these. I don't know if it's going to be practical, but I'm sure you'd want to do something like that too, right? Izuku suddenly remembered how Stars and Stripes made him stand on top of a jet at Mach 3, and then Mach 3 and 4, while telling him to shoot as fast as possible. Maybe he can? I'm sure Midoriya would like to do so, Todoroki butted in before sipping on his drink again. He in turn with Stars and Stripes after all. Oh. My. You've actually stood on top of a jet like her? Melissa jumped in excitement. That's great. Would you like to try these out after the exhibition? I'd love to collect some actual data. Izuku shrugged. I suppose it will be fine. I am sure this will be a good experience for you, young Midoriya, All Might chimed in. Maybe Melissa will even give them to you if she so likes. They'll count as support items, and they're unarmed, so much less paperwork to deal with. Haha, maybe? Melissa laughed. I'll just have to ask my dad. Izuku blinked. Mercifully, he didn't turn on soul sight again, so Mirio's magnificence didn't blind him. But, somewhere close, he could just the deranged laughter of a certain deranged inventor. And she was calling out her babies. The support item exhibition was a glorious affair. As the event finally began in actuality, Izuku found himself seeing all kinds of heroes from all over the world, and listed them off every time he saw them. Somewhere close by, Mei Hatsum was staring at and marveling at the support items on display, furiously scribbling notes as she did so. Yaoyorozu bought at least 5 technical manuals with blueprints of various items. What manner of contraptions and items lay in their strange pages remained unknown to all except her, even when she was already showing Hagakure and Ishido the pages. Meanwhile, Bakugo busied himself with blowing up robots in one of the other spectacles in Island, trying to set a new high score each time, while Kirishima, who would be joined by Tetsu from 1B, cheered him on. Todoroki would compete with him here, by freezing the entire fake mountain with ice and thus immobilizing all the robots at once. That doesn't count. Bakugo railed. In response, Todoroki began to throw icicles at the robots in the next round. This time, he only had half of Bakugo's best time, but he still thought it was ridiculous that it didn't count. Overall, the day was quite fun and relaxing. After the support item exhibition, everyone took to seeing the various sights throughout Island. Jiro, Koda, and Kaminari went to a karaoke. It would be apparent that Koda actually had a good singing voice, and so did Jiro, as they belted out songs that were considered classic. Ojiro and Sato, meanwhile, went to a martial arts competition. Ojiro won all rounds. After that little competition with Bakugo, Todoroki set himself to getting as many souvenirs as humanly possible in order to rack up charges on Endeavor's credit account. He also bought snacks several times, though they were mostly for the classmates that happened to be close by, which were, again, usually Fumikage, Uraraka, and Ida, who wondered just where Izuku went. He is not responding to texts, Fumikage grumbled. Uraraka looked around, rubbing her gloved hands together, though she kept her pinkies folded. I wonder where he went after the exhibition. He suddenly disappeared. I hope he is not doing anything unlawful. Ida added. I see him, yo, Dark Shadow helpfully chimed. Where? Fumikage sighed as Dark Shadow pointed upward. Everything Dark Shadow knew, he knew. There, up in the sky, was Izuku, standing on top of what appeared to be a modified US Air Force drone. Uraraka gaped at the sight. Is that what I think it is? What is he doing up there? Ida screamed. He's texting, Dark Shadow said with a bored pout. He's what? Uraraka asked. Texting, Fumikage repeated. Yeah, Mom, it's fine, don't be, no, what is she supposed to say to Principal Nizu? Izuku was having a hard time thinking about what to tell his mother. He had just discovered that there had been 20 missed calls from her, and now that he was in the sky getting the drone some data for Melissa, as well as just getting a feel for flying in higher altitudes, thanks for the oxygen mask Melissa, he decided to just text her. No, don't tell him, or should they tell UA already? Ugh, what am I supposed to do when my teacher just suddenly takes a child from somewhere? I guess, erg? As he struggled to decide, Izuku finally began his descent. Apparently, the drones responded to his thoughts as long as he had this headpiece thing on his head, so now that he wanted to go down, the drone he was on went down, followed by the other drones. He spotted 4, Dark Shadow, of his friends just gawking at him, so he redirected the drone to land him near them. I didn't know you'd actually emulate stars and stripes this way, Fumikage was the first to speak. How much was it? I haven't bought it yet, they just let me borrow it so that they can get real data, or something, Izuku sheepishly responded, still thinking about what to tell his mother and Frieren to do about the child. DMN it, they're the adults. They should be the ones to decide instead of asking him. Or is it because he's the hero student? You're frowning, Uraraka tilted her head at him. Why? Oh, was just thinking of something, Izuku waved her concern away. It's nothing. So, why do you guys have so many nachos and cheese? Is that fish and chips? And is that, a cupcake with an All Might candy on it? Uraraka sighed as she looked over to Dark Shadow, who was holding up 2 paper plates of nachos. Todoroki wouldn't stop buying stuff? I think he's trying to rack up credit card debt for his dad. He should know that Endeavor's too wealthy to be affected, Ida added, but I suppose he is set on his path. As night began to approach, it became known that the top performers in terms of both grades and their performances in the sports festival were invited to a ball that All Might would speak in. Out of all of them, only Yaoyorozu had ever been in a ball. It was all very new. How exciting. Are you sure that your mercenaries are up for this job? Of course. Who do you think I am? All right, this is your down payment, David Shield nodded as he handed over a suitcase of money to Wolfram. In the ferrokinetic villain's itinerary was an assortment of other villains that David knew of, Killer Frost, Kugelblitz, and Dream Eater. There were probably others he didn't know of, but he was willing to risk that. He needed that device. All Might needs that device. The world needs that device so that the symbol of peace may remain. These villains may be powerful and cruel creatures, but there is one thing that could persuade them to moderate their excesses and do exactly as they're told: money. And David Shield had lots of it. Great doing business with you. Wolfram opened the suitcase and hungrily inhaled the scent of the dollar bills that he put over his face. Be ready. Of course, David nodded, watching Wolfram melt into the shadows of the alley. Where are the others? The party's starting. Looks like they'll be late. Yamamo and Ida scanned the crowd of guests that streamed into the ballroom, but their classmates were nowhere to be found. Well, there's Mirio-senpai, Yaoyorozu noted as the huge blonde started bounding toward them. Hi, Class 1A reps. Mirio greeted, his ever-cheerful energy pouring out of him in waves. I've been looking if your classmates are gonna come in, but it looks like they're not here yet. We've also been wondering why, Ida shook his head. Though we students are supposed to go to one of other ballrooms adjacent to the main one. It has a better view of the hallway outside, so we'll immediately see when they do arrive. Okie dokie. Mirio nodded. So, I'll be going in. All Might's waiting for me. With that, the upperclassmen turned around and walked into the main ballroom, where various guests, including heroes from dozens of countries, were now milling about in their own little conversations. They're late, this is so unlike them, Ida sighed and checked his watch. It was 7:55 p.m. There were about 5 minutes remaining before the party started. We specifically said that we're going to meet here 20 minutes before so that we can have the best seats. Maybe Uraraka started floating from her bed and they needed to retrieve her again. Yaoyorozu shuddered as she remembered how Tsuyu had to grab Uraraka when she floated right out of her dorm bed about 2 weeks ago. If she hadn't a sudden craving at 3 a.m., then Uraraka may as well have floated all the way to UA's vast forests. Let's just get in that room and wait. I concur. Ida marched alongside Yaoyorozu to an adjacent, smaller ballroom that nonetheless had screens that would still show All Might when he began his speech. As well as the serenades and all the different parts of the program that weren't just the dinner part. 5 minutes later, their classmates still hadn't come in. Ida and Yaoyorozu let out a collective sigh as All Might got up to the stage and began his speech. It was strange that their classmates hadn't even arrived, especially Midoriya, who would be ecstatic to see and hear All Might give a speech, or Bakugo, who made it a point to always be on time for things. That was when the alarms rang, and the screams sounded. An AI-generated voice began to speak throughout the tower, advising everyone to stay indoors. All over the island, security robots began to file out of their various hiding spots and fabricators, their optics all colored red rather than the usual green. Those who were already indoors in hotels, such as most of Class 1A and pretty much all of 1B, stayed put. Other people began to hurriedly go to their houses or hotels, ignorant of the true nature of the announcement that just sounded throughout I-Island. Emergency announcement? Yaoyorozu and Ida looked up and spoke at the same time. The other guests in their particular room settled into their seats, taking the word of the computer. That would change, however, when a gunshot sounded in the other, primary ballroom. The guests began to panic, others tried to run out, only for the doors to open to reveal no less than 3 masked men with tactical gear and assault rifles. "Nobody move!" One of the masked men growled out, only to feel a crushing pressure in the back of his head as Ida, who was positioned rather close to the door, zoomed behind him and kicked him at the base of the skull, quickly incapacitating the other 2 before they could take aim at any of the other guests. The 3 mercenaries crumpled to the floor, unconscious. "Is everyone all right?" Ida asked the guests, who all nodded. Yaoyorozu could only gawk as she witnessed Ida take down 3 heavily armed men in quick succession. "Good." The guests murmured amongst themselves as they took in what they saw. The lower ends of his breathes were ripped and burned as his engines came out. "You're the engine kid, from UA High School," one of the guests said, recognizing Ida from the sports festival. "Why yes, that is me," Ida stammered, not quite used to being recognized by complete strangers, foreigners no less. "Yaoyorozu, what do you think we should do?" "I think we should stay put and wait until the heroes have resolved the situation," Yaoyorozu said as she busied herself with creating something. "If we go outside, the guests will be endangered by all the other villains around the island. With just the 2 of us, we can't protect them. We're not even full heroes yet." The guests murmured in agreement. The last thing they wanted to do was wander around a place that could be teeming with villains and hacked robots. Ida stared at the thing that Yaoyorozu was making. "Is that a machine gun, Yaoyorozu?" "Only fires non-lethal rounds and tranquilizers, but yes." Yaoyorozu looked around, seeing that the catered food was also inside, so she could fuel creation if she ever so needed more lipids. With a bit of effort she set the machine gun on top of a table, pointing its muzzle right at the door. She took someone's cupcake and began biting into it, after which a box of ammunition began to appear out of her back. "I hope that they do not come in here again. I don't think we're the target." Ida looked at the screen, where All Might and Mirio were tied up by I-Island's own security system. This is bad, Mirio whispered to himself as the villain walked around with a gun in hand. The villain had earlier stated that if Mirio ever tried slipping out of his bindings with permeation, he will have his men gunning down the guests. He looked up at All Might, who was also rendered helpless by the threat that Wolfram and his thugs gave out. "Think, Mirio, think. What can you do in this situation? Black Whip? No, he wasn't good with it yet. Float won't do him good. Permeation, maybe seeing someone buck naked will make the villains take pause, but the risk of them just outright killing everyone was too much." So Mirio and Yagi both lay down there, waiting, as David Shield offered to give the villains what they want. Whatever it is they want, anyway. "Let's get back to the hotel, guys," Kaminari called out to Jiro and Koda as their phones began to receive emergency messages about bombs being planted in the island. They had been having quite a lot of fun in the karaoke booth, to the point that Jiro even complimented his voice, and he wasn't even that great. The karaoke stopped working once the messages went through, so even if they ignored the apparent terrorist threat, which they wouldn't, of course, they'll have nothing to do but return anyway. "Can't believe it, why can't we have peace and quiet for more than a day?" "That's just the world we live in," Jiro shrugged. "But at least I got to hear you belt out. I didn't know that you could sing until today. See? I'm not just the guy that gets dumber when he uses his quirk." Kaminari laughed. Koda stayed quiet, a far contrast from his passionate songs about love and lost love earlier. "I've got some other things going for me." "Oh, right, there's a yearly cultural festival in UA, right?" Jiro looked at him, her earphone jacks surveying the surroundings like snakes. "Yeah, what about it? We should totally form a band for it. Get a performance out, you know?" Jiro considered it for a moment. She wasn't sure, at all. "I don't know about that. You should totally be the lead vocalist of the 1A band." "Huh. Guys, Koda was speaking now, a rare occurrence that must signify something important must be happening. Yeah, big guy. Jiro threw her head back to look at Koda. What's on your mind? Wanna be the vocalist in our hypothetical band instead? The animals. What? Speak up, dude. Something's wrong. Jiro narrowed her eyes at him. You need to be more spec-dash. Kaminari's brain twitched. One of the peculiarities of his quirk is that he can sense electrical currents, see them, even. So, when he saw a big ball of electricity coming toward him, Jiro, and Koda, he quickly moved to push them out of the way. Ow, what is that, for? Jiro and Koda watched as a ball of crackling lightning hit Kaminari. The lightning user cried out in pain as he had difficulty absorbing it all. Kaminari, are you okay? The ball of lightning disappeared into Kaminari's body, who then fell down to one knee on the ground. He was literally filled with lightning, crackling in arcs and forks on his skin. Yeah, I'm good, the blonde breathed. I gotta discharge all the extra CRP, stand over there on the grass. Alright. With a mighty heave, Kaminari sent the excess electricity into the ground, allowing it to safely dissipate. He was about to stand up, however, when a sinister voice suddenly began to speak. Oh, what do we have here? Kaminari looked up. There, standing in the middle of the empty street was a man with glowing blue eyes and a disfigured face. He wore a black cloak, like a cultist of some kind. His hands crackled with blue electricity, and he was looking down at Kaminari with a curious look in his eyes. I figured that I would have vaporized you future heroes, but I suppose things can change. A villain. Jiro took a step back, realizing that she was less useful in a fight now that she wasn't wearing her speaker shoes. Koda stepped in front of her, determined to be between her and this villain. Who are you? Kaminari asked as he stood up, still feeling his frayed nerves from getting his full electricity capacity reached and exceeded by absorbing that ball of lightning. You may call me Kugelblitz, the cloaked villain said, and laughed heavily. Don't worry. Soon, everything of value in this island will be in our hands. We will be rich. So rich. All the warlords and governments will be buying from us. Oh, and you? You'll be dead. Kaminari gritted his teeth. He was facing another lightning user, one that was older and stronger. This old geezer had such control over his electric quirk that he could make ball of lightning that could make Kaminari exceed his full capacity. This will be very hard. Half of him wanted to run, but if he ran, what would happen to Jiro and Koda? Get out of here, Kaminari motioned at the two. Leave him to me. I suppose that you can delay your deaths, Kugelblitz shrugged. His hands were clearer under the street lamps now. They were gray in color, emaciated and deprived of sunlight. I will enjoy killing you very much. We're not leaving you, Denki. Jiro yelled at him. Denki? She was calling him by his first name? When did they? And here I thought I was the dumb one. Kaminari laughed. He turned to face Kugelblitz, who was still hungrily staring at him, the creepy old man's hands crackling with evil blue lightning. Go, get out of here, now. Koda tugged at Jiro's arm. They'd both be useless in this fight. They'd just get in his way. So they ran. I think we were supposed to go this way. Izuku guided Fumikage and Todoroki near the exhibition hall. They were headed to the party, but they were late. Todoroki didn't seem to mind at all, he just followed these two along. It was mostly quiet and empty at this part of Island. Most of the people were in the commercial districts or the housing sectors. The area around the exhibition hall, once filled with entire crowds clamoring to see all the support items and other technological wonders produced by Island scientists, was now bereft of life, with just the streetlights still kept on. Fumikage could feel his head begin to ache. For all his powers over magic, Izuku just never got a spell that could point him to the right direction. Izuku, did you not download the directions to the ball in our phone? Izuku thought about it for a moment. Yeah, but I forgot to charge it. Where is Kaminari when you need him? He is currently singing like a madman with Jiro and Koda, Fumikage replied. Ah, right. That's dash. All at once, their phones began to ring out an emergency broadcast. Oh? Bombs all over the place? Ugh, why did it have to be bombs? That was when several trucks came screaming from a nearby street, smashing right through the barriers. Are those thieves? Todoroki quietly asked as the trucks came to a halt. Hide, Fumikage urged. The three rushed behind a wall that bordered the fancy fountain in the center of the square in front of the exhibition hall, hiding them from sight. Armed men came rushing out of their doors, and headed right for the exhibits. A woman with a fancy blue fur coat, blue hair, and porcelain skin came out too, though she didn't enter. Instead, she looked around, as if surveying for threats. Why aren't the alarms sounding here? Izuku muttered as he turned to his phone. The three of them didn't have hero licenses yet, so they can't engage in offensive action against villains. So, they just had to, huh? No signal? How? All the more reason for us to get to the ball and tell All Might. Fumikage hissed. He can resolve this quickly. Right, Izuku nodded. I just have to dash. Just as Izuku was about to finish speaking, his surroundings changed. It was as though he had been woken up from a dream, but he was sure that Island wasn't a dream. That was real. But why is he back in Aldera? Hiya, this is you a year ago? Izuku looked around. His classmates in Aldera didn't seem to hear anything. This is a dreamscape. I'm sure of it. Who are you? Ah, me? Izuku stood up and turned around to see a man with a bulbous, beady black eye set in his forehead. His other, normal eyes were gray in color. I'm Dream Eater. You see, I like to rummage around people's minds, and eat their minds from the inside. You know, they brought me in just to serve as lookout, since I can sense when other minds are nearby, but you and your friend saw us. TSK, 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 we can't have that, you know. I am afraid that we will have to kill you. And since you're hero students, we'd be reducing our competition for the future. This is nothing but an absolute win. Izuku glared at Dream Eater. He was in his own mind, so he can't just Zoltraak this fool. Regrettable, but not for long. I just need to hold out. I will break you if you hurt them. Oh? Killing, already? Why can't we get to the appetizer first? With a wave of his hand, Dream Eater transformed the dreamscape into the day Izuku was told that he was quirkless. Ah, interesting. Fumikage and Todoroki quickly found themselves facing two villains, all the while thugs were ransacking the exhibition hall. One was the aforementioned woman, the other was an absolute giant of a man with a glowing crimson cybernetic eye. As for Izuku, he had suddenly been transformed into a floating green orb, which was beset by a black orb. Even if these two villains hadn't exposed them by smashing the wall, they wouldn't be able to figure out what exactly happened to Izuku. I'll take the little chicken over there, the huge muscular man said, muscle fibers tearing and reintegrating to form a sort of armor around his body. He has a manic, murderous grin on his face. Likely because he is a murderer. You do that, the woman said, turning to face Todoroki. I must say, I've thought of the day that I might have to meet Endeavor's little brat. I'm not impressed. Who even are you? Todoroki asked. Killer Frost, the woman said with a smile that bordered on maniacal. Ice began to collect on her hands as her quirk went into work. And today, I'll be making sure that you lose, again. And this time, it will be for good. You will not succeed. Todoroki, you should use your fire against her, Fumikage reminded him. If you use ice you might just be making her stronger or giving her ammunition against us. Todoroki didn't respond as Killer Frost threw sharp icicles at him, which he blocked with ice shields. Fumikage would have no time to add on to that as he faced off against the muscular villain, whose evil grin was barely visible underneath the crimson light of his cybernetic eye. I'm gonna enjoy killing you, little chicken. I bet Moonfish will love to have a bite off you. He's been begging for poultry all day. Fumikage simply gave the villain a snide look before dark shadow enveloped him, growing into a size that easily equaled the villain's own bulk. It was night, so dark shadow was now at his strongest. Thanks to consistent use of Nebelung, Fumikage now had far better control over dark shadow in the dark. They are strong. He knew that. They knew that. Whether or not they could defeat this villain in sustained combat is another thing entirely. Dark Shadow, he whispered, mostly to himself, and Dark Shadow, Ragnarok. What? Not gonna talk? The muscular villain laughed as he watched Dark Shadow grow larger. By now, the sentient Quirk was looking down on him with bright yellow eyes whose edges were ever so slightly teetering on becoming crimson. Villain and Quirk leered at each other, fists and claws at the ready. No, Fumikage replied as he surged forward, smashing against the villain with enough force to destroy a building. The villain parried the attack, skidding a few inches backwards. Ha! The villain cackled. That's what I'm talking about, a real fight. You're lost, aren't you? No, of course not, Baku bro. You are, huh? Who are these shifty guys? Bakugo pointed at a nearby warehouse, where men clad in tactical gear were loading boxes into several different vans. You! What are you doing here? One of the men spotted the two of them. He was unnaturally tall and had webbed fingers. Probably his quirk. Ah, we got lost. Kirishima scratched the back of his head. Bakugo scared at the sight. If you're going to lie then at least make it not obvious. Don't give me that CRP, the man narrowed his eyes at them. He pulled at the radio on his vest. Sick the crazy BSTRD on these two. One of the vans opened up, and a man wearing a straitjacket came out, his weight supported by blades coming out of his teeth. He sniffed the air and began to howl one word, meat. Is that? Moonfish? Kirishima backed up as the crazed villain approached, everyone knew from the news that the convoy carrying Moonfish to his execution got attacked by villains. But to see him here, in Island of all places, was just an insane thought. Bakugo's hands crackled with small explosions as the man from earlier turned around and returned to the work of stealing the contents of the warehouse, while Moonfish screamed, "Meet," one more time and attacked. "Stay behind me." Kirishima activated hardening, stopping Moonfish from skewering both of them. "I will send that bstrd to the hell he came from." Bakugo came out from behind Kirishima, sending out an explosion. Moonfish screamed, as he always does. Meanwhile, ignorant of all these things were All Might and Mirio, who found themselves approached by yet another villain. All Might's eyes widened as he saw who it was. It was a man dressed in a dapper suit, with gold and black accents. Ringmaker. All Might shivered, knowing just what the villain intended to do. Wolfram and David were somewhere in the top floors of the tower by now. Melissa was in here, scared and held hostage like everyone else. "You're supposed to be in Alcatraz. What do you want?" "Well, since we're waiting, we're going to need some entertainment, don't you think?" Ringmaker laughed. He touched All Might and Mirio at the same time, causing a miniature arena to appear on the stage. Cameramen were prodded to position by armed gunmen, ensuring that everyone could see what was happening in the arena that his Quirk created. "Place your bets. Who will win? Who will die? The teacher, or the student?" "Back in Japan? Frieren, where did you even get this girl?" Inko stared at a still sleepy Frieren, who she had literally dragged out of the bed that she made for herself, like everything in this tree house. The two of them were sitting, facing each other, around a wooden dining table made out of the same tree that the house was built around, roots and fibers guided by magic to organically form furniture. The girl in question, meanwhile, was sitting on a stool beside that same dining table, though she could barely even see above the table's edge. She was really just looking over to the sleepy elf girl, woman? How do elves mature, even, as if she were the source of certainty in this entire universe? "I told you. I took her from a man that was, being bad to her." Inko sighed. Here she thought Frieren didn't like having too much attention on her. But, as it turns out, put a little girl in front of her in a dubiously dangerous situation and she'll forget every semblance of subtlety. "I suppose I'll take your word for it." Inko glanced over to Eri. Her hands were covered with bandages. Too many bandages. Inko could see just a glimpse of immense amounts of scar tissue there. Her fists clenched. Whatever kind of abuse this girl was going through before Frieren had so casually taken her away must have been terrible enough that she had to put on a lot of bandages. "But, if you're going to take care of her, you can't just call me every time. I have my own kid, too, and I have work. You have a lot of time, you just need to wake up a lot earlier. Or else the girl will be the one waking you up. Like, oh I don't know, this morning. I just need 3 more hours." "Frieren, you need to sleep at proper hours," Inko countered, looking over at the quiet Eri again. "Keep this up and she'll be the one taking care of you." "But?" "No buts. You have to learn how to do this, on your own. It's how we all learn it. Anyway, I have to go work soon, so," Inko patted Eri at the head. "You two should go outside. Like, do a quest? And bring her along. She hasn't seen outside a lot. I mean, she asked you what the moon was." Frieren thought about it for a moment. "I could get her outside." "You do that." Inko stood up and prepared to go down the stairs. Before she left, though, she first turned around and crouched down in front of Eri, who was still apprehensive of, everything. "Well, sweetie, you heard it. Frieren's going to keep you safe, no matter what, okay? The bad guys won't ever get to you. Promise?" "Promise." Inko then returned her attention to Frieren, who was a little less sleepy now. "So, got any plans?" "I don't need one." Frieren stretched her limbs and stood up. The dirty dishes piled on the dining table cleaned themselves with a flick of her finger. She also cast a cloth and skin cleaning spell on both herself and Eri, making them as clean as though they had newly bathed. "What would you like to see, Eri? Is there a food that you like?" Eri took a moment to reply. "Apples. Apples. Perhaps we can go to the establishment called Ban Apple for lunch today." Frieren held out her hand to the girl, who took it without question. "One of the other children I know is also fond of apples." "Ah really?" Frieren nodded, "Yes. His name is Fumikage. He eats at least 1 apple a day." "What is he like?" "Let's see, he has a mutation that makes his head look like one of a bird, so he has black feathers and a yellow beak." He speaks in archaic terms. "His Quirk has a mind of his own as well." "I think he sounds great." "He is," Frieren smirked, remembering how Fumikage defeated the son of the number 2 hero in the sports festival with the combination of his Quirk and a spell that was more or less a cantrip. Though, Todoroki was spiting his father by using only half of his power. If he used his flames, then he would have won. Frieren would then float herself and Eri out of the treehouse and onto the forest clearing. There, a field of flowers greeted them. Eri would glide her hands over the flowers' petals, much to her and Frieren's delight. Now let me tell you of my other apprentices, Izuku and Fern. Sir Nightai. Mirai Sasaki rubbed at his eyes. Bubble Girl had just barged into his office, breathing. What is it, Bubble Girl? Your patrol isn't even halfway done yet. Sir Nightai, remember the white-haired girl that was supposedly in the custody of the Shai Hasaikai? Bubble Girl looked so much unlike her usual, well, bubbly self. She looked like she was in an actual panic. Yes, I remember, our investigation of that Yakuza group is still underway, Mirai replied. He recalled how two of his sidekicks encountered a girl of that same description fleeing to them, only to be called back by a man with a plague doctor mask. A child being under the supervision of an organized crime syndicate was not good news, of course, so her image was placed in the mission boards of Sir Nightai's agency. The sidekick said that she was deathly afraid. They suspected abuse, but they were advised from engaging, as much as they hated it. What about her? Well, she's now being accompanied by a white-haired woman with pointy ears. And I saw one of the Shai Hasaikai try to sneak up on them just to be dash. TSK, how annoying. Frieren sent the Yakuza member wearing a plague doctor mask flying away as he tried to sneak up on them from a dark alley and shoot out some of his pointy hair. Who did he think he was, sneaky? She could see him coming from a mile away. Thankfully, Eri and the other people nearby had absolutely no idea what happened. How is that apple, Eri? It's good, Eri replied. Good. I will get more if you want. Really? Of course. She looked at him and he got flung back into the alley? Mirai narrowed his eyes. Yes. I saw it with my 2 eyes. I had just spotted them when I saw them. I even took a picture, see? Bubble Girl plopped her phone on the table in front of Mirai, who stared at the white-haired woman on the screen. If he didn't know any better, she could pass as the girl's mother. Mirai blinked. Whoever this lady was, she must have taken the girl right out of the Yakuza. That was the logical conclusion, after all, when she openly showed hostility to Yakuza members who tried to sneak up on them. Still, that derailed the investigation, but at least the girl seemed to be alright. I want you to run her image through every database that we have access to. Tell me the second you have a match. Yes, Sir Nightai. Bubble Girl took her phone and left. Mirai leaned back on his chair, tapping at his forehead. Things have taken a strange turn. Meanwhile, Island. It appears that we have been trapped within Ringmaker's Quirk. Young Togata, All Might looked around as he and Mirio found themselves shrunken to a few inches tall, all the while cameramen were forced to capture their would-be fight. He will force us to fight to keep the hostages safe. That's not good. Mirio looked up. Ringmaker was monologuing about something. Mirio barely cared to listen. All Might, all the hostages are on the ground, and the villains and thugs are standing up. I have an idea. Oh, do tell? Mirio held up a fist, which began to crackle with arcs of golden electricity. Let's blow them all away with our fight. That's how we get out of this quirk. They don't know about this. Oh. I like how you think, young Togata. All Might punched his fists together, producing a shockwave that echoed across the arena they were trapped in. Of course, Ringmaker, or really, every single one of the villains and mercenaries present, had no idea about One for All, much less that it had been passed to Mirio. Mirio could use it well, though they had planned to only use it in a public setting once Mirio became a full-fledged hero. Their enemies had no intention to just let him train to eventually become the #1 hero if they could help it. And here, 2 users of One for All could make one hell of a shockwave. Ringmaker was now telling them to get ready. Mirio and All Might reared their respective fists, both of them smiling at each other. Dumbass, Ringmaker muttered as he saw that Mirio and All Might were smiling. He had every intention to not actually follow through. He'll force All Might to beat that hero student by threatening to shoot the hostages if he doesn't. He will turn the symbol of peace into a murderer by giving him a 0-win game. Huh. It was all coming together. Wait. Ringmaker began to back up as All Might and Mirio slammed their fists together, producing a shockwave that shook his quirk arena. What is the meaning of this? Ringmaker took a step back as he saw the symbol of peace and the guy who supposedly can only phase through objects while but naked produce near equal amounts of kinetic force. How? That kid is nowhere as strong as All Might, and yet dash. Boom. Izuku watched on as Dream Eater flitted through his memories. And, for one, the mentalist quirk user was getting a little frustrated. This is so DMN uninteresting, Dream Eater grumbled as he witnessed the first few years of Izuku's life go by. Every day revolved around admiring All Might, being like All Might, going to school, getting out of school, and getting bullied by Bakugo. Ohu, that's the spicy kitten from UA, isn't he? Dream Eater paused the memory and looked at little Bakugo as he laughed at Izuku for being quirkless and useless. So small and so adorable, Dream Eater grabbed at memory Bakugo, his hand passing through the blonde child's head, which just makes me want to reach out and squish him. Seriously, that, right there? Prime villain material. He's only interested in being a hero, Izuku deadpanned, making Dream Eater laugh. Oh, right. Of course. What a shame, Dream Eater then shrugged as he continued on. He then came across a memory where Fumikage and Dark Shadow visited about 2 years after they had relocated to Hokkaido. An 8-year Izuku was petting Dark Shadow as though he was a cat, making the sentient Quirk purr while his host watched on with amusement. And of course, the little chicken. Muscular must be having a lot of fun with him right now. Or would it be Killer Frost? Dream Eater continued. So, why do you even bother viewing through these memories, Dream Eater? Izuku quietly asked. I still remember them, so you're not eating them, not yet, at least. I don't just eat whatever CRP is thrown at my plate, Dream Eater's third eye twitched. I want it to be delicious. Mixed together in the perfect cake. The best cake I've had was mostly made out of happy thoughts with a sprinkling of carnality on top. But, do you even have anything interesting from your childhood? I just see another All Might fanboy, ugh, so generic. Keep going, then, if you want to see everything, Izuku deadpanned again. Humph. Let's see how that confidence goes when I start eating through your brain cells, Dream Eater scoffed as he went on and on. The only interesting thing is your quirk. Dream Eater paused the dream sequence as, once again, Izuku and Fumikage were together. This time Dark Shadow was the one patting Izuku at the head. You're 12 here and yet you still haven't manifested it. When did you get it? I have never heard of anyone manifesting later than 4. Izuku rolled his eyes. Keep going, might as well get to the main course. Dream Eater kept going, and going. Eventually, he arrived at the point where Izuku and Fumikage summoned Frieren. What is this? Dream Eater skipped ahead to see Izuku buying a staff, accompanying Frieren along with Fumikage to a bookstore, and then training with magic for 10 months. What is this? You summoned an elf? Elves are not real. Magic isn't, either. This is fake. It can't be real. You're doing this, somehow. Dream Eater's formerly confident tone had disappeared, replaced by a sense of growing panic. Izuku could tell that in all his previous forays into people's minds, he was always in absolute control. But here? Izuku, one day you might find yourself attacked by someone with a power over the mind. From what I have seen, there are those in this world with quirks that may as well be hypnotic spells. Dream Eater watched with a hint of growing concern as he saw Izuku and Frieren sitting in the middle of a field of flowers in a forest clearing. What the elf woman was saying aligned exactly with what Dream Eater was doing right now. There are various kinds of mental attacks. One includes the other mind going into yours to attack you, Frieren continued. I am immune to hypnosis and any other kind of mind-altering magic. I am not sure if you can become outright immune like I am, but you can have countermeasures at least. As a beginner, you can use this. Frieren produced a book from thin air and tapped at one of its pages for Izuku to look at. Use this spell when someone enters your mind to forcibly remove them. Would that break their mind? Memory Izuku asked. There is a chance, Frieren replied. But it is better than dying to an enemy because they infiltrated your mind. Now, let's practice this spell. What? Dream Eater turned around to see Izuku surrounded by glowing magic sigils, from which chains shot out to bind the triple-eyed man and bring him to his knees. You've been leading me along, haven't you? You were leading me to a trap. I may not be able to blast you while we're in here, Izuku coldly replied as a glowing magic circle appeared underneath him. But I can still hurt you. I just needed time to get this spell ready, because I'm admittedly not that good with it yet. Dream Eater struggled. It was no use. The spell had him. Now, Izuku grabbed Dream Eater at his throat. Get out of my head. No! Dream Eater screamed as a singularity reminiscent of Frieren's black hole spell appeared, skiing him out of Izuku's dreamscape. What will you do, little boy? Killer Frost taunted as she sauntered around Todoroki, who looked back at her warily. Endeavor's little brat. Todoroki did not dignify her with a reply, instead sending out a glacier that trapped her within it. Meanwhile, Fumikage and Dark Shadow appeared to be evenly matched against Muscular, who was laughing and giggling as they fought. Finally, someone that doesn't just go splat when I touch them. Though, Muscular pounded Dark Shadow with his fists, which the sentient Quirk blocked using his claws. You're still going to die, little chicken. Bawk, 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 baka. Dark Shadow mocked Muscular by imitating a chicken. Something made Fumikage feel a little annoyed at his quirk. For what it's worth, Dark Shadow proceeded to give the murderous villain a brutal slash to the chest, tearing off some of the muscle fibers that covered him. Muscular fell backward from the attack, cracking the concrete underneath his huge body. However, Muscular immediately got back up, regenerating the fibers that he lost. That was when several sharp icicles came flying in their direction. Fumikage directed Dark Shadow to catch them before throwing them at Muscular, who simply laughed as the ice spears stuck to his muscle fibers. And then fell off. Glancing over to Todoroki's side of the fight, Fumikage saw that Killer Frost was now free from the glacier, and was now using Todoroki's ice for herself. Ahahaha. You're even dumber than I thought. Killer Frost laughed at Todoroki as more pieces of the iceberg broke off and began floating around her like a shield of blades. Without you helping me, I could have never made that much ice. But now, Todoroki, use your fire against the ice witch already. Fumikage shouted at Todoroki just as Muscular charged at him, smashing against Dark Shadow in a mighty heave that sent the shadowy Quirk and his host crashing against a nearby building, denting the metal structure. Fumikage felt the wind beat out of his lungs, making him gasp in pain. He coughed, feeling a painful sting in his back. Did he break something? Dark Shadow cushioned most of the impact, but it still hurt like the devil. It took them about a few seconds to recover and get back into the action, shadow claws and muscle-bound fists grappling against one another in a brawl that destroyed all in their wake. Ha 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 ha. Truly, you are a worthy opponent. Muscular laughed. Too bad you'll be dead soon. No, no, no. I will not use that man's fire. Todoroki sent out another iceberg, trying to immobilize Killer Frost completely, but the ice just stopped as the other ice user held out her hand. The ice then began to break apart, ice flows and shards joining the growing belt of icy projectiles around her. You can only generate, not control, huh? Killer Frost liked her lips as a swarm of icicles gathered around her left hand. And here I thought this would have been harder. Todoroki, you dash, Muscular interrupted Fumikage before he could continue, bringing down his arms on Dark Shadow's head and sending the merged Quirk and user to the ground, shattering bricks and concrete. Don't worry about me. Dark Shadow then caught Muscular's fist before he could try to smash him back down again. With a surge of new strength fueled both by darkness and an even greater longing to protect, Dark Shadow delivered an uppercut, sending Muscular flying, and laughing. Just use your fire, already, ack. Killer Frost had sent several large pieces of ice in Fumicage's direction. He wasn't fast enough to dodge them, not while Dark Shadow was at his Ragnarok state, so the Quirk's claws slashed through them instead, which gave Muscular the opening to tackle him to the ground and start punching, delivering one muscle-covered fist after another. Even with all this darkness around them, Dark Shadow was beginning to take more damage than he could sustain. Todoroki froze. What was he doing? Come on, little boy. Are you just going to stand there? Killer Frost chuckled as she leveled ice spears at his direction. Watch your chicken friend get killed? Todoroki was still frozen. Indecision gnawed at him. Break his oath and melt Killer Frost's ice so that she is rendered useless, but make Endeavor proud? Keep his oath, but let Muscular and Killer Frost keep attacking Tokoyami? Todoroki, you absolute idiot. Now it was Dark Shadow talking, even as Muscular's fists pounded at the sentient Quirk. Do what Fumi told you to do. Use your fire. Don't worry about us, we can deal with this muscle-bound idiot ourselves. Fumikage simply nodded, knowing that no one can really see him underneath Dark Shadow. If Todoroki used his fire, then he would activate Nebelung, keeping a small radius around Dark Shadow dark so that he would still be strong enough to fight Muscular. Can you? Muscular laughed, just to receive an uppercut on his jaw, flinging him away from Fumikage and Dark Shadow, who would then block several ice spikes from Killer Frost. No. Yes. No. Yes. He then remembered what General Winter told him during his internships. How Novgorod's number 3 hero hated his parents for neglecting him, so he refused to even use his quirk until he decided that he would be a hero and use his quirk despite them. He remembered what Midoriya said, that it was his quirk, not Endeavor's. He remembered that Tokoyami was here, fighting two opponents at once, while he was just standing there, staring, all because his ice was just giving Killer Frost more ice to use for herself. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. And then, in a sunless place, the sun rose at last. Power. Unlimited power. Kugelblitz screamed in hysterical laughter as he pointed at Kaminari with his fingers and let out streams of lightning, making the other electric quirk user bend to his knees from the sheer outpouring of power. Everything is going according to his design. This foolish child has less electrical capacity and output. He even needed items to actually hit anything at a distance. TSK. How weak. How pathetic. Kugelblitz will show this hero brat what real lightning is. Unbeknownst to him, Kaminari's mind was racing. With his electric capacity filled to 100% and then some, his intelligence skyrocketed. He began to calculate possibilities and otherwise untried applications of his quirk that could turn the tide of this fight. He knew that he shouldn't stay at 100% for too long. There was the possibility of his circuits just melting and turning him into a total idiot either way. After I'm done with you, I won't kill you, not yet, anyway. Kugelblitz giggled as he effectively subdued Kaminari, who struggled to dissipate the electricity being poured into him through the ground. I'll look for that girlfriend of yours and make you watch as I fry her, slowly and painfully. Why, would you even do that? Kaminari asked as he painfully stood up. We didn't do anything to you. You have the gall to exist, that's why. Kugelblitz replied, still keeping up his assault. Heroes, ugh. They always ruin everything. All my heists. Why, one of them reflected my lightning back at my face and ruined it. So that's why you wear a hood, Kaminari chuckled. Ugly but geezer. I'll beat you for threatening Jiro. You cannot win, you fool. I can generate and store more electricity than you. Kugelblitz roared as Kaminari began to slowly walk toward him. This is a battle of attrition, and you have already lost. Not if I do this. Kaminari redirected some electricity to his legs, and, despite the pain eating at his nerves, jumped at Kugelblitz with electricity flowing out of him, and punched the old villain in the face. As Kugelblitz recovered, Kaminari then kicked him in the groin, causing him to fall to the ground. Then he kept kicking. TCH. I thought he would be tougher. Bakugo kicked the now unconscious Moonfish aside as he and Kirishima inspected the damage that they'd done to the thieves and villain. Kirishima looked around as the thieves who were still conscious writhed in pain. He looked down at his suit and polo, which had been torn and gashed by Moonfish's tooth blades. We did good, Bakubro. He turned to see Bakugo pull one of the thieves by the collar and raise his fist. Who sent you? Bakugo screeched at the man, who growled back at him that he'll never snitch. Oh yeah? How about now? His outstretched hand began to crackle with explosive power. Still not going to say anything? Never. There was a bit of hesitation in that voice, however, so Bakugo brought the crackling hand closer to the man's face. The heat and light of the miniature explosions were beginning to sting his skin, and if they got any closer, they'd leave burn marks. Well, we're supposed to steal all the high-tech stuff here in Island. The mercenary babbled. That's all, I swear. Ask him about the ball, Kirishima whispered. Huh? Bakugo faced Kirishima, all the while somehow holding a man twice his age and weight by the collar. We're not asking directions from them. No, I mean, all the stockholders and important people are there, right? Kirishima clarified. If you want to steal stuff it would be best to keep them hostage. Oh. Right, Bakugo turned back at the man. What are your plans about the party in the tower? Our boss is probably holding everyone hostage there. He's hacked Island security, that's all I know. Promise. TCH, Bakugo threw the man down to the ground before kicking him in the face, knocking him out. Why can't we have one event that doesn't get attacked by villains? I ask that a lot too, bro, Kirishima said. So? What's the plan? We'll check it out. Bakugo was about to keep walking when the two of them heard an enormous crash on the tower. They looked up, and gasped. Hey! Kirishima pointed at the tower, where three figures, one now covered in a vast array of metal, faced off against each other, 2-1. Is that All Might and Mirio-senpai? Ha! Bakugo looked up. Isn't Mirio's quirk permeation? How is he up there? When can I meet them, Ms. Frieren? Eri asked. She had just finished the first apple, and Frieren had given her a second one. Fumikage, Izuku, and Fern? You can see Izuku and Fumikage in about 2 days? Frieren replied. They're on vacation right now. In some place called Island. It's very, very far away. What about Fern and Stark? Perhaps when you're older. Oh. Those two sound like good people. They are. Are they okay, being so far away? Frieren shrugged as she quietly sent another Yakuza member trying to sneak up on them from yet another dark alley flying into a dumpster before anyone could be the wiser. I'm sure they're fine. Overhaul, Shin Nemoto shivered as he and the rest of the 8 Bullets, as well as other group leaders in the Shai Hasaikai gathered in Overhaul's office. It was a dark and dreary place, reeking with the overwhelming scent of antiseptic solutions and ethanol alcohol. It was nearly completely devoid of life, with only a wooden desk and Overhaul's chair providing much in way of ornamentation. Well, there was also the old boss portrait hanging on the wall behind Overhaul, but the boss was too busy being in a coma. Overhaul was wearing reading glasses. On his table was a map of the Shizuoka prefecture, where the Shai Hasaikai operated. Truth be told, most of the organization only followed Overhaul because they're afraid of getting reduced into their component cells. The worst thing that they could do was report failure, but when they had failed so spectacularly, there was nothing else they could do but hope Overhaul considers them valuable enough to keep around. The 8 bullets were at least on that level. Probably. We couldn't recapture Eri. Overhaul's hands began to shake. He removed his glasses and set them down on the map. These men will stay here. Shin Nemoto, Hari Kurono, Yu Hojo, and Hekiji Tengai. Quickly, the other bullets and managers left the office, leaving the 4 remaining bullets along with Overhaul in his office. Someone gulped in lingering fear as Overhaul still sat in his desk, his entire body shaking from sheer, incandescent rage. As the others left, he glanced at the 4 men. That was an order. Overhaul raged. That was a simple, little order. How hard could it be to retrieve one girl from one woman? One tiny woman. And yet, with all your quirks and skills, you couldn't do it. You're all contemptible, useless incompetents. You are all a disgrace to the Shai Hasaikai. Shin began to speak, making the others look at him nervously in fear that Overhaul would disassemble him on the spot. Overhaul, she was simply too powerful for us. You are cowards, traitors, and failures. Overhaul howled and threw a pencil at the map with such force that it snapped into 2. Overhaul, you have to understand. Shin spoke again, making Overhaul glare at him specifically. She is nothing like we've ever seen before. She has multiple quirks. Impossible, Overhaul growled. There is no one with more than one quirk. And yet she attacked us and our men with widely varying attacks that couldn't possibly be just one quirk, Shin answered. Overhaul still shivered from rage. She dealt with us before we could even get out of our hiding places. It's like she always where we were and when we would strike. And Eri, she never noticed. Then she would be, Overhaul's fingers twitched. There was only one person that the underworld knew of that had multiple quirks. An ancient villain that had been around since the dawn of quirks, seen the quirk wars firsthand, and committed atrocities too brutal to describe. No, All for One was a man, it can't be her. All for One? Shin's eyes narrowed within his plague doctor mask. He is a myth. I want Eri back, Overhaul growled again. Post that woman's image to all the villain organizations. Whoever helps us take Eri back will be rewarded greatly. Maybe they'll do a better job than you failures. It will be done, Overhaul. Todoroki's fire was brighter and hotter than Fumikage could have anticipated. Killer Frost screamed not in pain, but in rage and indignation, as all the ice that she had been using disintegrated and melted away into steam from the cone of fire that Todoroki sent roaring all around her. She tried to create more ice to attack the hero student, only for her to find that every ounce of moisture in the air had been literally removed by the flames, preventing her from generating any more. She cursed and raged as she turned to run away from the flames, only to find that the fire had formed a circle around her, blocking off her escape. No, this can't be. I thought. The sound of shattering concrete took Todoroki's attention back toward Fumikage and Dark Shadow, the latter shrinking from the intense flames that were erupting out of Todoroki's left side like an all-consuming inferno. Muscular was just pummeling Dark Shadow, giving the sentient quirk very little time to recover. With 2 more punches, Dark Shadow shrank even more, making him as small as he usually was during the day. Todoroki quickly realized that he'd gone overboard, again, and toned down the flames that were covering his body, shrinking the ring of fire around Killer Frost so that Dark Shadow didn't get debilitated any further. He said to not worry about them. Before Todoroki could make another move, and before Muscular could damage Dark Shadow and potentially Fumikage further with his enormous, muscle-bound fists, the telltale roars of multiple incoming beams heralded a now awakened Izuku. No less than 10 beams slammed against Muscular, rapidly overwhelming his muscle armor, or, hell, just outright ignoring it as whatever energy was in those beams seeped deep into Muscular's body and sent him flying away from Fumikage and Dark Shadow. Todoroki looked up to see Izuku floating in the sky, staff pointed right at Muscular and 5 of those magic circles beside him. Midoriya. Todoroki called out, though Izuku didn't seem to listen as he unleashed 20 more beams one after another toward Muscular. That did the villain in and knocked him out of commission as the concrete around him began to melt from the intense power of whatever that insane quirk of his conjured up. He then turned his attention toward Killer Frost, who still couldn't get out of the ring of fire Todoroki made around her without burning herself in the process. A single beam struck her, sending the villain sprawling to the ground in an unconscious heap. The thieves that were ravaging the exhibition hall ran back into their vans in fear, and soon enough, they would be gone. Then, Izuku began to list in midair, swaying as if he was drunk. Fumikage darted forward with Dark Shadow and Todoroki slid on ice ramps to catch him before he hit the ground, and catch him. They did. Or really, Dark Shadow did, and set his feet on the ground. As he felt the solid earth beneath him again, though, Izuku swayed, making Dark Shadow catch him before he could fall. He didn't even know that he still had energy to get Dark Shadow out. "Oh, hey guys," Izuku said, reaching out to pat Fumikage at the head, making the other hero student blink in disbelief that he would do that in the immediate aftermath of a brutal battle. "Fumi, you look, fluffier than usual. Is he alright?" Todoroki asked as he slid up beside Fumikage, who was confused at how Izuku was acting. Izuku stumbled forward and suddenly hugged Todoroki, making him blink in surprise. "You're hotter than usual, huh? And I mean that in a literal way, not in a weird way, because, you used your fire. Yes, you did that already. And so, I'm going to be giving you something your father clearly never gave you, a hug." Todoroki and Fumikage looked at him in disbelief. Fumikage questioningly looked at him from head to toe. "Are you intoxicated? You didn't drink anything on the way here, didn't you?" I think it has something to do with that, mentalist quirk that hit me." Izuku looked back at Fumikage with a wry smile. He was still wrapped around Todoroki, who still had no idea how to react. "The idiot buried in my brain, but I kicked him out with a, mind spell. Ugh, my head hurts." "It appears that the quirk that attacked him has this side effect after being attacked by it, then," Fumikage said as he reached his hand to his back and massaged his spine. Muscular had sent him and Dark Shadow to the ground far too many times for comfort, and he hit the concrete at least 2 times. He was pretty sure that he'd probably lost if he didn't have Nebulung. "Ugh, my back." Todoroki looked over at the bird-headed teen and back at the head of green hair on his shoulder. "He won't let go." "That happens sometimes with him." Fumikage glanced over at his direction as he then scanned the unconscious Muscular and Killer Frost. "It will be hours at least before those two would regain consciousness, since Zoltraak is a brutal spell indeed." "Sometimes?" Todoroki blinked slowly as he glanced back at Izuku, who then finally let him go and swayed away. It was true, though. This was very new. That felt strange, but also nice? "Did your parents never show you the slightest amount of affection?" Fumikage asked. "I don't remember the last time. My mother has been in a mental facility for 5 years and my father is Endeavor." "Not even your siblings?" "Endeavor never let me spend time with them." "That explains so much." Leah, leave him alone, Fumi." Izuku stumbled right toward Todoroki, who caught him before he could meet the ground with his face. "He's gone through bad stuff? He's, filled with daddy issues." Fumikage sighed. "Well, for what it's worth, it is good that you are embracing all of your power," he said to Todoroki, who looked down in response. "It's your quirk, not his, right?" "That's correct." Todoroki looked at his fire-bearing hand. "You're right, but I nearly caused your loss." It is of little concern." Fumikage rolled his shoulder just to feel a slight aching. Dark Shadow had been good at cushioning blunt impacts, at least. What's important is that Killer Frost was rendered useless by your fire and you finally got around to using it. You can never know if someone that doesn't care how much ice you can make faces off against you. And, you should realize, you could have defeated me in the sports festival if you used your fire. Right? The three would then hear a loud boom in the distance as something on top of Island's center tower exploded, or rather, got punched so hard that it got exploded. All might, the three of them spoke together, though Izuku's words were slurred. "Take that, creepy old man." Kaminari hissed as he kicked Kugelblitz in the groin he had forgotten how many times he'd done it. But, whatever the case, Kugelblitz was now in far too much pain to be able to use his quirk, or even just stand up. He was fairly certain that he had taken away Kugelblitz's ability to reproduce, though it's not like he was at the age that could, reproduce. "That's for throwing lightning at me." "Kick. That's for threatening my friends." "Kick. That's for dash." "He's unconscious, Kami." Kaminari stopped as soon as he heard Jiro talking. She and Koda came out from behind a nearby building, her jacks hovering around her like snakes. "Oh. Jiro. I told you to run. Why didn't you? You two could have gotten hurt." "Well, we didn't, so, it's all good," Jiro shrugged. Koda simply nodded. "Yeah, even he agrees. But, I calculated that the chances of stray electricity hitting you were dash." Kaminari jumped as Jiro slightly stabbed him with one of her jacks. "Don't be like that, Kami. We weren't going to leave you all alone here, ever. If you think I'd leave you alone like that then you're dumber than you look. But, it's not logical." "Logical? Wow, when did Aizawa-sensei possess you?" Kaminari bent down and discharged a bit of excess electricity, reducing his charge level to 55%. There wasn't any more electricity randomly arcing on his skin and hair. There, I'm back to my usual self. Thanks, anyway. Dude, you were just awesome and cold back there. Jiro laughed. I think you shot forward like a bullet and punched him in the face. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't either. So, how are your legs feeling? I can see them shaking, you know. Huh? Kaminari looked down and saw his still traumatized legs. The human body was not meant to move that fast. Oh. I think I need to sit down, Moof. Kaminari yelped as Koda just picked him up and hoisted him on his back. Thanks, big guy. Koda then gave him a thumbs up in response. Well, we gotta tie this guy up first, anyway. Jiro looked at the still unconscious Kugelblitz and began wrapping her earphones jacks around him. Ugh, where's Zero when you need him out? Jiro covered her ears as an enormous explosion rocked Island's central tower. At the same time, the emergency messages buzzing their phones stopped, and somewhere nearby, robots began to flee back to their hidden alcoves. You okay, Jiro? Kaminari asked in a concerned tone. Yeah, I'm good, Jiro replied, looking over at the tower. I think that was All Might. As the morning came, the events on Island became clear. A group of villains held heroes and guests hostage, all the while their lackeys began stealing highly advanced technology from all over the island. Fortunately, All Might broke free and defeated Wolfram, the villain leading the operation, causing the entire operation to shatter from the lack of cohesion. Some students from UA High School utilized their quirks to defend themselves, and other guests in the party, Ida and Yaoyorozu, could exactly keep that part quiet when they saved the other guests in their particular party room from getting taken hostage. As for the others, several villains were defeated after they attacked the visiting UA students. Killer Frost, Kugelblitz, and Dream Eater were to be imprisoned in Alcatraz. Wolfram would be extradited to Germany, and Muscular and Moonfish to Japan. The official story, however, left out the part where David Shield staged the whole thing to get his hands on a device that would mechanically amplify quirks, specifically All Might's, just for the villains he hired to turn around and betray him. Nor did it say that Mirio and All Might defeated an enhanced Wolfram by hitting him with a double smash together. As far as the world would know, All Might saved the day. It also did not say who exactly were the UA students involved, which was an immense relief for said students. At the very least, the American law enforcement had a sense of discretion when they took statements. With the villain threat gone and Island's security system rebooted, the dinner party that had been rudely interrupted last night could proceed once again. However, it was moved to lunchtime, and was now set in an outdoor venue. There were noticeably fewer guests now, some had busy schedules, some just didn't feel like staying any longer. However, the students of UA High School certainly would not miss an event like this. Finally, a proper event with no villains in sight. Kaminari stretched his arms upward as All Might finished his speech and ended with thunderous applause. A waiter then placed a plate for him, as well as the other UA students around the table. Oh ho, thanks. We are glad to be of service, the waiter simply said as he floated away. Well, last night certainly was something, Ida began. I heard that some of us were forced to fight villains. Fortunately, that means that, since we did not actively seek conflict, it should be once again ruled as self-defense. Mine was a real prick, Kaminari laughed. Though he was really dumb. He said that he'll beat me just because he can store and release more electricity, but he forgot one thing that I could use to knock him out. Oh? Do tell? Kaminari raised a fist that then crackled with a tiny bit of electricity. These hands, ow, Jiro, what was that for? Don't crackle when we're eating. The purple-haired girl stabbed Kaminari with her earphone jacks from the nearby table, where she sat with Koda, Shoji, Ashido, Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, and Zero. Bakugo and Kirishima then walked past their table, both of them carrying a bowl filled with sweets from the catering table, heading to their table where Tetsu and Itsuka Kendo waited for them. You might make our hair stand up? Aha, sorry. Of course, Ida nodded at what Jiro did. I, for one, incapacitated mercenaries, preventing them from taking the guests in our supposed party room hostage. Yaoyorozu made a machine gun with non-lethal munitions to guard against further incursions, but they never came. Uraraka butted in as she finished sipping a glass of water. I can't believe I just slept through all of that while you guys were fighting for your lives. I feel bad. In hindsight, you're fortunate in that regard, Tokoyami replied to Uraraka before tapping Dark Shadow on the face for trying to pluck a piece of fish fillet off his plate. I truly do not know what you could have done had you been forced to engage with Muscular, or Killer Frost. Or any of them, really. You really fought that guy alone? Uraraka asked. I looked him up on the internet and he killed a lot of people, including the water hose heroes. Well, I am never alone. Fumikage patted Dark Shadow on the head, something that Uraraka would mimic as she too patted the sentient Quirk. But yes, we had to fight muscular one-on-one. We were evenly matched, but between us, it is plausible that he could have claimed victory in a prolonged battle. Killer Frost was occasionally attacking us as well, so it was, Fumikage felt at his sore shoulders and back. Difficult. But Todoroki showed them the power of the sun and Izuku freed himself from Dream Eater's grasp, so we were able to win. Uraraka? Who's a good boy? Huh? Yes, you are. Uraraka was aggressively petting Dark Shadow now, which made Fumikage turn away in slight embarrassment. Dark Shadow is not a dog, Fumikage muttered as he decided to just start eating instead. Yes, he acts more like a cat. Fumikage couldn't help but agree with Uraraka's assessment. Between acting like a bratty child, randomly knocking things over, and trying to steal food, he was basically a cat. And look, he likes it. He always has. So, where's Mito? I haven't seen him yet. He's going to be late, Fumikage replied before he took another bite. They told us that the drunkenness will wear off. Ida spat out his drink. He has what? That is unbecoming of a hero student, and at such a young age, no less. Kaminari, meanwhile, started laughing. It's a side effect of the mentalist Quirk that attacked him, Fumikage replied. And he spied Izuku and Todoroki walking toward the table. Here they come, at long last. Guys. Izuku plopped into his seat while Todoroki quietly slid into his own. How's things? We're all right, what about you? Uraraka all but screamed at him. Should you even be here when you're like that? Nah, Izuku awkwardly picked up his fork and knife. There's no way. I'm going to miss a lunch out with friends. Ah, that is so sweet and crazy, Uraraka flicked his nose. Seriously. We might suddenly just find out you swayed into the ocean. Don't worry about me, by the way, is just me, or is your face pinker than usual? Huh? And Ida, what if you drank motor oil? Would it make you go even faster? Ida seriously thought about it for a moment. I have never tried it. You should try. No, do not listen to him, Fumikage facebombed. At the very least, Izuku now had decent eye and hand coordination, judging from how he was using the fork and knife pretty well, but really, what kind of quirk has that as a side effect? Oh. Todoroki, Tokoyami mentioned that you finally used your fire too. Uraraka questioningly looked at Todoroki. Is that true? Yes. I'm so proud of you. Todoroki blinked at her. When was the last time anyone complimented him that way? He can't remember at all. Thanks. As they ate, Izuku would feel a presence behind him. Hi, is it a bad time? Izuku turned around to see the same blonde American girl he met on the first day of the Eye Expo. Oh, hi, Melissa, you're looking bright today. Is he okay? Melissa asked the rest of the table. Villain Quirk hit him, Uraraka replied. Melissa nodded in understanding. Oh, okay, Melissa nodded. I was just going to say that. I want to give the loyal wingman drones to him. For, data gathering, and safekeeping I guess. They're unarmed so they shouldn't be trouble to get past the paperwork, and Uncle Might would probably help with it. Is it because he interned under Stars and Stripes? Fumikage asked. But also? Uncle Might? The other students around the table murmured at that. She just called All Might her uncle, after all. All Might is friends with my dad so I call him that. Melissa decided not to say that the whole fiasco last night was her father's fault. He's had enough trouble as it is. It is thankful that she and the crazy support student from UA together wrested control of the security system from the villains, too. But yes, he already knows how to ride on top of jets now, so, might as well, Melissa replied. What say you, Midoriya Izuku? I accept. Izuku suddenly sprang to life and stood up. I'll use the drones to the fullest, promise. Melissa laughed. Well, that's all I wanted to hear. How is the food, Eri? It's good. Frieren looked over at the girl. It had been 3 days since she had taken her from captivity, and the Yakuza had ceased from trying to take her back while in Frieren's watch. They had failed, utterly, after all, 100 of their men had been sent into dumpsters, walls, or sewers, further humiliating and embarrassing them in their shortcomings. The gap between them and Frieren was simply far too high. And yet, she still knew that they were being watched. Let them, Frieren thought. Rubbing their failure like salt on an open wound was a satisfying feeling. She could their anger and rage, and she reveled in the fact that she made them angry while she continually gave Eri a sense of normality and basic kindness. What are they going to do, kill her? Fools couldn't even kill a sage of destruction or first-class mage if they tried. It's not like they know who she is. Sir Night Eye. We have a match. Mirai pinched the bridge of his nose. Bubble Girl came into his office bearing her tablet. Who is it? Well, apparently, she's one of the guardians staying in UA's new residences. Bubble Girl said as she showed him the documentation that, unbeknownst to him, had mostly been a forgery made by Nizu, whose mental processes were as strange as they were chaotic. I know this because her registered address is an apartment in Muzurafu that burned down during the Hosu incident, and when I looked into the records, it said that it belonged to one Midoriya Inko, whose kid is currently attending UA. So, following that trail of logic, she's probably in UA right now. The girl is in UA? Mirai looked down at the picture. Frieren locks. So that is your name. Mirio and All Might will be returning from I-Island later tonight, so he could ask them to take a look around. That little fiasco in I-Island aside, he was just glad that they fixed it before the villains could destroy the place further. Very well then. You are dismissed, Bubble Girl. Return to patrolling. Yes, Sir Night Eye. As he watched Bubble Girl leave, Mirai leaned back on his seat. Frieren. Who are you, exactly? By the time night fell, the UA students had returned to Japan, the chaos that momentarily gripped I-Island merely a memory, or in the case of most of them, something they didn't even know about until the morning after the attacks. It had gone far better than any of the other attacks that they experienced, those that got attacked, anyway. The fact that B and A rank villains were included amongst those that were defeated had boosted the class's overall confidence. Or rather, Class 1, as, if some of them could beat the hell out of such strong opponents, then surely, the rest of them should try to catch up. Before long, the class was on their way back to Heights Alliance, the bus having dropped them off in UA's entrance. By now, some had broken off to visit their parents and guardians in the houses UA built for them, while others still were going straight on to the dorms. As they trekked the distance from UA's gates to the dormitories, some members of the class couldn't help but pester and question those that had been involved in the villain attacks on I-Island. How did you defeat Muscular of all villains? An excited Hagakure walked up beside Izuku and Fumikage, who were still somewhat drowsy from the jet lag. Ashido would pop up beside the invisible girl, jumping up and down. Tell me, we have to know. Fumikage and Izuku gave each other a look. Well, Izuku began, beating Muscular was mostly Fumi's handiwork. I was out for most of it. But also, who told you? Well, we asked Todoroki who beat who, and he was quite honest, Ashido replied. Fumikage resisted the urge to facepalm, while Izuku just let out a little, nervous chuckle. Well, it's not like it's a secret. Everyone that's a bit in the know knows you kicked out the villains. I mean, all the heroes that got captured by I-Island's hack security system. Well, the two heroics classes got briefed by All Might and some American police persons about the events of last night, and were sworn to secrecy, at least when it comes to anyone outside their classes. They could tell each other about it, but not the outside world. The briefing didn't include who exactly were involved with the villain attacks, but nothing was said about telling each other about it, either. So, Ashido continued, what happened? Muscular and I were evenly matched for the most part, Fumikage replied, instinctively reached to his back to massage his still aching spine. When Todoroki finally unleashed his fire against Killer Frost, I did not expect it to be so strong, so it started weakening Dark Shadow and Muscular's attacks began to deal real damage. That's when I got out of Dream Eater's quirk and I started blasting, Izuku added. Ashido laughed, remembering how Izuku was acting all drunk back in I-Island. Oh yeah, that quirk made you feel all woozy afterward, didn't it? It had that side effect. Izuku cringed at himself, remembering that he had very little self-control because of Dream Eater's quirk. I didn't say anything too embarrassing, didn't you? Well, there was the thing where you said that Kaminari and Jiro would make a cute couple. Izuku coughed and looked around the group that was still walking toward Heights Alliance. Luckily, those two had split off a while ago before they would meet up again back in Heights Alliance, so they weren't around to hear this. Except that they probably had hours ago. I'm sorry, but I said what? Ashido is just screwing with you, Fumikage shook his head in disappointment. Seriously, Ashido. Duh, you're no fun. Ashido pouted. But I mean, you do agree, don't you? Don't tell me that you don't, or that would mean you're just blind. They spend so much time together. They're spending hours in each other's rooms during the whole month before we went to I-Island. Yes, they are, but that is because they both like music, Fumikage deadpanned. I second the notion, Izuku raised a hand. I mean, it would be too fast. So you do agree? Izuku spent some time thinking about it with a finger under his chin. I do? I mean, they do have that dynamic. Aha! Ashido pumped her arm to the air in victorious triumph. Finally, Hagakure, we finally found someone that agrees. Aha, sure, Izuku nodded. Ashido then quickly slowed down her walking to match pace with Kirishima and Bakugo instead. He wouldn't hear whatever she blabbered to them, but he could bet it's more of her shipping. As the students approached Heights Alliance, those in the front would see a familiar figure waiting for them. Of course, who else would it be, but their homeroom teacher, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa-sensei, you really waited for us? Yaoyorozu asked as she was the one in the very front, followed by Ida. Of course, why wouldn't I? Aizawa looked at the assembled class one by one. Half of them weren't here to hear his announcement about the summer camp, but it's not those present wouldn't be capable of relaying whatever he had to say to them. Now that you're here, I have an announcement to make. He scanned them again, and saw that they were all standing to attention. Good. First of all, I would like to say that everyone in the remedial classes passed. Congratulations for your hard work. Some of the students either let out sigh of relief or pumped their fists in triumph. Now, with that out of the way, the summer training camp will take place 1 week from now in a secret location, which is secret for your safety, so do not ask where it will happen, because it will happen where it will happen. There, you will be forced to train to your very limits, until you drop to the ground. That is, in my eyes, very fun. Any questions that aren't about the location? How long would it be? Yaoyorozu asked. 1 whole week, Aizawa replied. Anything else? Uraraka raised her hand. What kind of security would it have? Other than it being secret? Nizu will have a legion of robots patrolling the area 24/7, on top of the pro heroes that will be present. What else? Maybe I should start easing him in with the little secret we have with Frieren, Izuku thought as he raised his hand. Sensei? What is it, Midoriya? So I have a question, that's not related to the summer camp, but an important one, nonetheless. Can we talk about it, privately? Aizawa raised one of his eyebrows. Okay, we'll talk after this, then. Any more questions related to the camp? The students exchanged looks. Well, that seems to be it, then. Alright. It's 8 p.m., so you have 2 more hours before lights out. Good evening, he then turned his attention to Izuku. Midoriya. Let us speak, then. So, Izuku fidgeted as the other students went inside Heights Alliance, leaving only him and his homeroom teacher outside. Hypothetically, if someone I knew took a child out of the hands of a known criminal organization, Izuku felt Aizawa's eyes zoom into more than Hatsume's Quirk ever could, but he continued. Frieren was bringing Eri in and out of UA at this point, and no one was the wiser because she was using portals, apparently. What would the legal consequences be? Like, if the child was abused to the point that her limbs have heavy scarring and are covered with bandages, but this person wasn't a licensed pro hero, and took the child as a concerned citizen rather than consulting anyone else, and also happens to be powerful enough to thwart any attempts from said organization to take that child back. That is a suspiciously specific question, Aizawa replied, his gaze boring into Izuku's little green head. But I believe that the law states that said person should hand the child to proper authorities, like a pro hero or the police. If there is definite proof that the child was abused severely or in great danger, then there would be no kidnapping charge. But if it turns out that you just took some kid, then, that would be kidnapping. Wouldn't it be considered vigilantism? Izuku asked. Aizawa rubbed at his chin. It would be, but this kind of occurrence is sort of a gray area right now. Safe to say, there is almost no precedent. I honestly don't know. But why do you ask? Yes, Midoriya? Why did you ask? Just something I thought about, Izuku replied. Thank Frieren for her deadpan, stoic nature, which had rubbed off on Izuku for some bit. He could mask what he was really feeling, which was a rising state of nervousness. A hypothetical. Is that so? Aizawa narrowed his eyes at Izuku. I swear, if he actually took a child from the Yakuza or some other criminal group, I will literally explode. Very well, then. Go in there with the others. Yes, sensei. With that, Izuku ran into the dorm, leaving Aizawa alone. The teacher turned away, preparing for his nighttime patrol. TCH, what a weird kid. On the very next morning, Izuku didn't go with the others to the training grounds. Instead, he headed straight for the house that UA built for his mom and Frieren. Fumikage decided to come with him for moral support after he told him of his plans. What were you thinking, asking Aizawa-sensei that kind of suspicious question? Fumikage asked while Dark Shadow hovered beside them. He's probably on to you already. What if he thinks you're the kidnapper? Izuku nervously flexed his fingers. Relax, it's not kidnapping, it's liberation. You're nervous and yet you're the one telling me to relax? Quickly, he put in the codes on the door and unlocked it. The two of them walked into the living room, seeing, in rapid succession, a Roomba cleaning the floors, a still sleeping Frieren on the sofa, and a little white-haired girl nudging her to wake up. He nearly slammed the door on Fumikage in a panic as he saw the spectacle before him. Izuku saw Eri, and Eri saw Izuku. She looked up at him not in fear, but in wonder. "Are you Izuku?" Eri asked. "I am." Izuku kneeled down in front of Eri. "Frieren's been taking good care of you, hasn't she?" Eri nodded. "Well, whenever she was away. She's been telling me about you," Eri continued. As Fumikage entered the living room, however, she shrunk and hid behind the sofa. "That's not a mask, isn't it?" Eri sheepishly peeked out. It was surreal how she was hiding there while Frieren was still sleeping on the sofa. All the bad people had masks. "No, this is my face." Fumikage kneeled down beside Izuku as well to look at Eri at eye level. He pulled at his own beak. "See? It is my face. So, you're Fumikage. The one and only. Don't be afraid. We will not harm you in any way. In fact, if anyone tries to harm you, we will destroy them." "Don't be like that, we're not licensed," Izuku whispered. No, but that would be self-defense, wouldn't it?" Right." Izuku then walked over to Frieren, who was still dozing off. Eri had now come out from behind the sofa, but wouldn't approach. "You shouldn't touch me or get close," Eri said, shaking. Only she can't get hurt by my curse." Izuku started giving Frieren a stronger nudge to get her out of her sleep, to no avail. "I'm sure she can fix us up if anything bad happens," he said as he waved in front of Frieren's face. Frieren groaned and moved away, facing away from the morning light that filtered through the windows. And of course she won't get up. 3 more hours. "Frieren, you need to wake up, or I'll use a waking up spell on you," Izuku said, only to regret those words as he remembered that Frieren was immune to mind-altering magic. "Or not. I'll just keep nudging you until you get up?" "Ugh, fine." Frieren got up and stretched her limbs. She looked very haggard, which is par for the course for her during the mornings. She turned her attention to Eri, who she could see from the foot of the couch. "Eri, these are friends." "Well, yes," Fumikage said. "Now, Izuku, tell her the news." "What news?" "Well," Izuku squared his shoulders as though preparing for war. "So I asked about, the legal consequences of what you, did." He glanced over to Eri then back to Frieren. "I mean, you can't just keep her in here, or in the treehouse." "We've been going out a lot," Eri chimed in. "Well, yes, but people will ask questions, and if you just say you took her away from the Yakuza, at the minimum, you'd have needed a quirk use license to be able to make decisions like that. We're lucky no one saw you." "No one did, right?" "No one that mattered," Frieren replied. Okay," Izuku took in a deep breath. "It's just that, it's technically vigilantism, but Aizawa-sensei that there's apparently no precedent, so the exact circumstance are a gray area, but to be sure we need to, Izuku pulled out a sheet of paper and wrote, "We need to hand her over to proper authorities on it before presenting it to Frieren." He didn't want to say that part aloud when Eri was watching and listening. Meanwhile, Fumikage was talking with her. "So, I heard that you like apples." Yes. I too like apples very much. I take one every day, Eri completed. Fumikage smiled at her and held out his hand, which had an apple in it. "No," Frieren replied to what Izuku wrote. "I will not hand her over to anyone." "Didn't say that you should, it's just what most people would recommend," Izuku said. "But Izuku snapped and stood up as he heard 3 knocks on the door. His mother knocks only once, so that was not her. Besides, she was in work, so who are they? Yagi. Mirio. Mirai met up with a deflated All Might and his intern just outside of UA's gates. "I have to thank you for your punctuality. This is a matter of utmost importance." "Of course, but you haven't actually told us about it," Yagi said, eyeing his old sidekick. Ever since he chose Mirio as the successor to One for All, their relationship had become more positive after the falling out they had over him still continuing on a path that would lead to his death. "You said that it is important and concerns one of the guardians of our students. What, exactly, is going on?" "I will tell you as we walk," Mirai said, motioning for them to follow him. "As you both know, my agency has been investigating the Shai Hasaikai for some time." He took note of their concerned looks at the mention of the Yakuza group highly suspected of selling and making trigger. "One of the points of interest regarding the Shai Hasaikai is a young girl, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, in their possession. My sidekicks encountered her, but before they could help her, the leader of the Shai Hasaikai, Overhaul, appeared. Do you know what Overhaul's quirk is?" "No," Yagi replied. "What is it?" "He can disassemble and assemble all matter he touches. Including organic matter." Yagi looked positively terrified at that. "So my sidekicks were advised to not engage and allow the girl to return to Overhaul despite their abusive dynamic being blatantly obvious. For one, the danger of them being turned into red paste on the spot was too great, and second, if Overhaul felt that we heroes were on to whatever operation he has been doing, he'll go underground and we'll never catch him on his deeds. I hope that you can understand, Yagi. Of course, Yagi replied. Still, a little girl. 4 days ago, however, that all changed when someone took Eri out of their possession and has foiled all their attempts to take her back so far. Mirai produced a picture from his suit's chest pocket. Does this woman look familiar? Yagi's eyes widened. He saw her once in person when he visited Midoriya's house in the guise of All Might's secretary in the aftermath of the USJ attack. He would later see her in the files of all those that would be living in UA's campus. I know her, she almost never gets out of the house. Yes, she lives with Midoriya Inko and Midoriya Izuku, the latter being a student of yours here in UA, correct? Mirai asked. Being a faculty member here in UA, you'd know her better than I do. What do you know? Frieren Locks apparently spends most of her time reading books, and was Midoriya's mentor when it came to his quirk. She came over from Germany about a year ago, Yagi replied. The sounds of students unleashing their quirks on the training grounds echoed in the background, making Mirio look at the general direction of the explosions. I see, Mirai nodded. Well, she has taken possession of a child that used to be held by the Shai Hasaikai. I intend to know why and how. I have informed Principal Nizu, by the way, so he should be on the way as well. As they walked on, they would spot another person walking ahead of them, but in the same direction. He had a mutation that gave him a bird-like head and wore all black. Even his hands were covered in black gloves. Is that Tokoyami Rado? Yagi could remember the names of his students' parents, at least. It would turn out that Rado walked in a more leisurely pace, so the 2 pro-heroes and the third-year student quickly caught up with him. Ah, Sir Night-Eye, All Might's secretary, and you, whoever you are, Rado spoke as soon as they were close. What brings the all-seeing hero and a secretary of the number 1 to the same place? Depends, Mirai curtly replied. I would advise you not to be rude to him, Yagi whispered to him. He's an HPSC agent. I know. As it turned out, they were heading to the same place all along, the Midoriya house within the UA campus. Coming in from the opposite direction was Aizawa, along with Nizu, who was riding on top of his shoulder. Aizawa didn't seem to mind. Wow, looks like we have a party here, Rado said with a chuckle, making Sir Night-Eye and Aizawa both look at him with a slight amount of irritation. Nizu, however, matched his energy. Well, it seems that we are both on the same quest, so let us proceed. Nizu jumped down from Aizawa's shoulder and knocked on the door. CRP, 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 CRP. Izuku fell away from the peephole. Why are there so many people at our door? Who? Fumikage asked. Izuku paced back and forth. Well, there's Sir Night-Eye, Mirio-senpai, All Might's secretary, Aizawa-sensei, Principal Nizu, and your dad. That is, Fumikage looked back Eri, who was eating an apple Frieren handed to her. Concerning. What should we do? You could create a portal and allow us to get out of here, Fumikage suggested. Are you crazy? I don't have the mana to make one that lets us get out of UA campus. Frieren, however, didn't seem to care at all as she nonchalantly approached the door while the 2 bickered, and opened it. Greetings Friday. Nizu's words died on his lips as he saw that Izuku and Fumikage were there, as well as Eri. Well, this is unexpected. Good morning, little magpie, Rado greeted his son and stepped inside without caring much about the others around him. He then glanced toward Eri. Hello, small child. I didn't know you had a daughter, Frieren. Hi, the girl sheepishly greeted while hiding behind Frieren. Frieren didn't seem to care to answer Rado's line of thinking. So this is why you asked me that question last night. Aizawa stepped inside as well, glaring at his 2 students. Seriously. I ought to expel you. There is no need for such things, Aizawa. Nizu's eyes glimmered with interest, and perhaps a little bit of insanity. If what Sir Night-Eye told me is true, then these 2 did not take this child from the Yakuza. Sir Night-Eye, if you will. Sir Night-Eye stepped inside, a stern look on his face. He stared down at Frieren, who returned his gaze with a bored, and slightly sleepy one of her own. He took out the picture earlier and showed it to Frieren. This is you in this image, correct? Yes, Frieren lazily nodded. 4 days ago, you took a child away from the hands of a known criminal organization. You then thwarted every attempt from them to take her back. While saving a child from an abusive environment is a noble act, do you realize that your actions constitute vigilantism? Yes. Should I be concerned? You should be very concerned. Should I have just left the child there? Mirio chipped in. She does have a point there, he said. It was very hard for the sidekicks to let Overhaul have the girl back. She did what we couldn't. Sir Night-Eye pinched the bridge of his nose at Mirio's words. I hate it when you're right. Fortunately for you, this is a completely new frontier, legally speaking, but it is clear what you did. We have anti-vigilante laws for a reason, Frieren locks. Someone who isn't licensed shouldn't be poking their noses where they don't belong. Without proper training. These laws and licenses are constantly changing, Frieren yawned, remembering how she and Fern had to go through an entire examination overseen by Siri just to get into the northern lands. Said exam cost the lives of some of the mages that participated in it. What a waste. It is hard to keep track of what's legal and what's not anymore. You speak as though you have been living for a very long time, Yagi butted in. How long have you been around? A long time. Sir Night-Eye, meanwhile, narrowed his eyes on Frieren. Fine, if she's not going to give straight answers, then he'll look into her future. Immediately, as he activated his quirk, 1,000 visions bombarded his mind all at once. They mixed and mixed until they no longer made sense. He shook his head. No one could tell that he used his quirk, but he could swear that he saw her being a hermit for centuries while a city just got more and more advanced in the distance. What the hell is up with her? Aizawa and Nizu watched on. What the hell is up with your old mentor, Midoriya? Aizawa thought as he also couldn't find a quirk factor to lock onto when it came to Frieren. He'd seen her file, he'd seen all of them. Her quirk was similar to Midoriya's, that being the ability to bring imagination into reality, and as such, had been the perfect person to mentor him, but, did she imagine herself as long-lived and then reality complied? That could be plausible. Oh hell, is her power like the Scarlet Witch? And here I thought I'd just be congratulating her for a job well done, Rado suddenly said. He looked around as every other pair of eyes looked at him. He then motioned at Frieren, who still didn't seem to mind the whole commotion going on. This lady beat up the entire League of Villains and dragged them to the police. Now, how did you know that? Aizawa asked. I asked them, of course, Rado shrugged, reminding everyone that he was a government spook, after all. The villains of the League, I mean. They all said that a white-haired lady with pointy ears beat the hell out of them. The other parents she saved didn't snitch on her, because she said she was an underground hero. Aizawa immediately felt the temptation to grab a pillow and scream into it, but he stayed his hand. And now that I learned that she also saved this child from what I suspect to be torture, he glanced at Eri's bandages. I believe it is in our best interest that we let her off the hook, but, Rado looked back at Frieren. She is to take no more actions like this, until the licensing exam next year. I concur, Yagi said. What kind of people would we be if we rewarded noble actions like hers with disdain? She saved the parents and guardians of Class 1A, as well as this child. He motioned toward Eri, who was still hiding behind Izuku's legs. Both students were still aghast at what had been happening for the last few minutes. No one got hurt and it is not a public matter, so, as All Might's representative, I say that we do nothing. But so will she. Sir Night-Eye's shoulders shook. The Shy Hasaikai hadn't gone underground, because they probably didn't think it was a hero that took Eri, and they would be right. It's not like the investigation was completely ruined. Will have to agree. You're going to agree with this, aren't you, Nizu? Aizawa looked down at the tiny principal. Are you? Why, you read my mind, Aizawa, Nizu chittered with excitement. Will you? Begrudgingly, he looked at his two students, who gulped. We are going to have a long talk about this later. The two gulped, again. So, do you accept these terms? Rado turned back to Frieren, who was still sleepy. Yes. Well, that settles it then. Nizu clapped his hands. Ms. Frieren, you are not to do anything like this again until you get the chance to participate in the licensing exam next year. I am sure that you can uphold this end of this bargain, yes? Fine. Aren't hero students the only ones that can go to those exams? Izuku suddenly asked. No, actually, Rado replied. Anyone can. It's just that hero students go there 99.9% of the time because they're the only ones with a chance to pass. Usually. And then there's our mutual friend. Frieren looked up at the skylight. It's going to be the first-class mage exam all over again, ugh. How inconvenient. How long have you known about this? Since the beginning? It had been about 3 hours after that whole conversation with Midoriya's mentor and kind of aunt. Aizawa didn't know that he could feel even worse and tired, but no, this just had to happen. I know it's not your fault or your idea, so I wouldn't fault you as much. Still, you're lucky that this is something we can keep in the wraps, and that she saved lives better than most of us heroes could have. Or else, UA will get blasted by the media for hosting a vigilante in its walls. Reporters are the worst, Tokoyami muttered. I agree, I hate them, they make my job harder, Aizawa replied. Just, please, don't let her do anything stupid. Especially you, Midoriya. She's basically your, what's the word you used, old aunt? Yes, Izuku looked away. So have you asked them about what happened back in there? It is as we suspected, Aizawa sighed. You are not to tell this to anyone, but given your closeness, it will get to your face sooner or later, so I'll tell you this now. By questioning both Frieren and Eri, thankfully, they're both cooperative, if not a little very attached, we've uncovered that Eri's quirk apparently can rewind organic matter to an earlier state. Overhaul had been using her for experiments. Aizawa's hands balled into fists as he remembered how Eri described how she'd black out every time Overhaul experimented on her. It was easy to deduce that he was killing her, over and over, and then putting her back together to rinse and repeat. It made Aizawa want to kick the Yakuza leader in the head. I will not go into the details because I'm telling you, they're gruesome. How that girl isn't completely insane at this point is a miracle. Aizawa could see Tokoyami's faux eyebrows rise as soon as he mentioned rewind. Kurogyri. What if she could turn him back to Oboro? Well, now that she's away from the bad guys, she's going to start adjusting to a normal life, right? Midoriya added. I mean, if there's anyone that can protect her from them, it's Frieren. I heard what Sir Night Eye said. 100 or so of them tried, and failed. She was casually swatting them away like flies while walking on the street. That seems so, Aizawa sighed and stood up from his office chair. The two of you better tell me if she tries doing something illegal again. Or else. Yes, crystal clear, sensei, both of them bowed. Alright, Aizawa scanned the two. Crazy kids with crazy mentors, ugh. Go back to Heights Alliance. Not a word of this to anyone. As Izuku and Fumikage walked back to the dorms, they couldn't stop shaking. Oh, man. That was crazy, right? Izuku said, making Fumikage jump. Yes, it was. I thought we were going to get expelled. Izuku shrieked. We're so lucky. And I thought no one saw her do anything. Fumikage's usual calm broke as he was all but hysterical. Frieren is truly casual with everything, isn't she? She is, but that's just how it is, Izuku replied. Well, we dodged the bullet, we now have a little sister, so, let's go back with everyone else. Fumikage sighed. Right, as he lagged behind Izuku, he paused. Wait, little sister? 5 days after the fateful revelation of Frieren's taking of Eri, arrangements were still being made for the girl to be sent to a proper school, but there were concerns that she'd lose control of her extremely dangerous quirk while there. Frieren had taken on that duty herself, something that Aizawa definitely felt relieved by as he was already juggling 2 jobs at once. He barely slept to begin with, and having to watch a child to stop her with erasure in case she went out of control would certainly bite into his time. At the very least, Eri was going to stay with Frieren for the foreseeable future, and it seemed both of them wouldn't have it any other way. Needless to say, Eri had quickly become attached to her savior. As for Inko, she had taken the whole event by a stride. It's like she had witnessed similar insanity in the past. That, and she already knew that Frieren has taken Eri away from the Yakuza. I can't believe we're basically uncles now, Izuku quietly said as he and Fumikage watched Frieren patiently teaching Eri to control her quirk with a rather morbid method. The old elf had ripped off the limbs from insects and then told Eri to bring their legs back with her quirk. It made sense, either way, you can't exactly have people volunteer to be her guinea pigs with the risk of being rewound out of existence. She'd have to start small, and start small she did. Or brothers. Fumikage added. Meanwhile, Dark Shadow was furiously painting at a piece of canvas with a paintbrush. Who knew that the sentient quirk was an artist, too? In contrast to Fumicage's usual color palette, Dark Shadow preferred bright colors. Green, red, yellow, orange, and purple featured most prominently in this abstract painting. I'll just go with crazy uncles. I'm just glad that Kota isn't here to watch this. He'd probably say that it's animal abuse. Izuku replied as Erin's horn glowed with a golden glimmer. She looked despondent as the legless beetle that Frieren gave to her to practice on simply ceased to exist, just for Frieren to say something Izuku lip-read as "it's okay" and gave her a grasshopper instead. The answer to where or how she was pulling legless insects out of thin air lay probably somewhere between "who cares" and "it's magic, don't ask." Fumikage chuckled at that. I'm sorry, but between the two of us, you're the crazy one, Izuku wheeled around in mock offense. Also, I'm quite sure Kota does not like bugs. Well, this is better than rewinding Kota's cats. Also, how am I the crazy one? You're the one with a voice in your head. Oh, how dare you. Dark Shadow is not a voice in my head. Fumikage glanced at Dark Shadow's abstract painting, which the sentient quirk appeared to be very proud of. He is an accomplished artist. My eternal companion that I bring everywhere. You, on the other hand, can make even Aizawa-sensei feel fear. Did I scare him? I suspect that he is more afraid of cleaning up the bodies after you, Fumikage replied. Izuku shuddered in response. Seriously, Aizawa, scared of him? Impossible. The man doesn't fear anything. I blow up one Nomu. And it's done. Dark Shadow hovered back between the two to admire his handiwork. He pulled them closer to himself, as if to force them to look. What do you think? It looks like a leprechaun vomited on it, Fumikage commented. I bet you'll call this a masterpiece worthy of a museum if I used nothing but black paint, Dark Shadow grumbled. I love you very much, Fumikage, but you need to broaden your colors. Izuku shrugged at the abstract painting. To the casual observer, there was little rhyme or reason to the colors used, but a little more analytical look would reveal that the colors did complement one another, at least. I think it looks good. Huh. See? Black is not the only good color. Fumikage didn't seem to be impressed, still. Still looks like a leprechaun vomited on it. You've never had any artistic taste, ever. Fumikage shook his head in vehement disagreement. Madness. My artistic taste is impeccable. Just putting black and edgy on it isn't artistic taste. Dark Shadow shot back. Izuku chuckled as he watched Fumikage and Dark Shadow argue about artistic taste of all things. Dark Shadow being Fumikage's, well, Shadow and Quirk, would make one think at first that they share the same interests, but no. Dark Shadow actually likes bright colors and is annoyed by his host's Chuyuni tendencies. Knock, knock, knock. Izuku jumped as he heard the knocking on the door. He couldn't help but be reminded of the time this whole thing with Eri and Frieren that roped Sir Night Eye and all those other people in here. I'll go get it. The mage apprentice ran to the door and looked at the peephole. It was Mirio-senpai, carrying what looked to be a basket of apples and a box of apple pie. Izuku suspected that he had Sato make the latter. His baking skills were pretty well known by this point. Or maybe Todoroki did. Ever since he came back from his internship with General Winter, he had shown a high interest in baking. Izuku opened the door to let Mirio in. Hi, Mirio-senpai. Those are, he eyed the rather excessive amount of apples. A lot of apples. Just wanted to come by and see how she's doing, Mirio greeted with a smile that Izuku couldn't help but be reminded of All Might By. After all, I was in patrol too when the sidekicks from Sir Night Eye's agency first saw her. I feel, well, it could have been me that had to let her go back. Oh, by all means then, Mirio-senpai. Izuku stepped aside to let Mirio inside. Besides, I think she should meet new people. Right, Frieren? The old elf looked up from observing Eri. Yes, of course. Heh, so that's just how she is, in case that you didn't notice, Izuku floated up to whisper in Mirio's ear. Don't be offended if she talks like she's bored, that's just her speaking voice. No offense taken at all, Midoriya Mirio's eyes widened as Dark Shadow shot out and stole one of the apples, retreating back towards an annoyed-looking Fumikage with mischievous chittering. That happened. Oh, Fumikage likes apples a lot too, Izuku chuckled as he watched Dark Shadow offered the stolen apple to Fumikage like it was an offering to a deity's altar. It's one thing they bond over, actually. But, she's a bit busy right now. We were, too. I can see that. Mirio looked over at the dining table where Frieren and Eri were seated together. Eri was trying and failing to rewind insects that had lost their limbs. His eyes then went to the painting. Wow, who's the artist? It's Dark Shadow, Izuku replied. No, really? The Quirk can paint? I thought Tokoyami only likes black. Yeah. I was surprised, too, but Dark Shadow is his own entity, after all. Interesting, Mirio nodded slowly. So, you're going to introduce me? Yeah, of course. Izuku rushed to the dining table and dragged one of the chairs out so that Mirio could sit on it. Hey, psst, Eri? The white-haired girl looked up and dropped the cricket. Yes, Izuku? How do you feel about meeting other people? Izuku said as Mirio approached from behind. There's someone here that would like to meet you. Properly this time, I guess. You saw him 5 days ago. Okay. She's still timid, but that ought to improve over time, Izuku thought. Hi, Eri. Mirio greeted, holding out his hand. I'm Mirio Togata. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Eri had never really heard those words before. Nice to meet me? Why, of course. Who wouldn't say so upon meeting someone so adorable? Me, adorable? Give it time, Izuku whispered at Mirio again. She is not very socialized. Yep. I got it. Mirio sat down in front of Eri. That was when Fumikage decided to be seated, too. Dark Shadow emerged, nestling himself in front of Eri. Had this been her first day, she would have been profoundly terrified of the sentient Quirk, but it had been quite some time. She began to pet him, making Dark Shadow purr. Now that's adorable, Mirio said as he too began to pet Dark Shadow. Apples, anyone? To his surprise, it was Frieren that took an apple. This is very good, Frieren simply said as soon as she bit into it. Where may I acquire such a fruit? Frieren, you do have a spell that prevents fruits from rotting, right? Izuku looked over the 30 or so apples she brought with slight concern. I mean, you have one that makes sweet pickles taste sour. I do, Frieren simply replied. All the while Eri was apprehensively holding to the hem of her coat. It helped that Frieren always took her time when walking, so the chances of Eri tripping were at around 0. Is she often this excessive? Mirio nervously asked Fumikage as they watched on as a confused clerk began taking Frieren's order of 30 apples and 2 boxes of apple pies. I mean, I know that Eri likes apples. You like apples? Dark Shadow likes apples, even if he can't eat, but, buying 30 all at once? I'm sure she is simply taking advantage of a shopping discount coupon, Fumikage answered. But, to be quite honest, he was sure that Frieren just thought that she'd buy it all at once so that she won't have to come back here for more apples, at least over the next month. She is nothing but efficient, after all. Midoriya has a weird mentor. Hawks is also strange, Fumikage countered with a story of his mentor. He calls himself a cannibal because his favorite food is fried chicken. Really? Yes. As the 6 Dark Shadow proceeded out of the mall's grocery store, they would come across a cosplay convention. And one of the cosplayers just happened to be. Oh, no, Izuku felt the world crumble and the universe implode as he saw someone dressed in a plague doctor outfit taking pictures alongside 2 other cosplayers dressed as the Slender Man and the Enderman. He looked over to Eri, who stared at the plague doctor, who looked straight at her for 1 second before carrying on his business as usual. Perhaps he thought she was just some strange child. But it wasn't over to Eri. The girl's legs crumpled to the floor. She was overwhelmed with memories of the Shai Hasaikai that wore the exact same plague masks, and began to cry. Immediately, the people around began to stare, mostly in annoyance. Tisk, shut up that brat. Too loud. How annoying. This could not have gone any worse, Izuku thought as he rushed to Eri's side, just for Frieren to do so sooner. But again, they were right beside each other. And she didn't rush, really, she just bent down to look at Eri eye to eye. Eri, look at me. The girl looked at him, wiping at her eyes. Frieren, the bad men. The bad men can never hurt you again, remember? Frieren replied, holding out her hand in a pinky swear. I promised you that. And you know what I do with my promises? You do as you promise. That is correct, Frieren nodded and looked at the staring people with a bored, dismissive stare. Always remember that, Eri. I will ensure your safety no matter what. That seemed to calm the girl down as she took Frieren's hand. That surprised her. So far, the girl had only been holding the hem of her coat. So will we? Fumikage came up beside them. Right, Izuku? Yeah. As long as we're around, you can always count on us. Eri shivered and wiped the tears off her eyes again. Really? I'm not causing you any trouble? Eri, you can never inconvenience us. Izuku patted her head. What he said, Fumikage added. Mirio would come in, too, with that bright smile of his. I don't suppose I can join you in this pact of yours? Mirio asked. The more the merrier, Frieren bluntly replied. I'll take that as a yes, then. Mirio then looked at Eri, who looked back at him with wonder. Eri, we may have not known each other as long as you have these 3-4 Dark Shadow popped out of Fumikage. 4, Mirio corrected himself, but you can always count on me, too. Eri couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the sheer outpouring of kindness and compassion. It was something she had never really experienced before, and she started to cry, again. Thank you. Hey, Kachin. Katsuki opened his eyes, and he could not move. His scarlet eyes darted around in a panic, and saw the wooden walls that he could never forget. The bar with alcoholic beverages. Kurojairi, doodly wiping the bottles and shot glasses. Mr. Compress, watching on with his mask making it impossible for his expression to be seen. Dabi, also watching on with mild disinterest. And Himiko. Fing. Toga. No, you're all in prison, that white-haired lady beat you all, Katsuki croaked. His heart began to race as he saw the cat-like eyes glowing within the dim lighting. This isn't real, it's all just a dream, you're all in prison. Oh, no, I am very much real, Kachin. Toga liked her lips and brandished her knife. And then, she began to sing. I love you. You love me. Romance is sanguinary. With a switchblade knife. And a punctured artery. I'll be you and you'll be me. Toga's body then began to melt into a sludge. And was replaced by a perfect replica of Katsuki. The sight made Katsuki, the real one, shudder in revulsion. I'll be you and you'll be me. Toga pounced. Katsuki screamed into the night, and let out an explosion. Bro? Ijiro peeked into Bakugo's room. It helped that their rooms were right beside each other, so he was quick to respond to the sudden explosion that had doubtlessly woken up everyone in Heights Alliance. Ida sped up beside him, and looked, too. The sight caused Ijiro's blood to go cold. Bakugo was breathing heavily, like he had just seen something terrible, and had his face buried in a pillow. Gasping sobs escaped. The air stank of nitroglycerin and gunpowder. With that, Ida turned away, allowing Kirishima to continue inside. "Nothing to see here, everyone. Return to your rooms immediately," Ida loudly announced. Those who had come out of their rooms quickly retreated as they saw him forcefully chopping the air. The last thing they wanted was intrude into someone's affairs too much. Especially Bakugo's, but not for the reasons that they may have had in the first few months of the school year. "Bakubro," Ijiro put a hand on the blonde's hair, which made him suddenly grab him by the neck. "Bakugo." Ijiro couldn't help but be amazed by Bakugo's grip strength. "Bro, man, calm down. It's just me, Kirishima." "Kiri?" Bakugo let him go and looked down at his hands. "You're real, right?" "Yeah, bro, of course I am." Ijiro ran his hand over his neck. "What happened?" Bakugo looked away. "I saw her. I was back there. In the villain hideout." "Oh? I want to kill her." Ijiro gulped. While it was true that Bakugo's catchword when attacking was die, he doesn't actually want his targets or sparring partners to die. It was all for intimidation. But this, it sounded genuine. "I want to kill her," Bakugo repeated. "I want to punch her over and over again before parading her in front of everyone inside an iron cage, so that every single person in Japan can see her for the psycho CNT she is. I want her to suffer for what she did to me. Every single bit of pain and helplessness she forced on me, back to her, 10 times over." Bakugo then sighed and sat back down on his bed. "But that wouldn't be very heroic, wouldn't it?" Ijiro didn't know what to say. "Don't worry, Kirishima," Bakugo sighed. "You know I wouldn't actually do it. I want to be a hero, above all else. And, that would just be unheroic to do. It's just that," the blonde teen felt at his neck. "I could feel her fangs all over again, sinking into my neck and lapping up my blood. I thought I'd moved on after all this time, but no. I haven't. Guess that kind of stuff just sticks, huh?" "I understand," Ijiro nodded. "I will alwa oof." It was exceedingly rare for Bakugo to be the one to initiate, but here he was, pulling Ijiro into a tight hug. Ijiro hugged him back. "You scare me sometimes, but I believe in you." "Thanks for being here anyway," Bakugo mumbled as he held on tighter. Shoto was sick of these messages. Ever since he came from I-Island, Endeavor had been constantly telling him about how proud he is that he finally used his fire. How he'll finally surpass All Might and become the #1 hero through the perfect union of ice and fire. Why can't the old fool understand? He used his fire not for Endeavor, or for his mad dreams of trying to surpass All Might. He used his fire to defeat Killer Frost and help his friends, nothing more, nothing less. And sure, he'll be using his fire from now on, but Endeavor had nothing to do with it. And yet, Endeavor kept texting him these congratulatory messages, each of which Shoto duly ignored. That is, until today. He hadn't received any messages from Endeavor for the whole morning. He didn't get any while he cooked breakfast for the class. And he still didn't get any after he and the others took on a bout of training in the training grounds. He still didn't get any when he began to turn in for an afternoon siesta. It was suspicious. It was unexpected. Did Endeavor just give up? Impossible. The man never gives up. That was like the only positive trait he has. "Todoroki. I need to inform you of something." Shoto turned to the side just to see Aizawa-sensei on the door. He looked tired, as always. "What is it, sensei?" "It's regarding your family," Aizawa replied. Shoto narrowed his eyes. He'd visited his mother in the mental facility yesterday, and though their conversation was brief, it was clear that neither of them held ill will toward one another. However, he did see his mother's favorite flower by the window. No doubt his father sent it there, but the man couldn't even be bothered to go there himself. "What about them? You had an older brother, Tuya, right?" Aizawa asked. "Yes, but he committed suicide 14 years ago." "Well, here's the thing," Aizawa looked down and paused. "There's good news and there's bad news. Good news is, he's alive." Shoto's eyes widened at the news. Really? What's the bad news?" "The bad news is," Aizawa sighed, again. "Tuya is Dabi. From the League of Villains. I don't know why it took the DNA test so long to come back, but maybe this was the reason. Your father is telling me that your driver will be here in an hour to pick you up. You'll be visiting Dabi? Tuya in Tartarus." It was a lot to take in. "He's alive. But he's a mass murderer?" "I'm sorry," Aizawa replied. As if he didn't have enough problems with students or himself having hidden relations with villains. There was Tokoyami and himself with Oboro and Kawami, who are both inside Kurogyri, and then Todoroki and Dabi. It wouldn't surprise him if another member of Class 1A was secretly the love child of a league villain or something. It was sudden. So, now, are you going? Of course I am, Shoto sighed. It's my brother. Are you sure you don't like her? Izuku, has Ashido's shipping mania infected your mind? No, Fumi, but I think you'd be cute together. She's our friend. Yebiyu. Izuku immediately bolted for the door as he heard someone knock. It would then to be Todoroki, who looked a little shaken. Oh, hey, Todoroki, Izuku greeted. You look like Midoriya. Remember when I told you about my dead brother, Tuya? Yeah? Izuku nodded. What about him? He's alive. Isn't that good? Fumikage asked. He's Dabi. That's not good, Izuku gasped. Seriously, how many people in this class are going to have bombshell revelations, secret and known traumas, and hijinks in general? Can't he have one school year of uneventful peace? So I'm not alone, then, Fumikage said. Todoroki turned to him curiously. I have a supposedly dead brother in the League of Villains. But he was converted to a component of Kurogyri rather than being truly alive like yours. Todoroki glanced around Izuku's room for a few seconds. I want you to accompany me to Tartarus. I'm sorry, I don't FO-. I will tell my father I will not go there if you're not with me. Why us, though? Izuku asked. You were the one that I poured my heart to, Midoriya, Todoroki replied. As for you, Tokoyami, you're the one that finally convinced me to use my fire, made me realize my foolishness. And you also have a relative in the league. I think the term is trauma dumping, but whatever. Are Fuyumi and Natsuo going to be there too? Izuku asked. How do you know their names? My mom told me. They talked when they're kidnapped together back in the Hosu incident. Ah, I see, Todoroki nodded. Well, will you come with me, friends? Sure, friend, Izuku jumped down from his bed. When do we go? Tartarus was aptly named. The Supermax prison was an artificial island placed nearly 10 kilometers from the Japanese mainland, connected only by a single bridge that could be lowered to cut off escape attempts. Walls of regenerative metal made out of microscopic nanomachines silently surrounded the island, preventing anyone who lacked a flight quirk from escaping. Stun mines littered the waters around Tartarus, ready to electrocute and knock out any prisoner should they attempt to escape through the sea. In the skies above, drones held an eternal vigil, scanning and rescanning every square inch of Tartarus surface to catch any lucky escapees or would-be liberators trying to infiltrate the place. On the single gate that connected to the drawbridge, a legion of robots stood guard alongside heroes and police forces. This place really looks like the underworld, Izuku commented as he, Fumikage, and Shoto sat in the back seat of the Todoroki family car, one of several, really. The driver, Untenmaru, had been surprised that Shoto would bring anyone along, but he didn't seem to question it all that much. An aptly built place for the worst of the worst, Fumikage remarked, and they scanned the tall walls and foreboding towers. I have a feeling that this facility is focused toward punishment rather than rehabilitation, however. Well, that's what you get when the prisoners you put in there are the likes of Moonfish. Untenmaru's voice boomed from the driver's seat. Izuku wondered if the man was actually deaf and just couldn't hear himself. Here you got psychopaths, cannibals, mass murderers, the worst. They're waiting, Shoto said as he saw Endeavor, scratch that, NG Todoroki, since he wasn't wearing his hero costume, standing near the entrance alongside Fuyumi and Natsuo. Natsuo had an ambivalent look on his face. While he obviously detested having to be in the presence of his father, he also obviously wanted to have that conversation with Tuya, the brother he and the rest of the Todoroki family thought dead for more than a decade. Fuyumi was inscrutable. Izuku remembered that Shoto mentioned that she was the only one who tries time and time again to bring some semblance of normalcy to the Todoroki family with limited success. As for the number 2 hero, he bore a neutral expression, as opposed to the permanent scowl he wore when he went out to the public. To their surprise, however, Rei Todoroki, Shoto's mother, was there too. She stood beside Natsuo, on the opposite side of the line with Enji. She got released from the hospital? Shoto wondered. He did visit her the other day, so she would have been released mere hours earlier. The three got out of the car. Untenmaru then quickly drove to the parking area, where he would be waiting this whole thing out. This whole family reunion is going to be a bit awkward, isn't it? Izuku whispered to Fumikage, who simply nodded in response. They both knew about Shoto's disdain for Endeavor, how he would talk about getting flip-flops with his image on it so that he could always be stepping on something with Endeavor's face on it. However, the scowling visage of Endeavor was all but gone. No longer did he cross his arms together in a disapproving posture. Instead, Enji had his arms to the side. "Shoto," Enji said. His former gravitas and intimidating presence were gone now, too. What was there now was impossible to determine. "Are these your classmates?" "Yes, father," Shoto replied in a formal manner. "They are my friends, Midoriya Izuku and Tokoyami Fumikage." Enji let out a small huff before turning around. Two prison guards dressed in black trenchcoats and military-style hats that were reminiscent of Shiketsu High's uniforms stepped out of the shadows around Tartarus Gate to flank the number 2 hero and the other visitors for today. "Let us proceed inside. To see Tuya again. I have always wondered what my father's work environment is like," Fumikage said as he looked at the drab, white-painted walls that sparked no joy. "Tartarus is but one of the prisons he conducts interrogations in." Izuku scanned the cells with villains in them. Some were familiar, as he saw them getting apprehended either live on television or read about their arrests. "This is the first level, where the least dangerous of the villains are placed," one of the guards said as he motioned to an elevator. "The one you'll be visiting is in sub-level 20, for mid-level villains." The elevator then opened, and everyone piled in. What followed was the single most awkward elevator ride Izuku ever had in his life. He could feel the tension between father and son simmer in the air. He would be surprised, however, when Fuyumi turned around to talk to him. "You're the magical kid, right?" Yes," Izuku nodded. Should he call her ma'am or Fuyumi? If he said Todoroki, there were 5 of them in the elevator. "That's me. Your mother told me many things about you, Midoriya," Fuyumi continued. She wore this pleasant smile on her face despite the fact that they were literally going to visit her supposedly dead brother who rose out of the dead and turned out to be a mass-murdering criminal. "Thank you for being friends with Shoto. He did not have many of those while we were growing up." "Well, more like none at all." "You do know he's listening to you talk about him, right?" Natsuo butted in. "I know, Natsuo." "Humph. And to you too," Fuyumi turned her attention to Fumikage, who looked a little surprised that she noticed him. "You two have fought together, right?" "We have." Fumikage glanced over to Shoto, who was still quietly simmering in the corner. "I am sure that we will be great heroes one day." "Amen to that," Fuyumi nodded. Enji seemed to barely pay them any heed, while Rei and Natsuo were listening with some interest. The guards were silent statues. Thankfully for everyone, the elevator arrived in the level that held Tuya in it. The Todorokis and their companions clambered out, following the 2 guards as they guided them to the archarsonist's cell. Enji was the first to gasp at the sight. Dabi's skin was covered, or rather, replaced with blackened patches of flesh, held together by metal braces and staples. He smelt of rotten meat and an all-consuming forge, as if a corpse was slowly simmered over an open flame. His formerly black hair was now completely white, as Tartarus did not supply him any hair dye. He sat there, completely silent and alone. There were certainly a dozen fire-retardant cannons and tasers hidden in the walls of his cell, all managed by the cold artificial intelligences that oversaw Tartarus. An electromagnetic barrier similar to the one used by UA during the sports festival supplemented the thick glass wall that separated Dabi from his visitors, whom he regarded with a crazy-looking smile. "Ah, hello, Dad. Natsuo, Fuyumi, Shoto," he glanced over at Rei. "Mom. And the green brat, and the bird-brained brat." "Tuya," Enji began. "How are you alive?" "Tuya is dead," Dabi spat. A lick of blue fire erupted from his hands, causing a dozen guns to pop out of the walls. He raised his hands and put out his flames, making the hidden weapons return to their hiding places. "And you killed him. There is only Dabi now, dear Dad. I am a monster, and I was made by a monster. You see, I was lit on fire, big surprise there, and I couldn't put it out, because you never taught me how to put the fire out. You only taught me how to make it stronger and hotter. And so, I burned, but someone got me out of there. I was comatose for a long time, but I woke up, eventually. And I found out you all moved on from me, so I never came back. You simply didn't listen to me, Tuya," Enji growled, towering over Dabi as the two stood facing each other. "I told you to stop training. I told you to stop burning yourself. I told you to stop killing yourself. And you disobeyed, you foolish boy. Even after all this time, even when I've killed 40 innocent people, you still don't acknowledge me?" Dabi laughed. "You don't see me as worthy at all, don't you? You put all those ideas in my head, dear Dad. You told me I could succeed you and surpass All Might. But no, of course I couldn't, because I burned myself, so you threw me away like a discarded tool. That's all I was to you, right? A tool, an object, a weapon. Dear Dad doesn't love anyone but himself, after all. Isn't that right, Mom, Natsuo, Fuyumi? Right, Shoto, the perfect replacement?" Did you ever get around to using that fire? I have, Shoto replied. Even after all this time, he still couldn't believe that the man before him was his brother all along. Feels good, doesn't it? Dabi grinned. How does it feel to be the perfect one? The masterpiece? You stole the reason for my existence, the perfect baby. If I wasn't in here. So that's why you tried to attack him when we were kids, Fuyumi gasped. Enough, Enji growled. Izuku could not tell whether he cut in to stop Dabi from further harassing Shoto with his words or if he was annoyed that someone was trying to emotionally damage his masterpiece. Or maybe it was both. Your foolishness has come full circle, Tuya. You refused to listen and so you paid the price, and then you committed murders. Why, to catch my attention. Because that's all that matters, right? That we all bow down and follow what you want? Dabi answered. This is all your fault. You're the reason that Tuya died and Dabi took his place. Everything that's wrong with our family comes back to you, dear Dad. And yet, you're the only one out of us that decided to burn people. Now it was Shoto who stepped in. My training was worse than yours, but do you see me committing murders? No. Fuyumi and Natsuo were abandoned, but have they killed people to spite our father? Our father is a madman, but everything you did afterward is all on you, stupid older brother. All I care about now is making Endeavor suffer. Doesn't matter who dies or lives, if dear Dad here suffers and dies, then it's all good. You can all die for all I care. Especially you, replacement. Dabi was enveloped in flames, only for him to spasm as a taser gun appeared from the wall and shot him at a spot that wasn't covered with replacement skin, sending shocks throughout his body. Dabi fell over with a clang on the metal floor, the flames on his skin fading out as his consciousness slipped away. Enji stared at Dabi's unconscious body for a few seconds before turning away. No one would say anything as they returned to the surface. I'm sorry that you had to see that, Shoto said as Izuku and Fumikage piled into the car with Untenmaru in the driving seat. Outside, Natsuo and Fuyumi got on cars of their own. Though Rei went in Natsuo's car, it was easy to conclude that she decided to stay in the UA residences too. As for Enji, he apparently wouldn't leave just yet as he stared out into the ocean. I just needed you to be there, with me. We won't tell anyone, Izuku replied, patting Shoto on the shoulder. Why do these things have to happen one after another? Izuku swore that if the summer training camp that'll be beginning tomorrow also gets attacked by villains, he'll shoot every single one of them for being such annoying BSTRDS. So, Untenmaru dash. Do you want to go to a mall or something first? Untenmaru screamed asked. You kids probably need it. No thanks, just bring us back to UA, it's going to be a 4-hour trip, so, they could spend the time talking. Or just sleeping. Either way. Summer camp starts tomorrow. Alright, you spawns of hell, Aizawa greeted his students as they gathered in front of the bus. This summer training camp is that, training. It's not for fun, it's not for socializing, though you can socialize after the training sessions. I'm not that evil. But here, we will train you to greater heights, the teacher scanned the students, most of whom looked to be excited. Plus ultra, I guess. With that, he yawned and began drinking from an enormous mug of coffee. And Class 1B is here too. Oh, look, it's Class 1A. Monoma strode into view with a haughty expression. Didn't you have people who failed the exams and took remedial classes? Does that mean that we're better? What did you say? Bakugo growled at Monoma. It's obvious that we're better. Kirishima grabbed Bakugo by the shoulders and dragged him up to the bus. Let's chill bros, alright? That copy machine is going to eat his words. Look at that, they can't even FA dash. Monoma fell to the ground as Itsuka Kendo, Class 1, BS President, smacked him at the back of the head with an enlarged fist. Sorry, Kendo gave 1A a sheepish smile as she picked Monoma up from the ground and carried him like a log of wood. She then handed the unconscious Monoma to Tetsu, who then carried him onto the bus. Aizawa looked on with mild disinterest, while Vlad King stood beside him, shaking his head at the commotion that came and went. He's always like that, please don't mind him. Of course, no offense taken, Yayorozu nodded over to Kendo. The Zaibatsu heiress honestly felt bad for Kendo. How is it that both classes had loud blondes in them? Let's all just do our best, Kendo. Yeah, we sure will. The girls of 1B are coming, too. Mineta practically vibrated in excitement. It's like a buffet dash. Mineta, however, would find himself literally picked up from the ground by Ida as if he were a small child, never mind that he had the height of a small child. Hey, class rep, put me down. Your behavior is unbecoming of a UA student, Mineta. Ida slapped him across the face maybe 5 times. It wasn't hard enough to really hurt, but it was enough to get the message across. I better not catch you saying such things again. How unvirtuous, Ibara Shiozaki remarked as she watched. Uraraka couldn't help but nod in agreement. Mineta clearly needs to repent for his sins of lust. I recommend that you proceed to the nearest confessional booth and confess to the priest. I'm not even a Cath, ow. Mineta got grabbed and dragged into the bus by three of Shoji's arms, the gigantic heteromorph lecturing him as he did so. Uraraka, for her part, found herself sitting beside Fumikage, which Izuku told her to do as she entered the bus. So close. Uraraka felt herself freak out that they were, well, literally close, but Dark Shadow came out, demanding head pats. Uraraka then suddenly remembered what Aoyama told her during their heroics exam against 13. You like him, don't you? Aoyama gave Uraraka a knowing smirk as the two of them held to safety railings for dear life. Huh? How did you Uraraka screamed as she found herself pulled by 13's black hole Quirk. Perhaps she did. Ever since he struggled to save her from getting stomped by the zero-pointer? When the bus stopped on the roadside, seeing the wild pussycats waiting outside was one of the last things Izuku, or anyone, could have expected. As Class 1A stepped out of the bus along with Aizawa, the quadrifecta of rescue heroes struck their signature pose, all the while chanting, "We are the wild pussycats." Oh my! It's the wild pussycats. Uraraka jumped up and down in excitement as the four cat-themed heroes finished their posing. She pointed at each one of the pro heroes. That's Tiger, that's Mandalay, that's Ragdoll, and that's Pixie Bob. Aya. They're rescue heroes who specialize in mountain operations. I'm such a huge fan of theirs. So am I. They're some of the best. Izuku added, though All Might would always remain as the number one in his mind, the wild pussycats were also great heroes in their own right. He did notice, however, that there was some kid with them. A boy, maybe the same age as Eri. He wore a hat with a pair of golden spikes on it, and he looked like he was looking for someone? All right. Mandalay stepped off from the edge of the road. So, we own that plot over there, she pointed at the mountain in the distance. You'll be staying at the foot of the mountain. It's 9:30, so. Ragdoll butted in. Kiddies that don't get there by 12:30 won't get their lunch, Naya. Tiger let out a booming laugh. Your summer camp starts about now. In an instant, Class 1A found themselves falling as the roadside collapsed into a cliff, sending them tumbling to the nearby forest. Well, except for Izuku, who remained floating with flight magic. Midoriya. You need to go with them. Izuku looked at a tired-looking Aizawa, well, he's always tired, and let out a small chuckle. Oops, right, the mage apprentice disappeared into a portal and reappeared in the middle of his classmates, who were now fighting for their lives against groups of monsters made out of rock and stone. This is Pixie Bob's quirk, isn't it? Izuku summoned his staff and fired at one of the earthen beasts, reducing it to ash with Zoltraak. Meanwhile, Bakugo flew forward and blew up another beast, but it kept moving without its head. It would be quickly burned to a crisp by Shoto, however, and one more beast was impaled by an ice spike from him. When did you use your fire, Karo? Azui asked as she dodged a beast's claws. Uraraka applied zero gravity on Dark Shadow. Weightlessness made the sentient quirk move with enough speed and momentum to smash into the earth beast's chest and come out of its back like an infant xenomorph. Ashido squealed at the sight. Ever since Island, Shoto replied as he burned another beast. Good for you, Karo. By the time the hero students arrived in the actual camp, they were tired. Well, most of them, at least. Izuku didn't seem to mind the journey at all. Bakugo was still standing strong, but that is what he always did. So, Mandalay greeted and checked her watch. You're 30 minutes early, nice. We're going to be preparing lunch for you today, but starting from dinner, you'll be cooking for yourselves. You've got a chef among you, she winked at Sato, so it shouldn't be too hard, wouldn't it? Yes, Mandalay, the hero students groaned. As the hero students lounged about, recuperating from fighting what must have been hundreds of earthen beasts, Mandalay approached Izuku and Fumikage. You're the ones that defeated Muscular back in Island, right? The two were taken aback by the question. It was a group effort. We're not supposed to talk about it. They spoke at the same time. Relax, I asked your homeroom teacher which of you did it because a certain someone has become a fan of yours. Mandalay smiled and glanced at the boy earlier. She led the pair to the boy, who looked somewhat embarrassed. Midoriya, Tokoyami, this is my nephew, Kota Izumi, Mandalay introduced. He has something to tell you. Not one, but two small children being introduced to them in the span of a week. Something must be up with the strings of fate. Hello there, Kota. Izuku held out a hand to the boy, who sheepishly shook it. Well, Mandalay already introduced me, so. What is it that you wish to tell us? Fumikage asked. I just want to say, I think you're cool, and thank you for beating that villain. Kota looked down before turning around and running away. What's up with him? Fumikage wondered. Muscular killed his parents, the water hose duo. Mandalay sighed as they watched Kota run away. When we heard that Muscular got apprehended, we checked up on it a little bit and we came to the conclusion that one of you must have done it, since the heroes on Island were busy being tied up to do anything. So, Kota's been looking for the person, or rather, people to thank for that. He doesn't like heroes in general, because he thinks his parents abandoned him in favor of being heroes, except for you two now. Oh, poor kid, Izuku gasped. 6 Meta Liberation Army operatives stalked the white-haired woman as she and the child that overhaul of the Shai Hasaikai demanded to be returned to him walked alone in a rural road. Covered by an invisibility quirk, the operatives were quite sure that the woman had absolutely no idea that they were there. While Overhaul had been quite clear that the woman was dangerous, there was no way she could react if she was shot from behind with a lethal quirk. They did not care about the money. Truly, no, Detnarat and Yatsubashi conglomerate provided much of the MLA's funding. What they wanted, instead, was the girl. The negotiator the MLA sent thought that it was about the money, so the lie detector the Yakuza had in their ranks would only know what that negotiator was told. However, once the deal was sealed, Redestro flipped the script and ordered 6 of the most elite operatives of the Meta Liberation Army to go retrieve this child for the MLA's sake. The invisible operatives moved to surround the woman and the girl. It was a slide of luck that they went somewhere that wasn't chock full of people, so it would be easier to execute this operation here. They were to activate their quirks at the last possible moment so that the woman wouldn't know what hit her. This surety, however, ended as one of the operatives screamed when chains made out of glowing blue energy emerged from the ground and grabbed him. She knew we were here all along? Attack, attack. The other 5 MLA operatives opened fire with their quirks. Energy blasts, cones of flames, spears of steel, bone daggers, and thunderbolts were all blocked by glowing hexagons that shifted and moved in anticipation of each strike. Beams of blue light would then strike each of the MLA operatives, sending them flying over the grass. How fruitless, Frieren dimly gazed over the fallen MLA operatives as each of them got struck by Zoltraak. Eri looked rather apprehensive, but on the other hand, seeing the bad guys get dismantled so quickly made her feel even more secure in Frieren's presence. It was annoying, really, but it was ultimately just that, annoying. At least now Eri could frolic in the grass like she had never before. Just as Aizawa-sensei said, the summer camp was brutal. Izuku had taken note of each of his classmates, as well as the students in their sister class, and the rather sound but still terrifying methodology used to improve their quirks. While they had learned a lot of different applications for their quirks that they may have never considered before, the quirks themselves haven't improved. Well, most of them, at least. For those that interested Izuku as he watched them from above, first off, Aoyama. The half-French boy, Izuku had recently learned that he was actually half-French-Canadian, a fact that Aoyama seems to be embarrassed to admit, was forced to constantly fire his lasers through his belt, even if the stomachache began to get excruciating. It actually got bad enough that he shat himself, and had to get changed and cleaned maybe 10 times during the whole training time, which lasted from 8 o'clock in the morning to 11 o'clock noon, which would then pick up again at 1 o'clock sharp in the afternoon. It was really fortunate that laundry machines had advanced so far in the past 2 centuries, otherwise Aoyama would have run out of breaths on just the first day. Yaoyorozu and Sato both had to continually ingest food to power their quirks. They were also a sorry sight. While Izuku would appreciate a box of donuts or brownies every now and then, Yaoyorozu looked like she was about to get sick and vomit from all the brownies that she had been eating for at least 3 hours straight. Sato didn't seem to mind as much, probably because his brain was getting dried up by the sugar, so he didn't have that much of a mind to think about how much he might hate donuts now. Still, they both kept eating, and eating, and eating, and making, and lifting. Yaoyorozu, in particular, however, was focusing on getting the speed of her creation up, aiming to get a weapon in her hand in less than a second to parry an incoming attack. There was also the fact that she had created a machine gun, a cannon, 2 single-shot rifles, a sword, a baton, and an axe, all while she practiced to get them out faster. They were mostly malformed. Izuku was pretty sure that they wouldn't work if you tried to aim and fire with them. Tetsu and Kirishima, being nearly the same when it came to their quirks, were doing as they did in the sports festival, punching at each other's hardened bodies for as long as they could, and then some more. Shiozaki was placed inside a box filled with sand in the aim of getting her to use her vines with less water than she's used to, while Uraraka was sent into a sphere, where she used her quirk on herself. Poor Uraraka, Izuku thought, as she floated in the sphere, her face just about to turn green as she spun around and around inside while the sphere tumbled down the mountain, repeatedly. He was pretty sure she threw up rainbows. Actual, literal rainbows that glimmered with light, instead of, vomit. At least it wasn't messy, or anything. Kaminari, meanwhile, was hooked up to an actual miniature fusion reactor. How the hell did UA have their hands on something like that, with which he would charge up to 100% of his current capacity as he was told to break his limit? If all went well, he would be able to handle larger voltages and not turn into a mumbling idiot after overusing his quirk. He now had, however, an interesting way of discharging excess electricity, by jumping forward at a speed that would make even Ida jealous. Speaking of which, Ida was running a marathon around the area, so much so that a forest fire began to start from his engine's exhaust. Pixie Bob had to go and put out the fire with earth flow before it could spread too much. Then there was the group that Izuku had quietly dubbed as They Who Scream. Bakugo was first in that force, because of course he was. He would dunk his hands into boiling water, something that would burn anyone that didn't have a fire quirt, to encourage sweating and thus allow him to secrete even more nitroglycerin for him to ignite and explode with. Honestly, he could do with much less screaming. The explosions themselves were loud enough as they were. There was also Zero, who looked like he was about to pass out as he was forced to continually send out tape from his elbows, even as they began lose cohesion and stickiness, and he screamed bloody murder all the time. The worst screamers of all were Fumikage and Dark Shadow, who were deep in a cave. Not even Izuku would dare enter that cave, or anyone else, for that matter, as the guttural roaring and screaming made it sound like that there was a murder going on there, for, once again, 3 hours straight. Any concerns, however, would be waved away as Dark Shadow could be heard mockingly saying, "Bok, bok, bok, bok," as though he was a chicken, and his host curtly reminding him to stay focused. Kurwaro, the other shadow guy from 1B, was also in there, zipping around in the blackness. Manga screamed too, as gigantic word blocks and all other kinds of words come to life obliterated large areas of land, all the while as he tried to train his throat to not get sore afterwards. Todoroki was also hard at work. Unlike Bakugo, who dunked his hands into boiling water, Todoroki was submerged in it, sending out waves of fire and ice one after another in an effort to get himself to use them at the same time. So far, though, it was only one and the other. Ashido kept on secreting acid until she began to feel dehydrated, Kota screamed at animals for miles around till his throat was sore, Shoji kept making more and more arms as fast as he could, and Minata's head was bleeding from all the ball throwing he was doing. At last, there was also Izuku himself. Thankfully, Power Loader and Aizawa had approved the loyal wingman drones that Melissa gave to him, so his training consisted of moving as fast as possible with those drones, while also using his quirk as fast as possible, with every possible variation of it in as short of a time frame as possible. He was also practicing jumping from one drone to another, like how Star and Stripes jumped from one jet to another while fighting. Annoyingly, Melissa didn't include any sticking feature, so his foot often slipped on the smooth metal hulls of the drones, forcing him to use his flight magic to float back up and allow him to set foot on the drones. Well, he could just have may put some modifications, that is, if she doesn't try to put something that will make the DMN things explode. All the target dummies that were provided for Izuku's part of the summer camp training, of course, trembled, as they were struck with Zoltraak and all the other offensive spells Izuku had under his belt. Out of all the hero students, he caused the most devastation to the surrounding area. "How ham can I go with my quirk?" Izuku had asked as he flew back down to the ground, where Pixie Bob had been watching Todoroki train. "What part of go beyond don't you get?" Pixie Bob laughed at him. "Go as hard as you can." Izuku had a feeling that Pixie Bob was feeling regret now that new roads were being blasted through the forest by Zoltraak. This training camp was brutal. But at the very least, nightfall had come, and the wild pussycats had organized a little icebreaker for the hero students before they would cook and eat dinner. Half of the members of both classes were to walk in pairs within a designated route within the forest, while the other half would try to jump scare them in the dark. And they could choose whoever they could come with, as long as they were from the other class. And just for his luck, Izuku was designated as someone that would be on the receiving end of said jump scares, along with Monoma. Why did it have to be him? "I bet that between the two of us, you will get scared by the first jump scare, huh?" Monoma flipped his hair as if he were a model in a shampoo commercial. "That will show that we're better." Izuku simply replied, as he went on ahead to the pre-planned route. He knew that Uraraka and Fumikage were going to be playing the role of scarers, but he could only wonder just what they intended to do. Will Dark Shadow try to pop out of nowhere and scare them? In that case, he'd pet the sentient quirk like a puppy while Monoma will probably jump like a little kid. As for Uraraka, she's with Ibra, so they'll do something. "Hey, wait for me, Aya." Monoma found himself sent along by Izuku through a tentacle that pushed him forward. Seriously. 1A students, always showing off. Monoma, how is that the one person with a quirk that relies on teamwork can be such a pain in the butt? Izuku asked as he looked around for signs of the scarers. I'm referring to you, by the way. No, I am most definitely a team player. Monoma retorted. Izuku gave him a deadpan expression. Well, when I need to, anyway. So. I heard that you used to be quirkless. Or rather, you thought you were. Aha, Izuku nodded. He swore that he saw Kurwaro scurry along the ground like a rat. I did, for 14 years. He was about to turn 16 in a month. How the time passes, truly. What about it? Nothing, Monoma nodded, though there was definitely something going on in that head of his. Let us keep moving. I will lead. Hey, do you hear that? Sounds like singing, Izuku noted. He tried to recall if any of his classmates sang. Jiro and Koda had excellent singing voices, so did Kaminari, apparently, with a rich baritone, but this didn't sound like any of them. When the trees do bow, as if they weep. Stay down, stay down. Through its light beckons forth, a melody calls out. Too late, too late. If they think that will scare me, Monoma laughed, they're in for a big serp, Monoma jumped at the sight of what appeared to be a floating body wrapped in a white sheet, red, blood-like liquid dripping from the edges of the cloth. Vines coiled around and around the body, as if to say that this person died whilst being suffocated by a vicious sentient plant. What's more was that Monoma jumped toward and grabbed onto Izuku, making the mage apprentice groan from the weight of the taller teen. You are heavy. Ha 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 ha, got you. Vines emerged from underneath the floating body, revealing it to be Ibara Shiozaki all along. Uraraka emerged from the nearby shadows and disengaged her quirk on the Catholic girl, who did not seem to enjoy this whole scaring business. Uraraka. I've seen you floating in our dorms like 3 times, Izuku said, not minding that Monoma was still grabbing onto him, and that he was holding him up. Heh. But we scared him. Uraraka laughed, patting Ibara at the shoulder, and making her float, again. Oops, Uraraka put her fingers together again and muttered, release. Ibara, how could you betray me like this? Monoma grieved right then and there. My own classmates. That's good and all, but can you, get down? Monoma realized what he had done and jumped away from Izuku. That never happened. I'm telling everyone, Ibara smiled mischievously, making Monoma sink deeper into despair. Izuku then grabbed Monoma by the scruff of his shirt and began to drag him along. Let's go and get scared some more. Ibara, whyyyyyyyy. As Uraraka and Ibara began to replan their scaring, Monoma would finally pull himself together as he began walking alongside Izuku. That was weird. You're weird, Izuku retorted. No. I mean, Monoma looked at his hands. I held on to you, but I didn't feel the same tingly feeling I get when I copy quirks. Ah, right. Monoma has the copy quirk. How could he have forgotten? Maybe you're not imaginative enough, Izuku deadpanned. Excuse me? Monoma looked genuinely offended. I must tell you that I am an accomplished artist too. I am definitely not unimaginative. It is what it is. Ha? They wouldn't get further into that topic, though, as the next scarers appeared to be too preoccupied with arguing instead of scaring. In this case, I'm not going to do it. Dark Shadow crossed his arms and pouted in front of Fumikage and Kurwaro. How the 2 edgiest people in the entire school got paired together as scarers in this icebreaker was anyone's guess, but knowing Aizawa-sensei, it was probably intentional. You 2 are so cringe. I would rather hear you talk in Generation Alpha brain rot speak than this. We are both of the darkness, though, Kurwaro replied. Indeed we are, Fumikage added. Please, put this cultic robe on already. I am not dressing up as a Wiccan cultist. I want a rainbow cloak. They don't sell those. How undarkly, Kurwaro shook his head. We need 3 for the plan to work. Please, Dark Shadow. No. Yes. No. Yes. Skibbity Phantom Taxer Dash. Kurwaro covered his ears in undisguised horror at those forbidden words. EW, make him stop. Dark Shadow, cease this heresy at once. I am the Mog King of Ohio. Cease dash. That is not very Sigma of you, Fumi. As they bickered, Izuku decided to engage in some tomfoolery. He sneaked up behind Fumikage, who was still trying to stop Dark Shadow from uttering any more of the forbidden tongue while Kurwaro visibly suffered nearby, and poked him at the sides. Boo! Gah! Fumikage screamed and jumped at the sudden jabs on his sides. Izuku, we're supposed to be the scarers, not you. Ahahaha. You screamed like a little girl. Monoma clutched at his stomach as he laughed. Ahahaha. You're not fooling anyone with your edgy act anymore. You surprised me, that was all. Fumikage shook his head. I am not afraid of anything. Nothing. I'll tell you a secret. Dark shadow inched closer, mischievousness and madness emanating like an aura from the living shadow. Fumi's actually scared of Dash. No, no, no. Get back inside. Fumikage forcibly made Dark Shadow return inside him, only to be assaulted by a cacophony of complaints and insults as Host and Quirk shared the same mental space again. So what are you actually afraid of? Kurwaro asked. I bet his green-haired friend knows, Monoma smirked. Tell us, can you? Sorry, Izuku shrugged. I don't know. DMN it. Well, I suppose we should proceed, then. As he and Monoma walked away, Izuku gave Fumikage a wink. After all, no one can be allowed to know that Fumikage is actually afraid of ghosts. Or rather, people with ghost-based quirks. I will never eat any brownies ever again, Yaoyorozu grumbled as she created a large spoon and handed it to Sato, because no one thought to bring one in case soup-based food was on the menu. I hate brownies now. They have ruined one of my favorite desserts. That's just sad, Yamamo. Ashido bit into one of the brownies that were still left over from the supply used to feed Yaoyorozu and Sato during the training hours. They couldn't even get a variety of sweets? Hagakure asked. Whatever the case, I will not eat brownies. Ever. Again. Izuku walked into the dining area, the events of the scaring game still fresh in his mind. I wonder what's going on in Monoma's head, he wondered as Bakugo and Kirishima passed by him, and the former actually gave him a smirk. It wasn't a condescending smirk, either, it's a good evening kind of smirk. Unbelievable. And also very new. What's cooking, Todoroki? Izuku peered into the pot of boiling red broth, which appeared to have onions and cabbages mixed in it. This is borscht, Todoroki replied as he formed ice on his right hand before touching said ice with his left, causing it to melt into water that then added into the broth. One of several recipes that were included when General Winter had me bring a box of pastries after my internship. Uraraka suddenly appeared beside Izuku, inhaling the scent of the soup. Smells good, Todoroki. It does, Todoroki simply nodded as he then lit a finger on fire before dipping it into the boiling soup and sampling it. The taste appears to be satisfactory. That seems to be sanitary, Izuku noted as Todoroki took care to engulf his finger in fire before dipping it. Come on, I think everyone else is ready to get diggin'. Looking around, he could see that someone is missing. Where's Koda? Oh, Koda? Mandalay stepped up beside him. He's probably in his hiding place up there in the mountainside, near the cave. Mandalay pointed at the very same cave Fumikage and Kurwaro used to train earlier. He's, very shy. I can imagine. You don't suppose you can bring his food to him? Mandalay asked. You're one of two people here that can fly, and you're the only one that can do so quietly, she glanced at Bakugo. And you're one of two hero wannabes he actually likes. Alright, you got it, Mandalay. Izuku eagerly nodded at the pro-hero, who then handed him a bento box. Minutes later, Izuku spotted Koda near the cave. The boy looked down at the camp buildings below, his eyes hidden by the hem of his cap. Hey, Koda, Izuku floated down in front of the kid and presented his bento box to him. Your aunt told me to get you your food. Thanks, Koda meekly accepted the box. Are you sure you don't want to go down there and eat with the rest of us? Izuku asked. I don't like heroes, Koda replied. Except for me and Fumikage, for sure. Why is that exactly? Why don't you like heroes? Heroes hurt their families to help strangers, Koda muttered. That line struck a chord, as Izuku knew that Endeavor had been a monster to his family, courtesy of Todoroki. Heaven knows how many other heroes were just as selfish and hypocritical, but that's just what happens when you commercialize an entire profession. Well, you like the two of us because we beat Muscular, that's it? Izuku asked. Yes. Well, we just did what any other hero would, should have done, protect those around us. That was sort of a lie, since the only people around were themselves, but technically, it was also a truth, since they fought to protect each other. Izuku observed how Koda still remained jaded. They told you that they died nobly, didn't they? That's what people always say, Koda hissed. That they died as heroes. But no. They left me. Possibly the worst form of condolences ever, Izuku muttered at the thought. Ah yes, let's comfort the child of these murdered heroes by telling him that their deaths were for the greater good. No wonder he's pissy. Well, I'm sure you'll understand one day. That's it. Izuku doesn't what else to say that could convince this child that heroes are in fact a net positive to society. Defeating Muscular seems to be the main reason he thinks he and Fumikage were cool. Screw everyone else, he supposed. Either way, he has plenty of time to think about it. Plenty of time. Fumi, wake up. Stop, your DMN zoom eyes? Dark Shadow, Fumikage groaned as Dark Shadow poked him in the face with his claws. It was fortunate that the rooms were pretty spaced out, so no one would get woken up by Dark Shadow's prattling, probably. Can't you see that I'm tired and need some rest? But Fumi. I saw Uraraka floating away while I was zooming outside. I can't reach her with you in here. She what? Ochako was probably having the worst day ever. Or rather, worst night. She forgot to put on her gloves properly, again, because she was just so tired from all the training and scaring and training all day long. She would be woken up by the feeling of an icy cold wind brushing against her, and as luck would have it, she had somehow managed to float herself out of her designated room's open window, and got all the way up here. Luckily, the training from earlier had at least some effect, so she felt less nauseous, but she could still feel the nausea beginning to come in. Ugh. So annoying. She needed to get down ASAP. Swimming in the air is such a drag, literally. If only she had her hero costume on, then she could use its EVA thrusters to push herself down, but of course she wouldn't have it on. TSK, she really should get some weights on her when she sleeps, no matter how uncomfortable they could be. The gloves' adhesives were getting a little old and worn out, too. Hey, is that Dark Shadow? Ochako looked down to see Tokoyami visibly straining to stretch his Quirk's tether to himself. He could extend 20 or so meters away from himself. But sure enough, just as Ochako started to feel a little nauseous, Dark Shadow took hold of her and began to safely carry back to the ground. Are you okay, Uraraka? Tokoyami asked. Ochako steadied herself as she felt like she was going to throw up, just to fall over and puke rainbows. I suppose not. He, thanks, Tokoyami. Ochako tried to get up and walk, only to stumble. She didn't make contact with the ground, though, as Dark Shadow caught her. I still feel a little sick. Ugh. You call that a little? How long have you been floating? I don't know, maybe an hour? I don't feel the effects until I actually wake up, so it's like a big wave that comes in all at once. Come, then. I will carry you back. Huh? Did you not hear me? Tokoyami turned his back toward Ochako and bent his knees. Hop on, before I collapse from exhaustion. Won't you dash? Hop on. Frieren, what are we going to do here? Eri asked as they approached a small rural town. For Frieren, it was oddly reminiscent of the towns and villages that she would pass through during her journeys. Except for the architecture, and the CRPs, and of course, the modern technology, though the latter was far less prevalent here than in the city. We're going to look for quests, Frieren replied, remembering what Rado had said about where the line between community volunteerism and hero work vigilantism lies. There's nothing wrong about helping some old woman trim her hedges or getting a cat off a tree. It's chasing after criminals where the line is drawn. But don't you have a lot of money already? Eri asked. Do we need to do quests? True. But I still prefer doing them. Why? There is always something new to find along the road, Frieren replied. At least, she hoped that there would be something relatively fun to get here. Maybe there's a bookstore of occultic items that may or may not contain something useful, or new flowers to add to her favorite spell. But, either way, she's seeing new things. Both of them would be. It would do a child no good being cooped up inside an isolated environment like UA, not when there are no other children the same age as her. That place is basically a fortress. That, and Izuku's birthday was in just a week. Frieren didn't know what to get him. He already so much All Might merch. Perhaps he could do with a bracelet of some kind? She did get Fern a bracelet when she turned 18, and Fern got Stark a bracelet, too. Speaking of birthdays? Eri, what day is your birthday? Frieren looked down at the girl. I don't know. I don't know anymore. Ah. So there was that. DMN overhaul. Let's make August 7th your birthday, then, Frieren replied, using the day she found Eri and took her away from overhaul. Which would mean that you have a belated birthday present. Do you really have to get me something? Always with the apprehension of getting something nice. DMN overhaul. Of course. Is that even a question? Okay. Frieren looked over at a jewelry store. She spotted something that had a unicorn engraved on it, which was strangely apt for Eri. How would you like a bracelet? I could have one if you say so. No, if you say so, Frieren corrected. She scanned her surroundings again. No villains trying to stalk them today, at least. When Izuku woke up the next morning, he stretched his limbs and screeched. It was good to release all that pent-up energy and pop all those air bubbles in between his joints, indeed. It was also nice to have a full 8 hours of sleep without having to use sleep magic. That meant that he had more or less recovered from the insomnia he still had about a year ago, which was really good news. What wasn't good, though, was how Ida quickly got up from his bunk, sped toward Izuku's bunk, which was just above Kaminari's, and bonked him in the head for being so noisy in the morning. Midoriya, do not scream so early in the morning. The blue-haired class rep reprimanded him, chopping the mage apprentice at the head, again. It is unbecoming behavior for a UA student. Another chop. Ow, class rep, Izuku scratched at his head as he reeled from getting hit there twice. That hurts, you know? And you're also loud yourself. You're still louder, nonetheless. Ida chopped the air instead of his head, thankfully. But, it is good that you are awake at this hour. That means you can aid in preparing breakfast. Of course, class rep, Izuku floated down from the bunk, sparing a still snoring Kaminari on the bottom bunk below his. The electric blonde's whole posture was just wrong, what with his limbs being splayed over the sides and front and back of his mattress. You know what, Izuku thought as he eyed Kaminari's ungraceful sleeping posture, you look like Frieren when she's sleeping. Add in the ability to sleep on literally any surface, and that would be Frieren right there. At the meantime, he took in the sight of the others still sleeping off the exhaustion of yesterday. So far, the only other guys in Class 1A that had awoken were just him, Ida, and apparently Todoroki, who knows what kind of hours Endeavor made him wake up during his brutal training regime, who quietly joined the mage apprentice and the class rep as they proceeded outside, where the cooking would be done. The camp building had a few winding corridors, so it would take them maybe 2 minutes to head out. Perfect time as any to make small talk. I heard you caused a forest fire. Izuku glanced up at Ida, who appeared to be embarrassed by the fact. Yes, my engine's exhaust fumes lit some of the plants on fire, unfortunately, Ida replied. His glasses glimmered underneath the LED lights of the camp building, making him appear 10 times more intelligent. I was not paying attention as I had been fully focused on increasing my speed above all else. I had, after all, ripped out my engines days before. He ripped them out? Izuku stopped walking, thinking about how painful that would be. You did what? Yes, I have neglected to mention this before, but when I remove them, they grow back larger and stronger than before, Ida nodded. Todoroki appeared to be taking mental notes as he watched the two converse. Quirks are like muscles, after all. Train and tear them, they get back stronger and better. Todoroki appeared to frown for a moment, likely remembering how Endeavor tore him mentally and emotionally while training. I see, Izuku nodded. His deal was different, anyway. Mages get a larger mana pool the longer they've been training, generally, but they don't usually train to the point that they're completely drained. Fortunately, he had been pacing himself since the first day of the summer training camp, so he never had to deal with mana exhaustion yet again. He wasn't some veteran yet, so that was a vulnerability he should take care to never suffer from as much as possible. Are those Tokoyami and Uraraka on the ground? Izuku blinked as Ida pointed at an admittedly hilarious sight. Fumikage was collapsed on the ground, his face pressed against the grass. Uraraka was right on top of him, asleep as well, though her glimmering vomit, how did that happen, was spilled on the ground some distance away from them. Dark shadow was wrapped around them like a protective blanket. Several UA drones were curiously floating around them, looking at the sight with their oculars. Aizawa-sensei was also just standing over the two, his face hidden beneath his capture scarf. He's probably smiling or laughing his butt off, so he was keeping that hidden. How did this happen? Izuku asked Dark Shadow. I told Fumi that she was floating away, Dark Shadow replied, still not leaving the two he was wrapped around with. So he ran and had me get her before she flew too far. She should use weights to prevent herself from floating away should she accidentally use her quirk on herself when she is asleep, Todoroki dully noted. Izuku couldn't help but agree. This was the 5th time this happened, and every time, someone had to reel Uraraka in, literally. Whether it was Tsuyu, Aizawa-sensei, Yaoyorozu with a fishing reel, or now, Fumikage and Dark Shadow, someone has to get her out of the skies. UA, with its infinite budget, should be able to provide those. Izuku bent down and started shaking Uraraka. Uraraka, wake up. Huh? The gravity girl blinked slowly and looked down, just to see Dark Shadow looking up at her, and the telltale spiky feathers that made up Fumikage's head. Oh my. She remembered the events of last night. How she had once again found herself flying away while asleep, floating around for a whole hour, waking up and then feeling an incoming tidal wave of nausea, Dark Shadow carrying her back to the ground, and Tokoyami hoisting her on her back, only for him to suddenly collapse from exhaustion, letting both of them tumble. And she, after they both fell, she barfed rainbows on the side before closing her eyes and dozing off. DMN it, she had no more energy at that point. At least she felt re-energized. You're lucky Ishido isn't here, Izuku smirked at Uraraka, making her blush. She then saw a smirking Aoyama at the doorway, and suddenly felt the urge to commit a crime. Izuku would then wake up Fumikage too, putting a hand on his scalp. While others would only see him putting his hand there, he was, in fact, using a wake-up spell, which would slowly rouse his consciousness. The bird-headed boy blinked his red eyes in surprise and confusion as he found himself outside, rather than inside, the camp building. What? How did I? Izuku enjoyed the look of realization he had. Oh no. Ashido will lose her position of shipping queen of UA to him, for sure. Fate finds a way, my friend. Izuku held out a hand toward Fumikage, which he took to allow himself to stand up properly. The feathers on his head were messy and unpreened, uncombed. Otherwise, though, he looked fine for someone who had spent the last 6 hours with his face in contact with the ground. So, how was sleeping? Izuku asked, smirking dangerously. Fumikage could almost see Frieren's knowing smirk right there. It was fine. Hey, what's with touching my face? You're blushing, aren't you? Izuku asked as he felt at Fumikage's cheeks. And no, that is impossible. I can't see it, but I can feel it. No. Yes. Midoriya, Tokoyami, can we begin preparing for the day ahead already? Ida suddenly appeared beside them and chopped the air with his hands. With you two, we can have 3 pairs of hands preparing our breakfast, so let us proceed. Izuku shrugged. Hi. As they walked to the cooking area, Dark Shadow would then float beside him and whisper into his ear. You know, Fumi does think she's cute. Ha! Knew it. Dark Shadow, cease spilling my secrets at once. Chisaki Kai obliterated his desk as news of the Meta Liberation Army's failure to take Eri came to him in the form of a sealed envelope with a letter inside. It spelled out how, despite their most elite, most skilled, and most powerful operatives being hidden by an invisibility quirk, she somehow detected their approach and defeated them. Useless. Useless. They are useless. Is no one remotely competent these days? All they had to do was steal one girl. One girl, from one woman, from one place. Useless. Trash. Garbage. Failures. Rikiya Yotobashi can go to hell. His so-called elite operatives were worthless. They were just as useless as the 8 bullets or any of the other morons that had infested the Shai Hasaikai with their worthlessness. Chisaki was surrounded by idiots. Yes, that's for sure. He was surrounded by morons and sycophants, useless for anything, especially for doing the one thing that was needed to ensure that his crusade against the filth of quirks upon this world would be accomplished. But of course, the Meta Liberation Army's goals and the Shai Hasaikai's goals were fundamentally unaligned, but the quirkist supremacists never needed to know that. All Chisaki cared about was getting back what is rightfully his. But how can he do that when everyone he asks or orders to accomplish that task so utterly, completely useless? TCH. At least he still had samples left over. He just needed someone that was good at cloning and quirk science. Someone that was better than him in his chosen field. It was disgusting to admit, but Chisaki Kai was just not good enough on his own. He needed a cloner. He needed a doctor. The order is given. Every contact that he has in the underworld will start scouring for the most skilled scientist that had no qualms and ethics. Who cares about those, anyway? In any case, he probably needed whoever was making those Nomu. His men had gotten away with samples of the creatures, and they were interesting. He needed help, and while the thought disgusted him, he knew that it would be a smart move now, since everyone was turning out to be useless. If only there was someone else with a quirk that could be used to erase quirks. If such a person existed, then they must be captured and experimented on, be Eri's replacement. If it was an adult, better, a lot more samples to harvest with each session. He needs someone who isn't useless. Kuruko had to admit, seeing those villains getting obliterated was really funny. Ever since Sir Night Eye assigned her, also known as Bubble Girl, and Centipeder to just watch Frieren and Eri from the sidelines wherever they went, she had seen some crazy stuff. It usually involved chains made out of energy and villains getting defeated in less than a minute without Frieren even looking, or Eri being aware at all that anything happened at all. The amount of villains that were trying to stalk and kidnap Eri had been concerning at first, but she could feel her status updates to Sir Night Eye get more and more stale. Day 1, they attacked and failed. Day 2, they attacked and failed. Day 3, they stopped coming. There were already a dozen or so villains that had been sent flying, literally or figuratively, and Kurako and Centipede had to clean it all up in Frieren's wake so that the police could drag them to prison. The two of them usually just took credit for the takedowns, no sense in drawing more attention to Frieren and Eri, after all, they already had enough of that. But still, Kurako also found watching them to be quite, what's the word, endearing? The day she saw Frieren buy what must have been an expensive bracelet for Eri to wear, her heart melted. What a precious child. She must be protected at all costs. Either way, this is probably the easiest assignment she and Centipede ever had. Frieren and Eri just saw a dragon today, soaring in the skies above. The citizens of the small town they were visiting cheered and took picture as it passed over right until it disappeared into the horizon. Thanks to Izuku and just living in this world in general, Frieren knew that the dragon was actually Ryukyu, the number 10 pro hero in all of Japan. She was unlike the dragons she remembered from her world. Apart from being a human being in actuality, she had a different form, so to speak. She had gray scales and gray wings, but her face and shoulders still retained human-like skin. Her clothes were still uneven when she became a dragon, too, so just looking at her as she soared above made it patently obvious who she was. Sometimes, Frieren thought about how the world back home would be like if the vast majority of humanity possessed abilities like the quirks of this dimension, rather than a chosen, talented few. While it is regrettable that those with quirks, especially those with powerful ones, wouldn't be able to know the joys of magic, the thought of special abilities being near universal would make Siri go ballistic regardless. The Demon King would probably be spinning in his grave, if that BSTRD had a corpse to bury into a grave to begin with. Either way, Frieren had taken to helping this old man revive his garden, though Frieren was positive that it would probably die within a few days again because he had no idea how to properly water the planets, in exchange for some old book written in gibberish. "Are you done?" The man shivered on his cane. Frieren turned around, having resorted to just replacing some of the flowers using a variant of the Field of Flowers spell. Eri was sitting nearby, quietly looking at the bracelet Frieren got her. "I am," Frieren nodded. The book the man held in his free hand had a cover made out of treated leather, though Frieren could detect that it was old, and still had traces of mana on it. Someone with magic potential had used it before, that was for sure. This was a first. This is a mystery that needed to be unraveled. After all, at least one spell that was from this world works. Mana and quirk energy, whatever the latter was, took up the same space. Frieren had always believed that it was more than just a coincidence. There has to be a reason a quirkless person like Izuku had the potential to become a strong mage, while Fumikage can't. Rather, he simply supplements his quirk with a cantrip spell, though said cantrip made him Fumikage exceedingly dangerous either way. "I got this thing from some auction in England," the man said, shakingly handing the book to Frieren. "I thought it was something cool, but nope, just some satanic rituals written in a language no one can understand. I think someone made that book as a practical joke. I mean, what kind of language is in there?" Frieren opened the book. It had no title, but now that she was holding it in her hands, and reading through its pages, she realized that the language was disturbingly familiar. It might be an older, ancient dialect, but there was no mistaking it. She looked at the text again. It really was it. This book is written in a language of her world. It had been yet another tiring day of the summer training camp, and with nightfall came free time. And, of course, teenagers will do what teenagers do when it comes to free time, play games. However, since they were already quite tired, the games that are on the table would be ones that require the mind, and a little bit of the hand. To that effect, Izuku, Fumikage, Uraraka, Ida, Kaminari, and Jiro sat in a circle, with a deck of Uno cards stacked in front of them. Bakugo, Kirishima, Ashido, and Siro, meanwhile, were playing cards against humanity. Todoroki, at the meantime, was in a battle of linguistic variation against Yaoyorozu as they played Scrabble. "Who'll flip the cards?" Jiro asked, her earphone jack slightly twitching as Bakugo screamed out his card's rather scandalous contents. She didn't like it when people were loud, quite obviously. "I will." Dark Shadow popped out of Fumicage's belly and began to expertly handle the cards with delicate movements that no one might have expected from a creature with claws that could rip open flesh and shatter stone. The sentient Quirk then passed 5 cards to each person in the circle before leaving the rest of the deck intact, as well as taking 5 cards of his own. Dark Shadow, Fumikage sighed. "You know that we can read others' minds? I already know your cards and you know mine. I don't care. I want to play with all of you." Alright, Fumikage replied. "Maybe you could extend so that you're beside someone else," Dark Shadow, Izuku suggested, motioning at the empty spot between himself and Kaminari. "That way knowing each other's cards won't have much of an impact." "A most excellent suggestion." Ida chopped with his free hand. "That way neither of them would be cheating." "How dare you," Fumikage snorted in mock indignation. "Alright." Uraraka set her card down, "A green, I'm going first. Let's go counterclockwise." Jiro, who was now next, would put down a green stop card, meaning that Kaminari was skipped. "Heh. Oh, come on." Kaminari pouted in sorrow as Jiro skipped him. "Jiro, why would you betray me like this?" I need to keep you here for as long as possible. Jiro slyly poked him with one of her earphone jacks, making him jump and let out some static electricity, which then made her hair stand up. Really, dude? My hair is ruined. You're the one that poked me. Kaminari complained as Dark Shadow then put down a green. Izuku chuckled a bit as he looked at his cards. How he got no less than 3+4s was a mystery, but he suspected Dark Shadow had something to do with it, but again, Fumikage hadn't said anything, and it's not like Dark Shadow had X-ray vision or anything, so he wouldn't know what the cards were when they were still facing the other way. Either way, he was going to use these cards well. He. Minutes later? Izuku, how could you do this to me? Fumikage visibly shuddered as he had just been forced to pick up 12 cards. 12 DMN cards. And people wondered why Uno destroys friendships. I'm sorry, but I need to gain victory in any way I can. Izuku gave his friend a mischievous smile. The sounds of a previously defeated Uraraka aggressively petting and patting Dark Shadow like he was a pet cat didn't go unheard, as she just loved him so much. I concede defeat. Fumikage sighed and let the cards in his hands down. Let's play something else, yes? What about Truth or Dare? Kaminari asked, just to get stabbed in the back by Jiro's earphone jacks, both of them at that. He flinched and discharged some electricity again, making Jiro's hair stand up, again. She just laughed it off at this point. I agree, we should play that. Uno is rather, stressful, Ida concurred, remembering how Izuku made him pick up 6 cards. He was a little frustrated right then and there, as victory was just within his grasp. He just had 1 card left. Just 1. I hope you don't ask anything too embarrassing, Uraraka fidgeted. Of course. Izuku laughed with a devious grin. It's not like I'll be daring any of you to kiss anyone, or anything similar. Fumikage narrowed his eyes at Izuku, knowing that Uraraka was sitting right beside him, and that the green-headed mage, rightfully, thought that he had a liking for her. These were strange new feelings, and he had no idea where they are coming from. He doesn't even pretend to understand their full complexity. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that she was the first person outside of Izuku to actually not be terrified of his quirk? Maybe, perhaps, it could be. Alright. Truth or Dare, who's going to ask the first question? Izuku asked, scanning the little group he had around him. Should it be me? I suppose you can go ahead, since you asked, Jiro replied. Alright. He pointed at Ida, who recoiled at the sight of a finger being thrown in his direction. Truth or Dare? Ida looked around. Truth. Izuku was not one to skip a beat. Ida, have you ever broken a rule, and what is it? Ida gulped. There was, the thing, that happened after the sports festival, but, no one has to know. No one has to know. He stopped on his own accord, and that is the end of the story. Though it pains me to admit this so, I once stole a jar of sweets from my mother when I was 10 years old. Ida looked down, his glasses glistening from the refracted light of the nearby lamp. I also jaywalked when no one was looking last year. And here I thought you'd be the last person to ever jaywalk. Kaminari laughed so hard that he started to choke and cough. Oof, that was a lot of coughs. What a silly Pikachu, Jiro muttered as she patted his back to help him drive out the cough. This time, no static electricity came out to ruin her hard. I'm next, I guess. Uraraka. Truth or Dare? Uraraka thought about it for a moment. Truth, she might ask something embarrassing. Dare, it would just be something small. Probably. Dare? Go over there and poke Zero in the sides. Ha! Just do it. It's a dare, right? Don't back out now. Okay. Zero would then scream in surprise as Uraraka poked him at the sides, his elbows discharging enough tape to just absolutely cover Mineta, who had been playing some kind of visual novel on his phone. Uraraka. What was that? It was a dare, sorry. Oh. Okay, Zero gave her a thumbs up. No problem, then. Uraraka returned to the circle with a slightly embarrassed look on her face, and a glowering Fumikage beside her. Izuku nearly chuckled at the sight. How could they have not brought them together earlier? Okay, I did it. Who's next? My turn. Kaminari pointed at Izuku. Out of all the moves you've got, which is your favorite? Zoltraak, of course, Izuku replied. Everyone knew what each of his moves were called by this point, so there was no harm in saying the name here and now. Besides, Zoltraak sounds like a completely made-up word in this side of the multiverse. It's not like anyone knows the language of Frieren's world. It is quick, takes down opponents pretty quickly, and I can easily adjust the output. And I can liberate a Nomu from its suffering with one shot. Huh? I thought it would be riding on top of the drones, Kaminari shrugged. Alright, class rep, it's your turn. Let's see, the bespectacled teen pointed at Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow. Truth or dare? Dare, the sentient Quirk replied. Go over there and rest your head on top of Midoriya's head, pretend to be a chicken, and act like his hair is your nest, Ida said without skipping a beat or any irony at all. Well? That's not a dare, Izuku chuckled. Dark Shadow already did such a thing before. That's a privilege. Oh, well dash. I'll do it. Izuku expected Dark Shadow to keep himself small. But he would be mistaken, as Dark Shadow increased in size before coiling his shadowy tether around his shoulders, the bulk of his form resting on top of green hair. He was the size of a cat now, and he was pretty heavy. Dark Shadow and his antics, truly. The sentient Quirk really finds ways to be a troll, doesn't he? It appears I am last, then. Fumikage glanced at his Quirk now using a struggling Izuku as his nest. Jiro. Truth or dare? Truth, the purple-haired girl replied. What song do you like the most? Jiro smirked. Never gonna give you up. 2 centuries on, and that meme still doesn't die, Fumikage sighed. Gotcha, burb boi. Looks like, it's me, again. Izuku struggled as Dark Shadow proved to be pretty heavy when he was putting his full weight on something. No wonder Fumikage ate twice as much food as anyone else. So, Kaminari, the blonde teen looked at him, eyebrows raised. Truth or dare? Truth. If UA ever made a choir, would you join? I heard you got a good singing voice. Only if Jiro does, Kaminari shrugged, just to get stabbed with a jack, again. Ow. What is that for? Don't steal my answers, Jiro hissed. What do you mean dash? Kaminari's eyes widened as he realized just what Jiro was really saying. Oh? I am next now, then, Fumikage nodded. He turned to the girl beside him. Uraraka. Truth or dare? Truth? Uraraka sounded unsure. If you had a choice between getting a cat, or having Dark Shadow nearby at all times, what would you choose? Dark Shadow, of course. He is so adorable. Adorable. That is not a word that many people have used to describe his Quirk. Aside from Izuku and his mother Inko, as well as Fumikage's own parents, he had never heard anyone describe the shadow creature as adorable. Well, Ashido and Hagakure did a few times, but they weren't the first, nor did they express that as much. Oh look, the mutant and his demon. What a scary Quirk. You can't be a hero with a horrifying Quirk like that. Demon, scary, horrifying, my butt. If Uraraka says that Dark Shadow is adorable, then that is the truth etched into the bones of the universe. Her word is gospel. What she says is objectively correct. All of it. Ah, I see. Izuku looked to the side just to see Ashido looking at his circle with a disappointed expression. They were probably thinking about the same thing. He had an opportunity but he didn't take it. Okay, so it's my turn now, Uraraka fidgeted as she thought of who to choose. She suddenly creased into a frankly terrifying smile as she pointed a finger at Jiro. Jiro. Truth or dare? Dare. Uraraka thought of the perfect comeback for Jiro, making her poke Zero. Go there and poke Bakugo at the sides with your jacks. Girl, are you serious? Yes. Well, here goes nothing. Jiro prepared to cover her ears as she approached Bakugo from behind as he was busy reading out his card against humanity at a snickering Kirishima, and poked him. Gah. Bakugo literally blasted off his seat, went mid-air for about a second, and landed back down with a smack. What's your problem, Jiro? You interrupted my game. I was already at the best part, DMN it. I was about to have the funniest card, and you. It was a dare, Jiro replied. Ah? I can respect that. Bakugo sat back down and waved her off, setting his mind back to his game of cards against humanity. Relieved that he hadn't screamed louder or longer, Jiro returned to the circle, to see Uraraka smirking heavily. Oh, we're doing that, huh? You just wait when it's my turn again, Gravity Girl. Bring it on. Uraraka laughed maniacally. Somehow she sounded more maniacal than Bakugo when he was winning a fight. Well, it's me again, Ida pointed a finger at Izuku. Midoriya. Truth or dare? Izuku croaked as Dark Shadow moved down from his head to his shoulder, the sentient Quirk wrapping himself around the mage apprentice's neck like a scarf, or a goose. Truth. Who taught you rules lawyering? Izuku let out a cough, just so he could stop himself from just exploding into laughter. It was my mentor, the one who taught me to use my Quirk. Ah, yes, Frieren. She taught you to bend the rules? It's something she's very good at, Izuku shrugged. All right. Kaminari rubbed his hands together with a sinister grin on his face. Ida. Truth or dare? Ah, truth. Why do you have so many glasses? Oh, that, Ida fidgeted. I tend to break them when I practice my Quirk, especially at high speeds, so I have to replace them each time. That must be expensive. It is. So, Jiro, you're next. Jiro smirked at Uraraka. The time of truth. She knew a lot of things, since she heard a lot of things, not that she was a gossip, she isn't a Shido, for heaven's sake, Uraraka's room was close to hers, so she could hear her say her thoughts out loud at times. Truth or dare? Dare. Go and hug Tokoyami until lights out. Huh? Uraraka blinked at Jiro. What did you just say? Izuku began to snicker as he could see Fumikage blush. It really was going full circle now. Aizawa, what is it? Vlad King asked as his fellow teacher suddenly stopped moving his chess pieces. You look like you've seen a ghost. It was just a feeling that I'm going to have 100 more headaches in the near future, Aizawa muttered as he moved a bishop within sniping position of Vlad King's king. By the way, check. DMN it. Vlad King then scrambled to move a rook in the way, prolonging their game for another 15 minutes. Frieren flipped through the pages that the old man gave while sipping a cup of hot coffee. She had surmised that it was going to be a rather lengthy, and insightful, read, so she brought herself and Eri into a cafe named Starbucks. Their products were outrageously expensive, but Frieren didn't care about that much when her ability to make money using transmuted gold basically gave her a source of unlimited funds. Eri in particular found a liking to cookies and cream frappe, though Frieren made sure not to buy her a third one. Inko had warned that getting too much sweets for the child was not good for her teeth, never mind that healing quirks could replace rotten teeth with no problem. Well, not recovery girls, she can't rebuild what you've lost. Though there was a dentist near UA with a quirk that can replace lost teeth. Careful Frieren, you'll destroy the economy if you overdo it. Okay, not an unlimited source of funds, since the economy will implode if she pushed it too much, and people would wonder just where the hell she was getting so much gold from. As Frieren began reading the book, it would be apparent that it was a journal made by a mage from her own world. A rather helpful hint would be the signature with the name and title of said mage being placed on the very first page. Property of Andir Welt, apprentice to the great mage Siri. Frieren was hardly surprised. If any mage of the old times would be able to do something like crossworlds, then it would be an apprentice of Siri, or Siri herself. What's more, however, is that Flam once told Frieren of all the apprentices that Siri had either before or during her own apprenticeship. One of them was Andir Welt, who just disappeared one day when he went out to practice a new spell he devised. He was a brilliant mage, not as ambitious as Flam, but he was still one of the best of Siri's disciples. He had a particular interest in teleportation and spatial control spells. He had weak legs because of an illness, so he preferred just using magic to get around quickly. This must be where Andir ended up when he disappeared. He must have been the one that enchanted this book to be resistance against wear and tear, otherwise, it would have been destroyed by sheer age alone, given that it was around 2,000 years old. How did Andir even get here? How did he get past that time dilation and not end up millions of years in the past of this world? Frieren began reading the first few pages, planning to pick up the rest when she and Eri returned to Mizurufu. The first thing she realized, though, was that she was not the first person to be summoned to this world from hers. It seems that Andir had been practicing a spell that can enable one to travel great distances when he saw himself began to glow with a rapid pulsing green. No counterspell he cast could stop it, so he was simply carried to this world and into the hands of its mages. They were ecstatic of their success, Frieren read, but they were also regretful that they had torn me away from my world. I could not decipher the spell, and they had no inkling of how to bring me back. Thank Siri that she taught me a spell that would allow me to understand every language that is spoken to me. These mages called themselves the MSTRS of the mystic arts. But as swift as I arrived, so did trouble from my world. The MSTRS had opened a gateway between our worlds to bring something of another world here. It stabilized the time flow that would normally make time pass differently in our two worlds, but it was also a way in, and I had been dangerously close to demon territory. I was confident that I could kill any demon that came my way, so I didn't care. But now, it appears that I was foolish to do so. Demons came. And they were legion. I fought them, we all did, but... Frieren, the old elf looked over at Eri, who had managed to completely annihilate an entire frappe. I'm done, can we get the apple pie? Of course, Frieren stood up from the table and looked over the pastry options. Sure enough, there were apple pie slices. Eri loved them so much, since they were made of apples. And Mirio had bought her a lot of those a few days back. She presented the payment to the cashier. 2 of these, please. Before long, Eri was happily munching, and so was Frieren. The book won't fade away, anyway. She could always read it later. Back in UA. Frieren was about halfway through Andir Welt's journal of his experiences in this world by this point. It was a really hefty book, and Andir's handwriting was often just atrocious. His mind probably let out ideas and words faster than his hands could keep up. On top of managing Eri, who had become completely inseparable from her, there was also Mirio dropping in from time to time during the week, talking with the girl about random topics. Though it was mostly about the world of heroes, since that is what Mirio liked to do the most, hence his hero name being Lemillion, telling Eri of grand retellings. Frieren had considered asking Mirio why he had 9 souls inside him, but she held off on that. She was still busy reading something that totally proved the connection between this world and hers, and he wasn't going anywhere either. Also, the hero student was more or less a good influence on Eri, and just as how Eri imitated Frieren's mannerisms of lying down on any surface to sleep, she also imitated the way he moved. The way he energetically raised his arms whenever he was having fun, or his thumbs up, or his goofy smile, Eri absorbed and imitated those around her. Frieren had a sneaking suspicion that Izuku or Fumikage asked Mirio to help around, because Frieren was not the best caretaker herself, admittedly. Hell, Fern is the one taking care of her when it comes to everyday tasks. Her past self would have considered a scenario like this nigh impossible. Frieren, taking care of a girl with strange powers with the assistance of 3 high school students and the mother of one of them? That would be far-fetched, insane, even. She would have never considered doing this before. But, on that day, Frieren did what Himmel the hero would have done, and she found something very, very worthwhile. Is this what her own mother felt more than 1,000 years ago, when she took care of a young Frieren? Is this what her parents felt before the demons came to their village and tried to exterminate every elf that lived in it? As Frieren idly thought of this strange, new connection, a familiar knocking rang on the door. Eri left Mirio and rushed to the door, and right then and there was Izuku, looking down at the girl with a pleasant smile. Never mind that he was still a little tired from the week-long summer training camp that had ended just last night, but seeing this child look up at him with admiration and a bright smile brightened his morning 10 times over. "Izuku! You're back!" Eri exclaimed. "Hi, Eri." Izuku bent down to hold her hand. Eri was slightly apprehensive to allow him, since there was still that little bit of fear that she'd rewind him out of existence on accident, but no such accident occurred. "I'm cursed. It's been a week." Izuku looked up to see Mirio there as well. "And hi, Mirio-senpai. Have you been enjoying your time with them?" "I am," Mirio jovially proclaimed. "How about your training camp? Was it enjoyable?" "You could say that," Izuku smirked knowingly. "Say, Fumikage," Izuku asked as Fumikage quietly sat beside him on the bus back to UA, "did you like it when Jiro dared her to dash?" The feathers on Fumikage's head fluttered and he looked away, his shoulders shaking in embarrassment. It was something that happened when he was flustered, and this was definitely one of those times. Yes. Why? Fumikage did not turn around to face Izuku, instead electing to look out into the dark midnight landscape. She is the first girl to ever appreciate me and my quirk. Well, that's a green flag, Tokoyami. Ashido's grinning pinky face appeared on top of the 2 boys' bus seats. "I say go for it." "I say that we just let him take his own pace," Izuku replied, making the pink girl pout. "Right, Fumikage?" "Why yeah." Fumikage still did not turn around, lest anyone see how flustered or embarrassed he was by the fact that all those things happened between him and Uraraka during the summer training camp. He hadn't really considered until recently, but it was clear what he felt, and it was probably mutual. If Dark Shadow had gossiping as part of his personality, then he would have been telling everyone. Thankfully, even he knew to shut his beak. This is bad, Fumikage thought. My dark, brooding persona is being taken into question. So, Ashido, is there anyone else you think would fit together? Izuku asked the pink girl still looking down on him and Fumikage from behind their seats. Ashido responded by seemingly summoning a notebook out of nowhere, which made even Izuku blink in surprise. It was like he and Ashido had the same uncanny ability of having a notebook out of nowhere. Hers was colored pink, with Hello Kitty stickers all over. Very fitting. You have a list for this? Izuku asked. Ashido nodded with a bright smile. As he looked through the lists and possible tags that Ashido had cooked up, Izuku found himself nodding for most of them. Seriously, did she also have an empathy or telepathy quirk? So far, she had been right about at least 2 of these. One thing he noticed, however, was that his name was conspicuously absent. How come I'm not here? Izuku asked, more as a rhetorical question than anything else. It's not like he had a particular liking to anyone here, though he obviously loved his circle of friends more than anyone else. But that was the platonic kind of love. I honestly couldn't think of anyone that would work well with you in a relationship. Ashido shrugged like it was the most natural thing in the world. You're a bit How should I say this, eccentric? Really? I'm the eccentric one? Izuku somehow doubted that. You're super scary in a fight, Midoriya. Ashido continued, making strange movements with her hands that would probably fit an Italian in conversation. You don't shout out your moves, you just keep blasting until your opponent can't stand up anymore. I don't think you even talk. But after that, you're back to your cheerful self. It's like you're two different people. And, you mutter a lot sometimes, and I don't know if anyone here can keep up with that. Izuku shrugged. It is what it is, I guess. Huh. You must have given Aizawa-sensei white hairs from all that blasting, huh? Mirio laughed as Izuku recounted how he absolutely destroyed part of the forest the wild pussycats owned. Anyway, I've just been waiting for you. I still have work study in Sir Nightai's agency today, so... take care, then. Izuku nodded as Mirio then bent down to look at Eri eye to eye. Hey, Eri, I'll be gone for a bit, so be nice, okay? He patted the girl in the head, which would be repaid with a little hug. Well, it's time for me to go. My people need me. Mirio ran out of the door, eventually disappearing behind one of the many residential buildings. So, Frieren, I see that you have a new grimoire. Izuku walked onto the living room while Eri trailed after him. He looked down at the words on the pages of the book Frieren was reading and understood absolutely nothing. That's a grimoire, right? No, it is a journal, Frieren replied as she flipped to another page. A journal of an ancient mage that made his way from my world to yours long ago. Izuku blinked. That was, certainly something to hear. I'm sorry, what? Eri looked between the two of them in confusion. Worlds? Frieren, Izuku looked at the confused Eri. Please don't tell me you told her. I didn't. Well, we should talk about this in a dash. She is not leaving my sight. Izuku sighed. Well, Frieren did say she will protect Eri for the rest of her natural and unnatural life. Okay. Frieren would go on to narrate in detail how one of the apprentices of her MSTR's MSTR, Siri, found himself transported to this world through more or less the same spell that sent Frieren here. How the mages of this world regretted that they had stolen a person from another world as part of their success. And how, in the hubris of both parties, demons were able to enter, weaving their masterful magic to penetrate whatever veil lay between worlds. Frieren's eyes visibly burned as she mentioned demons. She hated demons. Izuku had known that for a long time. She had once described their atrocities to him, how they would call out, "Mother," and, "Please help me," to lure unsuspecting humans in to devour. They were basically mimics, but instead of turning into treasure chests, they copied the humanoid form. Ironic, then, how Frieren always gets SCKED into mimics. The demons were defeated, Frieren continued, and the MSTRS and Welt together closed the wound that the demons pierced through the veil that keep our world separate, but they had done so at enormous cost. With a powerful ritual, they had to siphon the mana of every person on Earth to close the barrier and destabilize the flow of time between the two worlds, ensuring the demons would be unable to find this world again. Entire civilizations collapsed in the wake of the demonic invasion. It was a chaotic time. Izuku's mind clicked as soon as Frieren mentioned that it was a chaotic time. Wait, how old is this book again? Around 3,400 years old, more or less, according to my analysis. 3,400 years. Izuku took out his phone and began a quick search. That time is roughly, so, demons, are responsible for the Bronze Age collapse? They do tend to collapse human civilization wherever they appear, Frieren replied. Much of the northern lands had become a depopulated wasteland by the time Himmel asked her to join his party, after all. Now, with humanity's mana completely and utterly drained to close the breach the demons made, nearly all of the humans of this world became incapable of magic. However, Frieren turned to a page that she had bookmarked. He said here that over time, this world's humanity's affinity for magic could return in some capacity as a species. Which would be quirks, Izuku realized. Holy hell. Quirks and magic were related, after all. There was a reason he could use the whole spectrum of magic power, and why he had a lot of mana, while his mother had little and Fumikage less so. From what his mana detection had seen, those with strong quirks typically had tiny amounts of mana, because whatever energy was powering quirks took up the rest of its space. What about us quirkless people, though? If humanity's affinity for, magic came back, what about us? Could be anything, Frieren shrugged. It could be that this return simply manifested differently for you. But quirkless are slowly decreasing every year. Izuku remembered reading articles and watching video essays that talked about how more and more children were being born with quirks as more and more quirk genetics filled the gene pool. The majority of the quirkless were now in their 30s and above. The only other quirkless person he had met close to his age was Melissa. Other than that, he doesn't know anyone else. So quirks are just winning out in natural selection, huh? That would seem to be the case, Frieren answered. Eri, at the meantime, was still confused, but listened fervently, as though she was hearing the most important thing in all the world. I wonder how many other quirkless people are like me, Izuku pondered. Wanting to be heroes, but lacking the power to do so. Maybe, perhaps, one day, Frieren dully cut in. That is up to you, in the future, when you have become a true great mage. Yeah. I guess quirks are a little troublesome already. I mean, the crime rate in America is 20%, and it's worse in other places because of quirks, Izuku sighed. It's lower here because of All Might, but that trend is reversing soon. I know it will. All Might's going through the years. He won't be here for much longer. Already. Perhaps, then, there will be a new great hero to replace him, to strike fear in the hearts of the heartless. Frieren gave him a wry smile. Another Himmel. Another symbol of peace. Izuku fidgeted at the thought. Oh, ho. Maybe. We shall see, Frieren nodded. As Izuku sat there, contemplating his future, Eri would tap him on the arm. Izuku, I think you can become a great hero, too, Eri said with a smile. You can be a hero to many people, like Frieren was a hero to me. Oh, you really think so? I do. But never forget your party, Frieren added, remembering her own party with Himmel, Aizen, and Hyder. You'll need them. You'll need each other. Yeah, Izuku looked at his hands. Fumikage, Uraraka, Ida, Kaminari, and others beyond them. His friends, his party. We help each other. Ah, by the way, Frieren spoke again. Your birthday is 3 days from now, right? Yeah. I'll be 16 years old, Izuku nodded. I can already tell that the class is preparing a surprise. What does he even like other than All Might merch? Ashido nearly pulled her out as she tried to think of a gift to give to the green-haired classmate. Other hero merch? Hagakure helpfully supplied. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Ashido covered her face in despair. I might just get him a Hawk's figurine. Give him a grimoire of dark magic instead, Fumikage suggested, holding up an actual spellbook. The rest of Class 1A looked at him like he was insane, except for Uraraka, who actually realized that it made some sense. He does have this magic thing going on, so, Uraraka shrugged. It could work too? You will be celebrating in the dorms? Frieren asked. Yes, then we'll have our celebration here, too, with Mom, Izuku replied. We'll have apple pie, by the way. Eri looked excited at the prospect. Ah, apple pie, really? I'm sure you're having that every week anyway, Izuku laughed. But yes. Maybe Fumikage could come too, but then he'd be celebrating with me a second time. Boo it, I'm sure he doesn't mind. Dark Shadow will get upset if he doesn't go. Happy birthday, Midoriya. Izuku pretended to be surprised. There was just no way that Ida wouldn't force everyone to organize a surprise birthday party for him that would explode on him. The entirety of Class 1A had put the lights out, so that was one sign. Second was that he could see all of them clustered together using Soul Sight before he even entered Heights Alliance. And third, the class rep was a friend, so of course this would happen, and most of the class appeared to be fond of him. Oh, thanks, guys, Izuku smiled as he saw Uraraka, Ida, Fumikage, and Kaminari carrying a banner with Happy Birthday Midoriya Izuku written on it in kanji. By heaven he loves them so much. Izuku, Fumikage stepped forward and spoke first in his deep baritone. How does a 15-year-old have a deep voice, anyway? The bird-headed teen reached behind his back and pulled out a grimoire, and Izuku was surprised, because he could tell that this one was real. It had an actual spell in it, and considering what Frieren told him, and eventually Fumikage too, he had taken the secret history of magic and quirk in what appeared to be a stride. It made so much sense. Centuries upon centuries of translation and miscopying had made most of the old spells useless. Not this one, though. To you I bestow a grimoire of dark magic and chaos. What's actually in it, Fumi? Izuku asked. Fumikage leaned forward to whisper to his ear. A spell that makes you feel intoxicated. Izuku's face twisted into a shocked, but amused, expression. Fumi, really? That was the only real one I could find over the last 10 months. What's more is that she didn't have this. You looked for this, for 10 months? Why, of course I did. Anything for Fumikage squawked as he enveloped in a crushing hug. He was used to it by this point, so he just patted Izuku at the back in return. Thank you so much. No problem. Mito, Uraraka came up next with a poncho of all things. I'm pretty sure that everyone else is going to give you some kind of All Might merch, and Toko just gave you a spellbook of darkness, so I'll give you a majestic poncho instead. He is after all, the magic hero, and you're another magic hero, too, so. Don't mind if I do. Izuku put on the poncho on top of his shirt. Now, if I gained some height and dyed my hair black, I'd be Siro's clone. Siro chuckled somewhere nearby. To Izuku's surprise, however, Bakugo approached him next, holding out an All Might keychain. Wait, Bakugo, isn't that? It had been a long time since, but he was pretty sure that was the same keychain had when they were younger, before all the bad things happened. Bakugo had bought a new keychain for his bag since then, but it seems he kept this around all this time. Take it before I change my mind. Bakugo held it out. Izuku took it, and began to admire how the ancient keychain was still in pristine condition. And happy birthday, Midoriya. I hope we could succeed. Of course, Bakugo, Izuku nodded. We'll be great heroes, yeah? We will? Kaminari jumped in, literally, carrying a book in his hands. This one wasn't a grimoire, though, it was a novel. That made sense, given that Kaminari was actually a literature nerd. How else does he recognize Hemingway on a glance? Midoriya. I don't know what kind of genre you like, but since you're all about magic, I've decided to give you this. Kaminari pushed the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe into Izuku's hands. I was thinking of giving you Nausicaa, but I couldn't find any more of those. Ah, thanks. Izuku reached up and gave the electric blonde a pat on the head. I haven't read this one yet. Todoroki came up next, holding a fragile-looking glass container with an ice sculpture inside. The sculpture was, wait, is that me? This is a never-melt sculpture of yourself, Todoroki said, setting the container on a nearby table. I commissioned and had it delivered from Vladivostok. Oh my. This is very expensive, is it? Nevermelt was a famous artist in the East Siberian Commonwealth that made detailed ice sculptures that never melted as long as they were kept within glass containers, so a lot of people from around the world commissioned works from her. Do not worry. My father's credit card footed the entire bill, Todoroki replied. Izuku found the notion of Todoroki just intentionally buying the most expensive items using a credit card in Endeavor's name slightly funny until he remembered just what the man did to his family. Then there was the whole Dobby situation. Ugh. That's just how things are, he supposed. After that, everyone just gave him hero merch, mostly those of All Might, though Asido gave him a Hawks figurine, while Siro got him one of Gang Orca. A happy birthday, indeed. The birthday party that Class 1A threw for Izuku was ultimately a simple, but joyful affair. It was telling, though, that much of the food was delivered rather than cooked in the dorms. Todoroki had, as somewhat expected, lavishly used the golden MSTR card under Endeavor's name. The desserts were all baked by Sato, though. As they ate and milled about, the hero students also talked about how Izuku's suggestions and quirk analyses had helped them improve over all this time. I would have never thought of having Dark Shadow wrap around my body had he not suggested it in the wake of my defeat in the sports festival. Fumikage recounted how he lost because Izuku opened a portal beneath his feet while Dark Shadow was too far away to help him up. His classmates on the couch, including Izuku, snickered as Dark Shadow slithered out and perched himself on his host's shoulder like a cat. Combined with Hawks teaching me the way of the blade, it would seem that my style of combat had shifted from long range to short range. And he told me to put cables into my costume. Uraraka pumped her fists around her face, mimicking a boxer's defensive stance. Now I can bash people's heads in with debris. Let's not word it like that, Uraraka, Fumikage reminded the girl he was sitting beside. Oh. Yeah, of course, that's not what I meant. I mean, I'm so much better at fighting now because of him. Heh, Izuku scratched his head as more and more praise was heaped on his feet. I mean, it's just general observations, nothing too special. Nothing too special? You have whole notebooks that analyze quirks, crazy nerd, Bakugo laughed. Never mind that he exploded one of said notebooks, but that was in the past now. I swear, it's in your blood, or something. I guess that's just my dad's legacy in me, Izuku shrugged. Mom said he was very analytical and muttered a lot, too, so, yeah. I just really love quirks, you know? Knowing about them, knowing how they tick, the best ways to get them to work best, all the possible applications, heh. Maybe it was how I compensated for apparently being quirkless, but either way, I'm just doing a thing that I love. Kirishima wiped a manly tear from his manly eyes and off his manly cheeks. Such passion, how manly. You need to learn new adjectives, Kirishima, Ashido deadpanned at her former middle school classmate. No, there's no need. Happy birthday, Izuku. Yep, another party, or rather, another celebration, not necessarily a party, awaited Izuku as he came to the house at Frieren's urging later that night. A lavish meal had been readied courtesy of Inko, and Frieren and Eri were already seated, just waiting for Izuku to sit as well. As for Inko, well, she approached Izuku with tears in her eyes. She trembled as she slowly stepped toward her son, sniffing as the waterworks flowed freely from her eyes. Mom? Why are you crying? Izuku asked, knowing that whoever made his mother cry would surely face his full, unbridled wrath. Who hurt you? I'll hurt them too. It's nothing, Inko wiped the tears from her eyes with her sleeves. My baby boy is growing up so fast. I feel it's just been a short while since you've been cosplaying as All Might in our dainty little apartment, playing a game with you where you pretended to be the man himself while I played the part of a civilian to be rescued. It's just going to be a little while before you become a big strong man, a hero. I am so proud of you, Izuku. Thanks, Mom. Izuku stepped forward and hugged his mother, while he could see Frieren looking at them with a little smile of her face. I love you too. And I'll make you proud. I swear. You already have, baby. Inko let out another deluge of tears. Silly me, the woman chided herself and patted her sleeves against her shirt. Why do I have to cry so much, huh? Right? Izuku let out a little chuckle. His mother and her waterworks, she might as well have a water quirk with how much she cried whenever he felt proud of him. That's fine, Mom. So are we going to? Oh, right, before you dig in, we all have gifts for you. Inko pulled out a small wooden box out of her coat's pocket. Frieren and Eri walked up with little boxes of their own. Here, I've got one for you, Inko handed the box to Izuku, who opened it after a moment of staring at it. So, since you've interned under Star and Stripes, and you seem to admire her to the point that you copied a bit of her style, I thought to give a souvenir of hers. Got it straight from the reunited states. Izuku would take out his mother's gift, a silver chain necklace with a metal star and stripes riding on top of a jet as the pendant that had been painted red, white, and blue, and placed it around his neck. Thanks, Mom. I got my first apprentice a hair ornament. Frieren came up at him next, opening a small box to allow Izuku to marvel at the fact that Frieren did give him a comb. Unlike the one she gave to Fern, though, it wasn't made of stylized metal. Instead, it appeared to be made out of pure jade, with some golden lines tracing all over it in seemingly random patterns. I'm giving you a comb because your hair is so messy and you do not seem to take care of it very well. But everyone likes to ruffle it so it gets messed up anyway. Izuku chuckled as he took the gift. But thank you. This must have been very expensive. Don't tell me you sold transmuted gold to get this. Heh, Frieren gave him a sordid smirk. Now, finally, it was Eri's turn. Izuku bent down on his knees to look at Eri eye to eye. Izuku remembered how she had been such a timid, scared girl at first, but over the last few weeks she had opened up quite well to the world. Frieren completely annihilating everyone that came after them may have played big part in that. Eri pulled out a crayon drawing and handed it to Izuku. As with all children's drawings, it was messy and amateurish, but that was precisely the point. Eri had drawn herself, of course, but there were also Frieren, Izuku, Inko, Fumikage, Dark Shadow, and Mirio in the drawing as well, all standing in a line. I will have this framed, and cherish it forever. Izuku reached out to pat Eri on the head. Thanks, Eri. Thank you too, Eri replied. We're not late, are we? Ga. Izuku jumped as Aizawa-sensei and Fumikage had appeared on the doorway just behind him. Dark Shadow came out and went straight for Eri, who delightfully hugged and petted the sentient Quirk. When did you guys even show up? And Aizawa-sensei, you're really here. What, didn't think I'd care enough. Aizawa replied as he handed Izuku what appeared to be a small book entitled, How to Live Debt-Free. Here. My gift for you. Use it well. Happy birthday, Midoriya. Thanks, sensei. If you mention this to any of your classmates or any of the faculty I will fail you, Aizawa said with that same dour, tired tone, but he was probably joking. Good evening, Ms. Midoriya. Frieren. And Eri, he looked down at the girl, who looked at him with odd familiarity. With that, he turned and ran off, probably to a late-night patrol. As for Fumikage? I already gave my gift to you, but Dark Shadow has not, Fumikage said, pulling out what appeared to be a custom poster that followed the format of one of those exclusive All Might posters. Apparently, Dark Shadow used my computer while I was sleeping, and went on to commission and order a poster that would have your image and hero name instead. It will be everywhere one day. Dark Shadow proclaimed as he scooped up Eri and carried her around in his claws. She appeared to like the experience very much, especially when Dark Shadow nuzzled his little face against hers, purring as he did so. Right? You'll have statues of you, too, Frieren added, remembering how Himmel had statues in just about every place of major human habitation. Heh, thanks, Dark Shadow, you're really sweet, Izuku chuckled as Eri and Dark Shadow bonded. He turned toward the dining table, where a sumptuous feast awaited. An All Might-themed birthday cake with candles that spelled out 16. So, let's eat? Yeah. Eri jumped on and down on top of Dark Shadow's claws. Apple pie. Apple pie. That's for dessert, Eri, Fumikage reminded the girl as he walked to the table. As far as I know, blowing a candle has to be accompanied by a wish, yes? Frieren mused as she watched Izuku get to position behind the cake and its burning candles. So, Izuku, what is your wish? Izuku thought about Frieren's question for a moment. What is his wish, anyway? To be a great hero? That was a given. To make his mother proud? She already was. Prove himself worthy of Frieren's tutelage? He already is. What did he wish for, then? I wish that I'll become an inspiration for many in the future, Izuku said, the faint orange glow of the candles reflecting off his green irises. So that people will help each other, too. That all of society becomes a party of its own. That's my wish. And with that, Izuku blew out the candles, eliciting a cacophony of clapping from his mother and Eri, while Frieren and Fumikage looked on with stoic but quite obviously happy expressions. And I'll do that by going plus ultra. Plus ultra. Eri pumped her fists to the air, the same way Mirio would do it. Fumikage patted Izuku at the shoulder as they began to sit down around the table. Happy birthday, Izuku, again. Thanks, friend. I owe you so much. I wouldn't say that. But he did owe his bird-headed friend so much, didn't he? If he wasn't friends with Fumikage, he would have never gotten that summoning ritual. He would have never summoned Frieren to this world, and learned magic from her. He wouldn't have learned Zoltraak and all those other spells. The same spells that allowed him to save his teacher and classmates from the USJ Nomu, Aizawa-sensei, Kirishima, Bakugo, and Todoroki would probably be dead. Frieren wouldn't have destroyed the League of Villains, allowing them to continue in their crimes. If Izuku had never summoned her here, Frieren wouldn't have saved Eri from Overhaul and the Shai Hasaikai, and the girl would still be living in agonizing torment every single day. In a sense, their friendship and the fact that they hung out for that night on that day had turned the world on its head, revealed powers beyond and allowed Izuku to pursue his dream of being a hero. A magic hero. He could never thank heaven enough for all this. I did this to him. Enji Todoroki stared into the wooden walls of his office as his thoughts led him into 1,000 different scenarios and imagined endings. He had believed Tuya to be dead so long ago, he even found a jawbone in Sekoto Peak as the forest fire consumed the place. There was a shrine to Tuya in the Todoroki home. But now, Tuya is alive, but wasn't well. Tuya, was a hate-filled husk of his former self. He hated his father, his siblings, and his mother. He would sooner allow the rest of the Todoroki family to die in the process of whatever vengeance plan he had concocted if it meant hurting Enji. Why did I say those words? Enji and his words. Enji and the way he knew how to communicate, or rather, the sheer lack of it. He discovers his son is alive and the second thing he does is calling him a fool. Granted, that was indeed correct. Tuya had murdered dozens in cold blood, burning them to ash with the very same fire quirk that would doom him to a fiery death, as the doctors had said so long ago. Tuya was a killer, a villain, and had no qualms about anything, really. But, perhaps it would have been better if he said that he should have never put those ideas of grandeur into Tuya's head as a child before promptly ignoring him after his fire quirk proved to be detrimental. No wonder Shoto hated him. No wonder Natsuo has subtly indicated that. Once he graduates college and gets a job, he will cut off all contact. No wonder Rei lives with Natsuo instead of the house they all used to live together in. No wonder all of Fuyumi's efforts to bring them together had failed miserably. The problem was him, wasn't he? Dabi was right, no matter how twisted and insane he had become. Every problem in the Todoroki family goes back to Endeavor, its patriarch. I was a fool. Tuya had been sent to a path of villainy and murder, and now, a life in captivity in the depths of Tartarus, to waste away in solitude and hate. It was all Enji's fault. All his fault. If only he had gone to Sekoto Peak that day, chosen to indulge Tuya one more time. Perhaps he would have been saved. Perhaps he wouldn't have been sent straight into the vile arms of All for One, an ancient villain whose existence Enji believed to be a mere myth until the interrogations on Tuya and Tamura Shigaraki proved otherwise. He did care for Tuya. For all of them, but he had utterly failed to actually show it. He had no idea how to properly express it so. He simply thought that he was giving Shoto a favor with his harsh training. Enji, after all, was subjected to the same training, and he became the most powerful fire quirk user in all the world. He thought that it was all right. He thought that it was fine. He thought that it was the right way, because it was how he was raised. This is all my fault. Boss, are you okay? Huh? What? One of Enji's sidekicks, Burnin, carefully peered into the office, her bright, burning green hair falling over her shoulders in a cascading wave. You have been, how do I say this, out of your head all day long. Are you sure you're fine, boss? I am, do not worry, NG gruffly replied. Is there anything that you have to report? Nothing, boss, Vernon replied. It's just that dash. Then why did you even come here to begin with? NG asked. Vernon stepped into the room in full and closed the door behind her. Everyone's worried. You've been really distant all these past few days, which is saying something, because you are a bit aloof. NG wasn't offended, of course, he knew well that he had cultivated a reputation of efficiency and aloofness. But you're often staring out into windows and into empty space, everyone's noticed already. So, is there anything up, boss? I am simply tired. It is nothing to worry about. Maybe you should take a dash. No. NG flew out of his desk. I cannot rest. I cannot stop. I cannot take a break. This is my life's purpose, and I will keep fulfilling it until the day I die. So, tell the rest of the sidekicks to not worry. I am fine. If you say so, sir. Vernon bowed and turned away, leaving NG all alone in his office again. No, you are right, NG thought as Vernon disappeared behind the heavy wooden doors. I am not fine indeed. But where does he even start? His entire family aside from Fuyumi genuinely believe that they're better off without him in their lives. Tuya wants him dead, and wishes for him to die painfully. Shoto doesn't even seem to care about his existence anymore. While him using his fire initially made NG's heart to swell with pride and satisfaction, the same drive and rage wasn't there anymore. Shoto had no more interest in surpassing All Might. Natsuo is poised to just get out of his orbit as soon as he is able. And Rei was in the same boat as Natsuo. All but one member of his family would rather have him away from their lives. And they may be right. Before long, the summer vacation was finished, and classes returned in the form of the second semester. For their first day back in class, 1A gathered in the homeroom, sitting quietly and patiently as soon as the clock hit 7:58 a.m. And sure enough at 8 a.m. sharp, Aizawa stepped inside with a mug of coffee in his right hand. Strangely enough, he did not arrive crawling in here in his sleeping bag, but he still did wear what appeared to be penguin-themed slippers. He probably just woke up and rushed here to get on time. Good morning, class. Aizawa yawned and scanned the classroom, and saw that everyone was there. Good. They better keep those up for the next 2 years. First of all, I would like to say that, yawn, welcome back to UA. No, do not clap. And second, you, alongside Class 1B, will be participating in the provisional licensing exam next month. But sensei. Ashido raised her hand. Aren't those reserved for second and third years? I don't know if you remember, but the summer training camp itself is something normally reserved for second and third years as well, Aizawa replied. Well, he didn't mention it because he forgot, but he figured he could just say that he did say it, and make them think they forgot. Yes, this is indeed a valid strategy. Due to the rise of more frequent villain attacks, which could be attributed to the lessening presence of All Might in the streets, the HPSC has mandated all hero schools, including UA, to participate in these licensing exams. Nizu, myself, and much of the faculty argued against it, of course, since it would mean that you'd also be sent to work studies and thus be exposed to actual combat against villains earlier than expected, but the bureaucrats wouldn't budge. Aizawa hid his mouth underneath his capture scarf, angrily muttering as he did so. BSTRDS wouldn't even let these kids get to 18 years of age first. They drive me mad, but whatever. Well, we've already been exposed to villain combat, twice, Midoriya remarked, recalling the USJ incident and the Island fiasco. Work studies would mean that you'd be exposed to it 3 days a week, Aizawa replied. Now, I know that you are all very capable, sometimes terrifyingly so. His eyes glanced over Midoriya, Bakugo, Tokoyami, and Todoroki, arguably the potentially most powerful and dangerous students this school ever had aside from the big three. But that doesn't mean you should be cocky. Be at your best, and prepare for the provisional licensing exams. Because you're UA students, the other schools will be trying to crush you at the start. Do not allow them that chance. I want you to crush them. Understood? Aizawa-sensei is strangely passionate about this, Izuku thought as he took in what Aizawa just said. Ha! We're going to win, for sure. We're just that good. Bakugo laughed. Nevertheless, overconfidence will be the greatest ally of our opponents, Fumikage said with his eyes closed and arms crossed. Of course you try to look cool while saying that. I wonder what kind of training we'll be having today. Izuku wondered as he and the rest of Class 1A took their seats for the day's heroics class. All Might marched into the classroom, his signature smile illuminating the whole place as usual. The dazzling, starstruck effect had mostly been gone from Izuku by this point. The man was his teacher for 5 days a week, and when you see something or someone nearly every day, seeing them as bigger than life is all but impossible. All Might relied less on brochures and written instructions to do anything in the class. Instead, he seemed to have put his mind toward memorizing and rehearsing, or maybe he was just used to teaching now. It had been a semester, after all? Good afternoon, you. All Might boomed, his enormous frame casting a shadow over the first row of students in the classroom. As your homeroom teacher had announced this morning, you will be preparing for the provisional licensure exam. And your first step towards that is developing an ultimate move. All Might pulled out a remote and clicked its red button, causing a holographic projection to appear over the blackboard. The hologram showed some well-known ultimate moves in action, as best as cameras could capture them, anyway, in a collage of looped videos. Todoroki glared daggers at Endeavor's video, where he performed the well-known Prominence Burn move that would absolutely incinerate everything around him. Other ultimate moves included General Winter's Ice 7 prison encasing a powerful villain in a nigh-unbreakable cage of hyperpressurized ice, All Might's very own Detroit Smash changing the weather with a single punch, Stars and Stripes quite literally throwing down a bundle of nuclear weapons at a Quirk giant squid that tried to destroy Hawaii in a state-of-the-art hypersonic intercontinental cruise punch, Uncle Sam firing maybe 300 or so missiles to defeat a particularly troublesome villain in the move simply called Exterminatus, and Hawks cutting and disabling a villain faster than the camera shutters could capture with soundwave vibration-enhanced flight feather blade. Most of them were, quite honestly, a lot for the tongue to spell out, Izuku decided. Also, how much more ultimate could he do with Zoltraak when it can obliterate most opponents with one shot? Maybe 100 of them at the same time? That would be the definition of overkill, but that would be an ultimate move for sure. Perhaps he could combine them with portals? There is just so much to think about, so much to strategize, so many spells to choose from. An ultimate move is something that you use to turn the tide of battle. All Might continued, throwing a fist forward that, thankfully, didn't actually cause the weather inside the classroom to change. Every pro hero has at least, some have several. And so, today, we will have you develop ultimate moves. Everyone, change to your costumes and meet me in Gym Gamma. With that, All Might flew out of the room with a flare of his cape. The hero students began standing up from their seats, excitedly chattering as they did. Can't wait to see what you guys cook up. Ashido jumped between Kirishima and Bakugo, making the former laugh and the latter smirk with a sinister look. Hey, I don't know what kind of ultimate move I can do with a quirk like mine, Kirishima scratched his head. I mean, I'm just a walking wall, after all. Well, a walking wall that punches back, but you get what I mean. Nonsense, Kirishima. A familiar green-headed boy said to Kirishima, while upside down, and midair. Fumikage just looked on with a disappointed look on his face, his feathers drooping sideways, while Uraraka looked up in wonder and awe. Ida looked like he was about to explode, meanwhile. You've got other parts to hit with, too. Your big head, for instance. Get down, you crazy nerd. Bakugo shouted, grabbing him by the shoulders and setting him upright. The blonde looked back toward Ida, who was about to open his mouth to reprimand Izuku for floating midair while they were on their way to the changing rooms, only for him to shut up as the situation appeared to have been resolved. Being around that sentient quirk has made you a troll, hasn't it? You could say that, Izuku smirked. Kirishima stood there, transfixed at the realization. Holy hell, you're right. Kirishima touched his forehead. Mom did say that I've always had a hard skull, so. Please do not give yourself a concussion, though, Izuku reminded. Kirishima nodded, knowing how bad it might be if he ever bashed his own head against a wall without hardening on. Then why did you suggest headbutts? Ashido questioned. Izuku thought of a response for a moment. It would, thematic, wouldn't it? Ha! It would be. Kirishima laughed. Crimson Riot did tend to headbutt his enemies back in the day, so, yes. See? My suggestions are always sound, Izuku shrugged. You're insane. Bakugo stared at him in pretend shock. You're crazy. I know I am. It takes a method to the madness to make good use of a quirk like mine, after all. As the hero students arrived in Gym Gamma, they would be met by All Might, as well as Cementos, Midnight, and Ectoplasm. Izuku could swear that he just knew that Recovery Girl was lurking around close by, since developing ultimate moves that could turn the tide of battle would probably be dangerous and destructive. Cementos would go on to explain how this gym was known as the training dining land because of how he could raise sections of the gym floor for the students to train their quirks in without interfering in each other's work. To demonstrate, he raised one such platform, hence the dining table reference. The provisional licensing exam will test many facets of being a hero, but of particular importance is combat ability, Midnight added as the students gapped at the high platform that Cementos made. Which is why you need those ultimate moves. The commission will only pass you if think you're useful in a fight. The students nodded along, though Koda and Hagakure shifted nervously. After all, even Backdraft can fight if need be. Getting blasted by pressurized water was no joke, and could break someone's bones if Backdraft was trying hard enough. And Aizawa had said long ago that even rescue heroes could get into fights. The wild PP cats came to mind. Pixie Bob and Tiger are probably at the higher end of fighting ability when it came to pro heroes, and they were rescue heroes. Some of you already have moves that could be considered ultimate. Ectoplasm held up a finger as Midnight finished speaking. Something like Ida's Recipro Burst. Ida nodded in delight at being mentioned by the teacher, and Tokoyami's Black Ink. Khonshu's Fury. Fumikage shuddered at the mention, as he could already feel the teasing of how edgy it sounded coming, can be considered ultimate moves already. However, just because they can already be seen as ultimate moves doesn't mean that they don't need to be improved on. Either improve on your existing ultimate moves, make more, or, if you don't have one, make one. We will assist you with suggestions and advice, of course. Also, think about costume and gear upgrades. All Might added, pointing a finger at Uraraka and Yaoyorozu in quick succession. Young Uraraka here has integrated cables on her costume to use debris rendered weightless by her quirk as weapons, and young Yaoyorozu has used fabric made from her own hair so that the objects her quirk create can simply pass through her clothes rather than, ehem. All Might's eyes twitched at Mineta, who looked disappointed that Yaoyorozu's costume wasn't exposing half of her body anymore. You know what I mean. Gear upgrades, huh? Izuku thought about it for a moment. He didn't have much in the way of gear, except for the drones Melissa gave to him as a gift for helping resolve the Island fiasco. He still slips a lot when he tries to jump between them. Maybe Hatsum could help with it? She could add some kind of sticking feature? Alright, students, time for you to begin. Cementos motioned to the wide, open spaces of the gym. Large tiles, around maybe 20 meters wide each, covered the floor. They were visibly separate from each other, like a strange kind of chessboard that had spacing between the squares. Each of you, stand in a square. Do not stand between the lines. At the same time, Ectoplasm vomited forth 20 clones, each of whom would accompany a student. Once the hero students stood in squares of their own, Cementos raised the platforms. The highest platforms had Bakugo, Izuku, Fumikage, and Todoroki on them, quite fittingly, since their quirks, and magic, but no one knew about that, were the most dangerous and destructive. The others either were on middling platforms, or their squares were simply not raised at all. Ultimate move? Ultimate move. Izuku paced back and forth while one of Ectoplasm's clones watched him. On one of the nearby high platforms, Fumikage and Dark Shadow had merged with Black Abyss. How do you manage to make something sound twice as dark? While they were not using Nebelung and thus wouldn't be using Ragnarok anytime soon, Dark Shadow's claws were shooting out the empty air in front of them while Ectoplasm's clone looked on with a look of, well, the man had a permanently grinning mask, so no one can tell what his expression would be like. If Izuku were to guess, it would probably be pride on the pro-hero teacher's actual face right now. Actually, does Ectoplasm have a mask or is his face just like that? He had never asked and at this point it would be too awkward to ask. At the least, though, Fumikage had figured out that since Dark Shadow could stretch out any part of him, he could still strike at long range without leaving Fumikage behind. You're doing well, Fumi. Izuku waved and called out. The bird-headed boy gave a thumbs up using one of Dark Shadow's claws before proceeding to pummel the platform beneath him with consecutive punches. Midoriya, when are you going to, start? Ectoplasm asked. Ah. Yes, sensei, I will be, yes, I've got it. Izuku floated up with flight magic. Ectoplasm and the other teachers looked up as Izuku's green cloak billowed in the winds and shockwaves produced by Bakugo's explosion and Todoroki's fire and ice mixing hot and cold air together. A magic circle appeared on his staff, but unlike the blue light that everyone was accustomed to at this point, it began to glow with a sinister purple glimmer. He had been holding on to this spell for quite some time, mostly because it was mana-hungry. However, it would certainly count as an ultimate move, and also, everyone would be shocked by it, ha! Destructive lightning spell, Judrajim. Purple lightning erupted out of Izuku's staff, snaking towards the platform that he had just flown out of. Ectoplasm's clone looked up in disbelief as not a single fork of lightning hit him, though debris and dust on the platform began to float, supercharged as they were with lightning magic. The display of sheer power in that single instance made everyone look as Izuku casted Judrajim in front of people other than Frieren for the first time. Like Zoltraak, he could adjust Judrajim's power output so that it costs less mana and doesn't actually kill whoever it hits. After all, it's magical electricity. He could do whatever the hell he wanted with it. How terrifying. All Might's blue eyes slightly glimmered under the purple light that consumed Gym Gamma and grabbed everyone's attention. What a powerful quirk indeed. Midnight gaped at the sight. She was enraptured by the bright purple colors that snaked on top of Midoriya's platform, where Ectoplasm's clone was still standing unharmed. Magnificent. That's good and all, but may I ask you to use that on my clone, Midoriya? Ectoplasm called out to the floating Izuku. We need to know how strong it is. Right. Izuku pointed his staff downward again, this time pointing right toward Ectoplasm's clone. Judrajim. Now, the lightning didn't spread out, but rather, compressed into a beam of purple electricity that went on to turn the clone back into wisps of white mist, before then continuing to bore a molten hole into the platform. The entire stone pillar then overheated from the inside and exploded, shards of superheated stone impacting against the electromagnetic barrier ected around the platform area as well as the defensive magic Izuku conjured for himself. Gasps erupted all around the gym. Is he alright? What was that? Crazy nerd. Too bright. Too bright. Now that's an ultimate move. As the smoke cleared, there was simply no more platform there, everything had broken apart, falling into a pile of half-molten rock. The mage apprentice gasped at what he had just done. He didn't just annihilate Ectoplasm's clone, he destroyed the whole exercise area reserved for him. Thankfully, electromagnetic shields covered each platform area, too, so there was no chance of stray debris or errant quirk fire hitting someone outside it. Still, I overdid it. Bah, who was he kidding? Judrajim is the destructive lightning spell. Of course, it would do something like this. He then suddenly remembered what Fumikage told him about how Aizawa-sensei was scared of cleaning up the bodies after him. Maybe there was merit to that. Even if he was an absolute cinnamon roll, literally everyone thinks he is one, a crazy one, granted, but a ray of sunshine nonetheless, he was just so dangerous because of magic. Good thing he and Frieren are the only people who can use these spells. They were the only ones with mana magic, right? Right? Later that day, Izuku would enlist Uraraka's and Fumikage's help to get the loyal wingman drones to the development studio, where Power Loader and his most skilled support students would be hard at work making support items. After all, they said that they too considered upgrades for support gear, namely, Fumikage wanted to get some kind of smoke grenade, flashbangs, and light-scattering chaff that could allow him to power up and suppress Dark Shadow at will, even if he ran out of mana. Uraraka, meanwhile, said she needed something that could reduce her nausea. That, and he just liked seeing how awkward they got with each other when he walked on ahead of them, leaving the two basically alone. They had a hard time looking at each other when Izuku wasn't beside or between them, and that was telling indeed. Ashido may be the shipping queen, but I'm the shipping emperor, Izuku knowingly smirked as he stepped just in front of the development studio's doors. And it exploded. Having spent nearly an entire year under Frieren's tutelage, Izuku had long thought that he would not be surprised by anything. He had seen it all. Black holes conjured by magic. Giant fireballs that reduced boulders to ash. Potions that can dissolve clothes. A beam of magic energy that's basically a rapid-fire version of Avada Kedavra. Dreams with dragons in them. Tales of heroes taking on a demon king. Tales of Hyder being a drunk, corrupt priest. Tales of Fern pouting whenever either Frieren or Stark set her off. Tales of Stark chopping up a demon that pretentiously copies other people's moves. Seeing All Might up close 5 days a week. But no. Nothing could have prepared him for this. Nothing, in the past 1.5 years of training would he have anticipated that he would have a girl on top of him right after a cataclysmic explosion. Hi there, whoever you are. The same pink-haired, insane inventor that used Ida as an advertisement back in the sports festival looked back at Izuku with her strange, scope-like eyes. She's so close. Izuku looked down. Oh no. Ah, right, sorry. Mei Hatsum got off the writhing, terrified, and confused Izuku, placing her hands on her hips. I'm Mei Hatsum, just call me Mei. And you are? I don't know any of you. I am Tokoyami Fumikage, this is Uraraka Ochiko. Fumikage motioned at Uraraka, who was still staring aghast at Izuku, who lay on the floor with a face as red as a beet. The one you, how should I say this, the one you, squished, to the floor, is Midoriya Izuku. Oh. Mei looked up, as if trying to remember who they were. Nope, I don't remember who you are. Uraraka began slowly. We were your teammates in the sports festival cavalry battle, we were on number 1 spot there, how did you forget? I tend to forget things if they're not important. Mei laughed. Now, are you here to try out my babies? No, I mean, Uraraka pushed a drone, which was about the same size as a skateboard, toward Mei, whose eyes began to glimmer in wonder. Mito here wants your help with these? Mito? Are you okay? Now you know what it feels like, Fumikage thought as he mentally commanded Dark Shadow to go and pick Izuku up from the floor. Are you still alive? Huh? Izuku blinked before his eyes rested on one of the drones that Mei was now glazing over. Oh, right. So, Mei, I meant to ask you for help on these. I'm trying to use them in combat, but I keep slipping off them when I jump from one drone to another midair. I can fly, but flying actually eats up a lot of my energy, so these drones should offset that weakness of mine. I need something that would prevent me from slipping off. Mei? Oh my god, this baby is so beautiful. Where did you even jetty? Mei seemed to teleport around the upright drone as she inspected the red, white, and blue chassis. I want to take it apart and dash. Well, I got it as a gift, actually, Izuku replied. From I-Island. I-Island. Right, some villains attacked there, but Mei Hatsum, along with this blonde American girl whose name I can't remember, restored the security system. Mei pointed at herself with her thumbs. Oh, you were there too? Yeah, I was. Huh. I've got just the right modifications for this baby if you want to stop slipping. Mei cackled. And you? Mei turned toward Fumikage. I bet you need a bigger cloak, don't you? Do you need a seed dispenser when you're hungry? Haha, just kidding. I just wanted to have smoke grenades, flashbangs, and light scattering chaff, Fumikage stammered, ignoring the light-hearted jab at the fact that he had a bird head. To both enhance and suppress my quirk as needed. And perhaps night vision goggles. And something to reduce nausea while floating, Uraraka added. Aha! I just got the babies for you too. Mei hooked her arms into Fumikage's and Uraraka's, basically dragging them inside the development studio while Izuku closely followed behind them. Between you, I am going to make so many babies. Mei. Power Loader stepped in through another door within the studio while other support course students milled about. I turn away for just 1 minute and you, hello there, hero course students. I see that you've been acquainted. Help me, Fumikage looked back at Izuku as Mei kept dragging him and Uraraka from one table to another. Uraraka looked back at him too, her eyes telling the same thing. Help us. Nah, Izuku winked back at his friends while another support student took the initiative and pushed the weightless drones inside the studio. This should be fun. After nearly a month of preparation, the day for the provisional licensing exams had come. Naturally, Class 1A, 1B was going to do their exam in a different date, apparently, to avoid conflict, came to the testing arena on a bus. As the hero students piled out, Izuku would see that other schools had arrived, too. The first to approach 1A were students who wore the uniforms of Ketsubutsu High School, along with a costumed pro-hero he recognized to be Ms. Joke. Izuku remembered that he had applied to Ketsubutsu way back then, as a backup plan in case UA didn't accept him. The first thing that happened was that Ms. Joke started trying to joke with Aizawa-sensei, which did not work at all. She was also flirting with him, an odd choice, for sure, but Ms. Joke's tastes are her own. She seemed to quickly realize that trying to get Aizawa to marry her for the nth time was futile, so she introduced her own class, Class 2, to the UA hero students. 2 of them, whose uniforms name cards, why couldn't they wear IDs with lanyards like a normal high school, identified them as Yoshindo and Tatami Nakagame, excitedly greeted Class 1A. The reception was rather warm. Even Bakugo nodded along instead of challenging them. That being said, the Shiketsu students, adorned in their dark, militaristic apparel, approached as well as soon as the Ketsubutsu students left along with Ms. Joke. Or rather, 3 of them. One of them, sporting a buzz cut beneath his cap, was exceedingly tall, towering over everyone, even Shoji and Koda. Not only was he tall, but he was very, very loud as he greeted 1A with a friendly, if not overbearing tone that would give even Ida a run for his money. Good morning, UA students. I love UA so much, I just to hear you say plus ultra, yes? Inasa, it is not proper to scream at people like that, one of his companions, a guy with purple hair that made him look somewhat like a shorter version of Shinso, reprimanded. Inasa proceeded to smash his head into the concrete with such force that his skull literally buried itself several inches into solid concrete, apologizing profusely before standing back up again. The other Shiketsu student, a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, would speak her own piece though when the words came out of her mouth, everyone resisted the urge to just die at the spot. What the Sigma, Inasa? You are, like, losing all your Riz aura with all the phantom taxing. Keep doing that skibbity and you'll be entering your grief era. The forbidden tongue, Izuku gasped. The other 1A students were confused at best and annoyed at worst. There was a reason that kind of slang was considered to be utterly disgusting. Language textbooks go out of their way to vilify it. And, quite honestly, who wouldn't feel disgust? Make her stop, Fumikage groaned as he covered his ears, while Dark Shadow cackled and laughed. Inasa would turn his bleeding head toward Todoroki, though, and stared at him like a hawk. What? Todoroki asked as he suddenly found himself being surveyed by the enormous Shiketsu student. I'm sorry, have we met before? Do we have a problem? What do you want? Is there something funny with my face? Todoroki Shoto. Son of Endeavor. Yes, that is me. Inasa's smile and ridiculously strong posture didn't change at all as he uttered the next words out of his mouth. He even still sounded enthusiastic saying it. I just want to say that I don't like you. Todoroki could only stare in confusion. Huh? Inasa refused to elaborate as he turned around and left with his classmates, leaving a very confused Todoroki and Class 1A alone. He was one of the recommended students in UA, Aizawa said as he saw how confused everyone was because of what Inasa just said. Emphasis on was. He turned it down and enrolled in Shiketsu instead. But what does that have to do with Todoroki? Izuku raised a hand. Hell if I know, Aizawa shrugged. He didn't care enough to try to ask a student from another school just why he doesn't like one of his students. It's not like they'll meet again for years, probably. Shiketsu was all the way in western Japan, too. Chances are Inasa just doesn't like Todoroki's face. Was it the scar? Was it the fact that he had heterochromia? Who the hell cares? Let's just get in there and get this over with. If you get your licenses, you'll be semi-pros, so you better do your best. Understand? Yes, sensei. Ultimately, all of Class 1A passed the first round of the provisional licensing exam. It had been simple enough at first glance, hit the other participants in the weak spots with ball enough times, and you'll pass. The other schools tried to do this to 1A at the start, of course, in the so-called UA crush, but they failed miserably, with some of them getting taken out in the process by 1, as counterattacks. Yoshindo's attempt to separate the UA students from each other also failed when a combination of Izuku's Judrigem and Bakugo's howitzer impact sent him flying away. As a result, the class moved as a single, united front, and became the first, aside from Inasa, who defeated 120 other applicants in one go, to pass. The second round, however, was certainly going to be more difficult. The 100 participants that passed gathered in the same hall that previously held 1,200, where the tired and sleepy HPSC bureaucrat, Mara, began lazily reading out the instructions for the second test. So, Yan, you will be staging a rescue operation in the arena. Employees of the Help Us Corporation will be, helping us by posing as victims of the disaster, that being an earthquake, in this case. They'll each have written tags that say what kind of injuries they supposedly have. They'll be the ones grading you based on how well you handle yourselves in this situation if you'd put actual victims at ease, and if the way you're carrying them is actually valid. So, Yan, proceed to the arena. Whoa, so fast. I'm giving you 8100. Izuku winced at the cries of the HUC employees as he used Blau Kraken and Flight Magic in tandem to rapidly move them from the disaster area to the triage zone. Nearby, he could see an enlarged dark shadow carrying maybe 4 victims to safety, as Koda used a flock of birds to block off the light around Fumikage, making the sentient Quirk larger and faster underneath the rather bright overhead lights. More birds flew about. Where did Koda get so many pigeons from, anyway, relaying the locations of more false victims? Shoji and Jiro were hard at work too, listening for vibrations and heartbeats. Bakugo, well, why are you so heavy? Bakugo screeched as he carried 2 HUC employees on his shoulders while Kirishima carried 2 others on his shoulders without much complaint. Seriously, you need to lay off the ice cream, you 10-ton whales. You're not supposed to insult the victims of the disaster. One of the victims called out before tapping at his wrist-held computer, activating a hologram that glowed red. That's a point off of you. Huh? How is it my fault that you're heavy? I think you should lie to them about that, bro. Kirishima suggested. You may be telling the truth but you're not comforting the victim that way. I don't lie. I never do. 1 more point off for unnecessary banter. PSS off. 1 more point off for insulting the victims. As for Izuku's part, he had the soul sight spell that Frieren taught, allowing him to see just where all the false victims were, though he couldn't really perceive them by depth. Before long, he flew down to the triage zone, where Yayorozu was creating bandages to patch up wounds. Genesis found some more victims from the earthquake area. Izuku called out as he delicately laid the HUC employees on the padded sheets that made up the triage zone. I'm going back for MO-. Boom! Deafening explosions shook the arena. At first, Izuku thought the HUC employees might have annoyed Bakugo a little too much, but now that he looked at the breaches, he realized that it was all probably part of the test, though part of him was scared that actual villains had come to interrupt the exams. Scanning the area, he saw that there were maybe 3 breaches, out of which foe villains were coming out. The first were Gang Orca and his sidekicks. The killer whale hero, an honestly terrifying man to look at, walked with an intimidating aura, running his clawed hand underneath his cape to allow it to flutter in the wind. Beside him, his sidekicks, all bearing batons and stun weapons of some kind, followed him like a legion to war. Mara's voice filled the arena once again. As with all emergency situations, unexpected things happen. Now, there is a villain and terrorist attack immediately proceeding from the disaster. Can you protect the civilians while fighting off villains? We'll see. The second breach had Wash of all heroes come through, followed by a group of similarly themed foe villains. The walking washing machine screamed out, "Wash," in a high-pitched, slightly filtered voice, causing his sidekicks to come rushing forward while he walked on, menacingly so, despite the fact that he was an honest-to-heaven washing machine. Bubbles floated all around Wash, capturing one of the victims inside it and bringing them upward. The HUC employee then threw a pretend struggle within the bubble, as if to say that they were suffocating. As for the third breach, Hawks came in screeching like a bird, though instead of his usual yellow flight jacket, he wore a black one now. Hawk's sidekicks followed into the breach, and, as usual, were unable to keep up with Hawks, instead opting to move in their own pace. Leading them, though. Is that Fumikage's dad? Since when did he have claws? Thank you for inviting me to participate in this event, Kigo. Rado looked over at the faux triage section that the hero students had set up. He flexed his mechanical hands one more time, remembering the actual hands that he lost years ago in battle against. This body of mine may be old, but my mind still needs its fun. You're just 45, Rado, you're not that old yet. But, anyway, let's make their lives harder. Hawks laughed as he sped towards one of the nearest hero students, a girl with insect-like compound eyes from Shiketsu, carrying a HUC employee in her arms. The girl started panicking and tried to outrun Hawks, but not for long, as Hawks soon caught up to her and began circling around her like a vulture. Did Hawks' sidekicks have any idea who he was? Nope, of course they didn't. Did they listen to him, though? Well, yes. They just knew he was an old friend of Hawks, and that he used to be an underground hero. Both parts were true, anyway. Go forth and multiply, 'cause mayhem. Rado laughed maniacally, remembering the last time that he could really go out and have real fun. That had been a long, long time ago. The sidekicks, of course, were more than happy to do their part, and tumbled towards the hero students. For the darkness. Remember, Izuku. If a warrior gets close to a mage, the mage loses, not the other way around. Admittedly, Izuku hadn't much experience in loss, yet. He hadn't had his fair share of terrible things, failures, and threatening challenges so far, simply because the magic he wielded was simply out of this world's context. Who knows about mana exhaustion? Just him, Fumikage, and Frieren. Who knows that defensive magic is bad at protecting against large physical mass? Again, just the 3 of them. Who knows that it doesn't block sound or vibrations? No one, until now. However, Gang Orca apparently doesn't need to know any of these weaknesses. Yoshindo, the vibration guy from Ketsubutsu, had told him to evacuate the victims while he held off Gang Orca and his men by shattering the ground. That worked, at least until Gang Orca burst out of the broken ground, jumped forward, and headbutt and paralyzed Shindo with his hypersonic vibration attack. Izuku immediately threw open a portal underneath Shindo to get him to safety, just for Gang Orca to also get right at his face. CRP. He's too fast and too close and I'm just by myself. Izuku found no time to summon any defensive magic, not that it would matter against the killer whale hero's hypersonic attack at this close range. All Might was faster, of course, but the first semester's heroics exam was different. All Might wasn't taking it seriously and had weights on his limbs, making him move only half as fast. And even then, he wasn't moving as fast as he could. He was basically playing. Gang Orca was too close and was fighting at full capacity, and with full intent. The extremely low-pitched sound waves burst out of Gang Orca's head, vibrating within Izuku's head like he were the ball within a marimba. It was very, very painful, for his head. Izuku collapsed to the ground, unable to properly concentrate and visualize any kind of magic as the disorientation from Gang Orca's attack was far, far worse than the side effect of Dream Eater's quirk ever was. He had, at the very least, gotten the nearby victims to safety, but now that his head pounded and pounded and pounded over and over, he could already feel his chances of passing plummeting. You both wield extremely powerful quirks that can cause great devastation upon your opponents, Gang Orca said, looking down on the 2 collapsed hero students. But you are utterly lacking in close-range defense against a serious opponent with speed and strength. If I were a villain, you would be dead. If I were Mirko, I would still be kicking your buttes even as you're down. Izuku groaned as Gang Orca continued on walking, laughing at further attempts to block his progress. His head felt like it had been placed into a blender and then, blended. There was no spell for headaches, unfortunately, apparently because Frieren never got one in her entire life. Elves are just built differently, he supposed. Oh yeah. If I was the one that fought Muscular, he probably would have punched me to death. Wouldn't he? Ugh. I need to get up. Bubbles? How? Wash snickered as he released a torrential downpour of bubbles and soapy water towards Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki, making the area smell like a laundromat, but the odor of detergent was so strong that it could potentially burn the lungs. The three, along with other hero students from other schools, were swept beneath the tidal wave of detergent-laced water. The flood receded as swift as it came, and the victims had at least been protected when Todoroki summoned an ice wall to block the soapy torrent, but now at least a dozen participants found themselves soaking wet. What's worse was that Bakugo could barely sweat in the cold water and thus he couldn't make any explosions. Kirishima, meanwhile, could barely even stand up as the soap stained the ground in a slippery mess, falling down twice, avoiding pain only by virtue of his hardening quirk. And Todoroki, he knew well that detergent was flammable, and using his flames here and now would set 12 other people on fire. He can only rely on his ice against wash. How can a washing machine be this strong? Bakugo howled as he tried to stand up and blast off, only for his feet to slip and make him fall on his back. Todoroki tried to stand up, too, just for one of Wash's sidekicks to fire a kind of water hose quirk that struck him on the chest and sent him tumbling down. Well, now we know why Wash is in the top 10. Kirishima turned his fingers into claws, and for once, found purchase on the ground. Ah. Guys, I know what to do. What? Bakugo and Todoroki asked at the same time. Kirishima smiled back at them and began to move towards Wash on all fours, turning his toes to claws with hardening as well. I'm going to crawl instead, blubububububub dash, Kirishima kept going, even as 3 of Wash's sidekicks blasted water into his face. Todoroki and Bakugo tried to stand up again just for more soapy water to be sent towards their feet, knocking them off balance. Try to get up, heroes. Wash monologued as heavily as he could, pumping his metallic arms upwards as though he had achieved a great victory. Get up! Get up! Get up! Ironically, every time someone tried to stand up, Wash blasted them with soap and bubbles, sending them back down again. Except for Kirishima, who was still enduring 3 pressurized streams of water slamming at his face, but he just kept going. Father? You're here? Why yes. Join me, and we will rule the galaxy as father and son. Fumikage stared at his father, who had struck a dramatic pose, pretending to be Darth Vader of all characters. He then remembered that his father and Hawks were both playing the parts of faux villains. How Rado got himself roped into this was completely unknown, but he knew well that his father, being more of an interrogator than anything else, was a lesser threat than Hawks. Hawks, though, was already quite busy fighting the wind-blasting student from Shiketsu, alongside the brain-rotted illusionist and the purple-haired guy with a strange blob of flesh quirk. Unbelievable. He has to fight his own father in the provisional licensing exam. His father, a man that is also employed by the same organization that organized this very examination. Thankfully he wasn't part of the examination board, or whatever, or else people might be thinking that there's nepotism going on. They needed more skilled faux villains, they said, Rado blurted out, taking off his gloves to show the mechanical hands that replaced the ones that were lost in the line of duty. I was free, so. Let's not blabber anymore, father. The proctors are watching. Ah, yes. Tendrils of shadow then grew out of Rado's back, taking aim towards Fumikage and Dark Shadow. Rado bared the sharp, serrated teeth in his beak as he prepared to clash with his son. He couldn't help but feel pride as he saw him and Dark Shadow be in such unity and concert. He would never have thought of using Dark Shadow like that. I won't hold back, son. Show everyone that you're worthy of that license. We will. Fumikage and Dark Shadow, combined using the Black Abyss technique, shot forward, meeting the shadow tendrils of Dark Aura head-on. All that magic and yet all it takes is one good hit from Gang Orca to render me useless. Izuku could only turn his head as Gang Orca kept walking forward, accompanied by a panoply of sidekicks. Izuku cursed as he tried to feel anything beyond the mind-numbing headache that the killer whale hero gave him with his hypersonic wave attack. But, like Shindo, he had been effectively paralyzed for the time being. He was useless again. It was a foreign feeling at this point. Magic had been a great boon, a fount of overwhelming power that could obliterate even a Nomu said to be capable of killing All Might himself, or blasting right through Muscular's defenses and rendering that deranged criminal unconscious. Just as Zoltraak and Skeldus had been sufficient to defeat most mages of the modern era back in Frieren's world, so have these spells been enough to defeat most opponents in Izuku's world so far. But not Gang Orca, and, Izuku realized, probably not anyone that could get past his defenses like that. It's just as Frieren warned long ago. There was a reason the demons were more scared of Himmel the hero than Frieren, despite the fact that she probably killed way more demons in battle by virtue of spells that bring utter devastation upon a wide area. He was both incredibly swift and strong, come to think of it, with the peace that he brought to the world, wouldn't he be a symbol of peace? Demons only started moving after he died of old age. All Might is getting old by this point. How long could he keep his career up? Gah. DMN this. I still can't move, Izuku hissed at himself as he tried to move his arms. Anything. Nothing yet, nada. How long had it been since Gang Orca blended his brain fluids with ultrasonic waves, anyway? A minute? Half a minute? 2 minutes? Izuku honestly had no idea. His mind was deep in the fog of pain that slowly, but excruciatingly so, receded. He at least fared better than Shindo. The other hero student was just knocked out cold, having previously tried to out-vibrate Gang Orca in a battle of vibrations. Shindo must be feeling bad right now, though. Not only does Shindo's own quirk vibrate his skull, but Gang Orca added even more to that. One could say that his defeat was sealed. I can move, a pinky, now. Izuku felt the first vestiges of control return to his body. What were the proctors thinking right now, huh? Were they considering failing him, and Shindo, for that matter, for getting utterly smashed by the killer whale hero in rapid succession? Did they think he was worth that license if getting, as a gamer would say, hard-countered could bite him in the butt so badly? He could hear familiar voices shouting now. Moving his head, Izuku saw Uraraka and Kaminari bravely facing off against Gang Orca. Uraraka had several boulders floating around her, the cables branching out of hidden compartments in her costume readying the boulders to be thrown right at Gang Orca. Kaminari, meanwhile, was readying the recent additions to his costume, a pair of cable launchers mounted on his wrists. It was something May made for him, apparently. Fly, you fools, Izuku croaked out, but he couldn't be heard in the din of shouting and fighting. Even when just trying to warn others, he had become useless. Useless, useless, useless. His head still felt like it was on fire, and he knew of no spell that could counteract that. He could easily kick out any mind invaders or brainwashers, but a good, old-fashioned headache? Nothing. He had nothing for that. The pain was still unbearable, and he closed his eyes, trying to keep his headache from getting worse by limiting sensory input. Izuku barely registered the touch of something sticky around him. He felt himself being lifted off the ground and getting carried away. Opening his eyes again, he saw that Tsuyu had him wrapped up in her tongue, along with Shindo. Tsuyu? Izuku groaned as his frog-like classmate carried him and Shindo away from the scene. Those two, they stand no chance against Gang Orca. Yes, I know, but Shoji is reinforcing them now, Karo, Azui replied as she bounded away from the fight happening behind them. One of the other applicants has a healing quirk. I'll be bringing you to them so that you can recover and get back in the fight, Karo. Is the other guy okay? Izuku asked. He fought through the slowly receding headache, but it still felt like someone was actively jamming a metal spike into his skull while slowly and painfully twisting it around. Tsuyu glanced at the still unconscious Shindo. Still knocked out, Karo. He did say that his quirk vibrates his own skull. Shush. Talk again when you're healed, Karo. Oh okay, thanks, Tsuyu. Izuku croaked. No problem, Midoriya-chan. So, got a plan, Uraraka, Shoji? Kaminari asked as the three of them stood in front of a Gang Orca in the middle of a menacing advance. The killer whale hero hadn't cared that the two he defeated had been snatched away by Tsuyu's tongue, instead focusing his attention on the three hero students that now blocked his advance. He noted that the heavy hitters of the hero students that passed were currently preoccupied. In particular, Shiketsu's strongest, Gale Force, was currently engaged in combat with Hawks, who seemed to be relishing the fight more than anything else while Gale Force's two classmates supported him with illusions and flying blobs of flesh. The fastest man alive, however, would certainly prove difficult for them to catch. Gang Orca also knew well enough Hawk's quirk to know that he'd see through any illusion, since his feathers would tell him if there's something there through vibrations, or the lack of it. I can take some heat so that you two can attack. Shoji readied all 6 of his arms in anticipation of a clash with Gang Orca, who looked on and smiled, baring his sharp teeth. If he gets close to either of you, it's game over. Good, but are you sure it's wise to let me hear your plan? Gang Orca's red eyes locked on Uraraka, making the girl take a step back, but she then took 2 steps forward. How courageous, stepping up even if I am truly terrifying. Come now, heroes. Fight me while trying to save all those civilians. Gang Orca immediately moved to attack Uraraka, only for Shoji to move in, as expected, to block him. The killer whale hero prepared to unleash an ultrasonic wave attack only for Shoji to hit him first. Gang Orca blocked 3 of the hero student's arms, which then become 6 as the two engaged in a battle of whose arms would budge first, a battle that Shoji was apparent to lose. Uraraka and Kaminari would take the opening that Shoji gave them, however, and move to unleash their own attacks. Uraraka ran up to Gang Orca, dragging the weightless rocks behind herself before swinging them toward the pro hero as hard as she could, shouting out her move as she did so. 0 satellites. Gang Orca put up an arm to block at least some of the rocks, but several hit him in the head, with some nearly even getting dangerously close to his eyes. Gang Orca closed his left eye to protect it from the incoming debris, just to see Kaminari moving up on the right and firing a pair of wire-guided projectiles from a pair of wrist-mounted launchers. Golden electricity began to travel through the wires, all the while Uraraka struck Gang Orca with a second batch of debris. Take this. 500,000 volts. Shoji moved his arms away from Gang Orca's at the last possible second, ensuring that he too did not get shocked. Gang Orca stood as stiff as a statue once the electricity coursed through his body. I think it's working. Uraraka began to pick more stray debris to use with her quirk. Haha. No, Gang Orca turned his crimson eyes toward Kaminari, who flinched as the pro hero seemed to be completely unaffected by his attack. You're outputting so many volts, but not enough amperage to actually hurt someone like me. Is that all you can do? Gang Orca tore off the wire-guided projectiles from his back and threw them back at a shocked Kaminari with enough force that they smashed against his face and sent him tumbling to the ground. Come on, now. Gang Orca raised his arms and struck a pose. Is this the best that our nation's hero schools can CRP out? If this is it, then I'm afraid for our society's future. Don't dash, Shoji charged, 12 arms in total striking against Gang Orca's cross-guarded arms in rapid succession. The pro hero was even nudged a few steps backward by the ferocity of the attack. Underestimate us. Uraraka threw down yet another barrage of rocks, sending them hurtling toward Gang Orca like bullets. Your kids are doing well, Emi Fukakato, also known as Ms. Joke, remarked as she and Aizawa watched their students take their provisional licensing exam. So far, both of them had been lucky, though Aizawa would hate being called with that word, ever, as their students had all passed to the second round. This round, though, most of the ones with strong quirks had been incapacitated or placed in an unfavorable environment, Aizawa muttered as he saw Bakugo restrain from using an explosion in the middle of a veritable lake of water filled with flammable detergent that Wash sent out, Midoriya get handed what may as well be a partial brain surgery by Gang Orca, and Tokoyami busied himself with fighting his own father of all people. As for Todoroki, he was probably the one that could do the most at the moment. Kirishima, can you get in front of Wash's line of fire? Shoto asked. His attempts at making a glacier to block off Wash and his sidekicks had failed when the number 10 pro hero showed that he was more than just a children's commercial and a skilled rescue hero. He was also profoundly dangerous, firing hyperpressurized streams of soapy water out of his washing machine outfit to smash holes into Shoto's ice walls in order to take aim at Shoto himself and knock him off balance. Just being on all fours was difficult because the ground was freakishly slippery from all that soapy water, so Shoto could not afford to get interrupted once he enacted his plan. Kirishima wouldn't be able to say any more as Wash's sidekicks kept shooting water at his face, which was on him, to be honest, since he insisted on using his face as a shield. Shoto, however, knew everything he needed to know, as Kirishima began to move to block Shoto from Wash's detergent blasts. What now, blah 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 dash. I need you to keep yourself upright and be my shield, Shoto replied as he put a hand on the ground, creating a small ice wall to support Kirishima. Now! Kirishima stood up just in time for the water blasts to come his way, just for them to pin him against the small wall Shoto made. What now, Todoroki? Bakugo asked, who looked pretty furious that he can't use his quirk in the middle of a flammable, explosive lake. Stay down, Shoto instructed as he lay his hand on the ground. Wash had muddied and obscured the ground itself with the amount of water he had been blasting around, but that also meant that the washing hero and his sidekicks wouldn't know what was happening until it was too late. TCH, what even is your PLA? Ah! Bakugo yelped as an enormous glacier rose beneath him and the rest of the hero students in a mountainous pattern, barring them away from Wash's attacks. Wash and his sidekicks looked up with amazement. They had never seen anyone output that much ice before. Not even General Winter had ever made this much ice. As soon as Shoto saw that they were well away from Wash's line of sight, he touched the ice beneath him again, making the glacier tilt with the growth of more ice on the side facing Washington. He could already see the cracks forming as Wash and his sidekicks attacked the glacier, but there should be enough ice between them and his companions so that they could escape and regroup. Within a few seconds, the applicants were up on their feet, though a few were still slipping. "Are you alright?" Shoto asked as Bakugo and Kirishima came up to him, still dripping from head to toe with water. "Yeah, we are." Kirishima turned away and sneezed out excess water off his nose. "There, better." "TCH, I can't sweat like this," Bakugo muttered. "Todoroki, use your steaming on me. I'm fire and heat resistant, I can take it." If you say so." Shoto held out his hand and summoned a small portion of his fire, causing the water coating Bakugo's body and hero costume to evaporate. As a bonus, the steaming was essentially a sauna, so Bakugo gained ammunition, so to speak, as he once again felt the nitroglycerin sweat coming out of his palms. "Good," Bakugo flexed his fingers. The blonde then turned toward Kirishima and Shoto. "I have a plan to beat that walking washing machine. Are you in?" "Of course, bro. If it will help us pass, then yes." "Alright then." Bakugo punched his fists together. "I'm calling this Operation Living Bullet." That is not what I think it is, bro?" Kirishima paled. Bakugo just smiled back at him. "Bro? Do as I say, and we'll beat him, easy." "You're doing well, son." Fumikage had to admit, he had never actually fought his father, even after he had shared his aspirations to become a hero. One would think that such an experienced person would offer to help train him in combat, but no. His father never did so. Instead, he said that UA will be more than capable of training him to become a hero. The methods his father used were, as he said, not very suited for a hero student. And he was absolutely right. Rado used the shadow tendrils primarily by stabbing them into the ground and buildings, making them appear from random locations around Fumikage. They slapped and jabbed at Dark Shadow just enough for Fumikage to be constantly on guard, distracting him entirely from continuing with rescuing the HUC employees. Thankfully, Koda had taken advantage of Fumicage's distraction to carry more of the HUC employees off using vast flocks of birds, though it was easy to tell that he wasn't very comfortable with leaving Fumikage and Dark Shadow alone. What's more is that for a 45-year-old man with clunky mechanical hands and dressed in a trench coat, Rado moved very fast. Something like this wasn't very unusual. With enough training, you can become essentially a ninja. And that is what Rado did now, appearing from behind Fumikage and jumping at him in near complete silence, gloved mechanical hands reaching out for a takedown. "Behind us," Dark Shadow warned through their shared mind. On it, Fumikage turned around, prepared to intercept Rado with piercing twilight claws. What he got instead, however, were 3 shadow tendrils coming out of a nearby crevice, which Dark Shadow's claws quickly crashed. His father, meanwhile, had landed rather gracefully nearby, his trench coat floating for a whole moment in the wind. One would think that he was a pure combat pragmatist, but in this particular instance, he was not. He wanted to show off. "Show off," Fumikage scoffed as Dark Shadow's claws reformed around his hands. "You could say that I'm playing the part of a gentleman thief in this exercise," Rado laughed as he circled Fumikage, the digits on his mechanical hands clicking ominously. "So what's it, then? Beat me right here and now with Khonshu's wrath, but cause lots of collateral damage with those big, stupid claws, or keep yourself small, beat me without destroying everything around you." "Who is he calling stupid?" Dark Shadow grumbled. "Calm down. You know how he is. Right. Sorry. I will defeat you without annihilating the area, father." Fumikage readied a combat stance, one that had been taught by Hawks. Dark Shadow's claws reformed into a pair of swords made out of shadow, much like Hawk's blades, too. Fumikage held both swords in his hands, which, come to think of it, would it mean that he was, in essence, holding Dark Shadow's hands? Gah, Rado would rather not ruminate on the technicalities. He had a son to fight. "Huh. You two are shaping up to be so much alike, ah?" Tendrils of shadow crept out of the nearby crevices, nooks, and crannies, forming a veritable mass of dark tentacles around Rado. With a flick of his fingers, several tendrils rushed forward, which Fumikage would parry or cut apart with the shadow swords made out of Dark Shadow's extremities. Slowly, but surely, Fumikage got closer, and Rado began to run out of tendrils to throw. Rado laughed, and Fumikage grunted, as the latter blocked 3 tendrils coming down at the same time. "Well," Fumikage swatted away another tendril with visible effort, "Kaminari did say that we're both birds, and you suggested that I go to him for my internship. How do you know each other?" "You mean Hawks and I?" Rado chuckled as he jumped away from a sword-turned fist, settling into a nearby wall, using the momentum of his jump to launch himself back toward Fumikage, claws of shadow and metal clashing against one another with a terrible scraping noise. "Well, some of my colleagues and I had his assistance a few times. I see. Father and son jumped away from each other, landing with practiced poses. I do always tell you that I have many connections, Rado continued. Do you want me to list them off? The non-classified ones, anyway. No thank you. We will be here all day. After I defeat you, perhaps you can. Ha! That's the spirit. Once again, they clashed, and Fumikage noticed that slowly but surely, he was wearing the old man. He's not that old, Fumi, he is old, dark shadow, down. Rado was getting slower and slower. Still, the proctors might be thinking he's taking too long. When Tsuyu said she was going to bring him to someone with a healing quirk, Izuku did not expect his headache to get replaced by an even worse one when he got healed. As the healing process finished, Izuku could barely even resist the urge to scream in bloody murder as it now felt someone had taken a hammer to his skull. Ow ow mmmmmmmmffff. Izuku clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, while Tsuyu looked on with sympathy. Why, does it hurt so much? Sorry, that's just the healing pains. The other hero student, wearing the dark militaristic uniform of Shiketsu High, looked down. It's your nerves being overstimulated as part of my quirk's, side effects. It should wear off in a minute. A minute? In a minute, they could dash. Relax, Karo, Tsuyu tapped Izuku on the shoulder. I think they're doing okay, mostly. Tsuyu's eyes widened as she saw a hero student with a flying quirk get kicked out of the sky by hawks. Mostly, Karo. We are truly and utterly done. Chisaki Kai despondently sat in his office, every single article of furniture reduced to their matter particulates as he thought of how everyone failed to capture Eri. Again and again, that DMN woman, that little, pointy-eared white-haired which had foiled all those attempts. It had been but 2 months since Eri had been taken away from him, and nothing else came close to being capable of replicating her curse. What's more, a recent raid by heroes on several Shai Hasaikai facilities had rendered the organization impotent, a shadow of its former self. The trigger factories, gone, reduced to atoms as Endeavor and his burning sidekicks reduced machinery to molten slag. Half of his 8 bullets had been captured by the heroes, sent into the bowels of Tartarus like many other dangerous villains. Chisaki himself had narrowly escaped when All Might came gunning for him. Had Kendro Rappa not charged straight at that hero and delayed him, Chisaki may as well have been captured, too. Useless, useless, Chisaki growled, his hands shaking as he recalled that the remaining 4 of the 8 bullets were still here, in this facility, the last hideout of the Shai Hasaikai. It was bad enough that most of the Shai Hasaikai's fortune was gone up in smoke or frozen in banks. Within the span of 2 months, the empire that Chisaki had painstakingly tried to build in the shadows crumbled before it could even take its first steps of cleansing the world, leaving him with barely anything. The bounty on the white-haired, pointy-eared woman was all but impossible to fulfill by this point, assuming that anyone would even take it. DMN that woman. DMN her. DMN her to hell. This is all her fault. She did this to us. She did to me. She has ruined everything. She is dooming this world to the curse of quirks. Curse her. Curse her. Curse her. Curse her. Curse her to hell. May Eri kill her with her curse. May she be rewinded out of existence. May Eri's curse turn her to a monkey. May they all die painful deaths. May they all burn in hell. May all of them be thrown into a pit of fire and sulfur and brimstone, like all disgusting creatures all deserve to. Screw all the villain organizations, they were all weak and useless. Even All for One, whose existence had been confirmed when one of the ancient villain's agents responded to the bounty on the woman that took Eri with a firm no. All for One was a coward, or perhaps he was just biding his time. Either way, if that old geezer won't do anything, then maybe everything is truly lost. Overhaul? What? Chisaki slammed a fist against the concrete wall, causing a spike to erupt and nearly impale Shin Nemoto. The concrete spike stopped mere inches from the bullet's heart, making the lower-ranked Yakuza's breathing to skip a beat. We have received a message from the Salem 7, Shin began, his eyes not daring to look down at the spike that, if Overhaul twitched even a little, would spear him through the chest and stain the walls with his blood. They said that they're interested in pursuing the woman that took Eri. TCH, and they'll fail like all the others, Chisaki scoffed. He couldn't care less anymore at this point. If he can't get Eri back, then there was nothing worthwhile to do. He can't rid the world of quirks without her. The next best thing to do is lie down and wait for the heroes to come to this place and destroy it too. They seem to be rather confident, Shin replied, his voice quivering and wavering as Chisaki still did not withdraw the spike. They really want to go halfway around the world just for this? Chisaki muttered. I suppose I can take one more failure. Failure? We have never failed, even once. Chisaki sent a dozen concrete spikes toward the creature that had appeared beside him. The spikes would all pass through the creature, man, thing casually leaning against the wall. He wore an extravagant purple robe, something that nobles from the ancient world would wear rather than any person from the current time and age. A pair of horns grew out of the man's forehead, curving like they would on a ram. His eyes, however, were the most eye-catching detail. They had red pupils and black sclera, and they looked upon Chisaki less as the Yakuza boss he was and more as a snack. "You're one of the 7?" Chisaki asked while Shin shivered in fear. This person had just appeared in here without any of them knowing, and how did he even do that? This location is unknown to anyone outside of the Shai Hasaikai's inner circle. He didn't even say where this place was when he was contacted by the Salem 7. He just knew. "Many call us the Salem 7, yes," the horned man replied with a mocking bow. "Let me introduce myself. I am Unwar. Or rather, my astral projection, have come here on behalf of my brethren. It has come to our attention that you have been having trouble with a certain pointy-eared individual. That which had taken something of mine, and she has proven too powerful for me and most others," Chisaki growled. Being reminded of that fact still stung like salt on an open wound. He had been defeated and humiliated horribly. "You believe you can defeat her?" "Not me, perhaps," Unwar replied. Chisaki couldn't help but feel unsettled by how unemotional Unwar was. He spoke in a monotone, like a robot, if you will. "But my stronger, older brethren surely can. I am, after all, but a mere carrier of gifts. You and us, we can help each other, yes? You can take back your property, and we will be able to remove a threat to our continued existence in this world. If you can defeat that witch, then I'm agreeing to this alliance," Chisaki answered, remembering how he was utterly humiliated by the white-haired woman when she took Eri away from him. "But how do I know that you will not stab me in the back afterward?" "You don't," Unwar looked back at the Yakuza leader with dead eyes. "But you have no other choice. You are desperate, are you not? The heroes had destroyed most of your facilities. You are alone. You have heard of our deeds, our atrocities. You need us. And we would have never known of this threat, if not for you, until it was far too late. So, I suppose that we should be grateful to you." Chisaki nodded. He knew well what the Salem 7 did. It's no surprise that their name was up there along with the Meta Liberation Army, Creature Rejection Clan, and Humorize when it came to villainous organizations. Of all the villain organizations that plagued the Western Hemisphere, the Salem 7 were by far the strongest when it comes to the sheer power of their members, and they engaged with the heroes the least, oddly enough. They chose their battles, conserving their strength for something. Perhaps they dared not show themselves so openly when the reunited States is perfectly willing to kill them with weapons of mass destruction should they be caught in the open, just as it had done to deal with particularly powerful quirk users that destroyed whole cities during the dawn of quirks. However, the one thing that was known for sure is that the 7 liked to kidnap civilians just for them to be never seen again. Some thought that the 7 were cannibals. Given that Unwar had human blood dripping from his mouth, they might as well be just that. "Very well, then," Chisaki nodded. "You will have your alliance." "Excellent," Unwar smiled, though it was forced, like it was something he just copied off someone else instead of growing up with the ability to do so. "Ah, and by the way, do not call us the Salem 7. It is a term coined by human ignorance." "What do you want to be called then?" Chisaki asked. "Call us, the 7 Sages of Destruction. Of this world, at least. Wait for us. It will take time for us to gather. I don't understand why you want to use me like Thai-Yayas." Kirishima screamed as Bakugo and Todoroki used him as a toboggan, sliding down an ice ramp that the latter made according to Bakugo's plan to defeat Washington. Other hero students could only gawk at the sight of 2 of their number using another as a glorified sled like a pair of penguins riding on top of another when sliding on ice, but regardless, they moved on, prioritizing rescuing the HUC employees from the advancing groups of sidekicks with household appliances as their costume motif. They already knew that the first-year heroic students of UA were, to say the least, a little unhinged in their ways. One only has to look back at the sports festival to know that this class in particular had a method to the madness. "I told you, Kirishima, we need to make sure you hit that walking washing machine at the face." Bakugo grinned while letting out one explosion after another from his left hand to propel the 3 of them forward while holding on to Kirishima's shoulder with the right. As for Todoroki, he held on to Kirishima's other shoulder, all the while making more ice for more ramp. "And for that, we need to distract him. I still think there's a better way than to throw me at him." Kirishima shot back, though he was rather busy having his body slide against Todoroki's ice ramp to really do anything other than just go with this crazy plan by this point. "We could dash." Bakugo leaned closer so that Kirishima could hear him better amidst all the sounds of screaming and fighting. "You got a better plan?" You're already in, so don't back out now." We are close, Todoroki added, noting that Wash still had no idea what they were going to do since the washing hero and his sidekicks were still busy blasting holes into the glacier he made earlier. We will soon be enacting Phase 2 of Operation Living Bullet. Bakugo, Kirishima, are you ready? Am I ever? Bakugo laughed maniacally. Get us up there. I guess there's only one way to see, bros. With that, Todoroki shifted the ice ramp upward, making the three of them blast dozens of meters midair. As they flew up, they could see Hawks still dueling Shiketsu's strongest student, Inasa, though Inasa appeared to be losing as feathers pinned him by his uniform and began dragging him around in midair. Inasa didn't let himself just get dragged around, of course. With a mighty heave, he sent Hawks flying away with a powerful gust of wind, momentarily removing Hawks from the equation. The feathers, however, still kept dragging him to the ground. Wash looked up and laughed at the spectacle. Truly, what kind of bizarre plan is this, using their friend as a sled? What were they going to do, throw themselves at him? They need to do better than that. He can swat them out of the way, easy. Then Bakugo jumped off of Kirishima's back, leaving the two to tumble by themselves. Wash unleashed a high-pressure stream of soapy water from his washing machine's gasket straight toward the explosive student, only for Bakugo to deftly move out of the way with a small explosion from his left hand. Wash would have turned his attention back to the other two had Bakugo not immediately followed up and unleashed an enormous explosion with the nitroglycerin stored in his gauntlets straight toward Wash, which the washing hero countered with another jet of water. Explosive shockwaves clashed with soapy water, almost like opposing energy beams in some kind of old animated series of the pre-Quirk era. As soon as Bakugo's explosion ended, Wash would see spikes of ice rapidly moving toward his position. The washing hero diverted the water stream towards the ice, smashing through it. Unbreakable! Wash looked for the source of the voice. Hearing that it was from right above him, he looked up, just to see Kirishima careening toward him at high velocity. Kirishima had hardened himself harder than ever before just before his face met Wash's lid, as the washing hero withdrew into his washing machine costume like a turtle would retreat into its shell. Kirishima slammed onto Wash's washing machine costume, actually breaking the lid and headbutting the actual Wash hidden underneath. Wash's sidekicks watched on with surprise that their leader had just been crashed by someone that's basically a walking wall, while Todoroki headed straight toward the lone HUC employee that had been captured in one of Wash's bubbles. Ow! Wash stumbled around with Kirishima still stuck in his costume's upper lid, his legs flailing about in the air. You are very smart. The washing hero then fell down, with Kirishima still stuck on the lid. One of Wash's sidekicks actually chuckled at that. Brothers? Kirishima asked with a muffled voice, putting his hands to the ground as he tried to dislodge himself from Wash's costume. Can you help me get out of here? It smells like a lot of soap in here. And I think I know what Wash actually looks like now. What does he look like? Todoroki asked as he bent down and took the HUC employee in a bridal carry. Let's ask that later, Todoroki. Bakugo leaned in front of Kirishima and Wash's unconscious form. Now I have to unstick you, keep yourself hard while I pull you out. Please don't say those words in that order ever again, Kirishima groaned as Bakugo slowly but surely got his head out of Wash's lid. Soon enough, he was breathing fresh, unsoapy air once again. Gah! The inside of Wash's costume smells like a laundromat. My nose, achoo. Kirishima rubbed at his nose, which was now red. I guess I forgot that my nose doesn't like detergent very much. DMN, do I have to carry you too? Bakugo grumbled. No, I can sta, achoo. Ugh. Do I have to do everything myself? Bakugo bent down. Get on. We're getting out of this mess before those sidekicks start shooting at us again. No, really, bro, I can achoo. Kirishima sneezed again. You were saying? Okay, Baku bro, you better not throw me again, though. Kirishima hopped on Bakugo's back. He didn't flinch at all when Bakugo blasted off, going straight for the triage section where some of their classmates were still busy fighting off Gang Orca. Is it too late to watch? Aizawa turned to the left to see that Frieren and Eri of all people had arrived in the stands. Ah, it's you. Frieren, Eri. I didn't think you'd accept Nizu's invitation to watch the provisional licensing exam without anyone physically dragging you here. He already knew that Frieren was a lazy woman. Midoriya had once told the teacher that he had to watch Eri make crayon drawings for a whole morning because Frieren wouldn't wake up on time. Not that he didn't want to do so, it's just that Frieren should probably be awake to see that. But no, she always wakes up at the afternoon instead of the early morning like a normal person should. Midoriya truly had a strange mentor. She was exceedingly strong, easily a good fit in the top 10 if she ever cared to become a pro hero, based on the descriptions that Sir Nightai's sidekicks gave, as well as Midoriya's own words, but she was too lazy to really care unless someone else forces her to move. And, for that matter, it had been Midoriya and his mother that force her to do something with her life. Maybe the world is lucky that she's a lazy butt. Frieren looked for the answer, but Eri would be the one to find it as she raised a little hand. She overslept, Eri said. Frieren's face turned to a wry smirk as she and Eri proceeded to sit down. Oh my. Is that a small child beside you, Aizawa? Aizawa groaned as Ms. Joke walked back to her previous seat, this time bearing snacks. You didn't say that, Dash. She is not my daughter. Aizawa rolled his eyes as Ms. Joke looked like she was going to pretend to faint in response to a great betrayal. I have no relation with this child. Oh, really? Ms. Joke narrowed her eyes at Aizawa before turning her attention back toward Eri. Hello. I'm Ms. Joke. What's your name? You are very cute, aren't you? I'm Eri, the girl replied. Aizawa noted that her horn, which apparently stored the energy that her rewind quirk uses, was so small that it might as well not be there. There was no danger of rewinding someone back to infancy anytime soon, then. And you're her mother? Ms. Joke looked over at Frieren, who looked completely unsure as to what say as an answer. I mean, you look rather similar. I suppose I am, Frieren shrugged. I am Frieren Locks. She used the fake surname that Nizu used for her documentation. Just how the sapient rodent's mind worked is a complete mystery to all. Frieren Locks, Eri Locks, Ms. Joke nodded. Nice to meet you too. Ms. Joke then redirected her attention back at the exam and Aizawa. So, what's up with these two? You know them? Yes. Frieren is one of my students' mentor, Aizawa replied, hoping beyond hope that Ms. Joke would not ask her another question. Which one? Ugh, of course, you never shut up. The one with green hair. You mean, the one with magic circles and stuff? Yes. I am not at liberty to discuss his quirk, since you've already seen it anyway, but it is powerful. I can foresee that he has great potential as a pro hero in the future. Huh. I see. Ms. Joke clasped her hands together. He did get his brain blended by Gang Orca, well, and my student too. Let's see if they can pass. Frieren, why is Fumikage fighting his dad? Frieren looked down at the small child sitting beside her, who looked a little concerned that one of her adoptive brothers was locked in combat with his own father. Did they have a quarrel? And is Izuku okay? Eri watched as Izuku rolled and writhed on the ground while a Shiketsu student and Azui watched on with sympathy for his headache. No, Eri, that is just part of the test, Frieren replied. Well, the same way those bird-like beasts were part of the first-class mage exam, or the fact that some of the mages participating in it had a real chance of dying from the clones in the dungeons and the beasts, and some of them did just that. At the very least, the exams on this world did not carry the risk of dying, it seems. Frieren thought that all those mages just dying in the first-class exam was a waste. They could have contributed to human society had they continued living on, but alas, Siri and her Continental Magic Association were more than willing to let the chaff burn up in the sorting process. Oh, Eri looked back at the screens depicting the highlights of the provisional licensing exam. Then she started pumping her fists to the air, cheering on her team. Go, Izuku! Go, Fumi! Go, Dark Shadow! Go, 1A! Frieren could see Aizawa hiding his face underneath his scarf as soon as Eri began to cheer. He was probably hiding that smile of his. No love for Class 2 of Ketsubetsu High, Eri? Ms. Joe grinned at her. Eri looked a little confused, because of course she was. She had no idea who those are. Who? Nah, just kidding. I'm not gonna ask anymore. With that, Ms. Joke refocused her attention to her class. Looks like most of the HUC employees had been rescued and evacuated. Can they hold out long enough? She pointed at the screen where Shoji, Uraraka, and Kaminari tried to fight off Gang Orca, but they were steadily losing ground to the number 9 hero. They can, Aizawa replied. The teacher looked up at the number counter on one of the screen, labeled evacuation percent. At this point, about 80% of the HUC employees had been rescued and brought to evacuation zones, and the number was simply rising. It's not that the applicants were required to defeat the foe villains right then and there. The priority is, above all else, the safety of the civilians. Once that is accomplished, the heroes can retreat and regroup. They fight to save, rather than fight to win. That was one lesson that he and the other teachers put in the heroics exam back in UA when they changed up the formula. Some fights just can't be won, so you should retreat and live to fight another day. That's how it should be. He's too strong. Kaminari watched with growing despair as Shoji fell to the ground, having received at least 20 seconds worth of Gang Orca's ultrasonic wave attack. He had taken far more punishment than anyone else so far, and was probably the only one nearby that possibly could take more than one of those. And Kaminari wouldn't be able to pull off the speed boost thing he first used in Island. He was getting close to Quirk overuse at this point. Uraraka, we gotta run. We can't run, Kami. Uraraka resisted the nausea that began to gnaw at her throat and stomach as she swung several rocks above herself with her cables, preparing to throw them at Gang Orca like a sling. We have to stand our ground until all the civilians had been evacuated. Gang Orca, for his part, looked down at a knocked-out Shoji, silently congratulating the multi-limbed student for resisting so long where others had been felled in just one strike. If the applicants manage to evacuate all the civilians in time, then he'll probably pass. Otherwise, your vanguard has fallen, heroes. Gang Orca raised his arms and posed dramatically over Shoji's fallen body. He bared his cavernous mouth, though that barely made the two hero students facing him flinch. They are very courageous, he'll give them that. What will you do now? We keep fighting. Uraraka threw the rocks she had been swinging at Gang Orca. Just like the first time, when they impacted his skin, they actually stung, though they didn't really hurt him. Still, Gang Orca was one of the toughest pro heroes when it came to defensive stats. He supposed that congratulations were in order. Whatever quirk this young lady has is probably stronger than it looks. At the same time, Kaminari launched 4, not 2, cables at Gang Orca. He caught 2 of them and snapped the wires before they could hit him, while the other stuck to his skin. Golden electrical currents ran through the cabled wires, and now, Gang Orca could really feel the current passing into his body and building up heat. Kaminari was throwing as much electricity as he could muster through the wires, as much as he could without short-circuiting himself, anyway. Yes. Now I feel that. Gang Orca turned toward Kaminari, walking toward him in a calm, menacing manner, even though he was feeling quite a bit of pain from the electricity being forced into him. Kaminari tried to pull himself away, but Gang Orca had taken hold of the cables that were stuck on with his other hand, preventing him from escaping. Behind them, Uraraka began to vomit rainbows as she tried to use her quirk again after using it against the killer whale hero for hell knows how long by this point. That would be when Gang Orca felt something hard and craggy hit him in the back, and that made him nearly fall face-first to the ground. Turning around, Gang Orca saw the hero student who had just launched himself at his back, and that student sneezed at him. How rude. That I took a bath this morning, Gang Orca deadpanned at Kirishima, who rubbed at his runny nose. Sorry, Achu dash. Boom. Gang Orca then felt something else hit him on the top of his head, an impact that he shrugged off, though he definitely felt it, and it was very much stronger than anything else that had been thrown at him by this point. Yet another hero student, the loud, crazy one that took 4th place in the sports festival, Gang Orca remembered, landed in front of him. How rude of you, going after an old man 5 against 1. Gang Orca snickered at his own remark, knowing that he was just 35, and not really that old. He held his ground and crossed his arms together as Bakugo threw another, stronger, more concentrated explosion, all the while screaming out the name of this ultimate move, Howitzer Impact. This time, Gang Orca found himself blasted away by the explosion, tumbling away and he was floating in the middle of the arena. Since when did, Gang Orca looked down, seeing a tired and parched Uraraka just beside the spot where he had tanked Bakugo's explosion. Ah, that must be it then. She used her quirk on Gang Orca just as the other had used his explosion and while he was distracted with the red-headed sneezer. How devious, indeed. How clever. With him and Wash out of commission, that meant that the only other major foe villain left was? Are you all fine? Bakugo asked as Uraraka painfully got off the ground. Kaminari was on the verge of turning into an idiot, literally, and Shoji was having the emperor of all headaches. Kirishima was still sneezing. I'm okay, mostly. Kaminari reeled back the wired cables to his wrist launchers, fearing that Hatsum is going to kill him for breaking her babies. I was close to short-circuiting. Thanks for the save you too. It was no Achu. Kirishima sneezed again. He rubbed his nose again as he pulled his bearings back together. Yeah, I'm fine. TCH, you all look like CRP, Bakugo glanced at the puddle of glowing vomit. Seriously, are you guys just lost without us? Hey, it's not our fault Midoriya got himself a brain surgery from Gang Orca. Kaminari retorted. Bakugo stared at him like he had just said an ancient curse. A what? I thought you said it would take only 1 minute for your quirk side effects to go away, Izuku grumbled as he still felt like someone had taken a dagger to his skull. It wasn't as bad as before, but it was still bad. Why does it still hurt? I said more or less a minute, not in a minute. Whatever. I gotta get back there. With that, Izuku took to the air, looking for Gang Orca. Thankfully, his classmates didn't seem to need his help there, as he saw Gang Orca just leisurely floating midair in the arena, his arms behind his head and one leg tucked on top of the other. How Uraraka managed to send him all the way up there without getting a partial lobotomy from his ultrasonic wave was a complete mystery to Izuku. Maybe he could ask her about it later. BAWK Baka, Green Child. Izuku would turn his head to see Hawks heading straight for him, armed with a pair of his iconic feather swords. His normally red wings had been dyed black, his normally yellow, fur-laced flight jacket and breathes had also become black, and his undershirt, well, that had always been black. Seriously, if he had a bird head like Fumikage and his dad Rado, Izuku would have thought that an adult version of Fumikage had traveled back in time to attack him. Seriously, of all the people, it had to be the fastest man alive. Izuku knew that once Hawks got into melee range, he wouldn't be able to do much, so he did the next best thing, retreat. He began opening a portal beneath himself and onto ground level, aiming to escape just before Hawks could get to him. Not. Before Izuku could get into the portal, a stream of incoming fire nearly struck Hawks, only for the winged hero to dodge the attack. More fire came in, as well as a blast of wind, which, unfortunately, caused the fire to change direction and head straight for Izuku. Hawk's eyes widened in a panic as the fiery inferno washed over Izuku as he hastily cast Skeldas, blocking off the errant shot. Who the hell is? Izuku looked down to see Todoroki and Inasa arguing about something. Probably something to do with the fact Inasa's wind blast had caused Todoroki's fire stream to go toward Izuku instead of their intended target. Hawks looked down, too, with a disappointed look in his eyes. You know, Hawks began, chuckling, you two should try aiming at me instead of your friend, huh? His words seemingly went unheard as Todoroki and Inasa kept arguing. He looked over to Izuku, intending to give him a "do you also see this" look, just to realize that Izuku had taken aim in the time that he had been talking. Hawks dodged the incoming Zoltraak beam as the fastest hero in all of Japan would, easily. That's not nice, shooting at someone while they're not looking. But, it would be efficient, wouldn't it? That seemed to strike a chord in Hawks. He had a thing or two when it came to efficiency. It would be, crazy magic bean. This would be when Inasa and Todoroki finally stopped arguing and, together, summoned a whirlwind of flame that grew and grew. Underneath Hawks. The winged hero, not wanting to have his wings get singed off, blasted off toward Izuku, feather swords at the ready. Izuku would quickly summon a partial Skeldas, blocking Hawk's swords with just 4 hexagonal shields. Can I have your autograph afterward? Izuku asked as the smirking Hawks kept on pressing his swords at the hexagons. I'm a fan. Oh, of course. Hawks laughed. But dash. Thankfully, this would be when Mera announced that all the HUC employees had been rescued, and that the exam was concluded. Everyone let out sighs of relief. Well, I suppose I can give it to you now, Hawks smirked as he put his feather blades back into his wings. But where do I dash? Here. Izuku summoned a notebook from underneath his hero costume and presented it to a visibly surprised Hawks. It came with a pen. Okay. Hawks gleefully signed Izuku's notebook. There. You did pretty good. All mana. I would have done a lot better if I didn't let myself get caught out by Gang Orca. Hawk's eyes widened in realization. Oh hell. The man's still floating around. I gotta go and collect him. Gotta go. Izuku looked at the page that Hawks had signed, which the man also doodled a bird on for good measure. Thank you for the autograph, Hawks. Yeah, Hawks waved him off as he flew down to a floating Gang Orca, and a knocked-out wash. It appears that we have reached a stalemate, Fumikage remarked as the buzzer rang off. With a mental command, Dark Shadow morphed his sword hands back into claws and lifted off from Fumikage's body, discontinuing Black Abyss. Father. We have, yes. Rado slid his gloves back to his hands, but not before patting his son at the head. You did very well, for someone that's been training for just a year. I haven't had a fight this challenging for nearly a decade. Made me feel young and alive again, yeah? Thank you, father, Fumikage nodded at his father's praise. Do you think I will pass? I don't think so. Really? I don't think so because I know it so. You and what's his name again? The Walking Mountain? Koda. Rado clicked his gloved digits together at the name. Yes, Koda. The two of you rescued 30 of those HUC employees by yourselves in the allotted time, and then he got 10 more out thanks to you keeping me off his back. So, yes, you'll pass. Fumikage let out a sigh of relief. That is good. Now, I am sure that your friends are looking for you. Rado slotted his hands into his coat's pockets and began skipping away, though he nearly stumbled at a rock. We'll be moving in the same direction, though, so, shall we? Will they pass, Aizawa? Frieren asked as she saw the exam end. Eri hadn't stopped cheering, though it had died down a little. If you're asking about Midoriya and Tokoyami, Aizawa squinted his eyes at the screens. Yeah, probably. Don't worry about it. I see. So, about your exam, has anyone told you anything yet? Nothing as of now. I'd expect yours to be some kind of special exam, since you're so. Aizawa looked for the right words to describe how strong and dangerous she was, despite being a lazy slowpoke. Strange. Frieren simply nodded. She wished that it was some kind of written exam. At least, that way, she wouldn't feel like she wasting her time. Mostly. Fuyumi. Your mother has filed for divorce. Enji looked down as he and Fuyumi began the day as usual, with breakfast. She had cooked hot soba noodles and sushi, and, though she seemed to always have a quiet, slightly upbeat attitude every day, she was anything but. She had been trying again and again to bring the Todorokis into a semblance of normalcy as a family to little avail. Her brothers hated their father, wishing to have nothing to do with him as soon as they're capable of supporting themselves. And now, her mother? Father, Fuyumi dropped her chopsticks, making a loud, clattering noise as they fell on the dining table that had, at many times, been a site for intense quarreling and debate between her brother Natsuo and their father. He had always been the most vocal about his resentments against their father. If he was quiet, though, then everyone else was. Fuyumi would try to break the ice every now and then, but there was always a palpable tension and awkwardness, filling the air like suffocating smoke. While Fuyumi hated how her father essentially ignored her and Natsuo when they were growing up, she still believed that there was good in him. She wanted their family to be whole again. Part of her wanted Tuya back, but he had become a villain. She knew that he would be in Tartarus for the rest of his life, and yet, she missed Tuya. She wanted the old Tuya back. Is that little kid still somewhere in there, hidden beneath the half-burnt villain that was Dabi? She doesn't want to give up the idea of a happy family. Not now, not ever. But if her mother is filing for divorce, you should live with your mother and brothers, Enji continued, not taking his eyes from the blank wood of the table. Not with me. But, father, then you'd be alone. Fuyumi shook her head. I don't want that. I don't want you to be all alone in this house. We already lost Tuya. I don't want to lose you too. I am the reason Tuya is lost to us, Enji replied. His usual gruffness was completely gone. The number 2 hero's voice quivered and shook. Fuyumi was shocked. Not once had she heard nor seen her father like this. He always spoke with absolute confidence and gruff aloofness. Never before had she seen him vulnerable. Discovering Dabi's true identity had shaken the Todorokis one way or another, but there was only so much they could do when their brother was rotting within Tartarus. Natsuo had been the closest with him, and she can only imagine how much more he resents their father now. Endeavor had turned their brother into a mass murderer. I am the reason for everything that is wrong with this family. Enji held up his hands in front of his face, staring at them with his steely blue eyes. You shouldn't be with someone like me, Fuyumi. You've tried to bring us back together, but there is no changing what I've done to you and your brothers and your mother. But we will never be happy as long as I am in the picture, Fuyumi. Enji's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists. So, you should live with your brothers and your mother. Leave me alone in this house. It is what I deserve. It is all I deserve. The 3 of you should just forget that I was ever your father. Be with them, and be happy. No, father, no, Fuyumi began to weep. Please. We can still fix this. You just have to tell them you want to be better. That's what you want to do, right? Ever since we found out what happened to Tuya. Enji let out a deep, long-winded sigh. It changes nothing. I am sure that Shoto and Natsuo will never forgive me. And I don't need them to, Fuyumi. I will simply, Enji placed a hand over his face. I will simply try to be better. Whether or not your brothers or your mother forgive me is irrelevant. And I will not be there. Not anymore. Father. The divorce will go through soon enough, regardless of whether I wish to go with it or not, Enji continued. I implore you. Go with your brothers and your mother. Forget about me. Do you regret having us, then, father? Fuyumi stood up. She was no fool. She knew that her parents' marriage was an arranged one for the purpose of creating a child with the perfect quirk. She knew that, in some ways, the entire existence of their family was unethical, being made out of a quirk marriage. Do you regret marrying our mother? Enji thought about it for a moment. No. I do not. I simply wish that I wasn't a fool. You are really a fool, father, if you think I'll just get up and forget about you, Fuyumi replied. I just want to fix us. I want all of us to be together, like a proper family. There is nothing left to fix, Fuyumi. Fuyumi looked away. I don't want to believe that, father. I don't think I ever could. Woo-wa. Izuku's hand shivered as he held his newly acquired provisional license. Beside him, Fumikage, Uraraka, and Ida also had their licenses out, marveling at the cards that bore their identities and serial numbers. It had barely been an hour since the provisional license exams ended in full. The students had been waiting for their licenses outside the arena, more or less resting from the fighting they went through in the exams. They had also all changed out of their hero costumes. Soon enough, HPSC robots had issued the licenses to all those who passed, rapidly flying from one applicant to another while playing out automated congratulatory messages. I can't believe it. We're licensed heroes already. And I got autographs from Hawks, Gang Orca, and Wash, too. We are semi-heroes, not full heroes yet, Midoriya. Ida pretty much yelled at him, though Izuku didn't mind as that was just how Ida acted all the time. He also chopped the air with his hands every time he spoke a word, as usual. As hero students, we must be cautious on how we exercise the responsibility and power given to us through these provisional licenses. Oh come on, Ida. Uraraka jumped in between Izuku and Ida, grabbing on their shoulders with some effort on her part due to the differences in height. It's not like we're going to go out there and start patrolling and beating criminals by ourselves just because we got these. Touché, Uraraka, Izuku mentally remarked as he still remembered what Aizawa-sensei and All Might said about keeping an eye on Ida ever since someone with an engine quirk attacked criminals for a little while after the sports festival, though no more such incidents happened after the dorms were instituted. Ida probably stopped by himself, sticking back to the rules and perhaps mulling about what his brother would think if he were to see him. That is, if the so-called Black Knight was even Ida to begin with. There had been no confirmation, just circumstantial evidence. Ida is correct, regardless. With great power comes great responsibility, Fumikage spoke up, quoting a pre-Quirk era movie franchise. They can still revoke our provisional licenses if we do something foolish whilst possessing them. I suppose congratulations are in order. Izuku turned to see the source of the familiar, stoic voice. There, with Eri in hand, was Frieren, walking towards him with her usual practiced, slow gait. Frieren, Eri. You were watching? We were, Frieren nodded. Eri rushed forward and jumped, raising her arms over her head. I was cheering for you all the time. Eri proudly declared. You were all so cool and strong. Hey, well, I guess we were. Izuku scratched at the back of his head, remembering the absolutely horrendous headache Gang Orca gave him as well as the fact that Hawks nearly slapped him in the face with his feathers. We passed, at least. He peered at the assessment form that came with the license, outlining his flaws and strengths that the proctors saw in the exam. They also saw that he was not very good at close range against rapidly moving, physical fighters like Hawks and Gang Orca, though they fully acknowledged that aside from that, he demonstrated most of the traits they would find desirable. Heroic spirit? Check. Strong combat quirk? Check with an asterisk. Good coordination and relationships with fellow heroes and civilians? Also check. Thank you, Eri. Fumikage knelt in front of the girl and miraculously produced an apple from beneath his jacket, which Eri took with delight. Your support means much to us. Dark Shadow also came out, offering his little head for Eri to pat. And pat him she did, the sentient quirk purring contentedly in response. So cute, Eri muttered while Frieren watched on with mild amusement. Eri, Fumikage motioned towards Uraraka and Ida, who was still watching her pet Dark Shadow. Perhaps you should be introduced to more of our friends. Eri bit into the apple before nodding. Okay. Eri, this is Uraraka Ochiko and Ida Tenya, Fumikage motioned at the two. Uraraka, Ida, this is Eri. Hi, Eri. Uraraka greeted. Ida did as well, and Eri greeted them back, though her attention was quickly stolen away when Dark Shadow nudged on the top of her head. I didn't know Frieren had a daughter, Uraraka whispered to Ida while they watched the commotion between their friends and the girl. Did you? No, I have just learned of this now, Ida replied. The class rep then turned toward Izuku, catching his attention with a slight tap to the shoulder. Your mentor has a daughter, Midoriya? It is strange that we did not know this before. Ah no, she isn't. Izuku looked down at Eri, who was chewing at the apple Fumikage gave her. How Fumikage could always have an apple at the ready each time Eri showed up was a mystery he could never decipher even with magic. It's a long story. Ida nodded thoughtfully. You can tell us on the bus back to UA, then. 1 hour is plenty enough time for you to share a long story, would it not? I suppose it will be, Izuku shrugged. He hadn't considered introducing Eri to the rest of Class 1A yet. He'd been so busy all this time to the point that it hadn't crossed his mind. But I think we should talk about it in a more, private place? Like a dorm room, for instance. Jiro would hear anyway, Fumikage reminded. I'm sure she hears everything, but she hasn't said anything to anyone. Izuku glanced at Jiro and Kaminari nearby, the two of them just vibing together as they showed each other their licenses and assessments. She's living in a building with 19 other teenagers and she hasn't gone crazy yet. Ida put a hand on his chin. Perhaps she can willfully shut off her enhanced hearing. We never did ask her that, didn't we? No, we did not. It's you. Izuku turned around. Bakugo was there, standing in front of Frieren with a surprised look on his face. He always knew this moment would come, and he wasn't surprised at all. He just didn't expect it would be in the immediate aftermath of their provisional license exam. He thought that Bakugo and Kirishima would already be off to the bus by this point, since Bakugo always does things as early as possible, but Izuku supposed that things could change. Hell yeah, bro. You passed. Kirishima shook Katsuki by the shoulder as a robot handed him an assessment form and an envelope containing his provisional license. We really did great. I guess I did, Katsuki replied, a smirk forming on his face as he recalled throwing Kirishima like a bullet not once, but twice. Kirishima didn't seem to mind that very much now that we were out of the arena, and his detergent allergy had been banished by some nurse with a healing quirk that was on standby for the exam. He looked at the assessment form, frowning as he saw that the proctors had listed off quite a few flaws. In big, red letters, they wrote that he was not conducive to making civilians feel safe, and that he was a little too reckless with his schemes, namely, using a teammate as a sled and a projectile. Though that latter one came with an addendum that he did have a mind for unorthodox tactics that took the quirks of his allies into consideration, but in most circumstances, we do not advise using fellow heroes as projectiles or sleds. TCH, these people have no sense of excitement at all. And it's not like Kirishima backed out of the plan. Nor did Todoroki. As he finished reading his assessment form, Katsuki looked up and saw a familiar head of white hair and pointy ears. It was his savior. It was her. She stood in front of Midoriya, Tokoyami, Ida, and Uraraka, with his bird-headed classmate and his quirk interacting with what appeared to be the savior's daughter, the two of them both chomping on apples. He could never forget. How could he? He had been thinking about what he'd say to her for months. He had thought and imagined the words of gratitude he would utter for saving him from Himiko Toga's twisted madness. Bro? You look like you've seen a ghost. Hey, where are you going? Kirishima rushed after Bakugo as the latter walked toward the white-haired lady that had saved him from the League of Villains in what felt so long ago. It's you're the one that saved me from the League of Villains. Bakugo stood in front of Frieren, who gave him a thoughtful look. Izuku looked between the two of them, knowing that Uraraka and Ida probably had even more questions now. This is going to be a very, very long story indeed. Yes, I remember you, Frieren replied. She recalled seeing Bakugo tied up and seemingly unconscious as she entered the bar the League set themselves up in. His hands were covered in metal and every limb of his body was restrained by belts, while a vampiric-looking girl sunk her fangs into his neck. His parents came rushing in to release him while Frieren dragged the League right out of the bar, intentionally making them hit obstacles and each other along the way. What is it that you wish to say? I just want to say, by this point, most of the applicants had already left, with most of the 1A students heading for the bus. Aizawa was looking at them from a distance, but otherwise did not indicate to tell them to hurry up. Thank you, for saving me. Bakugo rubbed his hands together as though he was cold, despite the afternoon sun's radiant warmth. He looked at Izuku, who gulped in anticipation of what he had to say since it was very obvious that he and Frieren knew one another, but said nothing. You are very welcome, spicy child. Frieren reached out and patted Bakugo's head, making everyone blink in surprise. Even Aizawa blinked as he watched from afar. But still, spicy child? Izuku thought as Bakugo bowed to Frieren in quiet gratitude and walked to the bus with Kirishima. Did I ever tell her to call him that? So, about that long story. Izuku gulped as Uraraka and Ida basically cornered him in his room. They had arrived a few minutes ago on the bus, and true enough, he had promised to tell them that long story, and he would follow up on that. But before he could say anything to them, Bakugo burst through the door. Midoriya. You knew her already? Bakugo walked right up to Izuku's face. He looked mad. The white-haired lady. I saw you two talk. Tell me, what's your relationship with her? Yes. Izuku stammered, though it was more out of surprise rather than fear. She's basically an aunt, though we're not related. Seriously? Bakugo resisted the urge to grab him by the collar, but his fingers twitched and flexed. You knew the person who saved me from a waking nightmare and never mentioned it. Do you have any idea how long I wanted to look for her and say thank you, only for me to find out that you and Tokoyami knew her all along? Ida put himself between the two, waving his arms as he did. Uraraka could only look with concern. Bakugo. Allow Midoriya to explain. The class rep turned to Izuku, too. And Midoriya. Can you please clarify what Bakugo means? Yeah, why else am I here? Bakugo growled and backed off, sitting on Izuku's bed the same way he did months ago when he told Izuku about what Himiko Toga did to him, and how Frieren saved him and all the people the League kidnapped. Okay, Izuku sked in a deep breath. This had been a long time coming ever since that time. Perhaps he should have told them earlier about everything, about Frieren grabbing Eri and how it had been Frieren who saved Bakugo from further suffering. I suppose I should start in the beginning, for your sake, Bakugo. Uraraka and Ida already know this but... And so Izuku explained more about his connection with Frieren, mixing truth with half-truths as he told Bakugo about he basically found Frieren wandering the streets and forests, not caring much about the world around her as her quirk allowed her to live comfortably as a hermit. Of course, he wasn't going to say that she was actually an elf from another world that he and Fumikage summoned with a spell that was made by actual mages from Earth's ancient times. They're not ready for that yet, even if lying about his quirk gnawed at him every day. He also confirmed that she was the one that defeated the League of Villains when they kidnapped her along with the guardians and parents of Class 1A. But they said that they had no idea who she was. Uraraka looked down, remembering what her own parents told her about that particular incident back then. None of them snitched, Izuku shrugged. She's very adamant about either of us not sharing too much about her to other people, Izuku continued. Uraraka and Ida, surprised as they were, nodded along. What about me? Bakugo pointed at himself. It's not like I'll spill everything about her to social media. I don't even have social media, it's a waste of time. Who else knows that she was the one that beat up the League? Izuku sighed. All our parents. The entire UA faculty? Sir Night-Eye and his sidekicks. Mirio-senpai. What does Sir Night-Eye and Mirio-senpai have to do with her? Uraraka asked. Well, more like something to do with Eri, Izuku continued. You see? He would then continue with how Frieren saved Eri from the Shai Hasaikai when she came across the girl by pure chance. How the Night-Eye agency tried to track her down after casually swatting Yakuza that tried to stalk them, and how a rather tense discussion happened in the Midoriya residence within UA. That's vigilantism, isn't it? Ida raised an eyebrow. That's illegal, but she saved a girl from... Ida remained conflicted with himself, though he spoke no more of it. So that is why you asked Tokoyami whether his old man told him about a criminal group with plague masks, Bakugo grumbled. And here I thought you were just having intrusive thoughts. Yes, Izuku sighed. But, you need to keep all this secret, okay? Normally I'll get you to sign NDAs but... What do you think I am, a gossip? Bakugo hissed. Of course I won't tell anyone. I just wanted to thank Frieren for saving me, nothing more. Izuku's shoulders sagged. He didn't think Bakugo would be so upset about not getting to thank Frieren until now. I'm sorry that I didn't connect you sooner. She really doesn't like it when people know about her and what she does. But I guess half of that attitude flew out of the window the moment Eri got attached to her. I can't believe that girl was once used as, ugh. Uraraka looked like she was about to cry. She is so innocent. Why would anyone use her that way, because of her quirk? I would normally disapprove of. Vigilante-adjacent actions, Ida added, but this is certainly an exception I can approve of. Well, now you know what exactly was going on with my mentor for the last few months, and why you might see her with a small child, or see me and Fumikage with her and a small child, Izuku sighed. You're not going to tell anyone? Ida, Uraraka, Bakugo? Please? Principal Nizu will have your heads if you tell anyone, anyway. Understanding the threat that the mad principal posed, the three of them nodded. On the very next day came homeroom, and with it came another announcement from Aizawa. Good morning, Hellions, Aizawa yawned as he entered a classroom with students that sat to attention. Most of you have gotten their provisional licenses. Now, starting from next week, you will be going to your work studies. You can either return to the same pro heroes that gave you internships, accept an offer from one to take a work study, or choose a different one, assuming that the latter accepts. The teacher looked over at Midoriya and Todoroki, who had gone overseas for their internships with Stars and Stripes and General Winter, respectively. Todoroki failed the exam because of his quarrel with Inasa Yurashi from Shiketsu while fighting Hawks, but Aizawa wasn't about to tell the class about it. Todoroki can tell his classmates himself. While you can have internships with foreign heroes, since that's mostly observation, taking notes, and shadowing, you can only have work studies with those that work in Japan. The reasons for these are rather obvious. I expect that you have made your choice by tomorrow. Dismissed. Disgusting creature. Shuichi Iguchi cried out in pain as a gloved fist impacted against his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. When the day started out, he only wanted to get some instant noodles from a nearby store, maybe get the League of Legends 4 expansion DLC, but just as he was on his way back home, men with skull-faced masks appeared from a dark alley and dragged him into a white van. They knocked him out with chloroform, and when he came to, he was in a deep, dark, and unfamiliar place, chains tying his hands and legs. Lamps hung from overhead, while the windows had been completely blacked out. He saw other heteromorphs around him, but they were all in cages. As if they were animals. There were also the things he dreaded the most, members of the creature rejection clan clad in black robes and skull-faced masks. But never had he thought that he too would be one of those hapless victims. Sure, he took a lot of nasty looks from ordinary people, sometimes he'd be refused service in restaurants and other establishments. Though many have become accepting, many more still feel disgusted by mutants like himself. No one ever tried to kill or harm him, though, not in places where heroes were patrolling. This day, however, that changed. Please. What do you want from me? Shuichi crawled on the rough concrete, whimpering as another of the robed cultists of the creature rejection clan kicked him in the back, sending him sprawling and taking short, shallow breaths. We need you to suffer, came the reply as a heavy boot impacted against the heteromorph's chest. You are the scum of the earth. Demons of hell. No, please. I just want to go home. I won't tell anyone about you, I swear. Shuichi begged, but another boot came to his face in response, silencing him. Please. By your suffering we excise the evil from within you, creature, the CRC member hissed. The other CRC cultist said a phrase in response, something in Latin. Shuichi couldn't tell beneath the whirlwind of pain and suffering. Shuichi would be beaten for another 10 minutes before the cultists got tired and dragged him to a cage, bloodied and bruised. The cultists left the chamber, leaving the whimpering heteromorphs shivering and shaking in their cages. Hey! Shuichi looked to the left as he heard one of the other prisoners, a woman with arachnid features. How are you doing? What do you think? Shuichi pointed at his bruises. The arachnid woman reached out her hand with what appeared to be silk that whatever quirk she had excreted. May I? Shuichi would grunt as the arachnid woman wrapped spider silk around the wounds that the cultists gave him, but she was apparently skilled in first aid, so she did it efficiently. Thank you for that. How long have you been here? 2 weeks, I think, the woman replied. They just drag one of us every day and beat the hell out of the poor sod for 15 minutes before shoving them back into their cage. They are vile. I want them all dead, Shuichi growled as he winced at the pain of his wounds and bruises. The heroes will save us, the woman replied, not commenting on what Shuichi just said. They will come for us. I am sure of it. Are you, really? Shuichi scoffed. Heroes, they do nothing to protect people like us. They're too busy being celebrities instead of speaking out. If that's what you believe, the woman sighed. But they will come for us. I know it. I have faith. Good for you, lady. My name is Shuichi Iguchi, by the way. Shuichi held out a hand at the arachnid woman. What's yours? Akane Moshi, the woman replied and shook his hand with hers. Though you'd be more familiar with my brother? Centipeder. Your brother is a hero? Shuichi asked. Yes, he is. He is one of the good ones. The real ones. Though his jurisdiction is nowhere near here, so, it's not him I'm holding out for. Who, then? Akane shrugged. Does it matter who it is? Shuichi leaned back on the cage. Be as it may, he has no choice but to hold out for a hero. Wake up, Frieren. Don't wanna. Unbelievable, even after all this time, Inko shook her head at the still sleeping Frieren. She had literally fallen off the bed's edge, her head smack dab on the wooden floor. Her legs were still on the bed, thankfully enough, but Inko just knew that being halfway to turning completely upside down wasn't very great for circulation. She tried doing that once back in her youth, and all she got as a reward was a mind-numbing headache. How Frieren always fails to wake up even when she hits the floor like this had baffled Inko for more than a year at this point. You're lucky it's my day off, or I'd be dragging you out of that bed right now, Inko sighed. She looked over at the similarly sleepy Eri on a nearby bed. Great. Izuku may have gotten himself a proper sleeping schedule, but Eri was getting into the habit of staying up late and waking up late, too. Inko's still going to have 2 late risers in the house, no matter the time or location. Also, you do remember that it's the day of your licensing exam, right? You're taking it with the non-hero student people? I think. Oh, right, even then, Frieren didn't get up. All right, looks like we'll be doing this the hard way. Inko bent down and hoisted the elf by the shoulder, setting her up on her 2 feet. By the heavens, you really need to learn a proper sleep schedule. I've been used to this for, 900 years, Frieren sleepily replied, swaying and nearly falling over as she finally, began to prepare for the day. Though she obviously didn't enjoy having to do so at such an early time. Such an inconvenience. Well, once you get that license, you're not going to get into trouble for using your magic when you see criminals doing criminal things, Inko shrugged. Honestly, I'm surprised that you didn't try to get it earlier. All these committees change so often, Frieren grumbled. Back, casting the laundry spell that Fern acquired from Siri after passing the first-class mage exam on her clothes while she slipped on something more proper for going out. Namely, the old mage uniform that she first got 500 years ago and had been using ever since. I already passed 2 exams. It's not like I have anything else to prove. But those aren't in this world, right? Inko reminded the old elf. Anyway, I'll be looking after Eri while you're gone. Isn't that right, Eri? The girl sleepily nodded as she heard her name, though she immediately fell back into the bed, snoring as soon as her head hit the pillow. She's picking up the habits of everyone she spends time with? Inko quietly remarked. She then glanced at Frieren, who was now helping herself to the breakfast that Inko prepared. This was one reason why Inko woke Frieren up earlier than usual. The old elf was a slow eater, savoring each bite as though it would be the last time she would ever taste anything. It took her all of 30 minutes to finish, after which she would slip in her travel boots to travel to the testing area. Oh, take care. Inko waved at Frieren as the latter made her way to the door. You know how to get there, right? Yes, Frieren nodded. Anyway, see you soon, Inko. Alright, see you later, too. Inko looked around, trying to see if Eri had already woken up and snuck up somewhere close, but that wasn't the case. The girl really was going to be a late riser, too. It certainly didn't help that Frieren was trying to teach the girl some magic until late at night. What's she thinking, giving a child a spell to relieve itching on the back? Why not scratch your back, like a normal person? Ah, but of course, Inko corrected herself, neither of them are normal people. So, who are you going to take your work study with? Izuku asked no one in particular as he, Fumikage, Uraraka, and Ida walked to class together. Since, well, we're supposed to have decided by now. I'm going with Ryukyu. Uraraka answered with unwavering resolve in her voice, surprising even Izuku despite being used to her enthusiasm. Out of the top 10, she's the only one that flies, and ever since I got made to upgrade my costume with boosters and thrusters, I've been having trouble maneuvering well. I think she could really help me out with that. Ouch, Izuku put a hand on his chest and faked a stab to the heart. I can fly too, but you never considered asking me to help you? I am in pain, Uraraka. I truly am. This betrayal will be remembered by generations to come. Yours isn't the same, though. Uraraka frowned and gently slapped him on the shoulder, making the mage apprentice jump. Your flight isn't determined by thrusters, or anything. You just go in the direction you want to go, or tell the drones to go the way you want them to. Meanwhile, I have to reposition my legs and back and all. Still, unbelievable, Izuku faked tears, just so Uraraka could pinch him repeatedly. Ow! Ow! Ida, save me from her wrath. Don't attack our classmates, Uraraka. Ida reprimanded, making the girl cease her onslaught with a slight chuckle escaping from her lips. Either way, as for me, I am considering taking the offer from the jet hero, Thundercracker. Like me, he has an engine quirk, though he only has a singular engine on his, On his what? Fumikage asked. Thundercracker was one hero he never heard about before. It's around his buttocks, Izuku answered. Uraraka began chuckling at the mental image of someone with a jet engine for an butt. Hey, it may look and sound funny but he's combined his quirk with support items to become like an actual jet. Look, Izuku took out his phone and quickly searched up the jet hero, who, as fate would have it, had fully embraced the aesthetic of a human fighter aircraft. He's actually faster than Hawks, in a straight line, at least. Just don't stand in the way of his chemtrail. Do you also plan on becoming a flight-capable hero? Fumikage asked. Possibly? It is a possibility that I have mulled over, but it would be rather difficult given the placement of my engines on my legs, Ida replied. Though I have no doubt that it will be an excellent learning experience. What about you, Tokoyami? I might return to Hawks, Fumikage replied, though he still wondered if he could ever catch up with the man. I don't know why, but the voice of heaven seems to be calling me to take his offer. He is a strange man, isn't he? Ida asked with a slight frown, having seen firsthand how Hawks interacts with interns and fellow heroes. The number 3 hero was more casual and laid back than he would usually like. Ida admittedly would have probably found him very annoying had he been a hero student in UA rather than a pro hero. Very. But he has taught me many things, Fumikage shrugged. He is an excellent close-quarters fighter, and I owe my current capabilities of close combat to his tutelage. Besides, no shadow-based heroes have given me an offer. Which is strange, but I take the opportunities that I am given, not the ones that I want. Though in this case, it would be both. How about you, Mido? Uraraka asked, making the green-haired boy gulp. Who are you going to have your work study with next week? Well, if we're talking about the ones that I think would fit what I want to improve on, Hawks and Gang Orca have both given me offers, Izuku replied. He still shudders at the memory of the latter hero smashing through his defenses and paralyzing him with his ultrasonic wave attack, and the former very, very nearly slapping him with his swords. I've become acutely aware that I'm not good, scratch that, absolutely terrible in close quarters, and I tend to get hurt if someone isn't, for the lack of better terms, tanking for me. I'm actually leaning towards Hawks, though, as both of us can fly. I'll probably end up having to duel someone in the skies eventually. Ah, so we are going together, then. Fumikage sounded excited at that, even when he spoke in the same stoic tone he always had. Most excellent. That is indeed a good choice, Midoriya. Ida nodded. I have noticed that you do not possess any close combat abilities. And you are still small and feeble. Okay, I've been at least trying to follow the workout regime Stars and Stripes gave me, but Uraraka suddenly giggled. I can probably float and throw you around, Mido, if you're like that. Please don't ever do that to me, Izuku shook in mock fear, though he did remember how Uraraka grabbed Manga Fukudashi by the leg and threw him out of the arena back in the sports festival. That was probably one of the more spectacular ringouts of that event. Uraraka grinned. No promises, Mido. I'm going with endeavor. Ga! Izuku jumped as Todoroki seemingly out of nowhere behind them. Todoroki! Stop doing that. Stop doing what? Appearing out of nowhere. Absurd. I have been here for the last minute. And you only talk now? Yes. Endeavor, though, are you sure? Izuku asked, remembering that whole trip into the depths of Tartarus along with the Todoroki family. His classmate wanted Izuku and Fumikage there with him. It was quite nice to know that he trusted them like that. But the fact that the number 2 hero was an abusive father to the point that his eldest son apparently turned into a villain out of spite still gnawed at Izuku's core. It is really unfortunate that someone that a lot of people look up to was a terrible person. My control over my flames can be better. My middling proficiency over my fire can be detrimental to my allies, Todoroki replied. Fumikage nodded along. He remembered well how Todoroki using his flame for the first time since he came into UA was so intense that it weakened Dark Shadow despite Nebelung being activated, resulting in what might have become a disastrous fight against Muscular. Todoroki too probably regretted that. My father is the best fire user in the country, so logically, he would be better suited for my purposes. And, Todoroki thoughtfully paused, he also promised to be better, and I am willing to allow him the chance. Endeavor promised to be a better person to Shoto? Now this was new. Uraraka and Ida were once again out of context. They only knew Todoroki disliked his father, but not that he was technically the product of eugenics, or that his mother and father had begun the process of divorcing each other. But they didn't say anything, instead continuing to listen. That's very nice of him. It's the least he can do. Though, Todoroki looked down, I will have to take the remedial exam next month before I can begin my work study. You failed, Todoroki? Uraraka didn't seem to believe it at all, and the shocked expressions of the other 3 told everything else. You, of all the people in our class, failed? But that would mean that Not too loud. Izuku shushed her and looked around. If Monoma hears about this he'll tell everyone. I suppose Father Dearest was less disappointed than I thought he would be, Todoroki continued with a shrug. Which sounds about right. My failure was due to my quarrel because Galeforce thought that I was thinking and acting like him. Which I certainly do not. Well, he did nearly cause your fire to hit me, Izuku muttered. How foolish, Fumikage shook his head. Soon enough, they were within sight of the classroom, and another school day. Greetings, applicants. Frieren looked up at the television screens affixed to the far end of the cavernous room, where the applicants of the licensure exams had gathered. None of these were hero students, Frieren would know. She wasn't one herself, even if she basically lived with one. Instead, these are people from different backgrounds. A quick search on the internet told her that this kind of exam would see people like soldiers, medical personnel, farmers, and so on who either decided to become heroes later in life, or they're former hero students that have repeatedly failed past exams, but have never given up even after years in hiatus. There were no cameras, no doting reporters and observers. It's just them and the proctors. Just the way Frieren liked it. The first phase of your examination is a simple task. A sleepy man that Frieren could very well relate to at this moment began from behind a simple plastic table. You will attempt to save as many mock civilians from an area that had been hit by an earthquake, to be followed by a tsunami. There are about, the man mumbled while the sound of rustling papers filtered through the speakers, 54 of you, so that's the average size of a sizable agency somewhere in Shizuoka or Tokyo. Your priority is the evacuation and safety of the mock civilians, but if any of you can actually stop a tsunami, be our guest and do so. Anyway, the man yawned again. Each civilian will have cards on them that say what injury they have. Keep that in mind. Now, Frieren and everyone else looked over to the left as a set of heavy metal doors opened. You will be organized in teams of 3 so that you'd, yawn, immediately get with teamwork. The holoprojectors we gave to you when you entered this building will indicate your team number. Ah, right, Frieren took out the curious little device from underneath her coat, which was now projecting a floating number 6. Frieren took about a few seconds before she found another member of Team 6. It was another woman, with rounded spectacles and an outfit that suggested that she was some kind of scientist, if the lab coat was of any indication. She had wavy brown hair cascading in waves on her head, and was definitely taller than Frieren. The strange, or quirky, thing about her was that she was practically glued to her phone, to the point that she was using it even as she was face to face with the other member of Team 6, who looked truly done with her. The other member was a short man, about the same height as Frieren herself. He wore purple armor, which, as Frieren now looked at it, was probably made out of heat-resistant material. His quirk was patently obvious with the fact that he had a single, glowing yellow eye set in a purple metallic head. Aside from that, he looked rather normal, with normal human hands and other such extremities. "Excuse me. Are you the other members of Team 6? Frieren asked. This whole thing reminded her of the first-class mage exam, though it wasn't apparent that these two knew each other beforehand, so they're not like Lawine and Can. It's more like the man was annoyed that the woman was talking only with her phone, even when they were right in front of each other. We are, the man turned to Frieren. Let us all be introduced, then. I am Sarah Mamoru, though you may call me Shockwave. This is Moe Katsukagi, the yellow-eyed Cyclops motioned at the scientist woman who only spoke using her phone. Thankfully, that phone came with a holoprojector, so when Sarah pointed at her, a holographic appeared out of her phone, allowing Frieren and Sarah to read what she had to say. You may call me Shining Finger, the holographic message said in kanji. My quirk is technopathy, allowing me to control any digital device that I am touching using my mind. Everyone thinks I'm just texting very fast, so they called me Shining Finger. My quirk is the Nyx cannon, Sarah added. My eye can fire a beam of accelerated, molten iron, which will harden upon impact. Though my eye itches if I overuse it. Who are you and what do you then, esteemed third member? I am Frieren Locks, Frieren replied. She paused as the other two looked on with great interest. My quirk allows me to bring my imagination to reality, that is, if I can realistically see myself as doing that feat. That is a very broad quirk, Sarah's one eye narrowed at Frieren. Can you give something specific? I concur, it will be difficult to formulate an evacuation strategy if we have little inkling as to what you are capable of, Moe added. Frieren shrugged. I can fire out lightning and hellfire, manipulate earth and wind, and create a field of flowers, for a few examples. Sarah's eye remained fixed at Frieren. Based on your tone of voice and body language, I assume that you are serious. I am. After all, there are other quirks with great versatility like mine. Frieren looked back at the yellow-eyed Cyclops. I assume that you have watched the UA Sports Festival? Of course we have. Think of me as a superior version of the one with a comic strip for a head, who used onomatopoeia to create a vast array of effects, Frieren replied. That answer seemed to placate Shockwave and Shining Finger, as they finally had a small understanding of what Frieren's magic could do. Just like with Lawine and Can, Frieren would rather not overshadow these two too much as she could probably do this all by herself. After all, she imagined that they would be very upset if they didn't get to do anything. She'll have to hold back, as usual. Oh, and help them out. Very well, then, Sarah nodded and turned toward the open metal doors, where the first test awaited. You have 5 more minutes left to formulate a strategy, the tired man from earlier called out through the speakers. After that, we will be sending you in. Now that you have chosen who to have work studies with, you will be meeting some fellow students that will discuss the differences between those and the internships. Aizawa-sensei doesn't seem as sleepy as usual, though his eyes were still drooping, Izuku thought as the teacher looked over to the door. They are the third-year students that stand over everyone else. 3 other UA students then entered the room. Izuku blinked in recognition as Mirio-senpai came in, followed by a girl with blue hair and a guy with darker blue hair and pointy ears, like Frieren. They are the most experienced students that we have, Aizawa continued. They are, the big 3. Allow me to introduce them. They are Mirio Togata, Nijire Hato, and Tamaki Amajiki. Now listen to what they have to say. Oh. Hey, wasn't he the naked one in the sports festival last year? I think Senpai doesn't want to be here. Good morning, all of you. Mirio greeted the class with the same, high energy that Izuku and Fumikage were familiar with. It is as Aizawa-sensei said. We'll be explaining the work studies, since we've been doing them for a year now. Nijire, if you may. Nijire stepped up in front of the class. Oh my, she's pretty, Izuku thought, no, objectively observed. Mineta yelped as Shoji flicked his head from behind, though, as he began to actually drool. Hi. So, the work studies are going to be a lot more intensive than the internships. Nijire began, mirroring Mirio's energy and contrasting against Tamaki's nigh-crippling anxiety. Only the ones with provisional licenses are going there, of course, so, yes. You'll be treated as sidekicks, or even as pro-heroes, in work studies, and will be expected to fulfill the same duties. Even the paperwork? Fumikage raised a hand. Yes, even the paperwork. Nijire nodded with a smile. Fumikage placed his hands over his head in despair, remembering how he absolutely despised Microsoft 2250 by this point. Anyway, Tamaki, it's your turn. The aforementioned third-year student stayed silent as he looked down, not wanting to look at the students. I can't look at them. I can't look at them, no, right, I'll just imagine them as potatoes. That should work. Is he okay? Ashido asked. Ah, yes, of course. Tamaki's just like that most of the time. Nijire replied. Tamaki abruptly turned away and put his head on the wall, though, so she turned to Mirio instead. Well. I think Tamaki's not quite ready to talk with you just yet, so I'll be giving the floor back to Mirio. What came out of Mirio's mouth, however, was utterly unexpected. We'll start by having all of you fight me all at once. Huh? Izuku couldn't quite believe it. Surely he wouldn't fight the class that even Aizawa-sensei was a little scared of all alone. Put on your gym uniforms and meet us in Gym Gamma. Mirio grinned. Aizawa didn't seem to care at all, while Nijire appeared to be all for it. As for Tamaki, what he was thinking is up to the air. Minutes later, the class gathered in Gym Gamma, while a confident Mirio warmed up his limbs in front of them. He's not serious, is he? Kaminari asked. I mean, 20 of us, versus one of him. Kirishima shared his sentiments, punching his fists together with a grin. We can take him, I'm sure. Perhaps he is more than what meets the eye, Fumikage muttered, once again confusing most of the people around him. All right. Mirio finished warming up. Are you re-dash? Before Mirio could even finish talking, Izuku had fired a beam of Zoltraak, causing a plume of smoke to erupt where Mirio had once been standing. All the while, the stone pillar behind Mirio, which had been one of those that Cementos raised for prior training, crumbled. Bro, what the hell was that? Kirishima yelled. You didn't even let him finish. Izuku shrugged. He did ask if we were ready. As the smoke cleared, though, the hero student saw that there were only clothes on the spot. You didn't vaporize him, didn't you? Ashido fearfully asked. Of course not. Izuku vehemently denied the notion. It was on a lower setting. That would be when Jiro screamed, as she saw a completely naked Mirio pop out from behind her. I guess you are ready, then. Is this allowed? Shockwave stared at Shining Finger as she pulled out what appeared to be miniature drones out of her suitcase. Of course. They are support items. If Izuku could be allowed to use those, then Shining Finger certainly should be, Frieren thought as pretty much everyone scrambled to get to the HUC employees before the simulated tsunami came in. The mock city had been absolutely destroyed, though the ruins themselves were made of stony foam that wouldn't actually kill anyone if they landed, but besides the weight, they're basically the same thing, and would be treated as such. Shining Finger, you do the searching. Shockwave and I will be working on retrieval. Understood, Shining Finger nodded as she let out a swarm of drones. She would then use her quirk on the controller, making the drones move at a thought. I will follow you, then, Shockwave nodded. It would only be a few seconds before Shining Finger found one of the HUC employees. Found one. I am uploading the coordinates to your phones. Got it, Shockwave nodded. Now what is this? It appears you are flying. True enough, Frieren had grabbed Shockwave by the hand and flew off with flight magic with the man still holding on for dear life. Frieren, do warn me beforehand. Heh. Shockwave didn't seem to care that much about Frieren's smirk, instead putting his attention back to his phone. Shining Finger was uploading more coordinate markers every now and then. We are getting close to the coordinates. And, we are here. Together, Frieren and Shockwave landed and proceeded to the injured civilian, on foot. There, a woman with a card labeled broken leg lay underneath some stone debris. Shining finger here, a holographic text came out of one of the tiny drone's holoprojectors. That building is structurally unstable. If you move it the wrong way, the whole thing collapses on you and the civilian. Frieren took one look at the building. One cast of Valzabel could vaporize the entire structure. But of course, the proctors would probably think she's too reckless. She knew that they were listening into everything they were saying, though, so perhaps it would be more forgivable if they verbally confirmed that there was only one person in there. Shining finger, there is only one person in this structure, correct? Yes, just the one. Perhaps the simulation has it that everyone else has died. What a morbid assessment, Shockwave replied. But, that is logical. Frieren knew what to do now. Shockwave, I will remove the debris from the woman. You carry her to safety while I deal with the structure should it collapse. Hold on, what do you mean by deal with the structure? Frieren smirked at the Cyclops. You'll see. With a little levitation magic, Frieren removed the debris off the woman, allowing Shockwave to move in and hoist the woman in his armored arms, though not before he tied a splint around her broken leg. He then moved away, heading for the triage section. And, sure enough, the structure began to sway and crumble. Stony foam fell apart, and the building was just about to fall on Frieren when Valzenbul, Frieren uttered. The entire structure was wholly consumed by the fires of hell, leaving nothing but ash in their wake. Even without a proper face, Shockwave looked absolutely shocked as he saw the fiery spectacle unfold before him. Frieren couldn't help but notice how Shockwave and the victim were staring at her. What is it? Your flames are almost as strong as Endeavor's, at the very least. It is of little concern, Frieren waved the Cyclops away. Our priority is to get the civilians to safety, is it not? Yes, of course. Frieren looked up at the HPSC drones and cameras watching the whole thing from above. She was sure that the proctors were shocked. Well, if they can at least keep this secret, then she can care less. As expected of the one that defeated the League of Villains by herself. Endeavor will surely be jealous that someone can use fire hotter than his own. What kind of quirk is that, though? Enough theorizing. Let us continue our observation. Where is he? Izuku warily looked around as he floated far above the ground, practically out of Mirio's reach. His classmates and friends had already fallen, writhing in pain as Mirio punched them in the gut one by one in rapid succession. To add insult to injury, he even went as far as do things like wrap Kaminari in Jiro's jacks. Thankfully, Nijire had been gracious enough to move them out, because Izuku was getting, say, a little desperate, and he could already see the concerned expressions of the teachers around. Amajiki-senpai still had his face on the wall, though, as if he were a kid that got grounded. Surprise! Mirio appeared out of a nearby wall and jumped right toward Izuku. The floating mage apprentice fell into a portal of his own making, dodging Mirio's attack, who appeared to be floating, too. And still naked. It was a paradox, indeed, between not wanting to see Mirio's assets and having to actually see where he was going. Soul Sight had proven to be inconvenient to use, nigh impossible, even, because he would then just blind himself from the nine-souled radiance in Mirio. Izuku had to rely just on basic senses and mana detection, the latter of which was a little difficult given that Mirio had almost none of it. Time for other spells, then. Mirio had proven to be perhaps the most troublesome opponent he had faced so far. Gang Orca may have given him a headache, and Muscular could have beaten him in a straight-up fight, but Mirio was just nearly impossible to catch. With a thought, golden arrows of light appeared around the mage apprentice and charged up. Catastravia. The arrows of light then began chasing Mirio like heat-seeking missiles, only for him to phase into the wall, letting the arrows crash and explode. Izuku grew a little more frustrated as Mirio once again proved impossible to catch. He had won, last gamble. He could already see Mirio darting in and out of the walls, trying to catch him off guard. He could also see the infinitesimal mana signature moving about, but it was like trying to watch a blurry video of a laser pointer. He can barely even see it. Power. Mirio appeared seemingly out of nowhere again, but like before, he had appeared from behind Izuku. Acting as fast as he could, Izuku opened a portal just as Mirio got within 1 feet away, and made the third-year punch himself. Oof! Mirio actually let out a yelp as his own fist impacted against his face, sending him flying a few meters away. He recovered very quickly, though, and after sinking into a wall, Mirio punched forward again with that same rapid acceleration. Izuku expected him to come at him again with the punch, so he opened a portal, but the fist never came. Instead, a pair of glowing black threads that erupted out of Mirio's other fist grabbed him by the waist. The upperclassman dragged Izuku toward him at the speed of sound and, just like the rest of his class, punched him in the stomach. Well, that was fun. I'm not out, yet. Izuku lifted a hand as he hung over Mirio's fist. Wald goes, and Catastravia. A swirling whirlwind appeared with Mirio and Izuku still inside, before the golden arrows of light from earlier began to fill it. In the span of about 2 seconds, the whirlwind became a tornado made out of piercing light. I call this move Golden Wind, Izuku coughed. Cool name. Mirio grinned. But I still have you in punching range, Midoriya. What did you think would happen? I thought it would sweep you off your legs and force you to focus on avoiding the light arrows. There is nothing for you to hold on to. How are you still on the ground? Well, an inch over the ground. A wizard never reveals his secrets. Mirio chuckled. Of course, Mirio wasn't about to say that the float quirk he inherited from Nana Shimura also allows him to remain completely stationary even in the fiercest winds thanks to being empowered by One for All. Oh, I see. Smack. Tsunami alert. Tsunami alert. After what felt like a few seconds to Frieren, and hours for Shockwave and Shining Finger, the speakers throughout the stadium began to scream with warnings of an incoming tsunami. Of course, said tsunami was made out of pixels, light, smoke, and masterful special effects that would make it feel, sound, and look like the real thing right until it actually impacted with the short line that had been constructed into the arena. You have 5 minutes before the tsunami comes, the sleepy man announced, making the prospective heroes either freeze or move faster in alarm. Keep on getting the HUC employees out, and you might just, yawn, pass. Come on now, double time. Shining Finger, how many of the HUC employees have been taken to the safe zones? Shockwave asked as he carefully hefted yet another man dressed as a child onto his armored shoulders, while an actual child, probably the kid of a HUC employee that fell victim to Bring Your Child to Work Day, was happily sitting on top of his rectangular, metallic head. He turned around to fire a beam of molten, accelerated iron at a nearby building as it began to sway, forcibly welding the cracked joints together with rapidly hardened metal. The child seemed to like the spectacle, cheering for, "Do more of that, Shockwave-san." Shockwave, however, ignored her and instead continued walking. 121 in all, there are still 6 in difficult-to-access areas, Shining Finger replied through her drone's holographic projector. Surely they do not expect us to save everyone, don't they? It would be nearly impossible in an actual disaster scenario. A logical argument, Shockwave replied, refraining from nodding to avoid shaking the girl sitting on his head, but the optics of losing a civilian to a disaster does not bode well. We must seek out the remaining HUC employees and unearth them before the time expires. Our compatriot Frieren is well suited to clearing out difficult obstacles, yes. I can do that, Frieren nodded. However, I do not believe that we have enough time to clear out all the obstacles covering the remaining 6. Is that correct, Shining Finger? You would be correct, unfortunately, Shining Finger answered. All calculations point toward 2 still being left behind in the 5-minute timeframe we've been given. What a load of scrap, Shockwave hissed. The HUC employees he was carrying shifted about uncomfortably, likely taking off points for not really placating the concerns of civilians in the middle of the emergency. Though it would be foolish if they did not discuss it right here and now. Frieren, however, remained completely unconcerned. A tsunami is in the end just a very large wave. She could do something about that. In that case, I know what to do. Shockwave, Shining Finger, continue to unearth the HUC employees from the disaster zone. I will stop that tsunami. Are you certain that you can stop it? Shining Finger asked. Of course. Do not worry. Keep going without me. Shockwave, the HUC employees, and Shining Finger's drone exchanged nervous glances before Shockwave gave Frieren a nod of acknowledgement. All right. If you say so, Frieren locks. With that, Frieren lifted off with flight magic, heading right for the shoreline. The fall tsunami was already visible on the far side of the arena. It was a wonder how modern technology could replicate the sounds and gravity of a wave that must be as heavy as a few thousand tons of rushing water capable of smashing apart buildings and turning organic beings into paste. Frieren could very well imagine that Ken might be able to create a wave this large should she be in the shoreline, but she'd probably drain a lot of mana in the process. This is, after all, a lot of water. Frieren floated above the shoreline, staring down the incoming fall tsunami with nothing but stoic silence. She knew of one spell that can, for sure, stop the incoming wave as well as allow her to remove it from this place entirely. Schwartz's lock. Why did you slap me, Midoriya? Mirio looked genuinely sad as he felt at the reddened patch of his skin. Well, Izuku put both of his hands on Mirio's rather oversized fist. I just needed a small distraction, a shocking thing, if you will say so. Something so shocking that even will be taken aback. I call this move the telenovela slap. You can be surprised by how shocked someone can be if you slap them. Mirio's beady blue eyes looked at him like he was insane. And that was saying something, given that Mirio was still completely naked. Most of Class 1A, while still writhing from the pain of getting punched, averted their gaze away from Mirio's assets. Nijire didn't seem to care, though, while Tamaki was still simmering in his anxiety with his head against the wall. At least, until the golden wind covered both of them, preventing anyone from seeing what was going in there. Huh? Schwartz's lock, Izuku muttered. What is he planning to do? Achiko tried to look at the fight still ongoing in the middle of Gym Gamma, but the swirling whirlwind of golden arrows and roaring wind was preventing her and her classmates, as well as Nijire, Tamaki, and Aizawa-sensei from seeing anything. I can't see anything. Fumikage looked up from untying Jiro's earjacks from around Kaminari's body, musing on how Mirio chose to tie the two of them specifically. He had one of the first to recover. Dark Shadow had taken the worst of Mirio's attack as User and Quirk had been intertwined in Black Abyss, but enough of it still went through to bring the two of them down. It had been a taste of what was to come, and he had resolved to rise to the challenge, however difficult it may be. Mirio's quirk by itself isn't even that strong, from what Fumikage could deduce. He was just too good at angling and attacking, so much so that most of 1A got hit by what may as well have been a naked blur. Well, the fact that he shocked everyone by being a confident nudist in a fight prevented a better response, too. Perhaps he has a greater plan in store. What else is there? Ida got up, still clutching at his stomach. Midoriya is well in Mirio's grasp. He could use one of those portals of his to escape, Fumikage replied as he got one of Jiro's overextended jacks off of Kaminari, the latter letting out a weak, thanks. You know Izuku. He is devious and pragmatic. Against opponents, he says he'll do one thing, but does something completely different. Devious wouldn't be a word I'd use. Achiko frowned. She didn't like that word. It sounded too bad? Maybe tricky? Lies to your face and shoots you in the back? Now it was Bakugo who spoke up. The blonde was taking slow and deep breaths, likely trying to calm himself down as he recovered from Mirio giving him and his classmates a collective stomach surgery. Yeah, that's the right word for Midoriya's fighting style. Achiko simply nodded at what Bakugo said and looked back at the swirling golden whirlwind. She was sure that anything that entered would end up getting shredded by the arrows of light. What's taking them so long? They're talking in there, Jiro weakly said, her free jack now stabbed against the floor. Midoriya said something? Schwartz's lock? What does that mean? Fumikage's eyes widened at the word. He freed the second of Jiro's jacks from Kaminari's body, though the electric blonde just went ahead and laid his head on Jiro's shoulder. Mirio's punch had been truly painful. I strongly suggest that we brace ourselves for a spectacle like none we have seen before, Fumikage said, just before the golden wind exploded. What is she doing? All around him, proctors under the payroll of the HPSC pored over screens showing what the 54 prospective heroes were doing. Mera, as well as pretty much everyone else in that observation chamber, saw one applicant of particular interest. Or rather, she had become more interesting now that she had flown right toward an incoming tsunami. Mera had his doubts. After all, only a few people throughout the world can actually stop a tsunami. All Might's punch could send the wave reeling back to where it came from. Or, he could meet it with equal energy and make it lose all momentum, turning a catastrophic tidal wave into just another wave pulsing on a shoreline. General Winter could freeze a tsunami if he tried hard enough, and Stars and Stripes could command the tsunami to lose all of its kinetic energy or turn solid. Endeavor probably can vaporize a tsunami, too. But here she was, facing off against a tsunami without the slightest sigh of apprehension on her face. It's like it was of little concern to her, or that she had done this 1,000 times before. She certainly had the kind of movement and aura of someone that's just bored. However, she had been exceedingly helpful to her teammates Shockwave and Shining Finger, so she wasn't some pompous but, at least. What are you going to do? Mera wondered as he watched the applicant, whose name was apparently Frieren Locks, float unflinching and unfeeling in the face of a tsunami. By this point, the other hero applicants were scrambling to either evacuate or get to the last remaining HUC employees. But her? She clearly intended to stop the tsunami. But how? She had this reality-bending, imagination-based quirk, something that the other proctors had described as a strange fusion between Stars and Stripes' New Order and manga Fukudashi's comic. But it would have its limits, of course. Mera would stand up in shock, however, as Frieren summoned something that he would have never imagined. He already saw her use fire and telekinetic power to aid her team in evacuating the HUC employees, but a swirling vortex that looked and acted like a black hole was not in the cards. Sure, she used something like that against the League of Villains, but it was a small thing back then. This, however, was easily a titan compared to what she had used against the League. The sensors placed throughout the arena reacted to the vortex's effects, or rather, measured what it would do to an actual tsunami, and the result was nothing short of awesome. The vortex began to SCK in the tsunami, the latter's kinetic energy dropping as water swirled into the event horizon. The vortex appeared to work two ways, skiing in the wave before spitting it back out, its destructive power completely spent. Within half a minute, the tsunami had dissipated completely, and the evacuation of the last HUC employees on the ruins could proceed as normal. How terrifying, and how powerful. Mera muttered. All thoughts of just going to sleep right after this were gone. He probably won't be sleeping soundly at night after this, or maybe he will, knowing that someone with such strength was on the side of the heroes. But again, the first phase was done. The second phase would be a villain attack, by Ryukyu and her sidekicks. Surely, Frieren can't throw another huge attack like that one anytime soon, right? Ida was simply petrified by what was now happening in front of him and his classmates, protected as they were by the interlinking energy fields that keep stray quirks from causing damage. Tokoyami, when you told us to brace ourselves. This is not what I thought would happen. How exciting! Nijire, meanwhile, was excited as above them, a swirling vortex pulled apart and ground the cement pillars that were used as training platforms. I have so many questions to ask Midoriya afterward. Did he imagine that he could create a black hole? How does his thought process even work? What else can he do with that crazy quirk of his? I just can't wait until they're done. You knew that he could do something like this? Uraraka asked Fumikage, who didn't appear to be surprised at all. It is something that he did once or twice, Fumikage shrugged. Dark Shadow shrugged too. Though only in practice. If he used this this aspect of his quirk, then he is truly being driven into a corner. Driven into a corner? Kaminari coughed. If that's what happens when he feels a little desperate, then I don't want to fight him, ever. Don't fret. Technically you are capable of defeating him, Fumikage reminded Kaminari. If you manage to shock him, then you win. Oh. That's comforting, I guess. That is assuming you got close enough and bypassed the barriers, however. DMN it. By now, the golden wind was completely gone, the whirlwind and golden arrows of light dissipated into mana particulates. Mirio looked up at the mana vortex that Izuku had summoned, surprised that the mage apprentice had one more trick up his sleeves. My, that's certainly something. It sure is. Izuku summoned a circle of Zoltraak, aiming it at Mirio at point blank. Momentarily distracted as he was, Mirio was sent flying by the beam, which also had the bonus side effect of dislodging his hold over Izuku, freeing the mage apprentice to float away. Mirio called upon Float to stabilize him in midair, but even then, the vortex drew him in regardless along with a veritable storm of rock and dust. As the debris drew close, they covered the vortex, which changed form from a black hole into a glowing sphere of blinding white light. The third year's naked form was drawn toward the sphere, forming but one part of the coating of debris. And even then, he was still smiling. He couldn't escape the vortex's pull, and whatever the sphere was made of couldn't be permeated through. Perhaps it was not made of normal atomic particles, Mirio surmised. Then the sphere exploded in a shower of rock, dust, and raw mana particulates, launching all of the debris and Mirio with it. Mirio slammed into the electromagnetic barrier, making a skidding sound as he fell down. Ow! That actually hurt. Mirio stood back up. His forehead was actually bleeding, but he was otherwise unharmed, aside from all the small explosion marks that could be seen on some of his body. Mirio-senpai? Izuku's formerly deadpan expression melted into one of concern. Oh my god, are you dash? No, I am fine, and let's just consider this a draw. Mirio winked at him. Izuku felt relieved at this, as he would rather not continue fighting someone that phases through solid matter. Alright, so dash. Put some clothes on. I don't want to see your stuff, senpai. I can't look. Oh, right? Mirio ran over to his discarded gym uniform and put it back on, allowing the first years to finally gaze upon him again. A tired Izuku joined his classmates, opting to sit down rather than remain standing. Ida gave him a side-eye for that for a moment, but Mirio would speak again. He would go on to explain that when he first started, his quirk was not that very strong, or even sabotaged him if he messed it up. But he made it stronger through skill and experience, though Izuku could tell that the way he defeated his classmates was different from what Mirio did against him. Where did those black threads come from, anyway? Could it be that his ability to pass through particles also allows him to manipulate them in some way? Mirio hadn't really mentioned the name of his quirk, or what it really was, just that it was initially terrible. He apparently can't breathe or even see when he uses it. He punches really hard, but that made sense given his build. As Nijire said earlier, you will be treated as sidekicks and pros in your work studies, Mirio continued. You're not guests, not like when you were on your internships. They didn't let you do anything dangerous, but that changes now. While you'll face the same dangers pros do, those are first-rate experiences you won't get in a school environment. So then, turn your experiences in your work studies into power, as I have done. Attacking an evacuation effort is certainly the most villainous thing I can think of, Shockwave muttered as he created a wall of molten iron to block off one of Ryukyu's sidekicks' fire attack. The dragon hero and her sidekicks had dropped from the sky without warning as soon as the tsunami had been pacified, catching at least some of the applicants by surprise. Those who had been in and failed exams like this before, though, knew that villain attacks were often included. They surely intend to strike the safe zones that the less combat-oriented among us have set up. A most astute conclusion, Shockwave, Shining Finger responded. As for our compatriot, it appears she intends to challenge Ryukyu herself one-on-one. Defeating the villain leader in a duel should demoralize the minions, wouldn't it? It would. At the meantime, Frieren flew right toward Ryukyu, whose gray, scaly wings had been with a rusty red finish. She wore a big, spiky metal helmet on her enormous draconic head, like some kind of fantasy overlord. At least this dragon doesn't have magic resistance, Frieren quietly said to herself as she and Ryukyu came face to face. It was a strange thing, indeed, to know that this dragon was really just a human in the end. It somehow felt wrong to Frieren how someone could look both things at once. But again, Ryukyu is just one demonstration of the strangeness of the people of this world. Oh ho? Instead of running away, you're approaching me. Ryukyu laughed at Frieren with her best villainous impression. I can't shoot at you point-blank range if I don't get closer. Frieren pointed her staff at Ryukyu, who looked back at the elf mage with a questioning expression. Zoltraak. An enormous magic circle appeared out of Frieren's staff. A beam of Zoltraak came out, impacting the dragon hero's center mass, as they were too close for her to dodge. As it had been the demon-killing version, its impact against human beings was very limited, but it still hit hard regardless, sending Ryukyu flying until she impacted against one of the stadium walls. Ryukyu didn't move again, though Frieren could tell she was perfectly fine with a glance of her soul sight. With that, Frieren flew back down to the triage section, where she would be met by Shockwave. Though he only had one eye and not much else when it came to a face, Frieren could still tell he was surprised. What? You put her out of commission with just one shot? She didn't dodge, Frieren countered. Well, you were basically in point-blank range. But again, who beats Ryukyu with one shot? That would be when the buzzer rang, signaling the examination's end. Safe to say, you'll pass. Shockwave muttered, not minding that the child from earlier jumped on his head and sat on it, again. But, if you were that powerful, why did you even decide to hold yourself back and help us during the evacuation portion? Surely you could have done it all yourself. But then you wouldn't be assessed properly, wouldn't you? Frieren smiled at the yellow-eyed Cyclops. It is good to be helpful to others. You would rather be tested yourselves, right? That is only logical, Shockwave nodded. Let's go, then. I am here. Shining Finger walked up beside them, drones flying into her open suitcase. I truly hope that we pass. I have no doubts, Frieren replied. While she can't imagine Siri ever passing her in an exam, she could very well imagine the HPSC doing so. Wow! Frieren, you got a license now. Izuku held up the license that Frieren earned while he and his classmates were getting gut-punched by Mirio. When Frieren told him that she was on the way back and had passed, he, and Fumikage, had been quite excited to give her their congratulations as soon as they finished classes. This means that you're basically a hero now. Well, you've always been one, but you're a pro. I don't have to display publicity, don't I? Frieren asked. Fumikage shook his head. No, you need not to. Underground heroes are very much a thing, and if you're not in the top 50, you probably won't even appear in a news bulletin. Though, given that you are so, powerful, it might be difficult. But this just means that you can exercise authority on certain situations. You certainly don't have to maintain it by going on patrols. Nor are you obligated to join an agency, you can simply do your own thing. Or so Aizawa-sensei told me when I asked about what it's like being an underground hero. Good, Frieren nodded. What happened to you today, then? Mirio-senpai punched us, Izuku croaked, still remembering the pain that came from Mirio's punches. That he did, Fumikage nodded, but that harrowing time did teach us that experiences mold even the worst of quirks into something useful. He was incredibly strong. It's like he has Gang Orca's strength and Hawk's speed. Aizawa-sensei did also say afterward that he's probably going to be number 1 one day. Ah. Of course, Izuku recalled that little tidbit. Anyway, Frieren, you did tell us that a warrior will always defeat a mage in close quarters, but what if? I learned how to do close quarters combat. Some mages do engage in close fighting, Frieren recalled Laufen and Yubel most of all. They were quite literally dueling their clones with their staves back in the labyrinth that had been where the second phase of the first-class mage exam took place. There was also Linny, that demon who copied techniques, but Stark obliterated her in one hit. It is not something I am good at, though. After all, I am a mage for an age of peace, not of war. As a hero in this world, you would be a mage embroiled in conflict. In that manner, we are fundamentally different. Izuku nodded. I'm considering going with Hawks for my work study, because he's an excellent close-quarters fighter, and he can also fly. That and Fumikage is also going to him. You would be lost without me, Fumikage said jokingly. But with your flight, you might be able to keep in pace with him. I still can't. Don't fret, Fumi. Izuku pulled his friend closer. There, we'll surely learn how to keep up with the fastest man alive, together. The bird-headed boy could only nod in agreement. He could also feel Dark Shadow pulsing with affirmation within him. They will, one way or another, keep up with Hawks, and prove to be worthy of the number 3's time and attention. Of course, Izuku. The magic broccoli. So, guys, it has been a few days. How have your work studies been? Sonic the class rep, it has been interesting. Sagittarius A, oh? Do tell. Sonic the class rep, only if Kaminari promises not to make a meme about it. Pikachu, you're no fun, class rep. But fine, because I want to know everything. I mean, what's it like work studying under someone that literally farts jetfire? Quoth the Raven, please, Ida. Let your revelry be known to us. Sonic the class rep, alright. Let's use voice chat for once. About 2 days after what had been a very eventful explanation of the work studies by the Big Three, Tenya would arrive in front of the Seeker's agency, where his work study would be. It was placed in downtown Tokyo, deep in the metropolis that had only grown ever since the population explosion from incoming migrants and refugees during the dawn of Quirks. As he stepped out of the taxi, he would notice, first of all, that the agency was located not on the ground floor, but on top of a high-rise building that towered over much of the surrounding area. As he thought of the logic, it made sense. Thundercracker in particular was quite loud when he activated his quirk, from what Tenya read and watched online. So it made sense that the Seekers would put their agency far from the ground to avoid disrupting other people with screaming jet engines. There was also the fact that there were ledges built around the agency, obviously to serve as the places where the Seekers would blast off. After checking in with the building's receptionist and signing a logbook with his name, signature, destination, and time of arrival, Tenya would enter an elevator to reach the actual agency that was apparently located in the 50th to 68th floors, plus the rooftop. As the elevator door opened, Tenya would immediately notice that the agency had a very retro-futuristic design, with pulsing neon lights that came straight out of a cyberpunk game. The walls appeared to be made out of sturdy metal, with straight lines branching together and away from each other like a stylized version of a computer chip. Taking in a deep breath, Tenya entered, where he was greeted by a receptionist behind a stylistic gold, but not really gold, it is probably steel painted to look like gold, table. Hello there, the woman with deep blue eyes and gray hair greeted. I assume that you're the UA student that's going to be taking a work study here? That would be me, Ida Tenya, Tenya replied. I accepted the work study offer from one of the pro heroes here, Thundercracker. Ah, yes, right to the hall to the left, then make a right turn once you reach the end. You'll be in front of Thundercracker's office then. Thank you very much. As instructed, Tenya went to the hallway to the left and made a right turn. There, as expected, was Thundercracker's office, and the man himself. He had bright purple hair in a neat barber's cut, and his eyes had red pupils, like Bakugo. Thundercracker had a peculiar costume, too, one that he wore as he worked on his computer. He wore a pair of metal wings suitable for drones or fighter jets on his back. Tenya wondered if he ever accidentally knocked down objects with those. At least, until Tenya saw the subtle grooves on the wing frames. They were probably foldable. Thundercracker was also known for wearing a helmet with yellow visors, which was lying on the table. Like the one that Melissa Shield gave to Midoriya back in Island, Thundercracker's helmet probably responded to mental commands, too. It could very well be the method by which he controls his wings. Excuse me? Tenya knocked at the glass door. I am Ida Tenya, the UA student that you invited for a work study. Ah, so you have arrived. Thundercracker got up from his desk and walked up to Tenya, eyeing him from head to toe. Tell me. Do you know my quirk works? It converts, forgive me, Tenya looked down. It turns flatulence into fuel for a biological engine that you can use to propel yourself at high speed. By heaven, you didn't laugh about it, Thundercracker slowly nodded. Impossible. Everyone always laughs about it. Are you a robot? An imposter? Were you sent to assassinate me by my foolish brother Starscream? What? Tenya took one step back. Surely, the man was jesting. I don't know what you're talking about, Thundercracker. I just think it is not proper to laugh at the expense of someone else, especially if it's due to their quirk. Yours may have a bizarre description, but you have used it to save countless lives. That is what matters, right? Thundercracker just stared at him. Right? Tenya repeated. He looked around, not knowing what to do about the odd pro-hero staring deep into his soul. Thundercracker? Are you all right? Thundercracker stared at him for another 2 seconds before his face began to contort. The man then burst out laughing, clutching at his stomach while his prosthetic wings bobbed up and down on his back. Relax, kid. I was just messing with you. I've been waiting for you, actually. Come on, then. I'll be introducing you to the rest of the Seekers. Thundercracker then walked past Tenya, expecting him to follow. Yes, of course. Tenya chased after Thundercracker, who was an amazingly fast walker. They would climb a flight of stairs into the next floor, where Tenya would see 2 more Thundercrackers, both of them chasing each other mid-flight within what appeared to be an enclosed danger room of some kind that took up more than half of the entire floor. No, the colors of their prosthetic wings are different. One had red wings, and the other had blue ones, but aside from that, they looked remarkably similar. That, and their engines were in different places. Say hello to my brothers, Ida. Thundercracker could barely be heard as the roar of jet engines filled the floor. The red-winged one is Starscream Dash. That is lured Starscream to you. The aforementioned red-winged brother of Thundercracker tried to grab the other one by the shins, only for the engines of the blue-winged brother, which were apparently located on the hips, to let out an extra blast, pushing him ahead. Just because you are the oldest by an hour doesn't mean we'll call you Lord, Thundercracker reminded. As if on cue, Starscream's engines, which were, in turn, placed on the soles of his feet, roared furiously. Oh, Thundercracker pointed at his other brother, who gave him a simple nod in acknowledgement. That is Skywarp. He's the middle child. Old by 30 minutes. Wait, Tenya realized it now. Starscream was older by a mere hour, and Skywarp is older by 30 minutes. You're triplets. That we are, Thundercracker nodded. I am the youngest, as you have deduced by now, but I'm the fastest and the most, personable. Starscream is the slowest but is better at turning corners, and Skywarp is the fastest. Starscream does seem to be very intense? Tenya looked up at the enormous chamber taking up more than half of the entire floor that Starscream and Skywarp were used to spar and practice. The way he chases Skywarp around reminds me of my classmate back then. Thundercracker nodded. He knew who Ida was referring to. He does not do well in public relations because he is too intense. Skywarp is the opposite, he barely talks. I'm in the middle. Anyway, we have more sidekicks, but they're all on patrol right now, so you'll meet them later. However, we might meet them along the way. Along the way to, wait, Tenya pieced it together almost immediately. We're going on patrol? Of course. They already told you that you're going to be treated like sidekicks and pros instead of guests or interns, didn't they? They did. Nice. Put on your hero costume and meet me at the front door of the building. Let's see if we can break some heads today. I surely hope that you're joking about breaking heads. Of course I am. Now what are you waiting for? Quoth the Raven. Thundercracker sounds like a pleasant fellow. Pikachu, ugh, I relate to that so much. I'm the oldest of 3 kids and I'm the only reasonable one. Though it looks like the order of things is reversed in Thundercracker's family. Sagittarius A, I now understand why Jiro likes you, Kaminari-kun? Pikachu, hey, that's unrelated. The magic broccoli, how did we get back there again? Quoth the Raven, let us allow Ida to finish. So, Thundercracker waved back at civilians as he and Tenya walked together. Why is your hero name just your surname? I've always wondered why that's the case. Ida looked down. My brother told me that, if anything were to happen to him, I should take Ingenium as my own hero name. But, poor Ingenium. May his soul rest in peace. Thundercracker folded his hands together and muttered a short prayer. But I do not understand. Why didn't you fulfill his request? I am not sure why, Tenya replied. Truth be told, he still felt unworthy of the title. His first thoughts were of revenge. Murderous revenge. He wanted to kill Stain, crack the BSTRD's spine and then stomp his face into the pavement until there was no more face left. But Hawks and Gentle Hero apprehended Stain right after, and any opportunity for vengeance was lost. To think that he ever had such thoughts. Tensei would surely be ashamed of him. Well, your reasoning is yours to make, I suppose. Thundercracker shrugged. He didn't want to delve too deep in the very first day. Either way, I had noticed flaws in your fighting style. Can you guess what they are? Ida narrowed his eyes. He didn't really think about it too much. He had a few practiced moves, and he executed them to the letter. I overclock my engines when I use Recipro Burst? That's not a flaw in your style, that's just how your quirk works. Like any other quirk, overusing it will cause it to stall, Thundercracker answered. Your greatest flaw is that you are by the book, and once someone reads your book, they know everything about you. But, what is wrong with going by the book? It is the way that I've been taught since the beginning. Tenya asked. Thundercracker opened his mouth to give an answer, but a group of fans, an eclectic of teenagers from a nearby school, came up to him and asked for a picture. As soon as the fans were gone from earshot, Thundercracker turned back at Tenya. It makes you predictable. Once your tried and tested moves had been countered, you're screwed. You have a limited move set, and when you run out, will you just keep trying the same thing again and again? I wouldn't. Attaboy. Say what, after our patrol, we get back to the agency and I'll teach you how to be unpredictable. The magic broccoli, well, he is correct. I know everything you do, Ida. Quoth the Raven, I concur. Sonic the class rep, indeed you do. So it was? Difficult. Tenya found himself slammed against the danger room's wall for the 5th time as Thundercracker zoomed all around him in strange, chaotic patterns. Sometimes he'll be coming in from above, sometimes he's blasting in from the left, and at other times, he would suddenly SWCH from the left to the right, and right to left. As it turned out, his hero costume incorporated additional thrusters that drew power from his engine. Contrary to what one might think, he never moved in a straight line, like how you'd think a jet fighter moved. He was more like some kind of attack spacecraft, constantly making adjustments on the fly to catch Tenya off guard. Beat him up. Starscream cheered on from outside. Skywarp simply looked away and sighed before running off to his own patrol. At that very moment, Tenya was thankful that his hero costume's helmet incorporated gas filters, because if not for it, then he would have fainted from all the methane and smoke present in the danger room. Thundercracker did offer him a gas mask before they started, but Tenya already had one of his own. What it didn't help him with, though the smoke obscured his vision, making it even harder to spot Thundercracker moving about despite the roar of his engines overpowering every other sound in the floor. Hatsum had once tried giving him a helmet with thermal vision and night vision to help him navigate easier, but the DMN thing started smoking while he was still wearing it. Do you see now? Thundercracker blocked Tenya's leg as he tried to attack the pro hero from the right, something that he had tried 2 times prior. He then pushed Tenya off, holding up a hand to tell him that their little spar was over, for now. I know everything you'll do, because you're straightforward and telegraphed. You have tells, so to speak, like a card player when they have a good deck, or a bad one. You have a specific pose for when you're going to hit from behind, when you're going for a frontal assault, and so on. How is it that I can't tell what you're going to do next? Tenya asked. Do you want to know the honest answer? Yes, of course. If you ask me, I always fight in the dirtiest way possible. No notion of honor or all that, Thundercracker shrugged. Tenya looked up at him like he was saying the most scandalous thing ever. You see, my brothers and I were not always paragons of society. We used to be part of a gang, called the Deceivers. Thundercracker continued as vents in the danger room SCKED in all the smoke and methane inside. We were exceedingly poor at the time, what with Japan in chaos before All Might restored order. We needed cash, and we got it by fighting in a makeshift arena with cheering dregs of society all around us. It was all dirty fighting. We were told to do anything to gain the advantage of combat, so that's exactly we did. No rules aside from, not killing the other guy. But, we got out of there. Some hero named Floatai busted the gangs, including the Deceivers, and the 3 of us were put on juvenile rehabilitation. We turned out reasonably fine, though Starscream can be a little too ambitious for his own good despite being the least competent of us. But you actually surprised me when you zoomed behind me and aimed for my butt. Your engine exhaust also got in my face. I didn't think you'd ever do something like that. I did. Tenya couldn't quite believe it. Did he manage to surprise Thundercracker with that move? That was the one thing that had no tell of any kind. One moment you were in front of me, and in the next, you were behind me. If my reflexes were a little slower then you'd actually have hit me there. But, I now know one thing I can have you do. Remember when I turned the danger room into a foggy hellscape with my engine exhaust? How could I ever forget? I would have fainted if not for my helmet's filters. Thundercracker merely smirked at that backhanded jab. I'd like to see you do the same. I also have a few things that I'd like to add to your arsenal, if only to make it less, boring. Tenya's mouth fell to the ground. Thundercracker, just called him boring. Thundercracker-sensei, how is my fighting style boring? Predictable is one thing, but boring. You kick people. That's mostly it, yes? See it once, and you've seen it all. Now, I'm sure Starscream and Skywarp can tell you more, too. Starscream is good at tight turns. Did you ever hit a wall when you're training? I hit walls quite often, Tenya replied, recalling that such accidents were the very reason why he kept around 10 pairs of spectacles in a special compartment in his backpack at all times. He tended to break the ones he's wearing. Especially in tight, winding spaces, like streets, when I am at first gear. Huh. Looks like you'll have the services of each of us, then. Thundercracker patted Tenya on the shoulder. Now, the pro hero walked up toward a soda dispenser, orange juice. Sonic the class rep, thanks to Thundercracker-sensei, I have been learning some new techniques. One includes stunning an opponent with exhaust fumes. I have also gained inspiration from your whirlwind, Midoriya. The magic broccoli, oh, really? Do tell. Sonic the class rep, I will show you when we meet and train together again. I want it to be a surprise. The magic broccoli, are you going to run in a circle so fast that you'll make a tornado in the process? Sonic the class rep, be as it may, I do not possess the speed to make something that enormous. It is smaller, but perfectly usable. How about your work study with Hawks, Midoriya, Tokoyami? Pikachu, yeah, tell us. I've mostly been learning teamfight tactics with Shiozaki, Zero, and Mineta here in the Lurkers Agency. Honestly, I just want to hear something exciting. Not that watching Shiozaki and Zero take turns to entangle Mineta whenever he looked at MT ladies, assets isn't funny to behold. Quoth the Raven, Izuku here was shot at. Actually, we were both shot at. Also, Hawks dropped me from the sky. Sagittarius A, excuse me what? Are you hurt? Quoth the Raven, I am fine. Is he serious? Izuku looked over at Fumikage as the latter just received a text message from Hawks. They had been walking from the bus station for a few minutes now, since, for once, Hawks had apparently decided to stop having his agency go around and instead stay rooted on one place. That place, however, happened to be all the way down in Kyushu. That is certainly a sizable distance from Shizuoka Prefecture, where UA was located. Apparently he's already in the process of fighting a villain, or a group of villains. I wonder how he can call and text while in combat, Fumikage replied. Already, he was wondering how he could keep up with Hawks and Izuku. I can't get left behind. I refuse. As if in reply, Hawks landed in front of them. Ah, there you are. I'd been wondering if you got lost. Hawks greeted the two. You took too long to get here. This is Kyushu, Hawk-sensei, Fumikage replied. We had to take a flight to get here. Why do you have a lipstick mark on your face, Hawks? Izuku asked. True enough, Hawks had a bright red lipstick mark on his cheek, like someone had kissed him there. Oh, that was just the person that I saved from some thugs in an alley, Hawks replied and carefully wiped at it with one of his smaller feathers. He apparently hadn't noticed that there was still a mark. Creature Rejection Clan cultists. They were going to kidnap the poor lady, apparently. How ghastly, right? How ghastly indeed, Fumikage muttered. Anyway. Hawks turned away and stretched his limbs. Let's get you two to my agency first so that we can leave your stuff there. After that, we'll be going out to train. Also, Tokoyami. Yes? I've noticed that you've been copying my swordplay back in the provisional license exam. I'm flattered. Oh, yes, of course. You've taught me much during our internship, most of all covering my weaknesses in close quarters. Well, that just happens to be the subject I'll be going over today with you, Hawks winked. Onward, then. It would be around 30 minutes later when the pro hero and the two hero students arrived at the aviary. The building was a rather tall tower, reminiscent of an office building in any central business district, such as Wall Street. Its entire outer surface was covered in one-way glass windows, offering an unrestricted view of the outside for those within, but there would be nothing for outside observers to see other than very slight outlines of objects and people that happened to be very close to the actual windows. A driveway led to an underground parking space, while right beside the building were two restaurants. One served American-style fried chicken, and the other was a sushi place. Welcome to the aviary. Make yourselves at home, little hatchlings, Hawks drawled as he led Izuku and Fumikage inside. They would be greeted by a receptionist, a man with what appeared to be a dragon's head, for a head. Good to see you, Hawks, and you, too. The receptionist studied them for a moment before realization lit up his face. Ah, you are the two hero students that are going to be taking your work studies here? We are, yes, Izuku answered. We're here to learn under Hawks. Aha, that's the spirit, kids. The receptionist laughed. Now, Hawks, anything they may need? Set aside guest rooms 4 and 5 for them, Hawks answered. Also, get the roof prepared. Yes, the green-haired one can fly as well? That's right. Alright, the receptionist clicked on some buttons on his computer's keyboard. Consider it done. As Hawks led the two into the elevator, Izuku couldn't help but ask about the roof. What do you mean by get the roof prepared, Hawk-sensei? Is that where we're training? It's been forever since I met anyone else that I can fly, Hawks replied. Well, there's the Seekers, but they're all the way in Tokyo. Ryukyu's too big and she already took Nijire-chan. The two nodded in recognition of their blue-haired senpai. Apparently, Nijire's hero name was just her name with chan on the end. It was probably the friendliest and most casual you could get with a hero name. Majestic is his own thing, and Gran Torino is basically retired. And I've never really used the roof to train, until now. Is this your first time taking in a work study? Fumikage asked. The last time was last year, but they didn't pique my interest, you know? Hawks shrugged. I just took them in because my agency is one that had an agreement with UA and Shiketsu. So you're saying, we interest you? Pretty much. Are you flattered now? Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. I suppose I am. Good. Hawks detached one of the long feathers from his wings and handed it to a confused Izuku. You'll be using that as we train. Have you watched anime where two sword wielders duel in midair? I have. Wait, you don't seriously mean dash. Quoth the Raven, I told you all. Hawks is a strange man. Sonic the class rep, he threw you right into a duel with him, without training you first in the way of the blade? The magic broccoli, he beat me more times than I can count, but I got better. Quoth the Raven, at least he didn't drop you. Another day of the work studies commenced. Though his arms still ached from tightly gripping a feather sword and dueling with Hawks for maybe 2 hours, Izuku had a decent time keeping up with Hawks because of Melissa's loyal wingman drones. Fumikage too had dueled with Hawks, though they were stuck to the ground. But he had a better time actually holding Hawks back as Dark Shadow's claws morphed into swords and spears, blocking the ecstatic pro-hero's strikes. After that, they would be allowed to rest before then being dragged to a Wendy's where Hawks ordered a bucket of fried chicken for the 3 of them. The same pattern repeated on the next day. Izuku was forced to expend vast amounts of mana on flight magic as he tried his best to parry Hawks' attacks, all the while blocking feathers with defensive magic. He couldn't exactly unleash his more powerful spells when in the middle of a busy city, and on a rooftop no less. Perhaps this was just right. There would be situations where using even just Zoltraak would be applying a sledgehammer to a problem that required only a knife. Afterward, they went on patrol. As always, adoring fans often swarmed Hawks, asking for pictures and autographs. He didn't exactly help with his own situation when he called his own fans chicks. Though, he may be reveling in the adoration, if only for a little bit. This was the only time they could really keep up with Hawks, at least, without the drones. But what happens if he lost the drones, or the headgear that he used to control them? What then? He also felt bad that Fumikage was still stuck on the ground, though the Black Abyss technique allowed them to jump from building to building. He lagged behind them, and Izuku often deliberately slowed himself down just to let Fumikage keep up with at least one other person in that patrol, since Hawks would never slow down. But Fumikage didn't want him or anyone to slow down for him. Go ahead. I'll be right behind you, he would often say. Fumikage wouldn't ride on a drone, either. He didn't want it to be a crutch, which was perfectly valid. The less one needed support items, the better. Izuku only really needed the drone so that he wouldn't use up all his mana on flight magic. If only Fumi could fly. At the very least, they stopped a crime together, that being a bank robbery. The bank robbers, a husband and wife duo, let out a string of curse words as Dark Shadow and Blau Kraken pinned them against the floor of the bank, but Hawks covered the ears of his men so that they wouldn't hear them. Hawk-sensei, you don't have to cover our ears, Izuku quietly said as he felt the man's fingers in his ear. Fumikage, meanwhile, struggled to maintain his composure as Hawks used his feathers to cover his ears. It was obviously a little ticklish. We live with Bakugo. He curses every day. It doesn't matter. Hawks declared. What will your parents tell me when you start cursing, huh? They'll say that I don't do a good job in mentoring you. Izuku would have once again tried to convince Fumikage to ride on top of a drone for the nighttime patrol, had Hawks not literally taken him in his arms, soaring above the city of Fukuoka in the middle of the night. How does it feel to soar, Tokoyami? Hawks asked as he held the hero student, the boy's arms dangling downward like limp noodles. Feels great, doesn't it? It does, Fumikage nodded. Is this what you feel too, Izuku? Sometimes, Izuku nodded. He remembered the first time he used flight magic with Frieren's help. It was a breathtaking, awe-inspiring experience. Something that Fumikage was doubtlessly experiencing right now. Time for you to leave the nest. Fumikage looked up at Hawks in alarm, who smiled at him with a manic look in his eyes. Hawk-sensei, you don't seriously mean dash. Then Hawks let go, allowing Fumikage to fall. Both the boy and his Quirk screamed in terror as they tumbled down and down. What? Izuku was speechless as he watched his friends careen to the ground. Use your Quirk, Hawks called out. They say that high-stress situations are the best at causing Quirk awakenings, so awaken it. Hawk-sensei, are you crazy? Izuku was about to dive in to save Fumikage from getting splattered against the concrete when both of Dark Shadow's claws came shooting out from below, grabbing onto Hawk's waist and dragging him down as well. The pro-hero quickly forgot that there were kids around him, and began to curse and swear. Izuku swooped down with his drones, intent on saving both his foolhardy mentor and his terrified friend, just to see that Hawks had quickly stabilized himself, while Fumikage was dragged upward by Dark Shadow's tether, who was still holding on to Hawks. Once he reached Hawks, he latched on like a koala. Please, don't do that ever again, Fumicage's voice quivered. Please don't drop me again, Hawk-sensei. Sorry. Hawk-sensei? I'll have to say the same thing, Izuku muttered as he flew close to the two. Please don't drop him again. Yeah, you might shoot me, huh? I just might. Huh. Sorry if I scared you, but you do know that I'd never let you two get actually hurt, right? Right. Fumikage, however, remained quiet as he replayed what had just happened to him. Could Dark Shadow carry him? If the Quirk could drag him with his tether, then. Sagittarius A, wait, Toko, you can fly now? Quoth the Raven, I'm still practicing it, but yes. Pikachu, oh come on. I want to fly too. The Magic Broccoli, maybe, you can levitate with electromagnetism. Pikachu, why are you suggesting this just now? The Magic Broccoli, you never expressed an interest in flying before so I didn't think about it either. Sonic the class rep, how about the time you and Tokoyami got shot, though? Quoth the Raven, we were shot at, not shot. Sagittarius A, I'm still worried about that. The Magic Broccoli, we're fine, as Fumi said earlier. We raided the CRC. A few days later, Hawks walked into the training rooftop, where Izuku and Fumikage were sparring against one another primarily in melee. Izuku had been jumping from one drone to another, avoiding Dark Shadow's claws. Hey, kids, Hawks drawled as he casually leaned on the doorway. We'll be going into a big operation right now. Well, not too big, it's just the CRC. Dark Shadow turned around and hissed at the mention of the CRC. Those cultists hated people with animalistic mutations, and Fumikage would be one of them. As such, Dark Shadow hated them back. We will be participating in a raid? Fumikage asked. Yeah. Come on, we're going to plan it out soon. Will we be taking an active role? Izuku asked as the three of them entered the elevator. You kids are mostly on rescue, as according to our source, the CRC are keeping prisoners, Hawks replied. By myself, I am more than able to kick the CRC cultists in the butt. But if they point their weapons or quirks at you, hit them before they hit you. The winged hero then looked over at Izuku, who suddenly felt very small underneath his gaze. But, try not to destroy the whole place in the process. Green bean. Police will be there to make the arrests, so, don't vaporize anyone. They're not very keen on having you kids in such an operation, so prove them wrong. Izuku let out a nervous chuckle. Doubtlessly Hawks knew just what kind of destruction Izuku could bring about, and such devastation was not conducive to a raid where there were prisoners to free. He'd have to be more precise. Hey, of course, Hawk-sensei. About 3 hours later, Hawks and his two ments, along with a detachment of police, arrived in front of the seemingly abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Fukuoka. The windows had been blacked out, but thanks to a certain captured CRC member who had been subjected to a police detective's mentalist quirk, it was now known that this place was in fact one of the bases of the CRC. Izuku could see that there were at least 6 members of the cultic organization within, as well as 10 heteromorphs in cages. Hawks, meanwhile, felt and heard their presence as his smallest feathers wove their way through the slits in the windows and doors. 57 CRC members, 10 mutant prisoners, Hawks spoke through the comms to both the police forces and Izuku and Fumikage. I suppose I will have to make a dramatic entrance. Watch and learn, you too. Hawks then calmly flew down before the entrance. For a few moments, he warmed up and kicked the doors open, surprising everyone inside. Hello, CRC members? What an appealing day we have today, huh? It's Hawks. The number 3 hero, here? Should we fight? Of course, you useless coward. Attack. Try to make this a little more challenging, guys, eh? Hawks' wings were noticeably smaller, but that was only because half of his feathers were already floating in hidden positions in the warehouse, which began swooping at and slamming the CRC members against the walls and whatever else was there. In a storm of red feathers, half of the CRC members were nearly instantly incapacitated, the rest forced to duck, run, and hide in vain as hawks beat them down. Izuku and Fumikage ran inside, with the former preemptively activating Skeldus and the latter fully enveloped by Black Abyss. A few police officers followed, mostly heading to the downed CRC members to arrest them before they could do anything again. As for the two hero students, they began opening, or rather, tearing open the cages. The heteromorphs were in a sorry state. The CRC had beaten them, repeatedly, apparently to excise the spiritual evil from their bodies, whatever that meant. Most were barely cognizant, starved as they were. "Are you heroes?" An arachnid woman weakly asked as Izuku melted some of the bars of her cage with a mild pyromancy spell. "Don't worry, for we are here," Izuku said, not quite having the same enthusiasm as All Might. Seeing these poor, tortured people tore into his heart. Why would anyone go to these lengths just because they look different? "I'm all mana. That over there are my friends, Tsukuyomi. We're sidekicks of Hawks." "Where's Hawks?" the woman asked. Izuku conjured a pair of Blau-Kraken tentacles to support her, as she could barely stand. "Defeating your kidnappers," Izuku answered. As if on cue, one of the CRC cultists was flung halfway across the warehouse by Hawk's feathers, slamming him against a crate with enough force to splinter the whole thing. "Does it hurt anywhere?" "Just, very hungry." In any case, Izuku turned around to see the center of the warehouse. There were dried patches of blood on the floor. It was certainly where they used to beat and torture the mutants they captured. At the meantime, Fumikage had Dark Shadow wrench open the last of the cages, which contained a young man with green, scaly skin and purple hair. "Heroes," the man coughed and stood up. "Took you long enough." "We are sorry that we took this long," Fumikage bowed to the man. He then looked over his green scales. There were bruises everywhere. There were still traces of barely dried blood, as well as significant scarring. "Don't worry about me," the man snapped and began to walk out of the door. "Just need to get back home." "Where is that?" "Fukujima." "In that case, you can hardly travel alone. Let us help you." The man considered it for a moment. Fine. Disgusting creatures." Fumikage turned around to see that the CRC cultist that had been smashed against the crate had turned his fingers into a gun barrel. He was aiming at the green-scaled man with murderous intent in his voice. He spread his gun fingers wide, intending to hit all four remaining people in the warehouse. "Die! Get down!" Fumikage moved to block the incoming bullets, one of which Dark Shadow caught with an outstretched claw. The projectile harmlessly phased into the sentient Quirk before losing all momentum inside, rendering it harmless before it could hit Fumikage. The other mutant still inside, the arachnid woman, would be protected by Izuku as he conjured a widened Skeldus barrier. The cultist wouldn't have any opportunity to follow up after that as a beam of Zoltraak erupted from Izuku's staff and crashed into him, blowing out an entire section of the wall in the process. Thankfully, the warehouse didn't collapse on top of them. Sagittarius A, Toko. That was dangerous. What if the bullet phased all the way through Dark Shadow and hit you? Dark Shadow isn't exactly made of solid matter, you know. Pikachu, well, if Dark Shadow can take Muscular's punches, then surely he's bulletproof too? Quoth the Raven, I actually never knew if fast-moving projectiles acted the same way with Dark Shadow as did slower-moving attacks, like punches. Sagittarius A, are you serious? Quoth the Raven, don't worry, Ochiko. Now we know. Pikachu, since when were you guys on a first-name basis? Quoth the Raven, laughing face. Pikachu, did you all just see that? Tokoyami is actually using a smiley face. The magic broccoli, we never told Hawks that we didn't know, by the way. We told him that we always knew that Dark Shadow can take bullets. Sonic the class rep, did you just lie to your mentor? The magic broccoli, it was one thing, and I didn't want him to be worried. Pikachu, to be fair, he did drop Tokoyami from the sky. Quoth the Raven, please do not remind me of that harrowing ordeal. Sagittarius A, guys, you won't believe what I just did. Quoth the Raven, you found a space rock? Sagittarius A, what? No. I was able to make a seaplane weightless when we stopped a trigger shipment. Do you know how heavy a seaplane is? Pikachu, according to Google, it's around 15 tons. The magic broccoli, you broke past the 3-ton limit you have, Uraraka? I'm so proud of you. Sagittarius A, yes, Mito. But I puked rainbows afterward, though. I have to work and train harder. I can't throw up in the middle of an operation. Quoth the Raven, your spirit is certainly, inspiring. Sagittarius A, ah, you're too kind, Toko. The magic broccoli, well, we stopped another robbery today. Hawk-sensei blocked our ears, again, because the robbers were cursing at us. Again. Sonic the class rep, Thundercracker-sensei took me to a Taco Bell after our patrol. Pikachu, I can make a dozen jokes about that, hee hee hee. Sonic the class rep, please do not. I respect Thundercracker-sensei greatly. You all should too. He is an outstanding hero, and so are his brothers. Pikachu, even Stars Cream? Sonic the class rep, he tries his best. Sagittarius A, by the way, Mito, did you know that your mentor shot Ryukyu at the face? Pikachu, Hawks did what? Quoth the Raven, not him. The other mentor. It had barely been a few minutes since I entered the arena when this white-haired lady with pointy ears, a staff, and an outfit that looked pretty on par with a fantasy genre calmly walked up toward me. Ryukyu recounted as Ochiko, Tsuyu, and Nijai are all recuperated from that joint operation with Selkie and the crew of the Oki Mariner to apprehend some trigger couriers. They were sitting on wooden reclining chairs at a beach, as Ryukyu had mandated, with Selkie and Sirius busy grilling some fish and clams in the distance. Ochiko still looked rather constipated and green, as she had just gone far, far beyond the usual weight that she used on her quirk. She, however, lit up in recognition of that description. She had a very unemotional face, didn't she? Ochiko asked. Ryukyu was visibly surprised that Ochiko seemed to know who it was, and nodded. Tsuyu sat there, wondering just what was going on with the people that Ochiko knew, and Nijai looked between the two other girls, and the woman, curious about the story above anything else. Yes, she did, Ryukyu sighed. I went into character as a faux villain and asked why she was approaching me. Then she said she can't shoot me without getting closer, and then she shot me. Ryukyu's shoulders sagged. I just wonder just what is with that lady's quirk, because she took me down in one shot, and I was in dragon form. When I woke up, an hour had passed and felt like I had been thrown into a pit of spikes. Ryukyu-sensei, are you still okay? Nijai all but screamed at her mentor. Don't worry, Nijai, I'm fine, it's been a few days since then so I've fully recovered. Ryukyu waved Nijai's concern away. But you seem to know who it is, Uravity. Well, Ochiko fidgeted. I think you got shot by my classmate's mentor. Well, his first mentor, before the work studies, since he's with Hawks right now. Their quirks are very similar, that being the ability to bring their imagination into reality, as long as they what they're doing as realistic for them. I think that's what they said. So she thought it was realistic for her to shoot me with a beam of light and knock me down with just one shot, Ryukyu sighed. She's very strong, then. She made a black hole, too, that ate up the faux tsunami on that exam. At least it looked and acted like one. It was terrifying, actually. The magic broccoli, well, that's Frieren for you. She's silent but deadly. Pikachu, you mean Ms. Locks, right? The magic broccoli, well, yes. You do remember her, Kaminari? Pikachu, of course, Midoriya. After calling me a walking lightning bolt, there was no way I'd forget that insult to my face. The magic broccoli, but, you are one. Sagittarius A, honestly, Mito. Ryukyu said that Ms. Frieren could easily get into the top 10 if she really tried, you know, doing more. But you told us that she's lazy. And, we do see her be like that too, when we meet her. The magic broccoli, well, she's not the most active of people. She's helpful, yes, but she'd rather spend the day reading. Sonic the class rep, but she is a hero, right? With the license she recently acquired, she can exercise the rights and authority of a pro-hero. Quoth the Raven, I believe she will only use it when she comes across crime. She won't go looking for it. That, and she is quite busy with Eri. Frieren, Eri patted Frieren's sleepy head as she snored in her sleep. She had fallen right out of the bed, ending up in a tangled mess of blankets and pillows on the floor. Eri had been woken up by the noise when Frieren fell out, and now, after about an hour of watching her still continue to sleep in a pose Fumikage would call undignified, Eri endeavored to wake her up, no matter what it takes. Can you please wake up? I'm hungry. We should get lunch. Frieren would shift uncomfortably, mumbling as she did. Sleepy. Come on. Eri grabbed Frieren by the leg, trying her hardest to just drag her out. Let's go, Mom. That was when Frieren's eyes flew open. What did you just call me? Nothing, Eri fidgeted nervously. Can we go out now? I'm really hungry. I'd like steak. Frieren yawned. Her hair was a complete mess, though a small hairstyling spell would fix it up in a jiffy. She too liked steak even before she was brought to this world. All right, then. We'll go out. Yay! Pikachu, I still can't believe that you two are basically uncles now. Quoth the Raven, more like brothers. One of whom will give her all the apples she will ever want. Sagittarius A, that's so cute, honestly. Being an only child, I didn't think you'd be so good with kids, Toko. Quoth the Raven, Dark Shadow is essentially a child. A deranged child, but a child nonetheless, one that I have to constantly rein in. And so, I can say that I have significant experience in this area. Sonic the class rep, I concur with you Rarika. Your interactions with Eri are quite wholesome to behold. Pikachu, Tokoyami, I bet you'd make a great dad one day. Right? The Magic Broccoli, oh I wholeheartedly agree, Kaminari. Fumi here will be the best dad ever, and I'll be the cool uncle. Quoth the Raven, I will ensure that you suffer the burdens of parenthood before I do. That I swear. The Magic Broccoli, anyway, you'll all be at UA by tomorrow, right? Pikachu, yeah, I can't wait to show off my new moves in our heroics class. You'll be impressed, I promise. The lurkers taught me so many things. Oh, and I'm gonna have Hatsum make some babies for me. Sagittarius A, I'm so relieved that I know the context behind that. Have you considered using rocket-propelled harpoons? Kamui Woods asked as Denki, along with Shiozaki, Siro, and Mineta, returned from a rather eventful patrol with MT Lady. Long story short, they had used MT Lady herself as an anchor point, with Siro and Shiozaki swinging down from the enormous woman's arms whilst carrying Mineta and Denki with them. They crashed on a group of villains, literally. Denki could still remember how his electrified shoes immediately shocked and incapacitated the villain he fell on top of, allowing him to stand triumphant over the criminal's fallen body. The rest tied up the villains with tape, vines, and sticky ball. That was also the time Denki learned not to mess with Shiozaki, ever, when he and the others watched her use her hair vines to crush a truck with its back trunk with trigger while MT Lady gleefully made the criminals gaze upon their work going to waste. These are all unholy articles, Shiozaki had angrily said as she turned away from the explosion that ensued, not looking back at all. Denki could swear that something was lit within Siro's eyes at that very moment. Wouldn't I fry the internal machinery that way? Denki replied. Ah, no, if the wire that transmits your electricity is properly insulated from the rest of the thing, then it would be perfectly fine. Kamui held up a finger as he spoke. This will make it way easier for you to hit things, along with those attractor things you shoot out. Oh, yeah, I still don't know if I can shoot electricity. Denki shivered at the memory of getting his wattage nearly broken by Kugelblitz back in Island. May that creepy geezer rot in Alcatraz. If there was one thing Denki could like to learn from the criminal, though, it would be the ability to transmit electricity through the air, and to do so without it branching off and hitting random things like lightning would. If Kugelblitz managed it, why couldn't he? Kamui shrugged. That's just how quirks are, there are some limits. But I can tell that you've been working very hard for the last few weeks, so, go beyond, plus ultra, yes? Yes. Also, since you produce so much electricity, Kamui continued, glancing over at Shiozaki and Edshot talking about something, why not try a railgun? You're a sci-fi fan, aren't you, Kamui-sensei? Of course. Just because I'm a walking tree doesn't mean that I'm a hippie. I happen to own a very extensive collection of science fiction works. But wouldn't it be really hard for me to get the paperwork for a railgun of all things? I mean, Snipe-sensei took years for his pistol. Then you better start filing for it as soon as possible, Chain Lightning. Pikachu, so, yeah, I'm gonna have rocket harpoons, electric WHPS, electric chains. And ask Snipe-sensei to teach me how to shoot, so that when I get this railgun thingy, I know how to use it. The Magic Broccoli, careful, Kaminari, or else Jiro might not like it if you keep making babies with Mei. Pikachu, she knows what babies mean when it comes to Mei, guys. And what do you mean, not like it? We're just friends. Well, for now. Quoth the Raven, what is your charge level right now, Kaminari? Pikachu, 60%? Quoth the Raven, keep it at 80% so that you can have galaxy-brained ideas like Kamui Woods did with you. Sonic the class rep, everyone go to sleep already. It's 10 p.m., and we are all still growing. Pikachu, oh like you're going to get any taller, class rep. Sonic the class rep, I am certain that All Might and Aizawa-sensei will have us demonstrate whatever new skills we have gained in our work study in the heroics class tomorrow, and for that, we need ample rest. So go to sleep. The Magic Broccoli, okay, Dad. Sonic the class rep, what? Good morning, class. Aizawa walked into the classroom with slightly more energy than usual, which isn't saying a lot. He wore a pair of cat-themed slippers, which clashed heavily against the rest of his outfit, but no one would dare question his choice of wardrobe. It has been 3 months since you began your work studies. And 1 month before the end of your second semester and winter break. Cheers rang out at the mention of the winter break, as expected. They probably deserve the rest, Aizawa thought as he could just overhear how Tokoyami was lamenting that he hadn't been born on the day of Halloween itself. Never mind. All Might, Ectoplasm, and I will be overseeing your heroics class training today. You're going to be showing off everything new you've picked up from your work studies. New moves, new forms, and new applications of your quirks, all of it. If you know everything that your classmates can do, then coordination will be far less difficult. The teacher rubbed at his eyes as he looked over a sheet of paper, one that he had brought with him when he entered. According to Power Loader, all the requests for new support items had been fulfilled. Is there anyone that hasn't received their item yet? Sound off now, or forever hold your peace. Aizawa scanned the classroom. Nothing. Alright, then. That's it for homeroom, then. I expect all of you to show off, later. When Izuku entered Gym Gamma with the rest of his class, he was absolutely excited. His classmates and friends had doubtlessly developed their quirks and abilities throughout the last few weeks as they served under their mentors. And he did, too, of course, though it was much less about his quirk and more about what he'll do when he can't readily rely on it. But first, he'd have to take notes on everyone else. Let's see, Izuku looked around the gigantic gym. Ida's making a mini tornado by spinning. Sure enough, Ida was on his own section of the training grounds, running in a circle for the last 30 seconds or so. He was on his top speed. Izuku wasn't sure how fast exactly that was, but he once saw Ida run on water, so it would have to be more than 120 kilometers per hour, give or take. He had certainly grown from the previous speed of 100 kilometers per hour. He scanned the rest of his class. Kaminari was there, practicing those rocket-propelled harpoons and projectiles that were now part of his considerable arsenal of support items. Izuku's eyes would widen in surprise as he saw Kaminari actually fire a lightning bolt, though it was apparently only because his electricity is being attracted by one of those projectiles he had. Finally, he has some range. Now we just have to figure out how to make him fly. As for Uraraka's part, she was floating and had a jetpack on now. Izuku could only stifle a chuckle as she slammed her face on the energy barrier that surrounded her area of the gym. Poor Uraraka. Then there was Fumikage and Dark Shadow, who were flying now. Izuku couldn't resist waving at them as they soared in the space just beside his. Fumikage, looking down, waved back. Apparently, he was taking advantage of the fact that Dark Shadow is already levitating, so Dark Shadow is the one carrying him. Hawks really did have something going on in that head of his when he decided to drop Fumikage from the sky. Midoriya. Ectoplasm's clone brought Izuku back to the present. Stop looking at everyone and start doing your own thing. Ah, right. Izuku drew out his staff, which had now been modified with a steel casing, and challenged Ectoplasm to single combat. Ready when you are, Sensei? I'm the one that's been waiting on you. Now, let us begin. Ectoplasm's clone then jumped at him, peg-leg at the ready. Thank you so much, hero. You saved my cat. It's nothing, really, Frieren lazily replied at the old woman as she cradled a cat that had previously been stuck on top of a tree. Frieren couldn't help but notice that the same cat owned by the same old woman was ending up getting stuck on top of the same tree on the same time of every day. If not for Eri nagging her to go help the old lady get the cat down, Frieren wouldn't have bothered. So this is a patrol is like, huh, Frieren thought to herself. She had begun using her old mage clothes in public again, since that was apparently on brand, and she just wanted to stick to something familiar instead of constantly borrowing from Inko and Izuku. People had absolutely no idea who she was, though, and she usually a coat, so at first glance, she would just be another civilian. She nearly got charged with vigilantism again when she stopped a purse thief by tripping him with a magic chain. Those people, however, shut their traps when she pulled out her license. Oh, you're a licensed hero now? One of them had asked. What agency are you with? None, Frieren shrugged. She couldn't care less. She would rather go at these things alone, except if she had a party. But her party is busy being at school. But, you wouldn't be recognized. I don't care. With that, Frieren and Eri proceeded to a steakhouse, which was the closest thing to a place that had Hamburg steaks for sale. Except, they quite literally have Hamburg steaks. They had the same name and everything. Some things are common across worlds, I suppose, Frieren thought, as she and Eri sat down and ordered their food. They also had apple pie, which was a huge bonus. As they ate, Frieren would feel a semi-familiar presence shuffle beside their table. Looking up, she saw a certain yellow-eyed Cyclops. He lacked the purple armor he used to have, instead wearing a casual jacket and breathes. Frieren? Of all the places that I'd see you, I didn't think it would be this steakhouse. I could say the same for you, Sarah, Frieren said, addressing the man by his real name, rather than his hero name, Shockwave. Are you going to eat? Of course. I have a family lunch, Sarah motioned with a hand toward a nearby table where a few other people were gathered. One of them was a cyclops, while the other had a flat, metallic head. Sarah's parents, probably. How the woman with a metal head ate, or how Sarah ate, was a mystery as of now. They wanted a belated celebration of my licensure. Sarah shrugged and raised his hands above his head. I suppose it is truly a big achievement to pass the licensure exam when you're turning 30 already and fresh out of grad school. Though I haven't properly thanked you for your actions. Frieren popped a piece of steak in her mouth, not quite understanding what Sarah meant. If not for you, I'm not sure if we were capable of fighting off Ryukyu and or the tsunami, Sarah continued. So, thank you for that. You're the reason Shining Finger and I passed. And everyone else, I guess, since I didn't see anyone with combat quirk strong enough to really stop the dragon lady. Oh, and who is this adorable one? This is Eri, Frieren replied. Hello, Eri looked up at the one-eyed, literal, metal head. Your daughter? Adopted. Really? Either way, it is good to see you again, Frieren, Sarah nodded. I must get going now. They are waiting for me. I see. Sarah then hurriedly moved back to his family's table, where he would be promptly greeted by bottles of alcohol. Do you like the steak, Eri? Eri excitedly nodded at Frieren. It's good. 7 months later. No. Kathleen Bates, known primarily throughout the world as Stars and Stripes, the #1 pro hero of the reunited States of America, listened in with increasing horror as her superior, Timothy Agpar, informed her of a newly brewing situation in Oregon. A small city, Celeste, was seen by onlookers being completely destroyed by what appeared to be 100,000 different quirks going out of control right after plumes of green smoke overtook everything and everyone. The NSA immediately red-asked orbiting satellites to focus on Celeste and take images and video, while Air Force jets and drones in nearby airbases scrambled to get a closer look. Heroes were barred from the area for the time being, as it had been immediately deduced that the destruction could only be caused by one thing, trigger, and an airborne, highly potent version of it to boot. Jets would be safe because they're too far up, and drones don't have quirks for the trigger to overload. When Kathleen first learned of what had happened, she was on a joint training exercise with her squadron, keeping themselves up and warm for any potential scenario. One thing they would have never thought about, however, was an entire city going up in flames because of the quirks of everyone there went out of control. How does that even happen? Tim! Kathleen practically roared into the comms. She was furious that she wasn't allowed to go in there and rip the spines out of whoever committed this horrific act. Who did it? 1 minute, the Secretary of Defense replied, one of the drones has visual confirmation, and I'm forwarding it to you. Kathleen stared at the images that were being transmitted into her device. There were dead bodies everywhere. Fire and flame engulfed the buildings, whatever was left of them, anyway, and some body parts were strewn apart here and there. There were few survivors, quirkless by the looks of it. And in the midst of the chaos, figures cloaked in the robes of Hummerais walked, and peddled salvation through death. Fan mail? You've got fan mail. Tenya, carrying a rather sizable folder, strolled into the dorm common room, where some of the other members of Class 1A, Air, 2A, had been busy, doing things. Between all the scattered books, mobile devices with video games audibly playing on them, and Kaminari, Tokoyami, and Jiro showing off each other's guitar skills, there truly was no end to the variation of his classmates' activities. Still, those classmates that had received letters from apparent fans did not surprise him at all. They deserved all the praise, or whatever it was that was placed in these letters. They had worked very hard to get where they are now. Huh? Izuku looked up as Tenya handed him a folder filled with maybe a dozen envelopes. Tenya couldn't help but notice that Izuku had considerably grown in height and stature over the last few months. He must have hit a growth spurt, then. In addition, his hair was considerably neater than before, something that Tenya definitely commended. Over would be the days when he'd scold the greenhead for having the messiest hair that he'd ever seen. He must have been consistently using that comb that Frieren gave to him as a birthday present. Wait, are these for me? They're for you, and Tokoyami, Tenya nodded, wobbling the folder in front of Izuku's face until it stuck to his nose. Uraraka, who has been sitting on the couch opposite Izuku, snickered at the sight. Izuku simply mumbled something and took the folder, opening it to reveal its contents. It appears that you and Tokoyami have garnered the gratitude of those heteromorphs you rescued from the CRC all those months ago. Though these have arrived extremely late. How come I didn't get any? Denki pouted. You guys were mostly stopping small-time crime, dude. Jiro playfully flicked at his hair with one of her jacks. These two saved a bunch of hostages during the first round of work studies. I'm more surprised that it took 7 months for these to arrive. Fumikage set his guitar down and walked over. Ever since the cultural festival, it had become well known that he was rather well versed in the guitar, as well as violin. He just happened to give up whenever he had to do the F chord. Unlike Izuku, though, he hadn't gotten much taller. He was still the shortest guy in 2A, save for Mineta, who, to be fair, was afflicted with dwarfism. Is the state of logistics in this country truly this terrible? Yeah, look at the dates on these. Izuku began reading one of the letters, which was written on pink-colored paper and decorated with red hearts and purple spiders. They wrote these 6 months ago. That would be when Ishido jumped beside Izuku and leaned over to read the letter out loud. Dear All-Mana, I just want to thank you for saving me. I can't believe that you're already a great hero at such a young age. Keep up the good work. Ah, that's so nice. Izuku didn't stop her from reading. Instead, she proceeded to another fan mail. I knew I was right to hold out for a hero, and we got 3. Thank you. Fumikage opened another of the letters and began reading it, too. Achiko, however, suddenly appeared from behind the couch, clambered on top of the couch, plopped herself beside him, and began reading out loud, just as Ishido had done for Izuku's letter. Dear Tsukuyami and All-Mana, thanks for the save, especially when you told me to get down when that CRC cultist tried to shoot me. Or us, whatever. Really nice of you to take the shot for me. If you too like playing D&D or League, add me on Discord, Spinner69. Or not, if you're too busy. That'd be Shuichi Iguchi, Fumikage said. Shoji's eyes seemed to light up in recognition of that name, but he said nothing, instead quietly continuing to play holographic billiards with Koda. Someone tried to shoot him back then. Well, all of us, really, since that CRC cultist had turned 4 of his fingers into gun barrels. I remember the bullet stopping inside Dark Shadow before it could hit either of us. And that was super risky. Achiko shook him by the shoulders, which he didn't mind at all. Fumikage sighed. Achiko, we have been over this so many times. Hey, guys. Zero swung in from the second floor and landed in the middle of the common room, the impact on the floor toppling the Jenga tower that Todoroki and Bakugo had been delicately trying to unravel block by block. The latter seethed in barely veiled fury while the former let out a resigned sigh. You gotta see this. Zero. You shouldn't swing from the upper floors in such a manner. Tenya chopped his hands, though Zero ignored him, instead opening his phone to let out a holographic screen of what was currently playing. It was a news broadcast, which had been released on MyTube about 5 minutes ago. The iconic newscaster with a chopped-off horn spoke, while the headlines glared at 2A with bold, angry letters. Town of Celesti destroyed, 120,000 feared to be dead. Just in, reports indicate that as of an hour ago, a town in the American state of Oregon, Celesti, had been completely destroyed by what experts have dubbed a trigger bomb. According to reliable sources, this device releases an airborne and highly volatile version of the quirk-enhancing drag, trigger, causing the quirks of those affected to go out of control and either kill the user and/or everyone else around them. The ideological group, Hummerize, has claimed responsibility for these heinous actions. Founded by Otheonian radical Fleck Turn, Hummerize, which is comprised mostly of quirkless individuals, wholeheartedly believes in the widely discredited quirk singularity theory. Analysts believe that Hummerize is seeking to eradicate the quirk population, sparing only the quirkless. Sparing only the quirkless. Izuku gulped at that phrase. He is quirkless. He and Fumikage knew that. He grew up quirkless and powerless. He had, by this time, known that Hummerize was mostly made out of the quirkless, though it wasn't by the quirkless, at least not entirely. Fleck Turn and many other Hummerize members had quirks, it's just that they saw themselves as necessary evils. They're just going to be the last to die, if Hummerize were to actually complete its goals. Would he have become one of them sometime in a twisted timeline, in a strange, terrible world, where he hated quirks instead of loving them? Could he have nodded along to Fleck Turn's mad rhetoric had a few things in his life gone differently? Izuku didn't want to know. The thought of a version of himself that would agree to something like the trigger bomb out of a belief that quirks would become the source of the apocalypse greatly unnerved him. What he felt far worse, however, was the thought of his friends and classmates getting affected by a trigger bomb. TCH, what a bunch of morons. Bakugo grumbled. Todoroki was still quiet, staring at the ruined Jenga tower. The quirk singularity theory has been debunked a million times. It's nothing by a crackpot conspiracy. Anyone that believes in it doesn't have a single brain cell in their head. And so were the flat earth theory and the conspiracy that the Apollo moon landings were fake, but millions still believed in those, Yayorozu replied. Individuals will believe the most outlandish conspiracy if it justifies their beliefs. Bakugo then shrugged in response. I guess stupid people exist in every era. All this time had passed and we still haven't found a cure to stupidity. This has got to be the largest terrorist attack in history so far, Izuku muttered. 120,000, all dead. That was an incomprehensible number. Samurais wiped out an entire city. Again, an incomprehensible scale of death and destruction for those that live in the current day. Save, perhaps, for the scant few that remember the chaos of the dawn of Quirks, when entire nations ceased to exist. 120, it's just so many. The heroes will bring those responsible to justice, for sure, Tenya helpfully added. In the meantime, the news broadcast continued. The United Nations Security Council has issued a joint statement condemning this attack as a genocidal act. Our number one hero, All Might, had this to say. The program transitioned to a video taken by All Might himself. Behind him, the distinctive yellow and gold logo of UA was quite visible, and beside the enormous man were green cubicle walls. No doubt that he was taking the video from within the faculty room here in UA. The most telling thing, however, was that he wasn't wearing his signature smile. All Might was said, that was for sure. America is quite close to his heart, a close second to Japan itself, anyway, and learning about Celesti's near-complete destruction would have made All Might more furious than he had ever been before. Dear citizens. As one of the world's top heroes, I condemn this murderous attack by the villainous organization, Samurais. I condemn Fleck Turn and his insanity. Know this, we, the heroes, will stop their nefarious plans and bring them to justice. In a similar vein, the news host continued, Stars and Stripes, the number one pro-hero of the reunited states, has issued a written statement, wherein she threatens to, quote, liberate that idiot Smuff's miserable head from his body and have the Pope excommunicate his soul from heaven so that he burns in hell. Do remember that this is the statement of Stars and Stripes, not our broadcasting station. By the following morning, a decision regarding the Samurai situation had been reached. Many of Japan's strongest heroes, along with the top heroes of other countries, will go out across the world to help raid all of Samurai's locations. An exception would be All Might, who will stay behind to both strike at the Japanese Samurai's HQ and maintain order as the symbol of peace while many of his fellow heroes are gone. As for Izuku and Fumikage, they would be going with Hawks to Atheon, along with the lurkers and their work-study students. It had been reported that Fleck Turn had moved to the American HQ, for some strange reason, so Endeavor, along with his work-study students, Todoroki and Bakugo, would be among those that will hit that location. However, they can't just leave without saying their goodbyes and see you laters. To that effect, their parents, along with Frieren and Eri, saw them off on the airport. Frieren and Eri appeared to be running a little late, though. Beat up those terrorists until they can't stand anymore, son. I know that you are quite capable, and I have no doubt that you will return to us in glory. Rado patted Fumikage at the shoulders. Hawks, who was standing a little far off, his wings hidden underneath brown cloth to avoid getting mobbed by paparazzi, snickered at the sight of Fumikage blushing under his father's rather odd ways of praise. Take care, okay? Kagaya, in turn, pulled Fumikage into a hug. Wushu and Dark Shadow hugged, too. All three of you. Izuku, meantime, was having his hand squeezed by his mother. You better not get hurt out there, Izuku, Inko said. She wasn't crying, for once, nor was she overly worried, unlike in a certain other timeline where Izuku's counterpart had broken his hands again and again. Still, a mother always worries. Don't worry about them, MDM. Hawks placed his hands on his student's shoulders as he popped in between them. We'll get those crazy terrorists, in and out, easy. I hold you personally responsible for his safety then, Hawks. Inko pushed a finger on the man's chest. If anything happens to my baby, relax. You should be more worried about the poor sods that will be standing in our way. Hawks winked at Inko. Isn't that right? Why yes, of course, Izuku nodded. That would be, however, when he spotted a head of white hair heading toward them. Oh, Frieren, Eri. I thought that you overslept again. Eri pulled me out of bed and made me hit the floor, Frieren replied with a tired expression that made her face look like that of a cat. Eri looked rather ashamed that happened, casting her eyes away from Frieren. She is surprisingly strong, for a 7-year-old child. Are you sure that Kirishima isn't secretly teaching her how to work out? Izuku smirked at Frieren, who then looked down at Eri, who smirked back at her, too. No, that's too crazy, isn't it, Eri? After all, you've been introduced to everyone by this point. Heh, Eri looked up at him, with a facial expression that was reminiscent of Frieren's when she was feeling a little mischievous, such as when she created a potion that dissolves clothing. Somehow, she always has one of those. Months ago. Izuku, I know what you should give to Fumikage as a birthday present. Frieren pulled out a curious glass bottle from her open suitcase, presenting it to a surprised Izuku. He had been patiently teaching Eri writing in kanji, but now, he looked at the bottle with concern. He had an inkling on just what it was. Please don't tell me that's what I think that is. A potion that dissolves clothes. Frieren. That again? We already had problems with Mineta trying to peek into girls' rooms back then. He stopped doing that a while ago, but we don't need something like this. Besides, Flam told me about this long ago. You see, you can just give this kind of thing to men, and they will be thrilled. Isn't that right? Frieren. Izuku all but screamed in terror. We're 17. We shouldn't have things like that. What if my mom found out? Or his mom? What about my mother? Fumikage asked as he walked into the living room, having caught the tail end of Frieren's and Izuku's rather sordid conversation. I was discussing what to give to you on your birthday tomorrow, Frieren knowingly smirked. Ah, what is it? No, nothing important that you need to know. Izuku grabbed Fumikage by the arm and dragged him to the table where Eri was still trying to read and write. She said it's a potion for dissolving clothes, Eri said as soon as Fumikage was seated beside her. At an instant, the bird-headed boy's beak fell open, while his Quirk, who had so far been quietly straddled on his shoulder, started laughing uncontrollably. Eri, Izuku sighed. Sometimes, there are things that you don't need to say. Huh? Is that true? Frieren? Fumikage asked. Frieren smirked at him, confirming his fears. Izuku, meanwhile, walked back toward Frieren and looked down at her with a serious expression. No, you will not be giving Fumi a cloth-dissolving potion, Izuku deadpanned. We should just get him a sword. But this is a rare potion, Frieren grumbled as she put the bottle back in her suitcase. How is a sword an improvement? That way, he can dual-wield, just like Hawks. Izuku looked down at Frieren. Just please don't corrupt his innocent soul. Who are you calling innocent? Dark Shadow floated beside Izuku while Fumikage was stewing in embarrassment on his seat. Did you know that dash? Izuku summoned his staff and bonked Dark Shadow in the face. Shut up. No, she is just like that, Frieren said. So, take care then. We will see you soon. Yep, Izuku knelt down to look at Eri eye to eye. Take care of your mom while we're away, okay? Remember to wake her up every morning, because my mom's just tired of waking her up. Inko snickered at what he said. Yes, Izuku. Be nice, Eri. Fumikage followed as he once again produced an apple from within his jacket. Make sure that she wakes up on time, yes? Eri nodded, much to Frieren's despair. Hi. Do you just have that ready in case you see Eri? Kagaya asked rather humorously. Yes. Auriite, Hawk spoke again, putting his hands on his work-study student's shoulders. Again, our flight to Otheon is in a few minutes, so we got to go. Ah, yes, of course, Izuku nodded along with Fumikage. Bye, everyone. We'll bring souvenirs. Fumikage nudged him in the shoulder at that. Remember that we're on a mission, not a pleasure trip. So, we'll get souvenirs, after Humorize is defeated. That's what I said. Don't worry, we'll buy stuff when we're done, Hawk said encouragingly. So, chin up, you too. Otheon. Along with its neighbor, Clade, this country was founded on the Island of Salvation, named so after the fact that it was raised during the dawn of quirks by a powerful geokinetic, whose name had been lost to history, to serve as a refuge for displaced peoples throughout Western Europe and beyond as wars and devastation consumed most of the world. To see it on the map is one thing, to actually be there was entirely another. It is widely regarded as an appealing nation, a melting pot of various peoples from all over Europe and North Africa. The Otheon Task Force, however, had not come to enjoy its scenic sights. They could, but that would be afterthought. Instead, they had come to do two things: capture all members of Humorize present in their Otheon headquarters, and take any and all trigger bombs in the area before they could be used anywhere else. Was Izuku nervous? No, not really. He and the rest of the Otheon Task Force, which included himself, Fumikage and Hawks, as well as the lurkers and their students, Denki, Shiozaki, Siro, and Mineta, sat within the confines of a dropship. Heroes from other countries were present, most notably, Otheon's own Clairvoyance, as well as other heroes he vaguely recognized as being present in Island nearly a year back. Unlike their usual hero costumes, which were bright and loud, per se, the hero students wore black stealth variants, courtesy of Hatsum. Except for Fumikage, whose costume was already just pure black to begin with. First time skydiving, Denki? Izuku asked the electric blonde, who sat just in front of him. Yeah, Denki rubbed his hands together. He was just laden with a lot of support items, including but not limited to, wire-guided tasers, rocket-propelled harpoons, a pair of WHPs he could electrify, and an honest-to-heaven handheld railgun, though it fired stunning projectiles rather than actual bullets, which allowed it to be used for hero work to begin with. I mean, I've been swinging with the lurkers, literally, but not actual skydiving. It's easy, just clench your butt and imagine yourself making a perfect landing, Izuku replied. If you ever have trouble, holler at me or Fumi, we'll make sure you land nice and safely. Thanks. We're close to the drop zone, get ready. Hawks drew out a pair of stun batons. As the other heroes stood up and began readying themselves, Hawks turned around to face them. Unlike his usual goofy self, he wore a serious expression that Aizawa-sensei or Endeavor would be proud of. Remember, most of Humorize members are quirkless, so go easy on them. They might have guns, though, so try not to get shot. Don't let them hit you. Alright? The heroes nodded, understanding everything Hawks said. For his part, Izuku felt like he was in a military action movie at this very moment. Then the green light came in, and the heroes exited the dropship, diving towards the Humorize facility below them. All mana, Hawks called out through the comms, care to make our entrance? As you say, Hawks, Izuku replied, steadying himself on top of his drone and pointing his staff at the facility's front doors, where two Humorize guards, dressed in robes and nightly face masks, were milling about with staves in hand. Zoltraak. The front doors were handily obliterated by the beam of Zoltraak, while the two Humorize guards were blown to the side. Your robes are a foul parody of the garments of the church, Shiozaki, along with the rest of the lurker students, had been riding on top of Izuku's loyal wingman drones. Her hero costume, which was previously just a stylized Greek toga, had become a suit of knightly armor, with the back of her head exposed so that she could use her quirk. Passing through the front doors, she unleashed her vines, wrapping the two Humorize guards and dragging them along as she and the rest of the Atheon task force rudely barged into the facility. Take this, you nutjobs. Denki threw a stun grenade, which had been loaded with his electricity, in the middle of a crowd of incoming Humorize members, detonating into a field of electrical mayhem. He then took aim with his railgun, thanked Snipe for the aiming training, and Izuku's drones for having gyroscopic stabilizing, and fired a stunning bolt at yet another robed cultist, causing them to fall over to the floor. Cellophane and Vintage, Edshot called out to two of his students as he pierced through several Humorize members and induced minor strokes, knocking them out. Follow up on Chain Lightning, All Mana, Gethsemane, and Tsukuyomi, and wrap up whoever they incapacitate. Yeah. Leave it to us, Edshot-sensei. Team B, Claire, look for the trigger bomb. Hawks then proceeded to stun a pair of Humorize members with the stun batons before pinning 10 more to the wall with his feathers. Team A will round up and capture all members of Humorize. Are they seriously just going to charge at us with sticks? Denki commented as he shocked another member of Humorize by wrapping them in an electrified chain, while Izuku sent another group of them tumbling away using a beam of Zoltraak. Battle Tactics 101, don't just charge at the enemy like an idiot. This is almost too easy, don't you think? Izuku replied. Some Humorize members have quirks, but so far, there have only been quirkless members coming at us. Perhaps they predicted our attack and evacuated the most important assets. Fumikage offered. Clairvoyant's voice would crackle through the comms right then. Hawks, the trigger bomb is not here. Are you sure? Hawks asked, kicking a Humorize cultist in the face before Fumikage slammed into another one, smashing them against the wall. Yes. There's nothing here. In the end, no trigger bombs were found, and the members of Humorize that were found on the 25 facilities didn't even know that it existed, at least until the one that destroyed Celesti exploded. As a result, all the hero teams were ordered to remain on standby in the various countries they were in. To this end? Ugh, this is just boring, dude, Denki yawned as he walked alongside Izuku and Fumikage in the middle of the busy market in Kessel, the capital city of Atheon. They drag us all the way across the world and then just have us on standby. Be thankful that we have some respite, Fumikage reminded. Who knows, the battle ahead of us may be the most difficult one that we will ever have. Izuku looked up at the sky. This place was so much warmer than Japan, he could give that. Still, to believe in the Quirk singularity theory, and killing so many people just because of that. They believe that salvation is through death and the cleansing of the unclean from the face of the earth, but in truth, salvation would be through faith, Fumikage answered. That is neither here nor there, though. Humorize is like a circus, but the clowns have nuclear weapons, Denki added, as if the analogy could make Humorize goals or motivation sound any worse. And the day, too, for that matter, as a nearby jewelry store exploded. Two criminals, one of them carrying a case presumably filled with diamonds and the like, jumped out. One of them turned into a whirlwind and blasted off, while the other began releasing small explosions accompanied with glitter from his hands. It was like Bakugo, if his explosions were for partying with children. Thieves! The store owner cried out, someone stop them. Of all the times that I left my drones in the hotel, Izuku blasted off with flight magic, while Fumikage wrapped dark shadow around himself and flew beside him with the dark fallen angel technique. As for Denki, he used his wire-guided harpoons to latch onto a nearby building and swing. Zero probably taught him how to do that, given that they were work-studying under the lurkers together. Tsukuyami, we'll chase after the whirlwinder with the stolen goods, Izuku instructed. Chain Lightning, you go after the glitter blaster. Understood. All right. This is taking too long, Rhodey's soul quietly muttered as he waited on the drop-off point for the goods, whatever they would be, anyway. Old man Stanley had given him this job, and he didn't even have the common decency to say what exactly is getting dropped off to his hands. Rhodey didn't like it too well when he had to do something illegal, but as someone with limited options, it's not like had much of a choice. That is the fate of someone who's known to have a family member in Humorize, that being his father, who never showed up after he suddenly disappeared from Rhodey's life. And now he has to take care of his younger siblings, Roro and Lala, all by himself, and live in a crappy trailer. What do you think, Pino? Rhodey asked his bird-like familiar, who flapped her wings to hover in front of him. Did Stanley give us a bust? No? Do you really think we should just wait here? Huh, I guess that's right. Hey, take this. Rhodey suddenly found a case being thrown to his hands by a man with a whirlwind quirk, who, Rhodey realized, was probably one of the many people that old man Stanley worked with. Still, he couldn't quite move yet, shocked as he was that someone wrapped in a living shadow caught up with Stanley's contact and roughly threw him to the ground. Stay down. Rhodey could hear the other person speak. Dark shadow, ensure he doesn't escape. You got it. A second voice, probably the living shadow quirk given the name and distorted voice, replied. Another sentient quirk, like mine? Rhodey wondered. He then looked back down at the case in his hands. Ah, right. Oops, I guess I should go. Rhodey proceeded to exit the situation, running deeper into the alley he was in. Fumikage. Another voice called out. His was higher in pitch, but unmistakably a dude. Rhodey could still hear them. Are people this loud all the time? Izuku, he doesn't have the case. The first, deeper voice said. They have an accomplice. Rhodey looked over his shoulder to see a green-haired kid around his age running in the same direction he was. He wore this ridiculous outfit, a long, black robe that terminated just above his ankles, with a green jacket underneath. He had black boots and green breaths with black highlights, while in his hands is that a staff? Still, Rhodey smirked at the mage wannabe, and he ran faster than he did. He knew these streets, and by hell, he'll lose that green kid in these streets, too. Stop right there. Izuku called out at the boy running away through the alley with the briefcase that the thieves from earlier stole. He had no doubt that he was some kind of courier meant to bring the goods to the criminal mastermind while the actual thieves either made their escape or got caught. He had straight, auburn hair worn in a ponytail, with a fecal-devouring grin on his face as he watched Izuku run after him. As for his outfit, it was weirdly fitting for a poor courier in a chain of thievery. He had this jacket with sewed-on patches and rather run-down shoes, which he probably inherited from his distant ancestors given that they looked 2 coughs away from coming apart. Oh, and the case. Can't ever forget the DMN thing that this whole chase was centered around. Izuku conjured a chain spell, one that wouldn't really hurt if it happened to hit someone. This kid is probably some kind of desperate person from a poor family and needed the cash for, something, but that didn't make stealing right. Still, he wouldn't be a villain. Just a petty criminal, at worst. Amazingly, the courier expertly dodged the incoming chain, which then impacted against a nearby wall without so much as making a dent. Izuku would rather not have to pay for property damage while in a foreign country. Or worse, have Hawks foot the bill. What's this guy's quirk, enhanced reflexes? Izuku muttered to himself as he took flight, cursing that something so simple would require him to use such a mana-draining spell. The case thief then turned another corner, with Izuku hot in pursuit, just for something pink, soft, and screaming loudly to hit him in the face. He was so surprised by it that its existence barely registered when the thing farted right into his mouth. Izuku's head swam for a moment as the guy smirked wryly and ran off, taking the pink thing with him, which had apparently jumped onto his shoulder, if Izuku's momentarily dazed brain, flooded as it was with stink and stank, was to be trusted. Seriously? Izuku swayed for a few seconds before righting himself and flying out of the alley, scoping the surroundings. It was a public square, of sorts, with a fountain with a statue in the center with people minding their own business as usual. A nearby raised highway clashed heavily with the more traditional aesthetics of the place, but that was just how urbanization went. There you are. Izuku spotted the auburn-haired guy with the case, again, running on a rooftop. He flew toward him, taking aim with the lowest possible setting of Zoltraak. A tiny, pathetic beam of condensed mana came flying toward the thieving courier, only for it to hit one of the neon signs on the rooftop. Izuku opened fire repeatedly, but this guy, he kept dodging, even when the shots were homing toward him. Did he do some kind of training? That would certainly explain it. A beam of Zoltraak would nearly hit him, just for it to hit yet another sign, again. Admittedly, Izuku was trying to use the minimal amount of force and mana, but this is just ridiculous. What's his quirk, the little pink bird, or precognition? Izuku grumbled, flying closer to take aim again, just for his target to grab onto a rain pipe and slide down to the ground, where he immediately began running to get underneath the raised causeway. It will be a million years before you catch me. A blood vessel in Izuku's twitched at the remark. Oh, he did not just say that. Tsukuyami, chain lightning, Izuku called to his friends and teammates through the comms, the courier is more slippery than expected. Meet me back in the hotel later. Understood, all mana, came Fumikage's reply. Denki answered soon after in the same vein, just with a little more enthusiasm. Somehow, Rody evaded that hero kid throwing beams of light at him while flying. What's the quirk, flying, or beams? Rody thought as he slid down a rain pipe and ran to get under the skyway. That would be when a shimmering blue portal opened in front of Rody, making him skid to a stop. I can't believe you made me use that, the mage hero said. He looked a little unhappy, given that he was pouting, but was otherwise not too threatening. Well, aside from shooting at Rody with beams of light, which he dodged, of course. Why did you run? Maybe don't push your nose into other people's business. Rody stuck out his tongue at him, even as Pino, and thus Rody, though he did not show it, started panicking. I was just doing my job, as any normal person would. The green-headed magic hero let out a tired sigh and pinched his nose. I will have to see what's in that case dash. Boom. Rody looked up to see rocks and other kinds of debris falling from the skyway, where a blue car had barely just fallen off. Surprised, shocked, and bamboozled, Rody found himself dodging them until a particularly large piece landed just behind him, sending both him and the case flying. As for the green-headed magic hero, he had summoned at least a few dozen hexagons, protecting himself and nearby people from all but the biggest pieces, which broke right through and smashed into the concrete. No one got hurt, or at least Rody thought so, as he scrambled to find the case. Ah, there you are. Rody happily carted off what appeared to be the case with jewelry in it, and ran off to the subway. Rody would turn around to see that the magic hero was turning the debris into ash with flames, of all things. Beams, portals, flying, and now fire? What kind of quirk does he have? Whatever. Soon enough, Rody found himself safe on the train, managing to get into it before the doors closed on him. Thankfully, public transport is free in Atheon. Thanks, taxpayers. What is up with that kid? Rody sighed as Pino perched on his shoulder. If the other passengers were suspicious that a teenage boy like himself was carrying a very expensive-looking case around, then they didn't show it, instead returning to their conversations among themselves. I don't think there's even a hero with a quirk like that over here. Wait, is he even from here? Pino cooed at him. Nah, it's not like we'll see him again. Boo! Izuku wasn't going to lie. It was a little cathartic seeing that thief courier's reaction when he stepped through a portal behind him and surprised him the same way he'd scare his classmates at times. The boy and his bird jumped, his eyes almost going out of their sockets, as it was Izuku's turn to have a CRP-eating grin on his face. Haha, got you there. Izuku laughed. The other passengers nearby didn't seem to care. They probably thought that a hero in training and this other kid were friends or something like that. Now, the case. Why were you even chasing me around? Izuku leaned forward, whispering instead of talking loud enough that the other passengers would hear it. He knew enough to be discreet, at least. Because you're probably carrying a case filled with stolen jewels? Come on, let me see what's in there. I'm telling you, these are just documents. The guy snapped. Izuku didn't give much of a reaction other than mild amusement. He was basically caught in the act, wasn't he? Why else would he be there, carrying a case in a scene where a thief who used to have a case, no longer had the case? If they're just documents, then there's no harm in showing me, Izuku replied. Right? Now the other boy smiled. Are you even from around here? You've got an odd accent. Is Kessel even in your jurisdiction? That's dash. Should I tell the police that a corrupt hero decided to harass me as I was on my way to work? Now that Izuku thought about it, this other boy was somewhat taller, and that showed as he hunched him over Izuku while the latter bent backward, avoiding the gloved fingers from twiddling his nose. The train's door opened, and he stepped through. You wouldn't want to get in trouble, don't you? So, bye. Rody would be surprised for the nth time that day, then, when the hero kid followed him through the train door and grabbed him by the arm. I still need to see what's in the case. Then pay me. Rhodey snapped. DMN, does he never let go of anything? How much? The green-head hero kid asked. Now that took Rhodey by surprise. Heroes aren't supposed to do bribes, right? Wait, you're actually serious? As if on cue, the greenhead pulled out a pair of rocks from a hidden pocket in his jacket, which then turned into gold right before Rhodey's eyes. There. That will give you 150,000 euros when you sell those in a pawn shop. Now, the case. How did you do that? Did you just turn those rocks into gold? I did, the greenhead shrugged as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Now, the case, let me see. Heroes don't do bribery, right? Rhodey narrowed his eyes at the greenhead. He'd ask about how he seems to have so many quirks, but that was for another discussion entirely. Or, rather, he didn't want to have to continue a discussion with him, PRD. Stanley's clients wouldn't like how delayed the goods were. The greenhead hero crossed his arms. I will if it is what it takes. Just hand over the case, and I won't tell anyone about you. And I'll give you some more gold pieces to pawn off. How's that sound? The gold will probably turn back to stone. Rhodey shook his head. Nope. If you're a hero you shouldn't bribe me. Just give the case DMN it. The greenie grabbed at the case, and immediately he and Rhodey began to jostle each other as they took the case from each other's hands in quick succession. Come on. I already promised you won't be prosecuted. In their jostling and quarreling, they both lost control of the case, and it fell to the subway's floor, its latches giving way and opening the whole thing for both of them to see. Huh? Oh no. Izuku's demeanor immediately switched from stoic confidence to full-blown panic as he saw that the case had no jewels in it, but instead, a bunch of documents. He looked at the other kid with the same cat-like expression that Frieren would sometimes have. Where's the jewelry? Pfft, what are you talking about? I've been telling you, I've got nothing to hide. The auburn-haired boy laughed as he gathered the case's scattered contents and held it close to himself. Just some documents, nothing to see here. Izuku fell to the floor, bowing in supplication. Nearby onlookers looked in confusion, a few were even amused at the sight. I am so sorry. Please forgive me. I have hastily accused you of theft when you're completely innocent. Hey, no need to make a scene. The other boy waved his hands to banish Izuku's concern. Let's just, go our separate ways, huh? What's the matter, Mom? Eri asked as she saw Frieren suddenly look up into the skylight. I think Izuku just did something foolish, Frieren replied. She looked over at a confused Eri. It was merely a feeling I had. Now, tell me about Shockwave's children. Were they nice? Hey, Izuku got up from his heartfelt apology as he noticed the auburn boy shifting and shuddering nervously. You're sweating too much. Are you okay? Do you need a hospital? I can fly you to one if you need it. I did screw you over today. I think it's just right that, hey. Izuku followed after the boy as he ran up the subway stairs. Seriously? What's up with him? This is bad. I'm so screwed. Rhodey nervously held at the false case, even though it wouldn't do him any good. Don't tell me. I picked up the wrong case back at the Skyway. DMN it, why does every case look the same? Hey, are you alright? Rhodey jumped as the same green-headed kid that had been chasing him around with laser beams, flight, chains, and portals walked up to him with nothing but concern on his formerly deadpan face. You look like you're about to pass out. Rhodey shrugged, putting on the same confident front, as he always has. I'm completely fine, thank you. The ring of sirens, however, would catch him off guard as police cruisers gathered in front of him and the greenhead. What's more is that the officers came out with their guns pointed at him. Surrender that case, criminal, or we will use deadly force. One of the officers loudly announced. Wait. The greenhead jumped between Rhodey and the police as if he hadn't been shocked enough. For today. He's in O-dash. With guns pointed at him, Rhodey did the best thing he knew to do, run. He instantly regretted that decision, as the officers said something about authorized to kill and began to open fire. This is it. I'm going to die, Rhodey thought as bullets whizzed past him. Goodbye, Roro and Lala. I hope Stanley has enough human decency to take care of you. Izuku immediately summoned defensive magic to block off the bullets while the auburn boy ran off with the case. Turning around, he blasted off with flight magic and took the other boy in his arms, carrying him off to the skies while still repelling bullets with Skeldus. Within half a minute, they had arrived just over the bridge that bisected the river that ran through Kessel. What's up with the police of this country? Izuku asked the boy, who was still reeling from the shock of getting shot at. Hey, you okay? Yeah, wait, are you carrying me? I am. You just noticed? Izuku asked. Well, forgive my blank butt brain, I just got shot at, and I really thought I was going to die. The boy snapped back. Izuku simply nodded. He could deal with that. I can bring you to the hotel where my friends and I are staying. You'll be safe there while we dash. From the corner of his vision, Izuku saw glowing things coming straight towards him. Incoming projectile. Izuku summoned Skeldus, blocking off what appeared to be an arrow from piercing through him and this other kid. He looked at the apparent source of the arrow, a villain with an archer motif, and, tragically, a green cloak like his. She drew 3 more arrows, which glimmered with an emerald sparkle and opened fire, the arrows turning into homing projectiles. With defensive magic, Izuku deflected them off, shifting the individual hexagons to prevent any from getting through to him or the boy he was carrying. I can't keep carrying and flying while using defensive magic like this, Izuku thought. I'll run out of mana if she keeps this up. 2 more arrows came flying, circling around his hexagons like serpents looking for a weak spot. That's it, I've had enough of you. Izuku held the other boy closer with one arm while summoning his staff with the other, taking aim at the villain. A single arrow of golden light materialized in front of his staff. It then blasted off toward the villain, forcing her to take cover for a few moments. That few moments was all Izuku needed, and he landed along with the boy on the other side of the river. Are you okay? I am, thanks. All right. I'll call the other heroes and get some help. He is accused of what? Fumikage turned as Hawks lost every semblance of calm or goofiness that he usually had, instead descending into a righteous fury. The man's wings were rapidly pulsing, as though they were synced with his heart rate. Clairvoyance, that's not a good joke. I'm not joking. The Otheonian hero frowned at Hawks. It's on the news, right now. Fumikage would follow Hawks and Clairvoyance into the hotel's common room, where the other heroes staying there were gathered. There, on the widescreen television, Izuku's face was plastered beside the Dming headlines, Japanese hero all mana accused of the mass murder of 12 individuals in a car pileup on the Kessel Skyway, police hunt underway. Man, I can't believe this is happening. Denki showed up beside Fumikage. I mean, how is that possible? Like, yeah, he is ruthless in combat, but he's a cinnamon roll at literally every other time. Fumikage couldn't help but nod along. He had known Izuku for more than a decade, and he knew for sure that he is completely incapable of killing innocents. Logically, this must be some kind of setup. Perhaps a scheme of Humorize? They would know to fear Izuku's combat prowess after the raid on their headquarters in Otheon, and taking him out of the board by sicking the police and public on him seems to be something they'd do. I concur. Izuku is, as you said, a cinnamon roll. He would never do something like this. This must be a lie, a distraction. That's right, man, Denki nodded with a sigh. This is just impossible. They accused young Midoriya of WHAAATTT. All Might crushed the can that was in his hands as Mirio brought him the news that had just come out of Otheon. He and his successor had handily dispatched the entire Humorize garrison in their Japanese HQ, and unlike the rest of the hero teams, were still actively doing hero work to offset the absence of the likes of Endeavor and Hawks. Madness. Impossible. I will go to the World Heroes Association at once and demand they rectify this stupidity. The association won't be able to do anything about it, Aizawa reminded from the other side of the UA faculty office. We'll need to get to the Kessel Police Department, who were the ones that issued the manhunt, but we're not going to Otheon anytime soon. Ah, yes. Hawks and the Lurkers are there. All Might rubbed at his chin at the thought. Perhaps they can mediate on his behalf? That would be difficult. Officially, they're not even there to begin with, Aizawa shook his head. We'll just have to see what happens. What All Might didn't know, though, was that Aizawa was absolutely quivering in his boots. Midoriya, what on earth did you do? You keep giving me headaches and now you're going to kill me with a DMN slide at age. As Fumikage watched the Dming news broadcast, his phone began to ring. Pulling it out, he saw that it was Izuku calling. Perfect timing. Izuku, where are you? Over here on the other side of the Kessel River, Izuku replied. Behind him, the boy he saved was still lying on the ground, thinking about how he nearly died several times over. The guy I was chasing is apparently completely innocent, but the police then shot at us and a villain attacked us. Izuku, Fumikage cut him off. You've just been accused of mass murder on the Kessel Skyway car pileup. They're saying that you caused it? What? I didn't do any of that. Yes, and I believe you, but you need to lie low. Hawks barged into the conversation as he took Fumicage's phone right out of his hand. The young hero didn't seem to mind at all. Maintain radio silence, and don't forget to remove the battery of your phone when you turn it off so that you can't be traced. Okay? Okay. Get off the line, now. So? Rhodey asked as he approached the green-headed hero. What did they say? Are they coming to get us? Well, you see, apparently, Rhodey narrowed his eyes at the hero. I've been accused of mass murder and we're both being hunted by the police. Rhodey blinked. What? You're a murderer and I'm your accomplice? Oh no, 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 no. I'm dead. My life is ruined. This is all your fault. If you hadn't chased me around, and this DMN case, why can't we just give it to the police so that they'll let us go? DMN it, I pick up the wrong case and everything goes wrong. Wait, so you were supposed to get the case of jewels? What else do you think? That I was innocently standing around there? That is certainly what I thought when it turned out that it wasn't diamonds in there. The greenhead looked over at the case, which Rhodey was still holding. Not that it matters. Huh? I'm one of the criminals that you're supposed to hunt down, right? Sure, but hunt down is too much of a phrase, came the reply. Besides, our priority right now is getting to Clade and finding out what's the fuss about this case. What about Clade? Rhodey asked. Clade doesn't have an extradition treaty with Otheon, so it's not obligated to turn over any criminals to Otheon. And the police won't be able to chase us once we're past the border. Then we'll find out what's the case about. Rhodey let out a tired sigh. This is truly the worst day of his life. So that's the plan, huh? Run away? What if more of those villains attack us? Or the police? I'll protect you, of course, the greenhead replied. That is my prime directive right now. That's actually kind of nice, Rhodey thought. As they began to walk toward Clade, far as it was, the greenhead suddenly talked again. Since we're going to be together for quite some time, we should be properly introduced. I'm Izuku Midoriya, hero name, all mana. And you? Rhodey sighed, again. I'm Rhodey. Rhodey Soul. And this is Pino, he pointed at the pink feathered bird that suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Ah, it's so cute. Izuku immediately swooned over Pino, eliciting an embarrassed reaction from the little bird. Oh, a sentient quirk? Yeah, she is a sentient quirk, Rhodey replied, deciding not to add the extra detail about his quirk. She's got her own mind and everything. You know, my friend, Fumikage, has a sentient quirk too. Izuku's eyes seemed to brighten at that. You probably saw the two of them beat up the guy with the whirlwind quirk. Wait, you mean the living, demonic shadow? That one? That sentient quirk? Izuku laughed at Rhodey's face. Huh. Yes. Dark Shadow might look terrifying but he is very sweet. Did you know that when he sleeps, they cuddle? Dark Shadow doesn't actually sleep, but he's just happy to be that way. And sometimes, when we're just chilling together in our dorms, he slinks his way toward me and demands head pats. Unbelievable. You should meet, Izuku continued. I bet Pino and Dark Shadow will click. Yeah, Rhodey's shoulders sagged. I guess so.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.